Hello. Hey, Teach. What's wrong? Are you okay? Wake up. Teach. Where is this? Who am I? The man called Teach groggily opened his eyes. Blinding sunlight caused Teach to furrow his brows sharply and squint his eyes again. Huh. I told you. Teach is definitely fine. Yeah, he probably heard the good news and fainted from excitement. Ha ha ha. So noisy. Who are these people? Squinting his eyes, Teach lay on the ground and slightly turned his head to look around. Didn't I save a girl and then get hit by a car flying? Is this heaven? Am I dead? His vision remained unclear, barely making out a few eye-straining muscular men before him drawn in an extremely crude style. Yo, Teach, get up quickly once you're awake. Don't lie on the deck. You'll catch a cold. Ugh, damn heaven. Why is heaven filled with a bunch of lewd muscular men? I'd rather go to hell. Maybe there will be pretty girls in leather. Teach strained to open his eyes, hoping to see clearly the person closest to him. Sure enough, his effort was not wasted, and Teach finally saw clearly the person who had been calling out to him. Holy crap. Might as well not have looked. Before his eyes was a man with a square, lewd, large face, gazing at him with deep affection, crossed-out concern. The stubble on the man's chin stood as stiff as steel plates, and what was even more outrageous was his brown hair sticking out like a long loaf of bread. The last time I saw such a bizarre discovery was on that detective shrinkage protagonist's childhood friend. What's even more outrageous? Because the man's face was too closed, that bread loaf hair was about to stuff into his own mouth. A musty bread smell mixed with hair oil shot straight to the top of his head. Ugh. Teach shoved the man in front of him away, sat up, and kept dry heaving. Huh. Captain Squard. Teach is going to be suffocated by your oily bread. The muscular men around kept laughing while the man called Squard instantly flushed red. Nonsense. This is clearly the smell of my own specially developed hair cream. It's the symbol of a chef. Squard flushed red, arguing with everyone around him, not possessing an ounce of the captain's dignity they spoke of. Ha ha ha. Everyone around held their stomachs laughing. Cough cough cough. Teach finally finished dry heaving, his bent back gradually straightened up, and he gazed around in confusion. All right, Teach. Get up. Two muscular men walked forward and supported Teach's arms from left and right, lifting his entire body directly to a standing position. One of them even thoughtfully patted the dust off Teach's backside for him. Don't touch me. Throughout the whole process, Teach was still dazed, but during this, two words finally clearly reached his ears. Teach. My name. Why does it sound so familiar? Teach. Teach muttered with a slight headache. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Squard threw an arm around Teach's shoulders, saying with a face full of smiles. Our great hero went silly after his great achievement. Great achievement? Teach looked at Squard with a questioning gaze. That's right. In the battle just now, thanks to you, we were able to survive that battle with all our members. Yet Teach. An unknown muscular man stepped forward and punched Teach hard in the chest. Didn't expect you to be this strong. So you've been hiding your strength all along. Ha ha ha, still gotta be brother Teach. Another muscular man from the other side patted Teach's shoulder. Maybe in the future you'll be the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach. Ha ha ha. Everyone around, including Squard, laughed again, together, filled with a joyful atmosphere. However, at this moment Teach froze in place. Did I just hear? Whitebeard Pirates. Marshal D. Teach. So I've transmigrated into the world of One Piece, and became Blackbeard Teach. Before transmigrating, Teach had always been following the One Piece anime, and had some understanding of the characters and abilities within. Why did I have to transmigrate into Blackbeard of all people? Blackbeard could be said to be one of the two most hated characters from before. Because he was greedy, scheming, treacherous, and brutal. He was the most pirate-like person in the entire One Piece anime. He was the collection of all evils. He was the fuse that led to the death of his favorite character, Fire Fist Ace. And the second one was Admiral Akainu. Directly led to Ace's death. Oh, said one less, there's still one most hated. Momonosuke. Momonosuke must die? Teach. Teach. Squard's shout gradually pulled Teach back from his wandering thoughts. Oh, I'm here. Captain Squard. Teach didn't have memories from before, so he could only respond using the title others had given the bread-headed man before him. But that name Squard sounds somewhat familiar. Damn it. An important character can't remember. Go rest a bit. Teach. Huh. Teach looked at Squard with confusion. In 2 hours our 4th Division will hold a victory banquet for this battle. You are the great hero of this victory. You can't pretend to faint and not come just because you're afraid of being forced to drink. Squard said as he vigorously rubbed Teach's messy black hair. Huh. Cut it out, Captain Squard. It's clearly Captain Squard himself who can't drink. Captain Squard is going to come up with a new way to dodge drinks again. Ha ha ha. Everyone around burst into laughter again, teasing Captain Squard, who was in the middle of the crowd. Get lost, all of you. Squard glared with an embarrassed, furious expression. The people around laughed even harder upon hearing that. The Moby Dick, a legendary ship, is the main vessel of Whitebeard. Its crew and this mothership once created a glorious era together. The hull was crafted from dark wood exuding a steady brilliance under the sunlight. The white sails plural in number rose high as if ready to ride the wind and cleave the waves at any moment. There were sturdy railings on both sides having weathered countless battles and storms, yet remaining solid and reliable. The ship's bow was a giant white whale sculpture vivid and lifelike, the overwhelming pressure striking fear into enemies. The entire ship exuded a kind of majesty and dominance, as if narrating the brilliance and glory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now this massive vessel still carried its crew sailing toward the mysterious and unknown sea. It's really big. Teach sat on the deck, taking a sip of wine. Just now Teach suddenly wanted to tour the Moby Dick, so he quietly wandered around. As a result, the overly vast deck area nearly made Teach lose his way. Afraid of getting lost, Teach hurriedly walked back along the original path. After returning, the banquet had just begun. Captain Squard was personally preparing the gathering food. At this moment, the 4th Division's territory on the Moby Dick was brightly lit with cups clinking and voices mingling. That guy Squard holding another private banquet. Not far away, a young man with a pineapple-shaped head looked at the bonfire in a corner of the deck and smiled helplessly. Having a group of cheerful companions is great, the pineapple-head young man sighed. Hey, Squard, the 4th Division's companions shouted loudly. Is the food ready yet? Starving to death, starving to death. If no more meat comes, the wine will be finished. Meat, meat, meat. The companions surrounded Captain Squard, urging him loudly, every face brimming with irrepressible smiles. Almost done, almost done. Stop rushing me. Squard cursed at the people surrounding him, but the speed of cooking in his hands did increase somewhat. Teach sat at the very back of the group, quietly watching the noisy and cheerful crowd before him. Really doesn't look like a pirate crew at all. Teach still couldn't believe he had really come to the world of One Piece and encountered such a group of companions who didn't look like pirates at all. Teach had already tested he didn't have a system, no golden finger, and he didn't have a devil fruit either. The combat skills and memories of the original body were not preserved either. He was just an ordinary person with nothing but a body full of strength. How to survive in this world filled with dangers. Teach sighed a long sigh and took another big gulp of wine while looking up. Sigh. Hey, Teach. Just as Teach was frowning and drinking alone, a shout came from the front. Teach, what's with you drinking alone over there? Come over here quickly. You're the main character. Teach raised his head only to see the bread-headed man holding a spatula and shouting loudly at him. Whatever's bothering you can wait until later. Squard grinned and laughed. Come over and start the banquet. Yeah, Teach, come quickly. Whatever the issue, a good drink will wash it away. The other members of the 4th Division also noticed Teach hiding in the corner, and none of them went to ask what was really wrong. Everyone respected others' privacy. If they wanted to talk, they would naturally talk. Now the best way was to solve things the man's way. Have a good drink. Watching the companions crowding around him, some continuously pushing his huge body, some snatching the small cup from his hand and stuffing a bigger one into it. Teach's tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. He didn't even notice himself. Forget it. Since I'm already here. Whatever. Take it one step at a time. Let's just do it. Everyone. Surrounded by everyone, Teach stepped by step, facing the oncoming bonfire, walking toward the bread-headed man who had extended a spatula toward him in his confusion. Faith is a bird that in the darkness, just before dawn, senses the light and sings its song. Ha 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 ha. Cheers. Cheers, they shouted repeatedly. As Sachi raised his glass, the other members of the 4th Division joyfully raised theirs, crowding together, producing a melodious clinking of glass. At this moment, under the influence of Sachi's exceptional culinary skills, everyone had eaten until their stomachs were about to burst. Next came the time for sipping wine and boasting. Let me tell you, Teach, said a comrade with a flushed face and glazed eyes, nearly falling backward even while sitting. Teach. Hick. Sachi. Name. Hick. They're so alike. He mumbled, pointing dizzily at Teach, then at Sachi. Our captain. His cooking is unparalleled, the best in the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Even the old man Pops is full of praise for Captain Sachi's culinary skills. Although this member was already drunk and barely conscious when he mentioned his captain, a proud expression still appeared on his face. Yes, yes, Captain Sachi's cooking is the best. The other captain's banquets are never as fun as ours. Because our captain is the chef. Hearing this, the other members joined in the praise. Sachi's face flushed with embarrassment at the compliments. It's not that exaggerated, haha, he said, scratching his doughy hair in slight awkwardness. Captain Sachi is blushing. Ha 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 ha, Captain Sachi. Come on, a toast to Captain Sachi's shyness. Cheers. The members of the 4th Division cheered again. You bunch of rascals. Sachi clenched his fists, fuming helplessly in the crowd, while the other members formed a circle around him, holding hands and spinning, overjoyed. This atmosphere was truly wonderful. Although Teach had only been with these people for a few hours, he had already grown deeply fond of this lovable bunch. All right. Sachi clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Though they were rowdy from drinking, upon seeing their captain's command, they quickly dropped their playful expressions and silently gazed at their captain. Excellent. Members of the 4th Division, we have just been through a fierce battle. Sachi looked around and spoke softly. Every member listened quietly awaiting Captain Sachi's next words. But we emerged victorious, and without a scratch. All thanks to our hero, Marshal D. Teach. Sachi raised his hands high and shouted. Woo, 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 hero, Teach, hero, Teach. Cheers from the people around were incessant. At this moment Teach felt a bit awkward as he had just transmigrated and had no idea what had happened. Sachi waved his hand, gradually calming everyone down. Thanks to Teach's self-sacrifice at the critical moment, he threw himself in front of the enemy, disrupting their attack rhythm. Let us toast to the 4th Division's hero Teach. Sachi paused, deliberately drawing out his words. Cheers. The members shouted in unison with tacit understanding, clinking their glasses, violently splashing beer foam everywhere. Watching the scene, Teach felt at a loss, only able to scratch his hair in place. So this is how I saved everyone. Lying on the ground. Probably the original body fainted by chance during the transmigration, otherwise given the original personality, he would never take such a risky move as revealing his strength. Hey Teach. Huh. Teach was startled, snapped back to reality, and looked at the comrade who had poked him. Drink. What are you waiting for? You're the protagonist. The hero. I'll hope. Teach quickly took the glass handed to him, and downed it in one gulp. Woo, woo, woo. Well done, Teach. Hee. This feeling isn't bad either. Teach smiled as he looked at the people cheering and laughing. Alright everyone, look at me. Sachi clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Oh, what's up, Captain Sachi? A member asked curiously. Sachi smiled mysteriously, then produced a small wooden box from behind his back. Come, take a look at our spoils from this battle. This is something really good. Sachi wiggled his finger and said with a mysterious expression. What is it, Captain? You don't keep us in suspense. Captain isn't using this as an excuse to skip drinking, is he? Cough. The last remark made Sachi's face flush, and he quickly coughed twice. Haha, you got me. Alright. Sachi laughed and scolded. Then he raised the box in his hand. Now let us bear witness together, Sachi said as he slowly opened the box. Inside it seemed like a void as mysterious as a black hole. What is it? Everyone held their breath watching Sachi open it little by little, not daring to make a sound, until it was fully opened. This is Seeing the complete item inside the box, Teach stood frozen. A devil fruit. All the members gasped in astonishment, letting out exclamations of surprise. What they saw was a strange light purple fruit, shaped like a pineapple, lying quietly in the box. Around the fruit, spiral patterns like a snail shell circled it, seeming as if they could suck one in just by looking. That's right, ha ha ha. This was exactly the feeling Sachi wanted. The feeling of everyone being awed. This is our spoils from this battle. A priceless treasure, a devil fruit. So, Captain, what ability does it grant? A comrade asked curiously. I don't know either. Sachi shook his head helplessly. After all, it's a devil fruit. Without a guidebook, no one knows what ability it will grant. I see. The surrounding members began to admire the beautiful fruit in awe. Teach, however, stared fixedly at it. They didn't know, but Teach did. This was the very thing the original body had desired most. Teach also remembered why the name Captain Sachi sounded so familiar. Because it was for this very devil fruit that the original body had killed Sachi, killed the 4th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. And this devil fruit was exactly what the original body had yearned for, the beginning of all his ambitions. One of the strongest Logia-type devil fruits. The Yami-Yami no Mi dark fruit. Thinking of this, Teach couldn't help but feel his breathing suddenly quicken. The beautiful purple fruit before him seemed to be calling out to him. Damn it. The Yami-Yami no Mi is right in front of me. That's the strongest Logia type. I have no cheat ability, nothing at all. Only by eating this fruit can I have a glimmer of hope. Having witnessed the vast world of One Piece, Teach would certainly not be satisfied with his current strength. Not to become the strongest in the world, but at least to carve out a place for himself on this sea. What to do? Should I, like the original body, secretly kill Sachi and snatch the fruit? Then what difference would there be between me and that greedy, disgusting original body? But if not this, how can I obtain great power? I really don't want to be like my past life, achieving nothing, muddling through each day. I also want to become the strongest. A desperate roar erupted in Teach's heart. As the saying goes, take mud from a swallow's beak, shave iron from a needle's tip, scrape gold from a Buddha's face, in meticulous search, find something in nothing. At this moment, staring at the fruit within arm's reach, Teach's heart was caught in deep conflict. Desire and evil thoughts gradually climbed into his brain, overrunning his thoughts, infecting his reason, corroding his humanity. Another saying, seek peas in a quail's crop, carve meat from a heron's leg, scoop fat from a mosquito's belly. What a ruthless old man. Teach. A familiar voice suddenly sounded, tinged with worry and concern. Though it carried a scent of stale bread, it was like a refreshing incense, instantly clearing Teach's clouded eyes. Sachi looked at Teach with concern and spoke softly. Are you alright? Are you alright, Dickie? Saki asked with worry, seeing Dicky staring blankly at him with a face covered in cold sweat. I am fine. Realizing his surroundings, Dicky grew extremely nervous and hurriedly shook his head, his hands waving frantically as well. What's wrong with Dicky? Yeah, Dicky, did you get hurt during the battle? Ever since the battle ended, I've been feeling something's off. Let's go see a doctor. Find Captain Marugeo. The members of the 4th Division chimed in one after another, their concern for Dicky flowing freely. I don't need to. Dicky hastily refused. Feeling the care and worry from those around him, Dicky realized his earlier thoughts were truly shameful. Dicky couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Watching Dicky's strange reaction and the devil fruit in his own hand, Saki stroked his bread-shaped hair thoughtfully. Could it be? Hey, Dicky. Hearing Saki's call, Dicky instinctively looked up, but his eyes dared not meet Saki's gaze. Ignoring Dicky's odd behavior, Saki continued speaking. You want this devil fruit, don't you? Huh. Dicky's face suddenly paled, and he instinctively took 2 steps back before hastily shaking his head. And no, I didn't. Before Dicky could finish his embarrassed explanation, a pale purple object was suddenly thrown toward him in a parabolic arc. Dicky instinctively caught the flying object and looked closely. Dark fruit. The strongest natural type devil fruit was casually tossed over by Saki like a sandbag. After seeing what was in his hands, Dicky, in a panic, quickly passed the dark purple fruit from one hand to the other, then held it tightly with both hands, afraid it would fall onto the deck. Dicky stared wide-eyed at Saki, who was still maintaining his throwing pose not far away. Since you want it, here you go, Dicky. Saki brushed the dust off his hands and said casually, as if offering him a piece of candy. What? Dicky looked at the pale purple fruit in his hand in disbelief. This is a devil fruit. Dicky stopped himself from saying the fruit's name, for he couldn't explain how he knew what it was. It's something that grants immense power if eaten. You're just giving it to me. Dicky looked at Saki with a trembling voice, his eyes revealing intense turmoil. He couldn't believe Saki would simply give up this chance to grow stronger. Dicky. Saki burst into laughter. I'm a cook, not a fighter. And I don't even know what ability this fruit has. If I eat it and can't cook for everyone anymore, wouldn't that be a pity? Saki walked forward and placed both hands on Dicky's shoulders. You're the hero of this battle. You deserve this fruit. Saki. Looking into Saki's clear eyes that met his gaze, Dicky froze in place. Yeah, Dicky. Eat it. Yes. Eat it quickly. If not for you, I would have died in that battle just now. All the surrounding members sincerely hoped Dicky would accept the devil fruit. Everyone's words were genuine, none were false or dark. Everyone. Dicky suddenly felt a sting in his nose as regret surged into his mind. He had even considered killing and stealing moments ago. What wonderful people these are. He was truly unworthy. Dicky's eyes instantly turned red and his hands holding the devil fruit tightened tightly. What's wrong, Dicky? A grown man crying. Are you moved by us? Watching Dicky's nose sniffle, everyone smiled warmly. Saki also showed a knowing smile, then patted Dicky's shoulder again firmly. Eat it, Dicky. Quickly eat it, Dicky. Everyone said in unison. Whoa. Dicky cried shamefully and trembled as he brought the devil fruit to his lips. I'll eat it then. Under everyone's encouraging gaze, Dicky swallowed the dark fruit in one gulp. It's said that devil fruits taste indescribably awful, but even a small bite grants the complete power of the fruit. But Dicky wanted to eat it all. The intense flavor stimulated Dicky's taste buds, causing his stomach to churn. But Dicky chewed with all his might, crushing all the bitterness and mediocrity from his past life, crushing his own darkness and greed. He wanted to become different. He wanted to become a better person, at least become someone worthy of these wonderful people. As the fruit was swallowed, the dark fruit did not make Dicky feel any darkness. Instead, a warmth carrying everyone's expectations and encouragement flowed from his lower abdomen throughout his body. That was the taste of trust and love. A man cannot show himself through history alone. He struggles through history to carve his place. At this moment, Dicky was no longer the old Dicky, nor the Dicky from his past life, but a reborn Dicky with absolute conviction. I will absolutely protect these people. Absolutely. With firm conviction, a person is invincible. A powerful dark energy surge suddenly erupted from Dicky's body. Dicky was the first to be affected and was immediately knocked unconscious. Ugh, what's happening? System detected, host consumed dark fruit. System activated. In the final moments before Dicky lost consciousness, a beautiful mechanical female voice entered his ears. Hey, wake up, Dicky. Dicky. The members of the 4th Division rushed over the moment Dicky's body fell, supporting his massive frame so he wouldn't hit the deck. The crew members laid Dicky flat on the ground and vigorously patted his body, trying to awaken him. Hey, wake up. Is there something wrong with that devil fruit? Saki hurried over and kept slapping Dicky's face. It's all my fault. Saki blamed himself and slapped his head. If I hadn't given Dicky the devil fruit, Dicky wouldn't have fainted. Don't blame yourself, Captain Saki. It's not your fault. The surrounding members all joined in comforting him. Dicky is lucky and blessed. Maybe this will turn into good fortune. Yeah, Captain, trust Dickie. This could also be a side effect of eating a devil fruit. Dickie will definitely be fine. Yes. Watching the crew members constantly comforting him, Saki's reason gradually returned. You're right. The priority is to take Dickie to see a doctor, Saki said with a grave expression. Just as Saki finished speaking, a loud bird cry spread from behind. I heard someone needs a doctor. A sapphire blue flame burned freely in the sky. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a person inside. 1st Division Captain Marugeo. The 4th Division members suddenly felt at ease. Great, Dickie is saved. Marugeo, come quickly and check Dickie. He suddenly fainted after eating the devil fruit. Saki was first overjoyed to see Marugeo, then anxiously spoke quickly. Ari, I clearly just wanted to come for dinner. Marugeo waved his wings, dispersing the blue flame, and scratched his pineapple-shaped head, while looking at the unconscious Dickie, saying with a troubled expression, back to overtime again. Dickie let out a groan. An unfamiliar ceiling. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing disoriented at the dark wooden ceiling. What? What happened to me? He snapped back to reality, and suddenly sat up. That's right. Transmigration. The dark fruit. Unconsciousness. And a system. Dickie vaguely recalled hearing a mechanical female voice at the end of his unconsciousness. Could it be? System? Dickie tried calling softly. Ding. Hello, host. The strongest system is at your service. He really had a system. Why didn't it appear before? Dickie asked in doubt. Reply: the system requires an activation condition, consuming the dark fruit. I see. So what are you good for? Reply: this system is the strongest system. Sensing your obsession, it aims to help you become the strongest. Oh, become the strongest. Hearing this, Dickie's heart stirred slightly. Now issuing the novice reward. Do you wish to claim it? Dickie's heart leaped with joy at the mention of the novice reward. Quick, claim it. Hurry up and give me the strongest ability. Ding. System novice reward activated. Obtained items: Double Training Booster 1, Appearance Training Booster 1, E-Character Panel unlocked. Double Training Booster. Appearance Training Booster. What are those? Hearing the unfamiliar terms from the system, Dickie felt his freshly awakened mind grow dizzy again. Double Training Booster, still troubled by the lack of training results. This item allows you to gain double the ability points through normal training, enabling the host to grow faster. What a great item. With this thing, I can grow faster through training in the future. Appearance Training Booster. Ugliness is not a crime, but being ugly and still coming out to scare people, that's your fault. This item can improve your figure and appearance through normal training. It may not make you the most handsome, but it can at least make you look like a human being, not a swine. Ugly. Dickie quickly scrambled out of bed and went to the mirror in the room. Looking at himself in the mirror, his ugly face suddenly contorted. No. How did I become like this? In the mirror, he saw himself: rough exterior, thick body hair, burly figure, dark skin. The very image of a greasy, middle-aged man. It's exactly the same as the Blackbeard described in the original work. But I used to be as handsome as the readers. Dickie felt like crying, but had no tears. It's okay, host can return to peak appearance through training. The playful mechanical female voice echoed in Dickie's mind. Lose weight. Must lose weight. Exercise. Must exercise. Dickie set his first goal. Detected strong desire from host. Issuing long-term quest: the dark fat guy can also have a spring. Quest overview: through your own efforts, make 10 women's admiration for you reach 80. Prove to everyone. The dark fat guy can also turn the tables. Current quest progress 0-10. Dickie listened speechlessly to the mechanical female voice in his ear and decisively chose to ignore it. System: what is the character panel? Opening character panel: Marshall D. Dickie. Physique 61. Strength 58. Speed 51. Hockey 45. Devil Fruit ability 13. Dark Fruit development level 5. Overall assessment: Warlord number 8. What the hell is Warlord number 8? Dickie asked angrily. Since the host lacks the original body's combat experience and techniques, though possessing strength, you cannot use it. So ranking 8th among 7 people is normal. The mechanical female voice said casually. You know that's not what I mean. What are these 4 values? And what does the 13 after devil fruit mean? The host can consume 3 devil fruits due to specific reasons. Other functions please explore by yourself. Huh. In his past life, he knew that Blackbeard after the Paramount War obtained the tremor fruit on top of the dark fruit and became the new Yonko. But how exactly was it done? Dickie didn't know. So why can I eat 3 devil fruits? Host authority: insufficient access denied. Hearing the cold voice of the mechanical goddess, Dickie's forehead was covered with black lines. Isn't it just afraid of being betrayed later? Don't you know you? Damn author. Also in my memories, Blackbeard should be a member of the 2nd Division. Why is he in the 4th Division? Host authority: insufficient access denied. What the? Just as Dickie was about to curse, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Then a cheerful yet steady voice came from behind the door. Yo, Dickie, you're awake. The visitor had a yellow pineapple head, wore a dark purple open cardigan, and his exposed chest bore the emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates. His stature was not tall. In fact, in this world where the average height was 3 meters, he could be described as short, yet he still gave off a mature and reliable aura. Brother Marco. Recognizing the visitor, Dickie's eyes widened, and he shouted, I've seen him. I've seen him. Phoenix Marco. Exactly as described in the original. So elegant, Brother Marco. Huh, what did you call me? Hearing Dickie's address, Marco pointed at himself and blinked his dead eyes in a not-so-smart way. Ahihi, I mean Marco-san. Dickie gave an awkward laugh. You should show some respect to Captain Marco, Dickie. Before the person was even seen, a bread-like hairstyle appeared from behind the door. Marco treated you when you fainted. Thatch came in from behind the door holding a bowl of steaming medicinal soup. It was just a small favor. And I also got a delicious barbecue from Thatch. Marco leaned against the doorframe reminiscing about the feast he had that night, smacking his lips. Ah, Captain Marco saved me. Thank you, Captain Marco. Dickie quickly bowed in gratitude. Well, no need to be so formal, Dickie. Marco was startled and pressed against the doorframe, then quickly stepped forward and reached out to support Dickie's massive 2 to 3 meter tall body. How are you? You've been unconscious for 3 days. Any discomfort? Marco looked into Dickie's eyes and asked with concern. What? I've been unconscious for 3 days. Dickie exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, you passed out right after you ate that devil fruit. Thatch stepped forward and handed the stone bowl filled with medicinal soup to Dickie. Drink this. It's a medicinal soup. Good for someone who just woke up from a coma. Thank you, Captain. Dickie took the soup with a full smile, but when he looked down at the bowl in his hand, all the smiles instantly froze. A thick, dark liquid floated in the bowl like an abyss. From time to time, a pungent smell of licorice and Chinese herbs assailed his nostrils. Dickie couldn't help but shudder. This, can I not drink it? I feel completely recovered already, Dickie said in panic. No, a patient should listen to the doctor. Faced with Thatch's unyielding gaze, Dickie took the dark medicinal soup, closed his eyes tightly, and downed it in one gulp. Ugh. The taste was exactly as expected, perfectly consistent with the visual and olfactory experience. Good. Looking at the empty bowl, Thatch nodded with satisfaction. Cough. Cough. Dickie coughed repeatedly, but indeed he felt much better than before. Ha ha ha. Seeing Dickie's contorted face, Marco also showed a gloating smile. Speaking of which, Dickie, what is the ability of your devil fruit? Marco asked curiously. The sky was clear and boundless, a gentle breeze caressing the skin. Golden sunlight like gossamer silk cascaded over the vast, endless sea. The water was calm and serene, resembling a colossal blue mirror that reflected the cotton candy clouds drifting across the heavens. The sun gazed tenderly upon this tranquil expanse, radiating a warm, comforting glow that gilded each wave with a shimmering edge. The Moby Dick floated silently upon the sea, its hull swaying gently with the soft ripples. The sails occasionally fluttered in the breeze, as if whispering secrets to the wind. On the deck, the crew went about their duties, savoring the idyllic moment. The sunlight draped over them like a warm mantle, and the entire ship was enveloped in an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. Except, bang, the Moby Dick 4th Division training ground. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed incessantly. Ooh, go for it, Dickie. You're almost as strong as Captain Saki. Saki, don't let little brother Dickie beat you. That would be such a disgrace. The members of the 4th Division gathered around the training ground, shouting loudly. At the center, 2 towering, robust men were locked in a fierce exchange of blows. Huh, Saki bellowed, throwing a straight punch aimed directly at Dickie's face. Dickie concentrated, sidestepping to evade, then immediately drove a hook towards Saki's ribs. Saki, true to his reputation as a veteran of the Whitebeard Pirates, had earned his position and prestige through countless battles, a valor forged in the crucible of war. Realizing he couldn't withdraw the hook in time, Saki abandoned defense altogether. He bent his extended arm, transforming the punch into an elbow strike. An iron elbow crashed toward Dickie from the side. Bang. Twice. The impact sounds rang out simultaneously. Dickie's hook landed on Saki's ribs while Saki's elbow smashed into Dickie's head. A trade of injuries. This time Saki had the upper hand. Damn. So close to Dickie. You were just a hair away from winning. Where do you see a hair away? It's Captain Saki who's the real deal. The 4th Division members bickered on the sidelines while Dickie lay on the ground, his head buzzing as if about to explode. One of the side effects of the Yami-Yami, no-me doubled pain. You okay, Dickie? Saki gasped, clutching his ribs, and crouched down to check on his fallen comrade. Hey, Dickie, are you all right? The surrounding crew rushed over to see what had happened. How many times has this been? No idea. Must be 4 or 5 by now. Ever since Dickie ate that devil fruit, he's been training like a madman. The 4th Division members chattered among themselves. The subject of their discussion slowly regained his senses. Though the pain was unbearable, Dickie's heart was brimming with an uncontrollable joy that nearly made him weep. In fact, the last time he encountered Marugeo, the system had issued a long-term mission. Unlock the Whitebeard Pirates' first mate, Phoenix Marugeo. Long-term mission: defeat all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and become the strongest in the crew. 017. Expecting a freshly transmigrated shut-in from a 996 lifestyle to defeat the battle-hardened captains of the Whitebeard crew was nothing short of a death sentence for Dicky. Fortunately, it was only a long-term mission with no time limit, but it still instilled a great sense of urgency in Dicky. Eating the Yami-Yami no Mi was by no means the end. It was merely the beginning of everything. Thus, in his quest for greater power, Dicky took the initiative to seek out Saki, hoping to learn combat from him. Opening character panel: Whitebeard Pirates 4th Division Captain Saki. Physique 56, Strength 57, Speed 59, Hockey 59, Devil Fruit ability, none. Overall assessment: a captain worthy of the title. Even among Marine Vice Admirals, he stands out. Saki's stats were actually not far from Dicky's. In the original lore, without the Yami-Yami no Mi, Blackbeard could assassinate Saki only through surprise and overwhelming combat experience. One must remember that Blackbeard's strength was always on par with that of Shanks and Buggy, and now the roles were reversed. Saki possessed a combat experience that nearly crushed the former shut-in Dicky. In their earliest sparring sessions, Saki could defeat Dicky in an instant. So Dicky threw himself into relentless training. Weight training, grappling, endurance drills. Finally, through his tireless efforts and the aid of the double training device, Dicky could go toe-to-toe with Saki without using his devil fruit. Ding. Notice Saki still has the edge over you by half a step. Shut up. Dicky cursed in his mind. System. Open the character panel. Opening character panel: Marshal D. Dicky. Physique 63, Strength 62, Speed 55, Hockey 50, Devil Fruit ability 13, Yami-Yami no Mi development level 10. Overall assessment: now you might rank among the 7 warlords. Maybe. Dicky was done commenting on the system's assessment. Hey Dicky, you okay? His comrades' calls gradually pulled him back to reality. Huh, I'm fine. Hee. Dicky grinned, sheepishly rising with the help of his friends. Good, glad you're all right. Saki reached out with his left hand and patted Dicky's shoulder, a gratified smile on his face. Kid, you still need more practice. Another crewmate poked Dicky in the back and teased. Yeah, Dicky, soon you'll surpass Captain Saki. That's right, then you can be the captain. Let's Saki take over the cooking. Let's Saki cook. The chorus of the 4th Division members erupted in laughter, leaving Dicky feeling a bit embarrassed as he stood in the crowd, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. Watching Dicky, who looked like a big boy in the crowd, Saki felt a deep sense of gratification, but inwardly a storm was brewing. This kid. He's improving so fast. Just 4 days ago, Saki could have taken him down in one blow. Now he was only half a move behind. After these days of training, Dicky's speed was closing in on Saki's, and his strength far surpassed it. When they exchanged blows, Saki's entire arm would go numb. And his recovery is monstrous. Saki was still clutching his wound, wincing in pain, while Dicky was already joking and laughing. And that was a direct iron elbow to the head. And he hasn't even used his devil fruit. Looking at Dicky, who was surrounded by the crew and looking a bit flustered, Saki shook his head with a resigned smile. Maybe I should just settle down as a chef. At the center of the Mobadike, an immensely tall figure sat on the throne. Pops, you really can't drink anymore. If Dicky's height was already unimaginable by ordinary standards, then the man before him, with a glass in hand, sporting a crescent white mustache and chuckling deeply, was as tall as a building. His wine glass was the size of half a basketball court. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Guru Amurgeo, my dear son, let me have just one more bowl today. The old Whitebeard lounged casually on his throne, drinking heartily. He paid no heed to the 4 drip attached to his left arm or the massive supply of fluids behind him. Honestly, Pops. Marugeo shook his head in exasperation. Huh. Marugeo stopped trying to talk Pops out of it. A swordsman with twin blades at his hip patted Marugeo on the shoulder. Yes, save your breath. The man who can talk Pops out of anything hasn't been born yet. A burly dark-skinned man beside Whitebeard laughed heartily. Vista, Shoutzy, you too. You're just spoiling him. You just keep indulging him. Marco roared at Bisas and Jozu. Go ha! Whitebeard suddenly slapped Marco hard on the back, the immense force nearly sending the latter tumbling off the pirate ship. Marco stumbled forward several steps. Father, don't worry, Marco. I know my own condition best. Whitebeard took a swig of his sake and then burst into a boisterous laugh. Before you lot grow strong enough, I won't fall. This is the last cup, Father. Your health really can't afford indulgence like this, Marco said gravely. Is that so? Very well, Whitebeard acknowledged. Seeing Marco's stern expression, he knew he couldn't always throw caution to the wind. The young commanders before him were still not strong enough to contend with the other 4 emperors of the New World. Perhaps I should check on the rest of the boys aboard. While I'm still able to train them, I should cultivate more captain-level fighters, just like Ace. Come to think of it, where's Ace? Whitebeard suddenly thought of that boy whose smile was like the sun and turned to ask. Ace, huh? Jozu pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and slapped his thighs with both hands. I remember now. Ace went to the 4th Division this morning saying he was craving Satch's cherry pie. He went to the 4th Division? Whitebeard mused. He was somewhat craving Satch's cooking too. Since there was no sake to be had, perhaps something else would satisfy his cravings. Then let's go. Whitebeard rose to his feet and yanked the foretube from his arm. Already towering like a massive building while seated, Whitebeard was like a sky-obscuring giant when he stood. He was a full head taller than Jozu, who stood just as imposing before him. Father. As the dangling four-needle was tossed into Marco's hands, Marco's eyes widened in shock. Gururara. No harm done. The four-bag is empty anyway. Sitting too long makes these old bones stiff. Whitebeard twisted his neck and shook his shoulders. His joints emitted a thunderous series of cracks that rang through the air. Let's move. Marco says Jozu. Let's go see Thatch and Ace. I've been missing Thatch's cooking. Hardly had Whitebeard finished speaking when his legs were already striding forward, marching toward the territory of the 4th Division. Father really is as stubborn as ever, Marco said with a helpless smile, then glanced at Bisas and Jozu. Let's follow along together, Jozu. Bisas. Huh, where did Bisas go? Marco blinked, noticing Jozu standing alone. I don't know. Jozu looked around, but couldn't find Bisas anywhere, blinking back in confusion. Cough, I'm over here. Suddenly a hand emerged from beneath the deck at Jozu's feet. Mother of pearl. What the hell? Jozu shrieked in terror at the arm beside him. He dragged his massive frame across to hide behind Marco. Cough. It's me. Hide your damn. Bisas climbed out of the deep pit and shot Jozu a resentful glare. Next time please slap your own thigh. My slight frame can't handle those hefty palms of yours. Bisas yelled at Jozu, who was hiding behind Marco. So that's how it is. Sorry about that. I'm just clumsy sometimes. Jozu chuckled and scratched his head awkwardly. Look, it's Teach. Teach doing laps again. He's running so fast. That must be his 20th lap already, and he's still going. Keep it up, Teach. Teach. He's about to break Chef Thatch's record. On the training grounds of the 4th Division, a towering black-haired man was sprinting with his head bowed, giving it his all. Through days of sparring with Thatch and various physical conditioning, Teach had gradually adapted from a sedentary homebody to someone suited to his new body. The ability values improved through training were gradually stabilizing. For one thing, current Teach could defeat 20 newly arrived versions of himself without even breaking a sweat. More importantly, his overweight figure was slowly transforming into something lean and balanced. His formerly chubby pig-like face was gradually sharpening into defined angles. Though not exactly handsome, yet at least he had shaken off that porcine appearance. He's not a heartthrob, but at least he looks human now. Keep going, young man. That was the evaluation from the venomous system girl. The effort hadn't been in vain. Woo-woo. Thinking back on his struggles, Teach nearly cried while running. Teach, watch out. Just as Teach was lost in thought, an anxious warning came just in time. Immediately after, a fist whistled through the air. Damn it. An ambush. If this had happened back then, Teach would have had nothing to do but take the hit to the face. You hit me once, you pay me 100,000. You'd owe me enough to cover tea money too. But now, dodging the incoming punch from his peripheral vision, Teach shifted his stance and stopped in an unnatural posture, sidestepping the attack. I'm not the same person I used to be. But the attacker pressed his advantage. Capitalizing on Teach losing his running momentum, another punch flew straight for his eye socket. No honor in that. Teach cursed inwardly, but there was no trace of fear in his heart. Damn it. Do they really think I'm easy prey? I'm not who I was before. And besides, this is the Whitebeard Pirates ship. The territory of the world's strongest man. You dare ambush me. I'll kill you. Teach's eyes turned ruthless. Teach, are you alright? Teach. Members of the 4th Division rushed to Teach's side with weapons drawn, positioning themselves to shield him. Who dares cause trouble in the 4th Division's territory on the Whitebeard Pirates ship? You've got a death wish. I suggest you turn back now, or you'll taste the power of our 4th Division. Teammates brandished their weapons and shouted aggressively. Ho! Teach shook his numbed arm and observed his 4th Division crew's reactions, a flicker of gratitude and tenderness passing through his eyes. Then Teach stepped forward, moving past the others to stand in front of them, his gaze instantly turning fierce as he looked up at the approaching figure. But the moment the figure raised their head, everyone fell silent, including Teach. The newcomer wore an orange cap embroidered with a weeping face and a laughing face. Beneath the orange cap were messy black bangs, a bare upper torso, and black shorts below. Muscular and well-built, the figure exuded both ruggedness and handsome confidence. When the newcomer met Teach's gaze, a warm sun-like smile broke across the freckled face of the black-haired boy. Yo, long time no see, Teach. Ace! Ace! All members of the 4th Division stood frozen in astonishment. Clang! Clang! Weapons dropped from their hands and hit the deck, their metallic ringing shattering the silence. You've gotten strong in just a few days, Teach. The freckled boy pushed up his cap brim with his index finger, revealing an even wider grin. So delicious. The freckled black-haired youth's eyes sparkled at the plate of cherry pie before him. Wah! Teach even burst into tears, overwhelmed by the divine taste of the cherry pie in his mouth. So this was Blackbeard's favorite cherry pie. It was cloyingly sweet. But why? Why did it taste so exquisite in Thatch's hands? Thatch, are you the Greek god of culinary arts? Food stuffed both men's cheeks, making them resemble two starving hamsters who hadn't eaten in years. Ha ha ha. No rush, Ace. Teach. Take your time. I've made plenty more. Thatch emerged with 2 more large trays of cherry pie, placing them on the table before Teach and Ace. Give it to me. Teach lunged to grab. Bastard. That's mine. Ace pounced, pinning Teach down. Watching the two bickering like children, exchanging blows to divide the cherry pies on the table, Thatch's rugged face softened with rare tenderness. Soon after, burp too. A long resonant sound echoed, its aroma almost palpable through the screen. Teach and Ace slumped on the deck back to back, letting out a loud, satisfied belch. Thanks for the meal. Ace rubbed his belly, offering an embarrassed smile to Thatch, who was cleaning up nearby. Ha ha, I actually made a lot more. Don't be shy. Come again next time. Thatch approached Ace and ruffled his black hair affectionately. Ace had already slung his orange hat onto his back. Teach finally had a chance to truly admire his favorite character from his past life. His jet black hair was wild and untamed. His eyes, like burning flames, were deep and fervent, as if harboring boundless courage and determination. His sharp, sword-like brows slanted upward, adding a fierce edge to his already heroic face. No wonder he was Ace. The more he looked, the more handsome he became. Hey, Teach. The black-haired youth waved a hand before Teach's eyes, snapping him out of his reverie. Huh. Teach. Miss me that much? You used to be in the 2nd Division too. A few days apart, and you're already this nostalgic. You were staring so intently. Ace laughed heartily, mistaking Teach's gaze for admiration. Yeah, Captain, long time no see. I've missed you terribly. Teach replied with a cheerful grin on the surface, but his mind was already churning. So the original Blackbeard was also in the 2nd Division. How did he end up in the 4th? How are you, Teach? Looks like you're doing better now, eh? Ace slung an arm around Teach's shoulder, asking with concern. Better how? Teach blinked in confusion. Don't you remember, Teach? Nearby, Thatch asked while scrubbing the dishes. The battle earlier might have left you a bit dazed. You stood in front of the enemy, didn't you? I heard about it. That's the spirit of a former 2nd Division member. Teach. Ace tightened his grip around Teach's neck, beaming with pride. So how did I end up in the 4th Division? Teach freed himself from Ace's grip and asked. Back then your condition was unstable. You'd collapse every few hours. I couldn't let you stay like that. It would be dangerous in battle, so Ace transferred you to the 4th Division, where there's less fighting. Ace and Thatch's words cleared up Teach's confusion about his arrival. So that's it. The system had mentioned that during the early phase of the transition, it needed to absorb a massive amount of energy from the original body. That was why the original Blackbeard had been so dazed, leading to his transfer to the 4th Division. Later, when he fully took over Blackbeard's body, the original form could no longer bear it and collapsed. That explained why the original was in the 4th Division instead of the 2nd, as in the original story, and why Teach had become the hero of the 4th Division right from the start. All right, Teach, you've changed so much. Ace said with a tone of envy. Your beard is so long now. Not only did you lose weight, but you've also gotten stronger. Ace said, sourly looking at Teach, who was half a head taller with a wheat-colored complexion and solid muscles. For some reason, after eating the Yami-Yami, Nomi, his beard and hair had started growing wildly out of control. Teach didn't want to end up like Sadako, so he trimmed his hair and beard regularly, keeping a neat black undercut and a modest amount of black facial hair. Don't worry, Ace. You'll grow taller too. Teach grinned, mimicking Thatch's earlier gesture by ruffling Ace's hair. Bastard, don't mess with my head. It'll stunt my growth. Teach and Thatch both burst into laughter. All right, Teach. Marco said you ate a devil fruit too. Ace suddenly asked. Oh, that's right. Teach nodded in confirmation. Let me see. What ability? Ace's eyes lit up with excitement. Marco said you have to experience it firsthand. Ace, don't be as shocked as Marco was. Thatch covered his mouth with a sly laugh. No way. Bring it on. Ace spread his arms, eagerly anticipating. Get ready. Teach flashed a mischievous grin, then suddenly raised his hand toward Ace. A black mist flowed from his palm like a claw from the abyss. As Teach clenched his fingers, Ace's body uncontrollably flew toward Teach's hand. What's going on? Midair, Ace asked in astonishment, instinctively trying to use his devil fruit power to turn into flames and break free. But the moment Teach grabbed him, the flames that had just flickered on Ace's body instantly extinguished, along with his devil fruit power vanishing without a trace. What's happening? My devil fruit ability is gone. Ace's confident expression vanished, replaced by pure shock. Thatch burst into laughter from the side. Teach knew when to stop. He released his grip on Ace's shoulder and placed his hand, still shrouded in black mist, beside Ace. This is my ability, the Yami-Yami no Mi. Yami-Yami no Mi. A Logia, and the power that nullified mine. Ace's eyes widened. That's right. Thatch slung an arm around Teach's shoulders, speaking with pride. The Yami-Yami no Mi can nullify other abilities. It even startled Marco earlier. This is... Ace leaned closer to the black mist on Teach's hand, his expression growing more serious. This is more and more serious. This is absolutely awesome. Ace suddenly raised his hands, his eyes blazing with fiery enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. Thatch joined in the joyful laughter. Watching Thatch laugh genuinely beside him, Teach felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Such a good comrade, and yet he had entertained thoughts of murder and robbery. How despicable. Shame and remorse washed over him, and his resolve to protect them grew stronger. I must protect these people, no matter what. Oh, Teach. Ace suddenly spoke up. What's up? Teach snapped back to reality and looked at Ace questioningly. Let's have a spar, Ace said as blazing flames erupted from his body, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. Boom. On the Moby Dick, the territory of the 4th Division. Fire fist, dark water, accompanied by 2 angry shouts. A tornado mixed with orange-yellow flames and black mist shot straight into the sky. The massive elemental storm shook the huge and steady Moby Dick, tilting its hull. What's going on? Whitebeard, heading to the 4th Division's territory, suddenly felt a tremor under his feet. He looked up and saw a tornado of flames and black mist exploding not far away. That is a... Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, staring at the distant tornado. That flame is Ace's. Marco transformed, accompanied by a bird cry, and an azure figure flew into the sky. His bird-like eyes behind round glasses observed the distant scene. That black mist. It's Teach's. The sight greatly shocked Marco. Teach could actually match Ace. Teach. Who's Teach? Vista and Jozu were both stunned. A comrade who could rival Ace, and they had never heard of him before. Teach? Whitebeard asked in doubt. He had an impression of Teach. In Whitebeard's memory, Teach had always been that honest and simple little guy following behind Ace. Yes, Pops. In the last battle, Teach fearlessly saved everyone in the 4th Division. Thatch gave Teach one of the devil fruits they captured as a prize. Marco briefly explained the recent events to Whitebeard. And that fruit is the dark fruit known as one of the strongest Logia types. Marco said softly, watching the black smoke and raging flames in the distance. Fearlessly, huh? Grrr. Whitebeard suddenly laughed heartily, then quickened his pace. Interesting, I never thought this little guy Teach would turn out like this. Marco, hurry up. I can't let my dear sons dismantle this old ship of mine. As soon as the words were spoken, Whitebeard's figure had already vanished from Marco's sight. Looks like Pops is very interested in Teach. Marco smiled and remarked, seeing Whitebeard's back become a mere black dot in the distance. Hurry up, Vista, Jozu. If we're late, we'll miss the show. Coming. 2. Open character panel. Whitebeard Pirates, 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist, Portgasti. Ace physique 61, strength 60, speed 65, hockey 52, devil fruit ability Mara, Nomi development level 45, overall evaluation a man as gentle as the sun, loyal and affectionate, polite and courteous. His current strength can be considered as an admiral candidate, much stronger than a big fool like you. Teach chose to ignore the system's sister's evaluation. From the panel, Ace and Teach were evenly matched. In his previous life, Teach had been able to defeat Ace mainly because of the devil fruit ability counter of the dark fruit. Hadn't Ace been overwhelming 5 members of the Blackbeard Pirates alone at the beginning? But now, Teach smiled inwardly. It was just the spar stopping at the right point. Give Captain Ace some face. Oh no. Fire. Smoke. Put it out. What about this smoke? Blow it away. But it's black smoke. What? Change the color, and it can't be blown away. The training ground was filled with smoke and fire, and the members of the 4th Division were frantically dealing with the blazing flames and thick black smoke. I went a bit overboard. Teach scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It's over. What do we do? Looking at the mess before him, Ace covered his head with both hands and stared wide-eyed. We made a huge mess. Thatch is going to kill us. Gwaha. Just as Teach and Ace were at a loss, a deep, heavy-aged laughter came from behind them. This is... Following the laughter, a massive figure appeared. Under the high-hanging sun, a huge shadow instantly enveloped Ace and Teach. Seeing the enormous shadow beneath him, Teach's pupils violently contracted. This is... Pops. Ace looked behind him with a delighted expression. Gururara. My dear sons. Whitebeard's massive body shot forward, his powerful physique showing no signs of being a man of 70. Don't be afraid. Pops. As Whitebeard spoke, his right hand clenched into a fist, and a white halo solidified around his fist. It emitted a huge energy fluctuation, making even the air tremble. This, Teach's face stung from the wind, and the fist wind at such close range completely froze his body. Here it comes. With a deafening roar from Whitebeard, his right fist wrapped in white halo swung forward violently. Whitebeard's iron fist slammed heavily into the air, where the flames and black mist swirled. In an instant, heaven and earth split. Cracks appeared in space instantly. Then like a mirror it shattered, and the flames and black mist fell into the broken void. One punch solved the crisis. Everyone was stunned, unable to say a word. Then the people who came to their senses cheered loudly. Pops is awesome. Pops is the best. Long live Pops. Teach, who was closest to Whitebeard's fist, had no energy to cheer. He stood frozen in place, motionless. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. This was Whitebeard, known as a monster, the strongest man in the world. Only now did Teach realize that death had been just a hair's breadth away. Huff, huff. Cold sweat soaked Teach's back. Coming to his senses, Teach widened his eyes and gasped for air like a drowning man just rescued. Gururara. It feels good to stretch my muscles once in a while. Whitebeard cracked his knuckles, making crisp popping sounds. Are you okay, Ace? Whitebeard asked with a hearty laugh. Huh, I'm fine, Pops. But Teach seems completely scared silly by you, Pops. Ace walked over to Teach with a big smile and patted him on the shoulder. Only then did Teach snap out of it, looking up at Whitebeard, who was more than half a head taller than him. His tall and sturdy figure was like an unshakable mountain. A black headband wrapped around his head, his face was well-defined, and his weathered features were etched with the lines of time. Long scars covered his bare chest, merging with his solid muscles, adding a touch of majesty and dominance to his presence. He wore a white cloak, and his golden shoulder guards shone brightly, as if telling of his glorious past battles. His arms, as thick as giant trees, bulged with muscles inspiring awe. Whitebeard's eyes were deep and resolute, revealing endless authority and love, as if he could see through all things in the world, and like a loving father guarding his family. Open character panel. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Physique 78, 92, strength 89, 96, speed 80, 87, hockey 93, devil fruit ability Gura Gura, Nomi development level 89, overall evaluation more terrifying than a monster, a living legend. In his prime, he possessed the power to destroy the world. Due to old age and hidden injuries, his abilities have declined, yet he is still the strongest in the world. Keep going, host. This is the final hurdle to becoming a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Teach twitched the corner of his mouth as he looked at Whitebeard's unattainable ability panel. Dickie. Looking down at Dickie, who was staring at him blankly, Whitebeard frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. Oh, old man. Hearing Whitebeard's deep and powerful voice, Dickie shuddered and quickly responded. Gururara, don't be so nervous. You are my son, I'm not going to eat you. Seeing Dickie so nervous that his speech trembled, Whitebeard spoke in a gentle tone and gave a smile that he thought was kind. Ahihi. Realizing he was overly nervous, Dickie quickly relaxed his body and scratched his messy hair. Did you eat the dark fruit? Whitebeard asked. Yes, Pops. Then Dickie ignited a black mist in his palm and showed it to Whitebeard. Whitebeard leaned in to look closely, then nodded. Dickie, before you were always quiet and well-behaved, usually not training, just eating and having fun. Why have you suddenly started working so hard? Whitebeard asked out of simple curiosity. But to Dickie's ears it sounded like, I've discovered your ambition, ooh, I'm going to destroy you. Dickie couldn't help but tremble all over, his heart clenching. At that moment in Dickie's eyes, the kind smile beneath Whitebeard's crescent-shaped mustache appeared terrifying. Dickie knew that no matter whether Whitebeard's question was casual or not, he had to answer seriously. Oh, old man. Dickie carefully chose his words and began, it's like this, Pops. In previous battles I realized that without strong power the people I cherish might get hurt in times of crisis. So, I want to become stronger. To become the strongest. I want to protect the people I cherish. As Dickie spoke, the conviction in his heart grew stronger. An aura burst forth from Dickie, accompanied by his confidence. Though faint only enough to rustle the hem of his clothes, Whitebeard knew what that aura was. The prototype of Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. So, I must train. I want to become the strongest as soon as possible. I don't want to regret it in the future when I'm powerless to save everything. Dickie said, the expression in his eyes shifting from initial caution to a firm confidence. Dickie. AC and Saki both smiled knowingly upon hearing Dickie's determination. Whitebeard watched all these changes in Dickie's demeanor, quietly observing and listening to his words. Then Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. Wahaha. Too satisfied. Whitebeard was extremely satisfied with Dickie. Strong in power, great potential, and a strong conviction to protect his family. He was exactly the person Whitebeard was looking for, perfectly meeting Whitebeard's requirements. Pops. Seeing Whitebeard suddenly laugh loudly, Dickie was bewildered. What's wrong with Whitebeard? Hey, Dickie. My dear son. Whitebeard suddenly became serious, looking at Dickie. I'm here, Pops. Dickie instinctively tensed up and stood straight. Your old man hasn't exercised in a long time. Come spar with me for a bit. Whitebeard beckoned with his finger and grinned. What? Me? Fight Whitebeard one-on-one. Isn't Pops going to kill me? Me alone. Dickie pointed at himself, his voice trembling. Whitebeard thought for a moment, then said, AC, you join too. Teaching 1 is the same as teaching 2. Both also have Conqueror's Haki. With AC and Dickie together, maybe he could have a more enjoyable fight. Edge. Me too. AC pointed at himself, a hint of surprise on his freckled face. Then the surprise on AC's face gradually turned into excitement. Couldn't ask for more. Ding. Detected Whitebeard initiating teaching to the host. Course name Purple Skill Conqueror's Haki Coding Teaching. Obtained active special skill advance. Advanced skill description extract training points in advance, gaining triple learning ability. The extracted training points will be deducted from future training points. Activate. Activate. Advance. Isn't this just like a certain online shopping platform? Couldn't be more familiar. Must activate. This is Conqueror's Hockey Coding. And it's a purple skill, though I don't know what purple means. If not now for advance, then when? As for the future loan, leave it to the future self. Jiahaha. Guha. AC. Dicky. Whitebeard shouted, then slammed his Bicinto Kanjiunki onto the deck with a clang. His hands suddenly clenched into fists. A dark black armament hockey emerged from his fists and instantly spread to both arms. On the pitch-black armament hockey, crimson flashes occasionally flickered. Mission release flame, gravity, and tremor. Mission objective: cooperate with AC to withstand Whitebeard for 10 minutes. And learn Conqueror's Hockey Coding. Mission reward: basic Conqueror's Hockey. Brothers, just do it. Ollie give. Yeah, Pops isn't going to kill him. He's going to teach him. Then what is he afraid of? In Dicky's eyes there was no longer fear or retreat, but instead a fierce fighting spirit. With system rewards, I'll even fight Whitebeard for you to see. A hint of fierceness flashed in Dicky's black pupils. Seeing the intense fighting spirit in AC and Dicky's eyes, Whitebeard grinned, revealing a set of white teeth beneath his crescent-shaped mustache. Conqueror's Hockey Coding. Wrapping Conqueror's Hockey around attacks enables a tangible attack on the enemy without contact within a certain distance. A skill that only a handful of powerful individuals can master. Come on, play with your old man. Let your old man see. As Whitebeard spoke, he clenched his fist, drew it back to his waist, and his arm, as thick as a tree trunk, suddenly swelled up round. Just a warm-up. Let's see how much you can learn. A single punch. Countless cracks spread out from the fist as the center. Space shattered instantly. A powerful blast of wind instantly struck AC and Dicky not far away. Is this the power of Pops? Pops. So strong. Some young pirates who had never seen Whitebeard in action were almost swept away by the aftermath. Even those with slightly stronger strength were all stunned in place, completely unable to believe the sight before them. Truly, it's been a long time since I've seen Pops fight. Saki looked at Whitebeard, who was still as magnificent as ever, and stroked his afro with both hands, sighing with emotion. This is the feeling of facing the world's strongest man. As he watched the terrifying punch wind coming, a drop of cold sweat trickled down Dicky's head. Huh, Dicky, are you scared already? Beside him, AC looked at Dicky, who was frozen in place as if stunned, and slightly curled his lips. Jaha, of course not. It's just the world's strongest man. I'm going to become the strongest. A fighting spirit like blazing fire flashed in Dicky's eyes, and thick black smoke rose from his palm. Pitch black like the arrival of night, covering half the sky, fearsome like the messenger of darkness. On his face a strange smile appeared that he himself didn't notice. That's good. Dicky, let's together. AC put the hat from behind onto his head, a hint of a smile on his angular face. In his hand a ball of orange-yellow flame burst open, then blazed fiercely, instantly dyeing the other half of the sky with the color of fire. Play with Pops. Fire fist. Dark water. Dicky and AC roared simultaneously. The sea was still as serene as a mirror, reflecting the azure sky and white clouds like a piece of jade. When the wind calmed and the waves subsided, its surface resembled a slumbering child, utterly tranquil, without a single ripple. Only the faintly undulating ripples akin to the even breathing of a child gently lapped against the hull of the Moby, producing a soft rustling sound, as if whispering tales of peaceful times. Yet the Moby suddenly let out a loud cry, shattering the calm of the ocean. When Matagao, Vista, and Xiaozi arrived at the 4th Division's battlefield, all they saw was a scene of utter devastation on the training grounds. Flames, black mist, and shockwaves intertwined ceaselessly, leaving the arena in ruins with several massive craters. This battle had completely destroyed the training ground. That's AIC. Vita's sharp eyes spotted the black-haired youth enveloped in orange-yellow flames in the training ground. Then a figure shrouded in black mist rushed past Vita, stirring up a tremendous gale. Vita hastily shielded his eyes with one hand, while pressing down on his round top hat with the other to prevent it from being blown away. That's Dichi. Such speed. He's a formidable opponent. I never thought there was someone like this hidden on the old man's ship. Vita stroked his mustache, squinting as he gazed at the black figure charging toward Whitebeard, and remarked with a sigh. Waha, come on. Seeing Dichi charging, Whitebeard flung off his white cape, revealing his sturdy, bulging muscles, which resembled a massive mountain. Taste this. A white shockwave instantly coalesced around Whitebeard's clenched right fist. The immense tremor seemed to tear the very air, causing it to wail in agony. Seaquake. Then Whitebeard leaped high like a descending god, his right fist crashing down with destructive force. Hey, you've got to be kidding. As they watched the old man charging straight at them along with that iron fist brimming with world-ending power. Dichi's pupils suddenly contracted as he sprinted. Yet his momentum did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, he burst forth with even greater force, hurtling toward the strongest man in the world, descending from the sky. Jah! The closer he got to Whitebeard, the more he felt the oppressive pressure, truly a monster among monsters. Yet under such overwhelming pressure, Chi showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he curled his lips into a demonic arc like a sinister flame in the darkness. On his arm, black mist rose, evil and cruel, inspiring dread in all who saw it. Come on, old man. Dark water. With a furious roar, a black spiral vortex instantly expanded in Chi's palm. The moment Whitebeard's shockwave touched the black vortex, it was absorbed by the rapidly spinning darkness. In an instant, the overwhelming white tremor's momentum vanished into nothingness. What? How is that possible? Vita's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually blocked the old man's sequake. So this is the power of the dark fruit. Sachi strolled over, crossing his arms, and remarked with awe. The dark fruit, one of the strongest Logia types, is this powerful in Chi's hands. Xiaozi clapped his massive exaggerated arms together, his eyes wide with admiration. Why didn't we notice Chi was this strong back then? Hey, Vita Xiaozi. Ma Gao turned to the two, his expression grave. How long do you think you could last against the old man? Xiaozi is clumsy, I reckon just 5 rounds. Xiaozi counted on his fingers, which were 3 times larger than his own head, and answered somewhat dejectedly. Hep. Vita elegantly stroked his long, slender mustache, stepped forward, and let out a smug chuckle. I don't know about others, but if the old man's punch landed on me. Sachi, Xiaozi, and Ma Gao held their breath, turning in unison to await Vita's next words. I would definitely die on the spot. Vita suddenly shouted with fervent excitement. Boom. Whoa. Accompanied by a scream, an orange-red figure smashed heavily into the ground not far away. Yeah, I see. Ma Gao's breath caught, then he quickly spread his wings, transforming into an azure phoenix, and flew over to check on AIC. While the 4 commanders were conversing, AIC ultimately couldn't hold out any longer, and was sent flying out of the battlefield by a skyquake from Whitebeard. AIC landed on the deck, dazed and confused, with a large shoe print still imprinted on his face. In truth, during the battle, the 4 commanders had already noticed that although it was a 2-on-1 fight, it was actually a 1-on-1 with a support. Throughout the entire fight, Chi was always the one directly confronting Whitebeard, while AIC could only provide harassment from the sidelines. When Chi was pushed back by the old man, AIC would step in to take a hit, then Chi would resume trading blows with the old man. That Chi guy, terrifyingly strong. Watching the black mist figure still clashing with the old man on the battlefield, Vita couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration in his heart. In reality, Whitebeard was only using a fraction of his strength against AIC and Chi. Apart from occasionally enjoying himself with his devil fruit abilities, he mostly relied on Conqueror's hockey coating as his primary attack method. His main purpose was to teach. If he had gone all out, the Moby would probably have to be renamed the Titanic. Boom. The black mist dissipated. Without AIC's interference, Chi found it difficult to fight Whitebeard alone. After exchanging a few blows, a lapse in defense allowed Whitebeard to punch him into the deck. PFF. Yeah, that hurts. Chi was half embedded in the deck, screaming in pain. Whitebeard's fist, wrapped in Conqueror's hockey coating, had struck Chi solidly. The side effect of the dark fruit made the already intense pain unbearable. Hey, Chi. Are you okay? Seeing Chi fallen at the old man's feet, Chi shouted anxiously, his bread-shaped hair nearly losing its shape. Hiss. Ow ow. Chi lay on the deck, clutching the dent on his chest, drawing in a sharp breath. Old man, you really went all out. What's wrong, Chi? Whitebeard adjusted his crescent-shaped mustache, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Is that all you've got? You said you'd become the strongest, but this level won't cut it. Garara. My dear son, your old man hasn't even started warming up yet. As Whitebeard spoke, he slammed his fists against his sides, shattering the space around him, cracks spreading. The aura of the strongest, a living legend, burst forth like a flood, raging without restraint. The immense wind it kicked up forced the onlookers to raise their arms to shield their eyes, unable to open them. Those weaker were sent flying. Chi. Struggling to open one eye, Chi watched Chi in the center of the training ground, his heart filled with anxiety. Huff. Huff. Chi was breathing heavily, propping himself up with one hand. With the other, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How can that be, old man? My. Whitebeard tilted his chin slightly, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, staring down at Chi at his feet. Sorry about that. I just woke up. Chi looked up at the old man towering like a mountain and curled his lips into a smile like a demon from hell. Now let's start round 2. A jet black hue instantly spread over Chi's forearm, occasionally interspersed with crimson flashes. An overwhelming aura erupted from Chi, with purple-red lightning running rampant. What is this? Seeing Chi's transformation, Whitebeard's pupils contracted sharply. Ding. 10 minutes have passed. Skill learned, Conqueror's hockey coating. Mission completed flames gravity and tremors. Reward issued basic conqueror's hockey. An unfamiliar ceiling. What's going on? Teach abruptly sat up, his gaze sweeping around the room. He had returned to the very chamber where he had last regained consciousness. Yes, Teach had endured 10 minutes against Whitebeard. Relying on his triple learning ability and innate talent, he had successfully mastered Conqueror's Hockey Infusion. Then Teach, empowered by the system's reward of basic Conqueror's Hockey, struck a punch infused with Hockey against Whitebeard's full-force blow. After that, he lost consciousness entirely. Hiss. Too sudden. Ow ow. Teach clutched his bandaged head, his face contorted in agony, as he drew in a sharp breath. Bang. Hey Teach. Awake. The door was rudely shoved open, and that's annoyingly familiar face appeared in Teach's line of sight. Captain Nat, can't you be gentler with the door? Seeing you makes my head ache even more. Teach rubbed his disheveled black hair, speaking with a pained expression. Huh. Sorry. That scratched his cheek, apologizing sincerely. But since you're awake, come along. Pops has called all the commanders for a meeting. You're the only one missing. Me. Teach pointed at himself in confusion. But I'm not a commander, am I? No time for nonsense, hurry up. That grabbed Teach by the arm and dragged him off the bed. So Whitey Bay, are you saying that Kaido and Big Mom's crews simultaneously attacked the territory we protect? Marco stood with arms crossed beside Whitebeard's throne, addressing the blue-haired woman before him. Yes. Before Whitebeard's throne, a tall, beautiful woman stood confidently, her cerulean wavy hair cascading behind her. The blue-black striped dress accentuated her sultry, voluptuous figure, with the skirt hem cut precisely at the hips, inviting alluring thoughts. A pair of smooth black stockings tightly encased Whitey Bay's pale thighs, further emphasizing her long, shapely legs, firm and rounded. Bingsland, the island we've recently secured, is a shortcut to the first half of the Grand Line. Whitey Bay's voice, both seductive and resonant, rang out slowly. If we don't go through Bingsland, the journey to enter the first half of the Grand Line would be twice as long. So, does that brat Kaido and Lin think they can act recklessly on my protected turf? Gururara. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile curling beneath his crescent-shaped mustache. Do they truly believe I, Whitebeard, am someone to be trifled with? With a furious roar, an overwhelming aura burst forth from Whitebeard. Pops, I volunteer to fight. Pops, let me go. I won't disgrace the Whitebeard Pirates' name. Pops, I'll make sure they come, but never return. Commander of the 6th Division, Flamenco. Commander of the 7th Division, Grikio. Commander of the 8th Division, Namor. Excellent. It's the commanders. With the commanders joining the fight, we'll definitely win. The surrounding crew members, seeing the commanders volunteering for battle, erupted in cheers of excitement. Watching his sons eagerly volunteer, Whitebeard tapped his fingers on the armrest of his throne, a gratified smile crossing his face. But, excellent. None of my sons are cowards. Whitebeard raised a hand, signaling for silence. However, I have already chosen someone for this battle. Huh? Who is it? Murmurs spread among the commanders and crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone speculated who would be chosen for this battle. Beside Whitebeard, Vista and Jozu had a quiet inkling of who it might be. He is coming. Marco's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the distant figure approaching with an unbridled stride. Yo! Everyone. The commanders and crew turned their gaze toward the voice. As they recognized the newcomer, a faint blush crept across Whitey Bay's fair cheeks. A tall, powerfully built man strode forward gracefully, his black coat casually draped over his broad shoulders, its sleeves fluttering wildly in the wind. He wore a wine-red inner shirt, the top 2 buttons undone, revealing a glimpse of his broad, firm chest muscles. His neatly combed black hair was swept back, and his chiseled face bore a devilish smirk. The dark stubble on his jaw further accentuated his roguish charm. Jaha! The black-haired man laughed, his voice deep and magnetic, sinister and wicked, captivating, trembling his audience. I am Marshal D. Teach. Pleased to meet you. Marine Headquarters. Marineford. Thump thump thump. This is terrible. This is terrible. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Something awful has happened. A Marine soldier in white uniform, panting frantically, knocked on the door of the Fleet Admiral's office. Enter. What's the urgency? Behind a desk, a large black-haired Marine wearing a white dove-adorned navy cap set down his pen and addressed the sweating soldier. Pant. Pant. The breathless soldier struggled to steady his breathing. Bad news, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Ships under Kaido and Big Mom are approaching Bingsland. Oh, Kaido and Big Mom. Why the panic? Sengoku adjusted his round frog-like glasses, looking at the soldier with confusion. After all, in the New World, skirmishes between 2 emperors over a territory were common. Such a mundane event shouldn't have rattled his seasoned soldier like this. But Bingsland is Whitebeard's territory. What? 3 emperors? Hearing this, Sengoku could no longer remain seated. He slammed his hands on the desk and rose abruptly. What are they up to? At this critical juncture of the Celestial Dragons Conference. If they wage war in the New World, it's manageable. But what if they unite to cause trouble at the conference? Sengoku furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the office. Akainu and Akiji have gone to Mary Geos to prevent any incidents. Someone must go to the New World to investigate. We cannot allow them to form an alliance. Sengoku muttered seriously, then turned to the soldier, standing at attention awaiting orders. What about Garp? Send Garp. Well, Vice Admiral Garp he. The soldier hesitated, stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. Moi. Seeing the soldier's reaction, Sengoku had a sudden, ominous premonition. What's going on? Reporting Fleet Admiral. Vice Admiral Garp has taken annual leave and returned to the East Blue. He said he's going to bring his grandson into the Marines. What a... Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. Who approved his leave? The soldier dared not reply, but glanced furtively at the goat beside Sengoku. Following the soldier's gaze, Sengoku met the goat's innocent stare. He was instantly covered in black lines, rage surging within him. That old scoundrel Garp. I'll devour every last one of his donuts. The furious roar made the soldier involuntarily cover his ears. Sigh. After venting, Sengoku slumped back into his office chair like a deflated balloon. He pondered for a moment, then picked up the transponder snail on the corner of his desk and dialed. BRR. 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 Moshi Moshi. A lazy, infuriatingly cheeky voice answered from the other end of the line. The New World Binksland. Kaido Big Mom and Whitebeard might cross paths. Go there. If they negotiate, break it up. If they fight, find an opportunity and kill as many as you can. Sengoku's eyes darkened, a cold glint flashing within them. Having been Fleet Admiral for so many years, even without Akainu's absolute justice, he would not spare brutal pirates. 3 emperors, huh? How terrifying. The grating voice on the phone buzzed around Sengoku's ears like a fly. If they team up, I'm afraid. I'll pay you extra. Sengoku quickly interrupted, unwilling to let him ramble on. On it. Then a click. Before Sengoku could even hang up, only the buzzing dial tone remained on the other end. Immediately, a streak of golden light imperceptible to the naked eye shot from Marine headquarters straight toward the New World. The blinding radiance illuminated the entire Marine headquarters for an instant. Watching the beam vanish beyond the horizon, Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a deep sigh. Sigh. One by one, they never give me a moment's peace. New World. Binksland Island. Help. It's the pirate flags of Kaido and Big Mom. Run. Amidst the fleeing crowd, a solitary figure moved against the tide, brandishing a curved blade and charging toward the mountain-like pirate ships at the shore. Village Chief. What are you doing? Among the panicked villagers, one who recognized the reverse traveler grabbed his arm and demanded angrily. Don't stop me. This is my village. The village chief, clutching his curved blade, struggled left and right, attempting to break free from the villager's grip. No, Chief, we can't let you throw your life away. Someone help. With a shout from the young villager, 5 or 6 others surrounded the village chief and carried him away. No, let me go. The village chief thrashed and shouted loudly. This is Binksland Island. I am the chief of Binksland Village. I will live and die with this village. Chief, there's hope only if you survive. Though old, the chief's strength was such that 5 or 6 villagers barely managed to hold him back. Let me go. Huh. Suddenly the chief and the villagers fell silent in unison as a massive shadow instantly blocked the sunlight and enveloped them. The faces of the crowd drained of color, turning ashen white. Their eyes bulged as if about to pop from their sockets, filled with terror and disbelief. In their line of sight, a huge, rugged figure staggered slowly toward them. The leader stood tall and burly, with silver fangs adorning his head and shoulders, a terrifying sight. With each step forward, the earth trembled. The villagers staring at the colossal being before them trembled and could not utter a single sound. The beast's pirates. One of the 3 calamities. The drought. Jack. Bounty 1 billion berries. The villagers' expressions froze, fear shrouding every face like a dark cloud, making the air itself seem to congeal. And the Flying 6. Fuzi Fu. Bounty 54600 berries. And the Flying 6. Page 1. Bounty 290 berries. Damn it. Gazing at the 3 colossal figures, the village chief's hand gripping his blade began to tremble. So you're the one who wants to live and die with this place. Jack stood before the chief, his face twisted with rage, and growled in a deep voice. Under the immense pressure, the chief felt his legs go weak and could not utter a word. Then die. This place is now the territory of the beast's pirates. Drought. Jack roared at the villagers before him, the deafening cry making their ears ring and their minds go blank as if struck by a heavy hammer. I can't let that slide, Jack. Just as Jack was about to swing his fist at the chief and the others, a tall, heavily made-up man in a light yellow candy coat, holding a pink candy cane, strolled over elegantly with a chuckle. Behind him followed several burly, fierce-looking men. Your bloated frame has squeezed your barren brain into even greater stupidity. Since when did this place become the territory of the beast's pirates? The heavily made-up man adjusted his candy necktie, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Hee hee. This is clearly Mama's territory. Ah, is that a... Seeing the figures arriving behind Jack, the villagers' faces twisted with despair. Big Mom's eldest son, Charlotte Perisparrow, bounty 700 berries. Big Mom's fourth son, Charlotte Oven, bounty 300 berries. And one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Cracker, bounty 8600 berries. Hearing the voices behind him, Jack turned his massive body, his expression darkening as he glared at the newcomers. Perisparrow, do you want to die? Jack's eyes burned with fury as he roared at Perisparrow. Hee hee, I won't die, you pighead. And we'll turn this place into Mama's territory. Perisparrow raised his candy cane, shouting with fanatical glee. You bastard. Let's talk. Let's see who's stronger. Jack clashed his fists together, sending out a powerful shockwave. Victory belongs to Mama. Perisparrow held his candy cane before his chest, assuming a battle stance. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a weak, yet resolute roar cut through the tension. Hey, you bastards. Get out of our village. The village chief gripped his curved blade, tightly glaring at the pirates from the two emperors' crews. Hey, chief, do you want to die, chief? The villagers around him stared in disbelief, desperately tugging at his clothes. This is my home, the place that raised me. Whitebeard once said this place is beautiful and told me to protect it well. I will never let you defile this land. The chief, glaring at the pirates who were 5 or 6 times his size, felt no fear in his heart. Oomph. An ant. Jack turned around, looking down at the chief, who was no bigger than an insect. Hee hee. Why not whet our appetites with you before the fight? Perisparrow licked his lips, covering half his face with one hand, laughing maniacally. Come on, Whitebeard will avenge us. Facing the two massive shadows closing in, the chief raised his sword and roared with all his might. Oh, Whitebeard. Perisparrow rested his candy cane on his chin, pondered for a moment, then burst into laughter. Counting on that bunch of old and weak. How ridiculous. Perisparrow wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes with the back of his hand. Give it up. Whitebeard is already a flickering candle. His crew is nothing but a bunch of greenhorn brats. He has no time to avenge you. Just die quietly. Perisparrow licked his lips, his face twisted in a manic grin. He raised his candy cane high above the village chief. Damn it, chief. The chief's terrified eyes reflected the glint of the cane's spike. No, your courage is worthless. Farewell. Perisparrow's eyes grew even more ferocious. With a sudden glare, he thrust the cane down. But just a few centimeters from the chief's trembling eyes, it stopped abruptly. A bead of cold sweat dripped from Perisparrow's forehead, his eyes nearly bulging out, his trembling hands almost losing grip on the candy cane. Conqueror's hockey. I can't let that slide, Perisparrow. 2 figures appeared on the shore, approaching from afar. One was tall, seductive, and graceful. The other was massive, majestic, and arrogant. Crimson and purple lightning arced from the tall, imposing black-haired man. The overwhelming aura suppressed Perisparrow, Jack, and the others, nearly suffocating them. Who are you? Jack struggled to lift his head, glaring at the approaching figure, his voice a mix of shock and anger. Since you ask so sincerely, I shall graciously tell you. The black-haired man stopped not far from Perisparrow, and Jack, a roguish, wicked smile spreading across his sharp-featured face. Flowered shirt, black leather pants. My name is Teach. Remember it. Whitebeard Pirates. It's the Whitebeard Pirates. We are saved. Gazing at the tall and imposing black-haired man behind them, the villagers burst into cheers. We were saved. Recalling the tip of the staff that had been less than a meter from his brow, the village chief plopped down onto the ground. Phew. The village chief gasped for air like a drowning man just rescued. You bastard. Perisparrow glared in shock and fury at the wild and unruly figure before him, instinctively stepping back. Teach's black cape fluttered in the wind, the Whitebeard tattoo on its back faintly visible. Is that the Whitebeard Pirates emblem? You are from the Whitebeard Pirates. Such a level of conqueror's hockey. Which division commander are you? Perisparrow roared in fury, his face with its ghastly white makeup contorted like a wolf. Jaha. Teach laughed contemptuously, hands in his pockets, a crooked smirk on his lips. Dealing with scum like you doesn't require the intervention of a division commander. Arrogant talk. Jack roared, stomping heavily forward with his massive body, sending layers of dirt flying. Do you think you can take on all of us alone, eh? Oh no, the 2 of you. Ha ha ha. Jack then noticed that behind Teach, a tall blue-haired beauty was staring at Teach's back with an incredulous gaze. As a famous female pirate in the New World and a member of the Whitebeard's affiliated fleet, Jack naturally recognized her. Whitey Bay. Whitebeard sent just you. He must be getting senile. Jack's lips curled, his whole body trembling, every inch of him oozing contempt. However, Whitey Bay had no mind to respond to Jack. At this moment, a violent storm raged within her heart. No one had told her that Teach was this strong. With just the pressure of his conqueror's hockey, he had rendered Perospero completely immobile. And that was Big Mom's eldest son, a pirate with a bounty of 700 million berries. Originally, she thought that when Whitebeard sent this slovenly black-haired man with her, he had completely given up on this island. He was just supposed to follow along, be a sideshow, go through the motions. But now it seemed that the one who was just a sideshow going through the motions was actually herself. Whitey Bay believed that the old man's judgment would not be wrong. Even when facing the high-end combat strength of two Yonko crews, this burly, uninhibited man, before her, could work miracles. Jaha! Teach suddenly burst into laughter, the sound like rolling thunder exploding across the field. Every crease of his laughter seemed to hide malice and venom. His eyes narrowed into slits, yet from them shot a light, as evil and fierce as a wolf's. Do you know? Actually, if you had called us wet behind the ears, that would be nothing. Teach lowered his head and slowly walked 2 steps forward. But you see, your mistake is this. You shouldn't have called the old man a dying ember. With a furious roar from Teach, a flood-like black wave erupted from him, instantly sweeping outward in all directions. In an instant, the surging black wave engulfed Perospero, Jack, and the others. What's happening? What is this? Jack and Perospero were violently sucked into the black wave by a powerful gravitational force. Can't move, and my devil fruit ability is nullified. Jack and Perospero struggled desperately in the black wave, but to no avail. Taste this, you waste of Kaido and Big Mom. With Teach's sinister smile, an even more powerful crushing force burst forth from the black wave. Dark hole. The massive black wave instantly engulfed everything. With a violent explosion, smoke filled the air. Flames shot into the sky. The battlefield, which had been chaotic and noisy moments before, fell into an eerie silence, as dark as night. Only the shocked, ragged breaths of the ice, which Whitey Bay remained. Jaha! A laugh suddenly rang out. Then a low, dark figure slowly emerged from the shadows like a demon crawling out of hell, his laughter proclaiming his madness and wildness amidst the clamor of battle. You shouldn't have called the old man blind and senile. Marine headquarters. Marineford. Bam! A loud crash came from the Fleet Admiral's office. What? Say that again. As his fist slammed heavily onto the desk, Sengoku's furious voice came from inside the door. Why, yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The guard trembled, gripping the report, with shaking hands, his voice quivering. A spy from the Beast's Pirates sent vital intelligence. The Beast's Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have both dispatched pirates with bounties over 100 million to seize a strategic location. Jack the Drought. Who's who? Page 1. Charlotte Perospero. Oven. Cracker. I know all that. Get to the point. Sengoku tapped the desk impatiently. Yes. Since Bingsulin Island is Whitebeard's territory. So Whitebeard also sent people to defend the territory. The guard paused, swallowed, and then continued reading. The Whitebeard Pirates only sent one ordinary pirate. Marshal D. Teach. He alone defeated a total of 6 pirates with bounties over 100 million from 2 Yonko crews. And, reading this, the guard froze, feeling a chill surge into his heart. One-shot kill. This? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. How is this possible? The guard looked at the report in his hand, then raised his head in disbelief towards Sengoku. Is this intelligence really true? Sengoku leaned back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose, and said with a weary expression, of course. The source of this intelligence is absolutely reliable. It's someone I personally arranged. Right now I wish this intelligence was wrong. To be able to one-shot kill 6 pirates with bounties over 100 million. And among them 3 are pirates with bounties close to 1 billion. You must understand, a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion is on a completely different level from one with 100 million. It can be said that under a pirate with 1 billion bounty, 100 million pirate stands no chance. By the same logic, if someone can one-shot 1 billion bounty pirate, that's admiral level strength. Even if not full admiral level, it's certainly infinitely close to admiral. The Whitebeard Pirate's strength has risen another notch. A top-tier combatant can play a decisive role in a pirate crew's operations. Whitebeard, a dying ember, still making trouble. The new world is about to change again. Sengoku gazed solemnly out the window toward the new world, muttering to himself. Oh no, that's bad. Sengoku suddenly stood up, his face extremely agitated as he looked at the guard. The chair he pushed back crashed violently against the office wall. Did you call Borsellino? Tell him to return immediately. The enemy's strength is far greater than estimated. Report Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Kazuru. What about him? Speak up. Seeing the slow guard, Sengoku asked anxiously. Admiral Kazuru mistakenly took the black den mushy used for wiretapping. Can't make contact. We can't reach Admiral Kazuru now. What? Sengoku's eyes went wide. Damn. Borsellino. His face grim, Sengoku clenched his fists in worry. Come. Drink. Bang. The sound of clinking glasses suddenly echoed, followed by joyous and unrestrained chatter. Iceland Island, the village chief's house. We are truly grateful to Lord Teach. Not only did he save us, but he also saved the entire village. I can't believe what would have become of us without Lord Teach. The village chief raised his glass with one hand while the other hand wiped away the tears of overwhelming emotion. Zihaha. If you want to thank someone, thank Pops. Teach grabbed a chicken leg from the table, took a hearty bite, and said with a grin, "Everyone, let's toast to Lord Whitebeard and Lord Teach. Thank you, Lord Whitebeard and Lord Teach, for saving our lives." Ho! Cheers! Cheers resounded endlessly, glasses brimming with beer clashed together, sending foam splashing. The joy of surviving a disaster was written on every villager's face. Huh, Whitey Bay, why aren't you eating? Teach asked, curiously looking at the plate before Whitey Bay that had only a few bites taken from it. I'm not hungry. Hearing Teach suddenly speak to her, Whitey Bay jolted. During the battle, the villagers were too far away to see clearly, but she had witnessed everything. The bloodthirsty, brutal methods, and that sinister smile, like a demon laughing in hell. Whitey Bay wished she could curl up, wished she could eat a transparent fruit right then and hide herself. She feared that Teach might in a bad mood kill her too. Zihaha. Since you're not eating, don't blame me for being rude. Teach suddenly flashed a wicked smile at Whitey Bay, then extended his right hand and slowly reached toward her. This is it. I'm done for. I should have been more careful with my words. Whitey Bay's beautiful eyes trembled as she watched Teach's hand approaching her forehead. She thought she had offended him and was about to be slaughtered. Terrified, Whitey Bay squeezed her eyes shut. Yet the anticipated pain never came. She cautiously opened her eyes a slit. She saw Teach bypass her chest, pick up the plate of food in front of her, still bearing a few cute bite marks, and devour it in one gulp. Phew. Scared me to death. Thought I was going to die. Whitey Bay, still shaken, gently patted her heaving chest each breath, causing a dramatic rise and fall that drew attention. Wait. Whitey Bay suddenly widened her eyes, staring at the empty plate in Teach's hand. She had just bitten that food. Taking it would mean indirect. At that thought, Whitey Bay's fair and delicate cheeks flushed slightly. But at that moment, Teach was frantically attacking the food, completely oblivious to the scene beside him. Hungry. As his strength grew, his body required more and more energy. The excessive consumption often left Teach in a perpetual state of starvation. Though the food before him couldn't compare to half of what Thatch cooked, it was at least enough to fill his stomach. Tasteless, yet he couldn't afford to waste it. And he was still hungry. Moreover, after the pirate attack, this was the best hospitality the villagers could offer. Thinking of this, Teach's heart stirred slightly. These people are so kind. I'll talk to Pops later and get him to send some berries to support this village. By the way, Lord Teach. The village chief's voice interrupted Teach's thoughts. What is it? Teach looked up at the village chief, who had cautiously called out to him, but his hand never stopped shoveling food into his mouth. Why didn't you kill those pirates just now and instead let them go? The village chief paused, then asked hesitantly. Oh, you mean that? Teach swallowed the chicken leg in his hand, then picked up a handkerchief beside him and wiped the grease from his lips. Actually, they weren't wrong. The Whitebeard Pirates can't afford too much trouble anymore. Huh? What? The village chief blinked in confusion. They didn't exaggerate Pop's condition. The truth might be even worse. Teach looked the village chief in the eye, his expression serious and his tone grave. Lord Whitebeard, he. Actually, the real reason Teach let them go was that he couldn't beat them. After all, that was a Yonko crew with the 3 calamities and the 3 sweet commanders. The only reason Teach could drive them back was his Yami-Yami Nomi's ability to nullify devil fruit powers. After the dark tide swept over them, Teach directly manipulated the darkness to wash the 6 pirates into the sea. Jack and Perispero mistakenly thought Teach was incredibly strong, and being soaked in seawater left them powerless, so they retreated in disgrace. If he had to face all 6 of them head-on, even if Teach could win, it would be extremely difficult. But what could he do? They didn't understand the Yami-Yami Nomi's abilities. Sometimes intelligence is also part of one's strength. Zehaha. It's not that serious. Teach suddenly burst into laughter, slapping the frail back of the village chief. If we don't fight, Pops can still live for another 10-odd years. You scared me. The village chief, hearing this, finally let out a long sigh of relief. So the Whitebeard Pirates are definitely not pushovers that anyone can mess with. Whoever dares to attack will be punished, no matter how far. Teach. Watching Teach's imposing aura emanating from within and his sharp, resolute profile, Whitey Bay's beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration. Bravo. The village chief and the villagers clapped wildly, cheering in unison. Well said, Lord Teach. You've got me all fired up. As expected of a lord from the Whitebeard Pirates. Indeed, the Whitebeard Pirates are full of hidden talents. Of course. Just look at. The village chief's voice grew softer, and the joyful smile on his face gradually froze. The villagers' applause also faded, their raised hands frozen in midair. For no other reason than this was an extremely lazy and drawling voice. One they had never heard before. Someone else had sneaked in. As a powerful pirate, Whitey Bay's perception was far stronger than that of the ordinary villagers. The moment the voice sounded, she located its source. But when she followed the direction of the voice, her still slightly flushed face full of smiles, instantly turned pale with terror, her ice blue eyes wide as saucers. What the hell did she see? There, sitting cross-legged among the crowd, was a man in a yellow and white suit, with short, naturally curly black hair. His tall, slender figure and crossed long legs were like bamboo poles. He wore a pair of yellow sunglasses, a deeply wrinkled face bearing a lecherous grin, and he was peeling a banana he had swiped from the table in front of him. Gulp. Whitey swallowed nervously, her voice trembling. Is the heavens trying to destroy me? Eh? Who are you? Kizaru. A Marine. Admiral. Yo. How's everyone doing? Kizaru peeled his banana and looked up to greet the village chief and the others. Seeing the Marine Admiral sitting cross-legged among them, as if nothing was wrong, all the villagers showed expressions of terror. The white Marine coat with the word justice fluttered behind him in the wind, symbolizing his status as a Marine Admiral. Yo, mind if I sit here? Young man. Kizaru took a bite of his banana and casually asked the Teach beside him. Zihaha. Hearing the annoyingly familiar voice beside him, Teach seemed completely unsurprised. He lowered his head, tore a chunk of chicken leg, and chewed loudly. Of course not. Rather, I should say, welcome. Borsalino. Looking at the Kizaru beside him, Teach curled his lips into a smile like a cunning venomous snake. It's Huang Yuan. The Marine Admiral is here. What shall we do? Should we run away? Seeing the lanky yellow figure seated calmly beside the crowd, all the villagers turned pale with terror, not daring to breathe a single breath. As a pirate, Whitebeard could feel the pressure even more acutely than the ordinary villagers, a presence forged from the blood of countless pirates and her own immense strength. Just the sight of Huang Yuan casually munching on a banana plunged Whitebeard into an abyss, unable to take a single breath. Hey! Huang Yuan! At Teach's soft shout, an invisible aura instantly expanded, enveloping Whitebeard and the others. Huff huff. Feeling the pressure around her instantly diminish, Whitebeard's pale face finally regained a trace of rosiness as she gasped for fresh air. You just arrived, and already you're playing tricks on my crew. Isn't that a bit dishonorable for a Marine Admiral? Jiahaha. Teach turned to look at Huang Yuan, grinning slyly. Era found me out. Huang Yuan seemed troubled as he rubbed his head. Whitebeard, take the villagers and find a safe place to hide first. Teach said softly, his gaze flickering with cunning, never leaving Huang Yuan fixed intently. Okay. Whitebeard paused in surprise, then let out a long breath and quickly urged the village chief to organize the villagers to leave this hellish place. I'm leaving it to you, Lord Teach. I'm out of here. Quick, go, run. Soon the once lively bonfire gathering was left with only the two tall figures of Teach and Huang Yuan sitting side by side, and between them the faintly burning bonfire. As if sensing the oppressive atmosphere, its flames flickered like a candle in the wind, occasionally daring to leap up a tiny spark to show it was still alive, then immediately shrinking back into a huddle. Yo, what's going on? I'm a Marine, yet the villagers are so scared of me. How sad. Huang Yuan seemed dejected, swallowing the half banana in his hand and reaching for the next one. Jiaha. You know exactly what kind of people you Marines are. Teach laughed, swallowing the chicken leg in his hand, and then spat out a bone stick cleaner than a dog's chew. What kind of righteous soldier eats bananas without paying the villagers? If you could take not even a single thread from the people, why would the villagers fear you Marines? How ridiculous. Hearing this, Huang Yuan's hand, which was about to touch the yellow tender banana on the plate, suddenly froze, neither descending nor withdrawing, and his expression instantly became extremely colorful. Yo, so you paid them. Huang Yuan's hand, frozen for a long moment, finally fell, unable to resist the temptation of the fresh, delicate banana. Why should I? Teach shot Huang Yuan a look as if he were an idiot, then casually grabbed a delicious chicken leg from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Then why are you blaming me? Huang Yuan raised an eyebrow at Teach. Jiaha. I'm a pirate. Hearing Huang Yuan's question, Teach suddenly burst into laughter. Have you ever seen a pirate follow rules? That's something for you Marines to worry about, little dummy. Hearing Teach's answer, Huang Yuan felt a lump in his throat, his face turning green and white like a colorful holiday light. You little brat, sharp-tongued. For some reason I really dislike you. Jiaha. What a coincidence. Me too. Teach curled his lips into a demonic arc. Ignoring Teach's twisted smile, Huang Yuan took a bite of his banana and asked, Hey, Whitebeard's brat. I heard from my old man that Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard's crews all came to this island at the same time. Are you plotting something? As he spoke, Huang Yuan pointed at the black cloak behind Teach, emblazoned with the Whitebeard Pirates emblem, and continued. Yeah, Whitebeard's brat. You must know something, right? Teach casually wiped his mouth, completely unbothered by the faintly glimmering light in Huang Yuan's raised index finger. Jia. Of course I know. But why should I tell you? A Marine who eats bananas without paying. Huang Yuan was choked by these words, almost losing the light in his hand. Old Huang has lived over 50 years. When had he ever seen such a character? You little brat. Not even a Whitebeard commander, yet so arrogant. Are you extremely confident in your strength? Or just blindly arrogant? How terrifying. Hearing Huang Yuan's hypocritical classic lines, Teach was slightly taken aback. He had only heard it in the anime before. Now hearing it in person, it was indeed so annoying and punchable. I heard that Marine Admiral Huang Yuan often slacks off, avoiding battle whenever possible. I thought maybe we could have a peaceful chat under that ambiguous justice of yours. But it seems not. Teach shook his head with a regretful expression. How about that? I don't want to either, actually. Huang Yuan scratched his black curly hair, speaking somewhat troubled. But the old man offered too much this time. So Whitebeard's little brother. Huang Yuan raised his index finger, which was gathering laser light, slowly aiming at Teach's head, radiating scorching heat that burned the surrounding air. Are you going to talk? Or not? Character panel opened. Marine Admiral Huang Yuan Borsalino. Constitution 81. Strength 78. Speed 85. Hockey 76. Devil Fruit ability Glint Fruit development level 83. Overall assessment upholds the ambiguous justice, a true Marine Admiral. It's hard to tell what's on his mind, though his punchable face always wears an expression like, how terrifying, if the pay is right. As expected of Huang Yuan, the development level and speed of his Devil Fruit ability are terrifyingly strong, almost infinitely close to that of Old Man Whitebeard. But his hockey is pitifully low. No wonder Zephyr honestly said, you rely too much on the Glint Fruit Borsalino. Jiahaha. As expected of a Marine Admiral, your strength is truly terrifying. Do I really have to fight someone like you? Though Teach spoke of terrifying strength, there was no fear in his smile. Well, little brother, I don't like fighting either. If we can settle this peacefully, I'd like to slack off too. Then let's have a good fight. Borsalino. In Whitebeard's dictionary, there is no surrender. As soon as Teach's voice fell, a dazzling golden beam of light flashed before his eyes. The intense heat seared Teach's face painfully. The chicken leg he was about to put into his mouth was instantly burned to ashes. Teach stared at the ashes in his hand for 2 seconds, then his brows arched slightly, and his lips gradually curled up, almost stretching to his ears. Jia. The raised smile was wild and sinister like a demon's grin, sending chills down one's spine. Wasting food is not right. Borsalino. What is that? Suddenly, a blinding light burst from afar, forcing the villagers to shut their eyes tightly. Bang. Immediately, a thunderous roar followed, and a violent storm swept through, stinging the villagers' faces. Dicky, watching the distant explosion, Whitey Bay's beautiful face couldn't help but show a trace of worry. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? A sly, obscene voice suddenly sounded from beside Dicky's ear. Then a fierce whip leg accompanied by a blazing glow hurtled toward Dicky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Moi. However, the anticipated sensation did not come. Yellow Monkey rubbed his chin with one hand and tilted his head to look down at his own feet. To his surprise, a hand shrouded in black mist firmly caught his whip leg. What about you, Yellow Monkey? The owner of the hand looked at him with amusement, a sly grin spreading across his face. Can you escape from a black hole? Habitually ignoring the system's cold mechanical female voices teasing. This was Dicky's current ability panel. After annihilating 6 pirates with bounties over 100 million coupled with relentless training during this period, Dicky's strength was growing at a terrifying pace. However, compared to Yellow Monkey, he was still far behind. But then Dicky didn't have to defeat Yellow Monkey. Hee. Will the old man come too? It seems the old man must have learned through some information that Yellow Monkey came here, so he came to support. Stall until the old man arrives. Easy. After all, Dicky has the dark fruit that counters Logia types. Moreover, with Conqueror's hockey infusion, he can put up a fight against Yellow Monkey, who is not proficient in hockey. The most crucial thing. The new skill he acquired during the recent battle against Parasparrow and Jack. Yo. Young man, you're distracted in a fight with me. Are you looking down on me that much? Yellow Monkey's wrinkled lips curled into a strangely shaped smile, then he instantly transformed into particles of light ready to launch his next attack. I've been serious all along, Old Man Yellow. Dicky grinned, then spread his 5 fingers. As black mist swirled, a powerful attraction instantly seized Yellow Monkey, who had just turned into light particles in his hand. Yo Nanny. Feeling the powerful force on his shoulder and the inexplicable disappearance of his Devil Fruit ability, Yellow Monkey's face showed a hint of astonishment. Who knows that every grain on the plate comes from hard toil? Dicky gripped Yellow Monkey's shoulder with one hand, while raising the other hand into a fist shrouded in black mist and dark armament hockey. Imposing. How dare you burn the chicken leg? Don't waste the food that the farmers have painstakingly sown. Dicky roared, then slammed his iron fist fiercely into Yellow Monkey's lecherous face. A powerful blast wave burst out instantly. Even the air trembled violently. Old man, something terrible. On the Moby Dick, the crew who were having lunch suddenly heard a frantic shout. What's the matter? So flustered. Whitebeard, who was eating, looked up at the newcomer. Something's wrong, old man. Vista quickly handed the crumpled intelligence report to the old man. On the Moby Dick, even during lunch a commander would take turns on watch to prevent enemy attacks, natural disasters, and other accidents. And today it happened to be Vista's turn. Vista, who was on watch, planned to close his eyes and take a short nap. But then he suddenly saw on the fax machine in front of him an intelligence report transmitted from the waters near Bingsalin Island. Instantly Vista's eyes widened, and he could no longer sit still. He scrambled up from the deck and rushed straight toward the old man. Gururara. After reading the report in his hand, Whitebeard suddenly grinned. What's wrong, old man? Marco put down his utensils, walked to Whitebeard's side, and curiously peeked. Our affiliated pirate group, while patrolling the waters at the entrance of the New World, spotted a golden light flashing across the sky. Vista said to Marco with a grave expression. According to them, the direction of that light was precisely Bingsalin Island. What a... Marco's pupils contracted sharply. Ace, Thatch, Jozu, and the other commanders all stood up in surprise. Light? What light? Why is everyone so tense? The younger pirates who had recently joined the Whitebeard Pirates didn't know what the golden light represented, their faces full of confusion. Golden light? Could it be a... Jozu was so startled that the plate in his hand fell to the ground. On this sea there was only one person who could travel through the sky with golden light. A Navy admiral. Yellow Monkey. Wait. Bingsalin Island. Isn't that... Ace's eyes widened, his mouth stuffed full of food. Not good. Dickie is in danger. Thatch slammed the table hard and said frantically. Yes, old man. What should we do? All the commanders were panicked, looking at the old man, waiting for Whitebeard to make a decision. That flashy brat. Whitebeard muttered, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his aged but bright eyes. Back when Roger and Shiki ruled the seas, he was still a vice admiral. Wahaha. Vista. Marco, come with me. Let's go see the current strength of that flashy brat. Saying this, Whitebeard put down the intelligence paper, slowly stood up, his tall and mighty figure blotting out the sky like a mountain. Then, Whitebeard pulled up the Naginata standing beside him and slammed it hard onto the ground. A majestic aura instantly swept around. Bring my son back. Whitebeard grinned, his kingly aura burning fiercely. Above the Grand Line, 10,000 meters high, the clouds like 10,000-meter mountains stretched into one mass oppressively like a surging tsunami. In the clouds, a massive shadow could be faintly seen hidden behind the clouds. It was an aerial warship several kilometers in size. Dense oars were embedded at the bottom of the ship, each swing of the hundreds of oars stirring up enough wind to blow away a building. On such a steel-flying ship, a man draped in a yellow coat was twisting his body strangely on the deck. This man's pant legs were empty, replaced by two cold, gleaming blades. His hairstyle was extremely bizarre. On closer look, a ship's helm was embedded in his head. Such a person, pieced together like a broken doll, was actually doing a very gentle calisthenics. Captain, a figure suddenly appeared beside the man, bowing his head. What's up? The man didn't stop his movements, continuing to twist his strange body to the music. According to reports from the aerial soldiers, Navy Admiral Yellow Monkey has left Navy headquarters and headed to the New World. The figure replied in a deep voice. Oh. The man raised an eyebrow, stopped his movements, and turned to look at the figure. Red Dog and Blue Pheasant, those two brats are not around, and Garp is in the East Blue. That means at Navy headquarters the only one who can fight is Sengoku. Ha ha ha. The man suddenly burst into wild laughter, a sinister smile spreading across his wrinkled face. Heaven helps me. It's time to take a little revenge on the Navy first. Damn you, Sengoku. Dickie. Whitebeard, worried about Dickie, carefully returned to the battlefield after settling the villagers. However, as Whitebeard climbed over a hill and reached the battlefield where Huang Yuan and Dickie were fighting, she was instantly stunned, speechless by the scene before her, her ice blue eyes wide with disbelief. The once towering mountain peak had been leveled to the ground. Not only that, but numerous deep craters dotted the terrain like pits in a sponge. Residual light particles and black mist lingered in every corner of the battlefield, eerie and mysterious. Gazing at the ravaged battlefield, Whitebeard felt as if she were alternately in a warm, gentle paradise and a cold, sinister hell. Where is Dickie? Whitebeard quickly snapped back to reality and searched for Dickie on the battlefield. Soon she found Dickie and Huang Yuan at the foot of the last remaining mountain peak, which stubbornly stood in the distance. Huang Yuan, clad in a white marine cloak, bore not a single scratch, not even a wrinkle, as pristine as if freshly laundered. Dickie, on the other hand, was half leaning against the fractured mountain, breathing heavily. His black coat had long vanished, and his floral shirt was torn open, revealing a scarred chest, now covered in bloodstains. His once neatly slicked back black hair now puffed out in disarray. At that moment, golden sunlight cascaded over Huang Yuan, making him gleam like a celestial deity. Dickie, however, was enveloped in the shadow of the mountain, shrouded in thick black mist, resembling a demonic lord from the underworld. Yo, little guy, you're quite tenacious. Pirates these days are truly terrifying, Huang Yuan said, hands in his pockets, his wrinkled mouth forming an exaggerated O shape as he feigned fear. Huff, huff. as expected of a Marine Admiral. Dicky panted heavily, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he grinned at Huang Yuan, eating bananas without paying and still being this formidable. Indeed, shamelessness is the true essence of becoming stronger. Tisk tisk, sharp-tongued, Brad, I'm starting to dislike you more and more, Huang Yuan said, picking his ear and pouting. Jiaha! What a coincidence. Same here. Marine and pirate. Light and darkness. Two beings destined to oppose each other. No negotiation, only a fight to the death. If that's the case, then let me send you to your death, little guy. I need to go back and report to the old man. Huang Yuan slowly walked step by step toward Dicky, who was leaning against the mountain. Jiaha! Dicky forced himself to stand, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How could it end like this? Skill-activated blood rage. With a furious roar in his mind to the system, a crimson mist erupted from Dicky's entire body, forming strands of scarlet ribbons that swirled around him. This eerie change made Huang Yuan pause momentarily, halting his steps. The sinister red hue completely enveloped Dicky, and the aura he exuded made Huang Yuan feel nothing but malevolence and strangeness. Yo, what's this? Huang Yuan narrowed his eyes, a rare sight. Secret technique, blood rage. This was the active skill Dicky had earned from the system after defeating Parasparrow and Jack. It was also the source of Dicky's confidence in facing a Marine Admiral. Skill description: first-degree blood rage consumes 10 milliliters of blood per second, granting a 10 boost to all attributes. Special note: estimate your total blood volume beforehand to avoid excessive blood loss causing death. When an adult loses 20 of their total blood volume, about 800 milliliters, they may experience shock, risking their life. In other words, activating blood rage for 80 consecutive seconds would put a normal person in mortal danger. However, for the people of the One Piece world with their exceptional physical constitutions and denser blood, a bit of blood loss was nothing to fear. This was Dicky's confidence. With the rapid depletion of his blood, Dicky felt a sudden dizziness, a wave of weakness surging through him, making his steps unsteady and causing him to stagger. Yet the next second, a surge of immense power erupted from within him, boundless and relentless. This power. Panel updated. Marshall D. Teach Constitution 78, Strength 80, Speed 69, Hockey 75, A Devil Fruit Ability 13, Yami-Yami, Nomi Development Level 44. Such a stat panel was only slightly inferior to Huang Yuan's. Dicky knew that the blood he had lost during the battle with Huang Yuan meant that with his current blood volume, he could maintain blood rage for no more than 60 seconds. Moreover, once blood rage was deactivated, extreme weakness would await him. But for Dicky, 60 seconds were enough. A powerful aura accompanied by crimson bloodlines and scarlet lightning burst forth from Dicky, surging straight toward Huang Yuan. See, this power. Feeling the force erupting from Dicky, Huang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Yo, this is truly something else. A bead of cold sweat dripped down Huang Yuan's forehead. Dicky's figure vanished from where he stood. The next second, a fist wrapped in black-red lightning grew larger in Huang Yuan's eyes. Bang! With a muffled sound, Huang Yuan's entire face was smashed inward by Dicky's punch. Dicky. He can actually injure a Marine Admiral. Above the mountain crater, Whitebeard, who had been secretly observing from behind the ruins of a building, covered her mouth in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. However, a Marine Admiral was still a Marine Admiral, honed through decades of battling all kinds of pirates. The moment he was sent flying, Huang Yuan turned into light particles and teleported several meters away before Dicky could react. Truly terrifying, Huang Yuan patted his chest in a lingering fright, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rubbed his somewhat dented face. You actually managed to hurt me. But little guy, this state of yours probably won't last long. As a Marine Admiral, Huang Yuan could clearly sense the life force rapidly draining from Dicky. If he kept retreating and stalling, Dicky's strange enhancement would naturally collapse on its own. However, Dicky had no intention of letting him have his way. Just as Huang Yuan was about to lift his foot and transform into a light wave, Dicky suddenly spread his 5 fingers, and a thick black mist immediately enveloped Huang Yuan. Oh, this is a problem. Looking down at the black mist at his feet, and feeling his devil fruit power vanish, Huang Yuan blinked in dismay. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell over Huang Yuan. He looked up along the shadow, and his pupils contracted sharply. What is this? Before him, Dicky raised one hand high above which a black spiral sphere shrouded in rolling black mist had formed. A sphere as vast as a mountain obscuring half the island. Gazing at the endless darkness before him, Huang Yuan stood dumbfounded for 2 seconds. Oh, that old man had better pay me more. The next second, the black spiral sphere hurtled toward Huang Yuan, instantly obliterating everything it touched. Boom. Cataclysmic destruction. Cough. What is this black smoke? It seems to be Captain Teach's technique. Is Captain Teach all right? Black smoke engulfed the entire island of Iceland, choking even the villagers hiding far away, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. Fortunately, their hiding place was far from the epicenter of the battle, and the black mist had lost most of its attacking power by the time it drifted there, otherwise they would surely have been torn apart by the immense gravitational force. Teach, trapped in the black mist closest to the battlefield, Whitey activated her haki at full power to resist the pull of the dark fruit. Are you alright, Teach? The thick black fog obscured Whitey's vision, and in the vast darkness, she felt a deep chill and fear. Teach, answer me. I can't see a damn thing. I'm so scared. At that moment, Teach, not far away, could hear Whitey's distant trembling shouts, but he had no strength left to respond. When the blood mist around him dissipated, a wave of intense pain and weakness surged through his body, causing Teach to collapse instantly to the ground, unable to move even an inch. Hiss. Teach lay sprawled on the ground like a starfish, gasping in pain. I didn't expect the side effects to be this severe. Now I can't move at all. Your glint fruit must have awakened to be able to break free instantly from such an attack. Teach smiled bitterly and turned his head with difficulty to look at the black mist beside him. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of crisp footsteps drew closer, and then a tall, slender yellow figure stepped out of the black mist. Yo, who knows? Yellow Monkey yawned, straightened the marine cloak behind him, and replied casually. But you really surprised me. To think that Whitebeard had someone like you under his command. How terrifying, said Yellow Monkey, a look of lingering fear on his face. If the old man had known about you earlier, Yellow Monkey raised his right index finger, pointing it at Teach's head. He definitely wouldn't have been able to sleep well. Teach tried to sit up, but failed. He could barely even lift a finger now. Jahahaha. Are you going to kill me now, Borisolino? Teach grinned as he watched the increasingly dazzling light gathering on Yellow Monkey's finger. Can't be helped, yo. Who knows what strange ability you might come up with next. I'm looking forward to my bonus back at headquarters, yo. Yellow Monkey drawled lazily, but his hand moved swiftly, the laser condensing faster and faster, its piercing sound like a death knell. Goodbye, kid from Whitebeard's crew, said Yellow Monkey in a cheerful tone, as if he could already imagine collecting the rich bounty from Sengoku. Hey, that's too much. Borisolino, at least we're brothers who've shared a meal together. Give me a chance to say my last words. You bastard. Seeing the glaring laser so hot, even from a distance, Teach rolled on the ground, his beard bristling with anger. How troublesome, kid. Fine, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you say one thing. Just one, yo. Yellow Monkey shrugged helplessly and scratched his ear with his other hand. Perhaps because he was truly in a good mood, thinking of the bonus he would receive, or perhaps because he felt Teach could no longer cause any trouble, Yellow Monkey didn't refuse Teach's request. What I'm about to tell you, you must not be scared. Teach raised one index finger with difficulty, pressed it to his lips, and his expression turned extremely serious. Yo, we Marines are professionally trained, we don't usually laugh. Unless we can't help it. Yellow Monkey let out a snort at Teach's earnest look. Jahahaha. Teach grinned sinisterly, letting out a low laugh. What I'm about to say is, your father is here. Before Yellow Monkey could even form a question mark in his mind, a towering figure half a head taller than Yellow Monkey suddenly stepped out of the black mist right in front of him. White crescent-shaped mustache. The massive naginata slung across his back. Naked, muscular, and robust. The white glow gathered in his fist, radiating the power to shatter the world, scraping painfully against Yellow Monkey's face. Every detail marked the identity of the newcomer. The strongest man in the world, the monster among monsters, the living legend, Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Yellow Monkey's eyes widened, and his ever-calm face finally showed a look of terror. Gurura. Whitebeard revealed an angry smile beneath his crescent mustache, his right fist wrapped in a shockwave capable of summoning a giant tsunami drawn back to his left shoulder. His entire arm was braced across his chest, and with a tremor of muscles the arm instantly swelled like a massive twisted tree root. Just the aura it exuded was enough to drive one to despair. Flash brat, what do you think you're doing to my son? Whitebeard roared. Then he threw a punch, sending a massive gust of wind sweeping away the rubble and dirt around him. Under normal circumstances, with his speed, Yellow Monkey could have dodged Whitebeard's charged attack. However, he couldn't account for the sneak at his feet. Though Teach was lying on the ground, his right hand was stretched out straight with fingers spread wide toward Yellow Monkey. Black smoke spread from his hand, forming a spiral, and Yellow Monkey's body was pulled by a faint but undeniable gravitational force, preventing him from turning into light particles to dodge. That sneak. Yellow Monkey's mouth formed an exaggerated O shape, his eyes wide as they reflected the terrifying arm approaching. Yo, this is really the end. Boom. The air was instantly shattered, cracks spreading like broken glass. The massive shockwave destroyed the surrounding mountains in an instant. Overwhelming. Cataclysmic. Oh. When will Dad come back? I want to fight too. On the Moby Dick, a black-haired man wearing an orange cowboy hat poked the deck with a branch out of boredom. Creak. The door to the cabin behind Ace suddenly opened and a tall man with an exaggerated pompadour walked out, slowly carrying a tray. Take it easy, Ace. If Dad goes, he'll be back soon. Oh, Thatch. Is that cherry pie? Ace turned around, and upon seeing the visitor, more precisely the food on the tray, his eyes lit up instantly. Haha, slow down, Ace. Watching Ace, who had already snatched the entire plate of cherry pie and stuffed his cheeks like a squirrel, Thatch smiled gently. Delicious. Hey Thatch, aren't you worried about Teach? He's your subordinate after all. Ace chewed the cherry pie and looked at Thatch with concern. You know his opponent is a Marine Admiral. Hearing this, Thatch walked up slowly and pressed down on Ace's hat, the wide brim obscuring Ace's vision. Hey, Thatch, what are you doing? Ace waved his hands in protest. Ha ha ha. Thatch chuckled lightly at Ace. I trust him. I believe in Teach's strength. He'll definitely hold on until Dad arrives. Thatch pulled Ace up from the ground and helped him dust off his clothes. Instead of worrying here, why don't you come help me make some cherry pies? When Dad and Teach return, we'll welcome them with a feast. At the mention of cherry pie, Ace's eyes lit up again. Oh, definitely. Please let me help. Ace bowed deeply, hands clasped together. Haha, don't sneak a bite, Ace. Thatch shook his head with a helpless smile. Just as Thatch was about to drag Ace to the kitchen, a violent tremor suddenly came from behind them. Bad news. Bad news. Jozu came running toward them, his massive body moving with heavy steps. Slow down, Jozu. You'll break the ship. Ace quickly turned into flames and flew into the air, tapping Jozu on the head. Sorry, Jozu is clumsy. Jozu smiled, sheepishly rubbed his head, then suddenly remembered why he had come, his expression turning panicked. You need to see this, Jozu said, handing over the intelligence report. Ace and Thatch looked at the contents of the report, and their eyes widened simultaneously. What a... Shiki, the golden lion attacking, impelled down. Where's this? Teach gently opened his eyes, and the first thing that greeted him was an unfamiliar ceiling. How many times have I collapsed from battle? I'm so done. Teach raised his hand to rub his head, then slowly sat up. However, a violent sense of weakness and pain shot through his entire body like an electric current. Holy crap. This hurts like hell. The simple action of shifting from lying flat to half-sitting felt like 1,000 knives scraping his bones, every muscle seemingly torn apart. Hiss. Teach cursed and groaned continuously, inhaling sharply from the pain. If I didn't know you were in there, I'd think someone was slurping noodles. The door swung open, and a pineapple head barged into Teach's sight. After recognizing who had entered, Teach's eyes grew brighter. Little Marco. Great, you're here too. Hurry, I'm dying of pain. You're the ship's doctor and a phoenix fruit user. You must have a way to ease my pain. Teach grinned through clenched teeth, looking at Marco with hopeful eyes. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help either, Marco sighed, rubbing his hair helplessly. By the time me and Pops got there, your blood loss had already exceeded the human body's limit. A normal heart would have stopped beating from insufficient blood supply long ago, but yours kept beating normally. I don't know how, but it gave me a chance to save you from the brink of death. But there's no way to ease the pain. Your body has too high a resistance to anesthetics and painkillers. You'll just have to tough it out. Upon hearing Marco's explanation, Teach couldn't help but widen his eyes. Little Marco, think of something. The side effect of the Yami-Yami no Mi is double the pain. Clenching his teeth in agony, Teach rolled off the bed, took a step, and knelt before Marco, hugging his thigh tightly. Save me, little Marco. Marco, horrified, used both hands to forcibly pry Teach's snot-covered face away from his freshly cleaned pants. My new pants. Get away from me, No. From the hospital room came the sounds of playful scuffling and clattering. Suddenly the door swung open again, and a mustached man with 2 swords stormed in angrily. You two, stop fooling around. The ship is falling apart. A vessel resembling the Moby Dick sailed swiftly across the sea. However, compared to the Moby Dick, the ship was several times smaller. It was precisely this compactness that made it dart through the sea like an agile dolphin. Gurura, how's your rest, Teach? A man as massive as a mountain laughed heartily from the main seat on the deck. Pops, I'm almost recovered. Teach looked at the aging yet still robust Whitebeard and answered seriously. Thanks for coming to save me, Pops. Otherwise I might have really fallen into Kizaru's hands. Teach said with a hint of lingering fear. Whitebeard laughed again at that, then slapped Teach's bandaged back, making him wince in pain. Gururara, you're my son. No one can hurt my son. Pops. Watching the laughing Whitebeard beside him, Teach felt a slight stir in his heart. Teach. Suddenly a soft cry came from behind. Whitey Bay, you're fine too. Teach turned to the tall woman behind him and greeted her softly. Of course, what could happen to me? Damn, I almost got scared to death. It was Vista who found me in the pitch black. It was all black. Couldn't see a thing. Why make it so dark? Whitey Bay wore a confident smile on the surface, but inside she had already cursed Teach's ancestors thoroughly. Teach glanced at Whitey Bay, then at Vista and Marco beside him, and asked, so what's the situation now? And this ship? Marco stepped forward, approached the mast, and gently touched it. This was our first ship back then. A dozen commanders crowded onto this little boat. Packed like sardines, ha. Marco recalled a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Ha yeah. Back then, everyone followed Pops, and didn't care about their living conditions. This little ship was once called the Moby Dick too. Vista also smiled, lost in memories. Later, after we got the current Moby Dick, this little ship was converted into a support vessel. Since the Moby Dick is too huge and slow, this ship is used to provide support in situations like this. I see. Teach subconsciously touched the railing and nodded. When we arrived at the battlefield, Pops had already clashed with Kizaru. Unfortunately, Kizaru got away in the end, Marco said with a hint of regret. But he escaped with a load of injuries, ha. Vista laughed beside him. Your condition was really bad at the time. To prevent things from worsening, Pops decided to rest for 2 days before heading back. You were really terrifying back then, covered in blood, Vista said with lingering fear. Luckily you're okay, or Pops would have lost a powerful combatant, Vista said, patting Teach on the shoulder, which made Teach wince again. Hiss, grrrr. Speaking of which, Kizaru's deployment caused quite a lot of damage to the Marines. Whitebeard suddenly interjected with a laugh. Huh, what do you mean? Teach looked at Whitebeard, puzzled. Wasn't it just that Kizaru got injured and fled? How could that cause losses to the Marines? Take a look at this, and you'll understand. Whitebeard handed a newspaper to Teach. Teach took the newspaper with confusion, but when he saw the headline his eyes went wide. Golden Lion Shiki attacked Impel Down. And succeeded. Multiple pirates escaped from the infinite hell. Burnedy World Douglas Bullet of Valo Pizarro. Former Impel Down head jailer Shiryu of the Rain defected. What the hell was all this? The massive influx of information overloaded Teach's mind. Why was Shiki plotting to attack Impel Down instead of destroying the East Blue? And he actually succeeded. So many terrifying pirates had escaped, even his former subordinate Shiryu had defected. Could it be? Because Kizaru wasn't there. Because Kizaru came to the New World, leaving the Marine headquarters with a gap in high-end combat power. Is this the butterfly effect caused by my arrival? Teach lowered his head deep in thought. Marine Fort. Marine headquarters. The Fleet Admiral's office. Looking at Kizaru, who was wrapped in layers of bandages, Sengoku sighed with a hint of guilt. Sorry, Borsalino. You just fought Whitebeard in the New World, and now I have to call you back to fight Golden Lion. On the sofa, Kizaru raised his bandaged left hand to scratch his messy hair and yawned. If you could stop calling me back and let me rest more, that would be the best apology. Hearing this, Sengoku felt even more guilty. I've already recalled Kazan and Sakazuki. They're capturing the prisoners who escaped thanks to that bastard Shiki. We need to do damage control. We can't let them run rampant on the seas again. The more Sengoku spoke, the angrier he got, slamming his fist on the table, startling the Goat brothers beside him. Hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru tilted his head in confusion. In that case, why did you call me here? Sengoku didn't answer, but instead pulled a photo from under his desk and slapped it on the table. The pirates from Impel Down need to be captured, but the pirates in the New World cannot be ignored either. Kizaru followed Sengoku's hand to look at the photo pressed on the desk. In the photo, a man with messy black hair grinned, both evil and chilling. Marshal D. Teach. He joined the Whitebeard Pirates at age 12, a veteran-level figure. He's always kept a low profile. But this time, he instantly killed 6 pirates with bounties over 100 million from 2 Yonko crews. His strength is infinitely close to an admiral, and he even has a technique that can instantly boost his power. That Newgate kept such a dangerous guy hidden for so long. Who knows what he's plotting? Sengoku stared at the evil smile in the photo, his expression serious. Borsalino, you fought him. What do you think his bounty should be? Oh, this young man, Kizaru stroked his chin, dragging out his words. How terrifying. Since he's a subordinate of Whitebeard, considering his traits and devil fruit ability, why not call him Blackbeard? As for the bounty. What a sudden shout echoed from the Moby Dick. Blackbeard Teach. The bounty. 10,000. I didn't count wrong. A long-haired man in a female kimono stood in shock, clutching a newspaper. On the paper, a man with disheveled black hair grinned, wickedly, black mist swirling around him. It's correct, Izu. Teach's bounty is. Blamank and Rikuyo exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide as grapes. 1,110,000,000. Everyone on the Moby Dick was stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. Teach, who had hidden among the crowd for over 2 decades, was actually this powerful. Yet the very Teach they marveled at was now like a child fighting over a cherry pie with a black-haired shirtless boy at the center of the deck. Mine. Damn you, Teach. Let go. The black-haired boy pressed his foot against Teach's face, clutching a cherry pie tightly to his chest. Ziaha. Cocky Ace, no one said it's yours. Teach pried the foot off his face while reaching for the pie in Ace's arms. Ha. Ace and Teach are fighting again. Ace, let go, you can't handle him. Vista and Jozu circled around, whistling and teasing. Behind them, a man with a pineapple-shaped head watched the lively scene with a tender expression. So good. Huh. Watch out, Marco. Before Marco could react, the door behind him burst open, shoving him forward. Through the door, a man with a pompadour rushed out, carrying 7 or 8 plates piled with cherry pies. In his eyes, a flame of competitive spirit seemed to burn. I will never allow anyone to go hungry under my care. Whoa, it's Thatch. Upon seeing Thatch sprinting over Teach, and Ace's eyes lit up. Hey, damn you, Thatch. Be careful. Marco shook his fist, and shouted angrily, rubbing his head. Haha, sorry. Behind everyone, a towering, burly figure quietly placed his naginata aside without a sound. Then he stealthily pulled a water pouch from his trousers. With a pop of the cap, a rich aroma of sake wafted out. Feeling guilty, he glanced around, and seeing no one, a lecherous grin curled beneath his white mustache. He just one sip. Burp twice. A loud belch echoed across the deck of the Moby Dick. Teach and Ace collapsed back-to-back, rubbing their swollen bellies. Can't take any more? Ugh. Ace clamped his hands over his mouth, eyes wide. Zaha, burp. I still win, burp. Teach grinned, unable to stop burping. Perhaps it was the joy of being with these people or the escape from the monotonous, deceitful life of his past. Having arrived in the world of pirates, Teach felt as if he had returned to high school, carefree, innocent, and genuinely happy. He could even play and roughhouse with a kid like Ace. People's lives are often fraught with pressures, sometimes beyond their control, sometimes forcing them to bow and scrape, never quite satisfying. That was why Teach cherished every moment spent with this lovely bunch, enjoying a life that felt like a paradise. Here there were no rigid rules, no gossip. Only comrades who would risk everything to save you when danger struck, who would give their all to help you in despair. Teach smiled as he watched Ace fussing Vista and Jozu jeering Thatch, rubbing Marco's head and making him blush, and Whitebeard peeking out from behind the cabin, quietly drinking and grinning. Life was so good. Wait. Drinking secretly. Teach's eyes widened as he stared at Whitebeard's direction. Marco was the first to notice Teach's change in expression. Following his gaze, Marco's face instantly turned furious. Then a shrill scream like chalk on a blackboard exploded. Dad, you're drinking again. Marco shouted in shock and anger, pointing at Whitebeard, holding an empty water pouch. Yeah. Busted. Caught drinking by his doctor's son. What to do? Asking for a friend. Whitebeard laughed, scratching the back of his head, awkward and flustered. Dad, your body can't handle alcohol anymore. What would we do if you collapsed? Marco stomped his foot in fury. Whitebeard tossed the water pouch aside, laughing heartily without a care. Grrrr. Don't worry, I won't fall. Even if he did, he had found someone who could take care of these children in his place. Whitebeard unconsciously glanced at Teach among the crowd, his eagle-sharp gaze softening. Hey, Teach. Suddenly a gruff voice called out. Aizu, wearing a red female kimono, came running over, holding a stack of newspapers. Hey. Slow down, Aizu. You'll show too much. Blamank and Rikuyo flanked him, trying to cover his lower half. We're all men, what's the big deal? Aizu growled in his gruff voice. Then don't wear women's clothes, you bastard. X2 Blamank and Rikuyo shouted in unison. Oh, it's you. What's up? Teach asked, puzzled, as the three captains stood panting before him. Aizu leaned in close, startling Teach into stepping back. Don't come any closer. What are you saying? Just look at this. Aizu shoved the newspaper into Teach's face. Your bounty is out. Ace, sprawled nearby, perked up at the word bounty and jumped to his feet. What? Teach's bounty? Let me see. Ace shoved past Blamank and Rikuyo, snatching the newspaper from Aizu. Teach. I may not beat you at cherry pie, but your bounty can't be higher than mine. Ace laughed loudly, hands on his hips, then looked at the wanted poster. I have over 500 million, while you only have, Seeing the digits on the poster, Ace's eyes went wide. TT10, 1,110 million. XN. Several captains like Thatch cried out in disbelief. But Marco and Vista, who had witnessed Teach's fight with Kizaru, were not surprised. Teach's bounty is second only to Marco's. Is Teach this strong? Ace blinked, dazed. Ace, look at the back to understand why the bounty is so high. Aizu tore off the first page, revealing the second page of the newspaper. On the newspaper was Teach's sinister smile, chilling to behold. The East Sea. On an island near the Grand Line. Though uninhabited, the island was not silent. Occasionally the roars of beasts and the rustling of dense foliage could be heard. Golden sunlight poured down from the sky, filtering through the lush trees to scatter like fragments of stars upon the ground, sleeping quietly, bathing the entire island in a shimmering golden glow. Amidst the tangled undergrowth, a treasure chest glinting with golden light lay quietly. Suddenly a hand clad in a red glove parted the sun-dappled bushes, startling the insects resting there. Then a resounding cheer followed. Woohoo! A man with a red nose dressed as a clown jumped up excitedly at the sight of the treasure chest. Haha, excellent. I buggy am truly the chosen one. The treasure map I just bought from the black market is real. The red-nosed clown clutched a brand new treasure map. Even though he was crumpling it in his joy, one could still tell it was freshly printed. As expected from Boss Buggy. Let's see what's inside the box. Beside the red nose, a man wearing a white animal mask rubbed his hands together eagerly. Of course. Moji, go fetch the chest, and be careful. Buggy ordered the animal-masked man. No problem, Boss Buggy. Moji carefully lifted the chest and brought it before Buggy. Buggy gazed at the treasure box, a mesmerized smile spreading across his face, his eyes curving into crescents. The legendary treasure lord Buggy is here. Buggy grinned, then reached out and opened the box in Moji's arms. Huh. What a... Buggy and Moji both widened their eyes in shock. The box was empty, containing only a slip of paper that read, "Fools have good fortune, thanks." Staring at the neat handwriting on the note, Buggy felt as if 100 people were calling him an idiot. I was scammed. Buggy's neck turned stiffly toward Moji like a rusty hinge. A captain, it seems so. Moji lowered his head and replied cautiously. The air was silent for 2 seconds then. A piercing roar scared away the birds resting in the forest, shaking the leaves. That guy in black, he swore it was a real treasure map. I paid 5 million berries for it. Buggy gnashed his teeth and roared in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Don't let me catch him. Buggy's furious voice pierced the sky, forcing Moji to cover his ears tightly. Squeal. At that moment, a sharp screech of brakes came from behind Buggy. Trouble. Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy. Huh. Hearing the urgent voice, Buggy glanced back. He saw a man with an outrageous punk hairstyle riding a unicycle straight toward him, holding a newspaper. Damn it, Kabeji. Watch where you're going. You almost hit me. Sorry. The man called Kabeji scratched his head apologetically. But Captain, you have to see this. Another strong fighter has appeared in the new world. Kabeji quickly handed the newspaper to Buggy. TCH. Buggy clicked his tongue dismissively, then snatched the newspaper from Kabeji. With so many strong fighters in the new world, I doubt anyone could surprise me. When Buggy saw the face with a sinister smile on the wanted poster in the newspaper, his jaw literally dropped in shock. Is he? A flicker of familiarity crossed Buggy's mind. He quickly rubbed his eyes and continued reading down the wanted poster. Seeing his captain's jaw on the ground, Moji also looked curiously at the wanted poster in Buggy's hand. Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard Teach. Bounty 111100000. Moji stared at the unprecedented bounty, his eyes wide with disbelief. This. Captain. So many zeros. Moji felt his eyes blur for a moment, unable to believe what he saw. That's worth 100 captains. TCH, idiot Moji, it's clearly 1,000. Kabeji crossed his arms and looked disdainfully at the dazed Moji. Hearing Kabeji's mockery, Moji instantly flared up. What? Damn you, Kabeji, it's 100. Huh. 1,000. 100. 1,000. 100. Thou. Hun. Kabeji and Moji, faces twisted, pressed their cheeks together, neither willing to back down. Yet at this moment, while his two subordinates were locked in a quarrel, Buggy showed no reaction. The previously boisterous Buggy now fell silent, staring intently at the photo on the wanted poster, a single bead of sweat clearly visible on his forehead. This guy, from the Whitebeard Pirates. Was he the one with Shanks? Buggy's mind couldn't help but recall a scene of fighting alongside a red-haired friend. And their opponent at that time was precisely this man on the wanted poster with a bounty over 1 billion. This guy, he's the strong. Grand Line. New world, an island in a certain sea. A man in a black cloak with red hair sat cross-legged on a reef by the shore, holding a newspaper. The red-haired man looked down at 2 photos on the newspaper, his expression grave. In one photo, a man with a sinister smile stood with his arms raised, surrounded by a black tide spanning hundreds of meters in diameter. Within the black tide, several figures could be faintly discerned, struggling desperately. Blackbeard Teach instantly killed 6 sea pirates with bounties over 100 million, including Jack and Parasparrow. The other photo showed Teach punching Kizaru in the face. Then he fought with Navy Admiral Kizaru and escaped unscathed. Tap, tap, tap. Shanks, this man is no ordinary one. Accompanied by the crisp sound of boots. Beside him, a man with a gray slicked back hair and a cross-shaped scar on his left forehead walked over, patted Shanks on the shoulder, and said, "Yeah, Beckman, I know. I still feel a dull ache here." Shanks nodded solemnly, then pointed to his left eye where 3 terrifying scars were visible. "Teach, what exactly are you trying to do?" Shanks's gaze grew deep, staring into the distance toward the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Boom. Zihaha. Tiki's signature laughter echoed from the Moby Dick. Jozu, Vista, is that all you've got? 2 against 1, and you still can't beat me. On the training ground of the Moby Dick, 3 figures constantly interweaved. Black mist, blue shadows, and blade light darted through every corner of the training ground. Tiki, not to say this, but you really need a new mouth. Vista parried Tiki's attack with a single sword, then crossed his 2 blades in front of his chest as a tremendous aura surged forth. Taste this strike of mine, Vista. Before Vista could finish, he was smashed into the training ground floor by Tiki's iron fist. Too much talk. Remember, don't let your casting animation be too long, Vista. You'll get interrupted. Tiki grinned as he saw Vista cursing under the floor through the cracks of the rubble. At that moment, a huge shadow blocked the sunlight above Tiki, darkening his surroundings. Moi. Tiki couldn't help but look up in surprise. Watch out, Tiki. Jozu clenched his fists in front of his chest, then spread his arms wide, as his entire body instantly transformed into blue-gold diamond. Extremely hard, with golden light leaping across it from time to time. Noble and gorgeous. Whoa, how much would that be worth? Tiki couldn't help but swallow as he looked at Jozu's dazzling diamond body. Jozu may be clumsy, but he's no pushover. He took a step forward. With Jozu's roar, his massive frame drove a heavy punch toward Tiki. Tiki's pupils contracted sharply, then a hint of excited and arrogant smile appeared on his chiseled face. Zihahaha, well struck. His iron fist wrapped in black mist swung out fiercely to meet Jozu's heavy punch. Bang! Smoke surged. Tiki is really strong. Yet even I as a captain am no match for my own crew member. Near the training ground, Marco and Thatch were watching, each holding a plate of cherry pie and wolfing it down. By the way, where's Ace? With both a fight and cherry pie, why isn't Ace here? You know both of these are his favorites. Saki looked around, but didn't see AC, so he asked Mergeo beside him curiously. Oh, you mean AC? Mergeo lowered his head and took another bite of his cherry pie. Didn't he lose to Tiki again last time? This time he's smarter, not recklessly rushing in anymore, but went to learn from Pops. His training today should be ending soon. Mergeo glanced at the time and estimated. That kid AC is also training, Saki said in surprise. Ever since Tiki started to stand out, the atmosphere of the entire Whitebeard Pirates has changed. Yeah, Mergeo also sighed. What's that word Tiki uses, eh? Involution. Right, it's getting competitive. Everyone has started training. Yeah, you know, before we just drank and bragged every day. Saki laughed twice. These changes are definitely good. Yeah, but... Mergeo hesitated. What's wrong, Mergeo? Saki looked at Mergeo, who had stopped mid-sentence with confusion. I always feel a sense of urgency from Tiki. It's as if something is constantly forcing him to become stronger. Watching Tiki fighting fiercely with Jozu and Vista in the battlefield, Mergeo narrowed his eyes slightly. Ha ha ha. Saki suddenly slapped Mergeo on the back, then laughed heartily. You idiot, Mergeo, when did you become so fussy? You're like my mother who lives in the East Blue now. SSS. That hurts. Mergeo clutched his head, tears welling from the pain. Why worry so much? Isn't this a good thing? Tiki's desire to grow stronger only makes our Whitebeard Pirates even more powerful. If we all become stronger, we can share more of Pop's burden. That's a good thing. And you studying Tiki's psychology. You're becoming more and more like a mother. Saki patted Mergeo's shoulder and laughed. That's true. Mergeo lowered his head and smiled, shaking off unnecessary thoughts. I worry too much. Let's continue watching the fight, Saki. Mergeo shifted his gaze back to the training ground and said, Tiki has already challenged almost all the commanders. If he wins this time against Vista and Jozu, then only you are left, Mergeo. Saki took over the conversation with a slight smile. Yes. Ever since Tiki returned to the Moby Dick after his fight with Huang Yuan, he had started challenging the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates. Starting from the 16th Division commander, he challenged them one by one. He called it training, but secretly, he was completing the system's tasks. So far, including Whitebeard himself, Tiki had challenged almost all the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates and won, and he had also received a series of rewards from the system. Mission named Defeat all commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates. Become the strongest of the Whitebeard Pirates. 1317. Mission progress 1317. Mission rewards several ability points. See ability panel for details. Purple skill body manipulation. Can freely control joints and limbs without being affected by inertia, perhaps able to make some astonishing poses. Purple skill flourishing leaves. Your hair will grow endlessly. Hair, duong duong duong. Never go bald. Blue skill eagle eye. Eyes as sharp as an eagle, enhancing vision. Blue skill malice perception. Sense malice within 20 meters around you. Green skill violin proficiency. Maybe become a famous violin performer. Green skill failed art student. You are not suitable to be a painter. Painting ability reduced by 10, but other abilities seem to be enhanced. Green skill hand strengthening. Increase hand dexterity by 5. While Tiki thought that except for the first purple skill body manipulation, which was very useful, the rest were just for fun. Not to mention that failed art student, just this hand strengthening. Can it be serious? And that other purple skill flourishing leaves. It sounded like a powerful ability similar to a Logia plant type. Who would have thought just this? Huh, not going bald. Is it necessary? Even ranking it as green would be too much. Well, it's better than nothing. Now Tiki had challenged 13 commanders including AC and Saki, and among the system rewards aside from the practical purple skill body manipulation, the rest were useless. Apart from Vista and Jozu, who were about to become part of the tally, only Mergeo and Pop's Whitebeard remained unchallenged. I wonder what kind of skills the remaining few can contribute. After days of continuous fighting and training, besides the skills obtained, Tiki not only replenished the ability points he had borrowed when learning Conqueror's hockey coding, but also raised his ability panel to a terrifying level. Of course, these were not what made Tiki happiest. What made Tiki happiest was the reward issued by the system after completing the mission of fighting Huang Yuan. Mission completed. Test the waters with an admiral first. Mission reward released. Obtained gold skill pain absorption. Wait. Tiki rubbed his eyes hard. Did I see that right? Woo. Gold legend. Golden skill pain absorption. This was the first time Tiki had encountered a golden skill in such a long while. In the system's ranking, green was the lowest tier, followed by blue, purple, and orange. Even Conqueror's Haki was merely a purple skill in the system's grading, so what manner of power must a golden skill possess? Skill description: absorb pain and deprive the target of it. The absorbed pain energy can be stored and released, or used to nourish the body. Perhaps it can evolve into a new form. Absorb pain, store and release it, and it even has growth potential. A golden skill indeed lives up to its reputation. Tichy was thoroughly impressed. The most troubling aspect of the dark fruit for Tichy at present was the doubled pain it inflicted. It was far too painful. As a young man with ambition from the 21st century, Tichy truly could not bear such agony to the point where he sometimes dared not train at full strength. This time it's all sorted out. I feel the pain, I absorb it, I grow stronger. No more worrying about double the suffering. When pain arises, simply activate the skill to absorb it, then decide whether to release or channel it into nourishment based on the situation. Truly befitting a golden skill. It was a perfect match for Tichy's dark fruit. The fruit's pain was excruciating. Punch an enemy, and he would ache for 10 minutes. At this thought, Tichy's nose stung with emotion. Updated character panel: Marshall D. Tichy. Constitution 80. Strength 79. Speed 71. Haki 76. Fruit ability 13. Dark fruit development 53. Comprehensive evaluation: good young man. With stats like these, you can certainly hold your ground on these seas. However, among the 3 Marine Admirals, you would only rank 4th. Tichy chose to disregard the system's exasperating jest. This was Tichy's current capability data. Such numbers were nearly on par with a Marine Admiral. If previously Tichy and Kizaru stood at a 1-to-9 disparity, then with his present strength, should he encounter Kizaru again, he could at least manage a 4-to-6 ratio. Through comparing the ability values of various commanders Jack, Perispero, Kizaru, and Whitebeard over recent times, Tichy had arrived at the following analysis regarding how the system positioned power levels. When all 4 ability values, physique, strength, speed, and Haki, reach the required threshold, one can be said to possess the corresponding combat power. When all 4 ability values reach 50, one has the combat strength of a Marine Vice Admiral. The 7 Warlords of the Sea were a mystery in terms of their true strength, but on average they surpassed Marine Vice Admirals, and their upper limits remained unknown. The weakest among them, such as Crocodile, could barely edge past a Vice Admiral, while Mihawk's swordsmanship was said to rival that of Yonko Shanks, placing him at least at the level of a Yonko's commander. Yonko commanders were stronger than Admiral candidates, yet slightly inferior to full Admirals. And regular Admirals themselves fell below the power of Yonko. The true strength of a Kainu, Kizaru, and Akiji was said to approach that of the Yonko. Above the Yonko should be the Pirate King level. GOLD. Roger at his peak, Whitebeard in his prime, Iron Fist Garp, and Golden Lion Shiki should all belong to this tier. And at that time the lone pirate Red Hair Shanks, who could rival entire great pirate crews alone, and the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who narrowly defeated him in single combat, should have been even higher than this level. In short, through Teach's relentless training and battles, he had finally risen to the tides of this great sea. No longer a pawn, but now qualified to participate in the great game of power. Additionally, Teach discovered that although Haki was divided into armament observation and conquerors types, the system's ability values only listed the word Haki, without further distinction. This actually referred to the body's maximum storage capacity for exerting 2-type and 3-type Haki. The higher the Haki value, the more powerful the armament observation and conqueror's abilities could be unleashed, and the stronger the conqueror's Haki coding technique would perform. Haha, wretched system, I figured you out. You're hiding things from me. The system was not withholding information, it was simply that the host lacked sufficient access permissions. Once the host's access permissions were adequate, all questions would be answered. In plain terms, the host was simply too weak at present. Teach could not help but curse viciously, his expression twisting with frustration. You damn system, what? Just as Teach was about to lash out at the cursed system with a string of words, a furious shout suddenly erupted from straight ahead, snapping his attention back. Teach, don't look down on us. How dare you lose focus in battle against us? Taste my wrath. Teach. Ja's deafening voice exploded in his ears, and then a diamond fist carrying a shockwave came straight for Teach's face. Not to mention me, Teach. Baisuda's voice suddenly drifted over like a ghost, and in the next instant his figure burst through the ship, 2 blades aimed straight for Teach's chest. Shining charge. Rose dance. Watching the slashes and impacts approaching, Teach's lips curled into a faint smile as he forcefully spread his 5 fingers forward. I've been serious all along. A pitch-black, dense fog swirled from Teach's fingertips, and suddenly an immense gravitational force erupted, rushing toward Bisuda and Jaws. What? Bisuda and Jaws simultaneously widened their eyes. A powerful gravitational black hole bloomed between them, causing both charging figures to lose their balance instantly and collide into each other. Their techniques slammed hard into each other. Boom. Dust scattered everywhere. What the hell? Defeating Bisuda and Jaws just triggered a golden drop. And Fruit Devour. Fruit Devour. Within 72 hours of a user's near death, their devil fruit can be taken. The barebones description concealed a long-sought divine ability. That gleaming golden text blinded Teach's eyes. System Master, I love you. Teach had been struggling to find 2 more devil fruits he could consume. This was a blessing at just the right moment. With this skill, Teach could hunt down his desired devil fruits, just like the original host did. Hahaha. Thinking of this, Teach bowed his head and chuckled. But to Vista and Jozu lying on the ground, that smile was utterly terrifying. What a pervert. He not only beat them up, but also wore such a depraved grin. Just as Teach stood there lost in his twisted thoughts, a black-haired freckled boy with a broad smile came running toward him from nearby. Hey, Teach. The boy called out Teach's name loudly, pulling his scattered thoughts back as he turned to look at the boy approaching from a distance. Oh, it's Ace. Here to get beaten up again. Watching Ace jog up to him, Teach curled his lips into a smirk. TCH. You damn Teach, this time I train with Dad. I'll definitely beat you. Alright, Ace. A calm yet deep voice rang out from behind Ace, and then a massive, imposing figure slowly approached with heavy footsteps. Dad, I'm really strong now. Ace turned to face his father, raising his fist to prove it. Gururu, Ace, you only trained for one day. You've got a long way to go. Whitebeard chuckled heartily, patting Ace on the shoulder. Blackbeard has been training every day recently. You should train for at least a week or 2 before talking big. Jozu and Vista said with smiles surrounding Ace on both sides. You? Ace's face flushed red, unable to retort. Haha, Ace. Teach chuckled, looking at Ace in the crowd. Ace paused at Teach's smile. Teach slowly extended a fist toward him. Train hard. I'll be right here waiting for your challenge anytime. Ace blinked blankly, then gradually broke into a bright, fiery smile. Yeah. Ace nodded firmly and extended his fist toward Teach. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, as everyone smiled around them. Who that feels great. In the cabin of the Mobadike, strange cries kept echoing. Pops. Mind your image. Marugeo scratched his head helplessly. Garara. Sorry, Pops, I haven't felt this comfortable in a long time. Whitebeard grinned as he moved his shoulders and arm joints, then turned to look at Dickie behind him. Dickie, that's impressive. Whitebeard praised without stint. Thank you. I feel no pain at all now. I'm glad to help, Pops, no need to thank me, it's what I should do. Dickie slowly lowered his hand that was emitting black mist, grinning foolishly. That's right, this is Dickie's new skill, pain absorption. Since it absorbs pain, can it also absorb others' pain? It never said it had to be one's own pain. Dickie's thinking suddenly broadened. This was completely an advanced version of the pawpaw fruit. Unlike the pawpaw fruit, pain absorption can only absorb pain, not injuries, but it has no side effects. The injury light balls ejected by the pawpaw fruit must be taken by someone, if not they will slowly approach the user, and in the end the user has to bear them themselves. The pain absorbed through pain absorption can not only be used as an attack method, but also nourish the pain power within the body, enhancing strength. Garara, Dickie, thanks to you. I feel like I've returned to my youth. Whitebeard's face was full of ease, and his mental state visibly became younger. No, Pops. Dickie only absorbed the sensation of pain. The hidden injuries in your body and the recoil damage from the quake fruit still exist. Marugeo quickly held back Pops, afraid that Pops might do a backflip in his excitement. However, combined with Dickie's ability, Pops' treatment will go more smoothly. Marugeo revealed a genuine smile like a little pineapple under the sun. But Dickie, Whitebeard suddenly spoke. Won't this ability have any side effects on you? Whitebeard looked at Dickie and asked in a low voice, a trace of worry flashing in his aged eyes. Hearing Whitebeard's concern, Dickie was slightly stunned, feeling a warm current surge into his chest. This was the Whitebeard Pirates loving each other and caring for one another. Before, no one except family had ever cared about him. But now everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was so gentle and warm. The more lacking, the more precious. Dickie once again felt the warmth of the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't worry, Pops. There's no problem at all. Dickie scratched his messy hair and gave Whitebeard a bright smile. Garara. That's good. If there's any problem, you must tell me, Dickie. Whitebeard looked at Dickie very seriously. Hearing Whitebeard's warm words, Dickie smiled and nodded heavily. Pops. Bad news. Suddenly a rough male voice sounded from outside the cabin door. My. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and pushed open the cabin door. There stood Izong, wearing a red cheapao, panting and adjusting his breath. Huff. What's wrong, Izong? Whitebeard asked in a deep voice. Huff. Bad news, Pops. Izong said with a stern expression. Many pirates who escaped from Tujin City have swarmed into the New World. Several have invaded our territory and are looting towns. Izong gestured wildly, looking extremely flustered. Pirates from Tujin City, huh? Whitebeard bowed his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and laughed. Garara. Pops. Izong said, puzzled. These old geezers like me still think the New World belongs to them. They can't keep up with the times. Old relics should go back where they came from. Whitebeard laughed loudly, a tremendous aura bursting from his body, the powerful gust even lifting Izong's kimono hem. Damn, I'm gonna be exposed. Izong hurriedly pressed down his kimono. Garara. Perfect, let me see the results of my son's recent training. Since Dicky started absorbing pain for Whitebeard, no longer burdened by pain, began a teaching mode. He launched devilish training for all the division commanders on the ship plus Dicky and the captains of affiliated pirate crews who wanted to learn such as way to be. For example, throwing devil fruit users into the sea to fight sea kings, and throwing non-ability users into a canyon to climb up with bare hands, etc. Although everyone complained bitterly, the increase in strength was visibly obvious. Take Marugeo and Shoutzy for example. Although part of the reason was the massive consumption caused by the Marines' human wave tactics during the Summit War, if they were to encounter Kazuru and Akiji again, they would definitely not lose as badly as in the original story. Let these remnants of the old era witness the power of my sons. This sea is definitely not a one-man show for the old geezers. The sword may age, but still shines. The man may age, but remains strong. Whitebeard's kingly aura burst forth magnificently at this moment. New World Whitebeard Pirates territory. Haizawa Island. A massive marine battleship was moored at the shore. Though it was a clear day, the sea kept churning. The monstrous waves like a tsunami relentlessly pounded the ship's hull, the howling sound like a deathly wail. Even the heavy battleship was swayed left and right, and all of this stemmed from the continuous violent explosions coming from the island. Two tall figures in white marine coats stood at the bow of the warship, staring dumbfounded at Haizawa Island, which was nearly being leveled. Hey, no way is this the guy called the Devil's Heir? The marine with a dark purple mohawk couldn't help but swallow as he looked at the giant stone man that pierced the clouds at the center of the island. The massive stone man, due to its enormous size, seemed to throw each punch extremely slowly, but the wind and waves stirred by each punch were enough to destroy any pirate ship. Yes, such power is truly terrifying. Another marine wearing a brownish-yellow leather hat, with a very rough drawing style, exclaimed with his hands in his pockets. Moreover, his opponent is the old geezer, known as the Red of Solitude. Around the giant stone man, a tiny but extremely fast blood-red figure was swiftly darting. Each dash unleashed a piercing sonic boom, leaving afterimages in the air. You know that's a figure on par with Marshal Kong. Suddenly, the figure darting through the air changed direction rapidly, and then quickly turned back, condensing a blood-red blade large enough to sever half the sky, heading straight for the giant stone man. Seeing the red sword aura that was half its own height, the stone man let out a roar, then swung a fist as exaggerated as a mountain peak to meet the red sword aura. Oh no, this impact. The ship will be capsized. Both Marines widened their eyes in shock and anger. Boom. The sword aura and the giant fist collided fiercely. The next moment the earth shattered and the sky split. Even the sky was cleaved in two. The Marine battleship, which should have been a fortress on the sea, now looked as fragile as a paper sailboat. Boom. With a thunderous crash, everyone on the warships felt their senses instantly stripped away, their souls jolted from their bodies by the sheer force of the impact. The sky, which had been clear and blue a moment ago, was suddenly filled with billowing dust and a bloody mist spreading across the entire island in an instant. The immense shockwave flipped the Navy warships anchored near Haizawa Island, standing their bows upright in the water. Whooshu, let's go. Feeling the tilting deck beneath his feet, the roughly sketched Navy officer shouted to the purple-haired Marine beside him, then leaped into the air. No problem. The purple-haired Marine, named Wushu, responded loudly, following suit with a high jump. The two burly Marines, sword high, paused briefly to gather strength, then stomped down hard on the ship's bow. Under their tremendous force, the bow slammed back into the sea, gradually calming the vessel. Great. We're saved. Thanks to Vice Admiral Jiaji and Vice Admiral Wushu. The surviving Navy soldiers gazed at the two Vice Admirals at the bow with admiration. Phew, that was dangerous. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Jiaji watched the two figures clashing again on the island. Indeed, just the aftershocks of the battle have us scrambling, Wushu said, exhaling heavily as he observed the explosive collisions across the island. By the way, Jiaji, is it really okay to just watch? Headquarters ordered us to stop the escaped pirates from impelled down from rampaging. Wushu asked, looking at Jiaji. Hearing his question, Jiaji turned and threw him a dismissive glare. Hey, I'm just a Navy Vice Admiral. That's Douglas Baylight. Do you know that when they suppressed Baylight back, then they issued a buster call? Admirals Kapu and Sengoku both took part in that operation. Everyone fought together for days and nights. That's how they managed to lock Baylight away and impel down. Jiaji spread his hands helplessly. Do you think I can beat Marshal Sengoku? Or can you beat Vice Admiral Kapu? Definitely not. Wushu scratched his head, awkwardly grinning sheepishly. The other one, Barlowick Ladefeared, was a great pirate who once surpassed Marshal Kong. Do you think we could take on Marshal Steelbone Kong together? That's impossible too. Wushu scratched his head again in embarrassment. So we've evacuated all the civilians from the island. Now we just watch. Jiaji turned around, hands in pockets, fixing his gaze back on the battlefield. One is a former crewmate of the Roger Pirates, the other is the Lone Red. Why are they fighting? Wushu muttered, puzzled, as another island was leveled to the ground. As for that, Jiaji stroked his chin, thinking. Who knows? Boom. Baylight. Isn't that enough? Do you have to go this far? On the battlefield, a red figure dodged a massive stone fist, shouting at the colossal stone giant, whose head was hidden above the clouds. Huh! Scared Blackbeard. The deafening roar came from the stone giant's head above the clouds, echoing across the sky. You're the man called the Lone Red, the strongest on the sea, who stood equal to Captain Roger's entire crew. Now you're fleeing like a mosquito. Baylight manipulated the giant to strike at the red figure again. Is that all you've got, Lone Red? With a burst of red mist and a sonic boom, Blackbeard dodged the stone fist at incredible speed, closing in on the giant's abdomen. Arrogant brat. When I ruled the seas, you were still sucking your mother's milk. With a furious shout, Blackbeard lashed a blood-red blade into the stone giant's belly. Boom. A flash of red light, and a massive hole opened in the giant's torso, raining debris. Ugh. Baylight grunted, clutching his stomach and stumbling back. Each step slammed into the island, sending tremors through the ground. Huh. That's more like it. Blackbeard hovered above the stone giant, watching Baylight calmly. So Baylight still want to fight? Blackbeard raised an eyebrow. Huh. Fight. Why not? Below, Baylight's hearty laughter echoed across the island. Blackbeard, you're even stronger than Captain Roger. If I defeat you, I'll be the strongest in the world. With a furious roar, Baylight unleashed a torrent of Conqueror's hockey black-red lightning, sweeping across Heiswa Island. TCH, fine. I'll teach this insolent brat a lesson. I'd also like a taste of your youthful, vibrant blood. Maybe it'll let me return to my prime. Blackbeard licked his lips, then stepped forward, unleashing an equally immense Conqueror's hockey toward Baylight. The two forces collided, splitting the sky. Is this the power of the world's top tiers? On the warship, Wushu stared at Heiswa Island, now dyed in black, and read his mouth agape in shock. Conqueror's Infusion Ultimate Cannon. Conqueror's Infusion Blood Dance. Two roars merged as the stone giant and Bloodblade clashed in midair. The expected collision sound never came. The air fell silent for a second, then a typhoon-like pressure swept across the entire sea. Blinding red sword light and terrifying stone debris intertwined. The sky was torn in two, the island nearly sank halfway, and a tsunami surged outward from Heiswa Island. In an instant, it swallowed the surrounding islets. Heaven and earth changed color in awe-inspiring terror. The massive tsunami charged straight for the Navy warships. Wushu stared in horror as the wave, 4 or 5 times taller than the warship, bore down on them. When the dust settled, pant, pant, Wushu lay collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath, his head spinning from the intense impact. All around was a thick yellow-brown fog laced with blood, obscuring the sky. Hey, Wushu, you okay? Jiaji's anxious voice reached Wushu's ears, pulling him back to consciousness. I'm fine. Hearing his reply, Jiaji sighed in relief and plopped down on the deck. The yellow-red mist blanketed the island, the sea, and the Navy warships, dropping visibility to near zero. I wonder how the battle is going, Jiaji murmured, his face solemn as he gazed toward where Heiswa Island should be. The entire Heiswa Island was unrecognizable, covered in countless patches of yellow earth and blood mist that lingered for a long time. At the very center of the island, there was a terrifying pit hundreds of meters in diameter, and at the bottom of the pit lay a slender figure with a broken body. His white hair spread on the ground like rags, and dense wrinkles covered his entire body, making him seem decades older in an instant. Huff, huff. Blackbeard lay flat on the ground facing the sky, but countless dust obscured his vision, leaving only dirt. Heavy panting continuously came from Blackbeard. The sudden aging brought him to the brink of death. At that moment, thump, thump. Two extremely slow and heavy footstep sounds suddenly came extremely clear in this very quiet environment. Unable to move or even make a sound, Blackbeard could only painfully roll his eyes to look at the direction of the sound. Huff, huff, old bastard. In the end, I still won. Barrett looked at Blackbeard under his feet and grinned. At this moment, Barrett's condition was also extremely miserable. He saw that his right hand tightly covered his left shoulder, and his entire left arm had disappeared, severed at the shoulder. His left leg dangled behind, obviously all bones shattered, and there was a huge hole in his abdomen, bloody and mangled. Even these shocking injuries could not stop the unrestrained smile on Barrett's face. You lost, old bastard. Perhaps in your prime I couldn't compare to you. But you are old after all, just like Captain Roger, all subject to aging and death. As Barrett said this, his eyes lowered, and a feeling of nostalgia softly arose. Cough. Hearing this, a mouthful of blood spurted from Blackbeard's mouth, staining his shirt collar. The next second, Barrett raised his only remaining right arm high and clenched it into a fist. Looking at the faint iron fist in the dust, Blackbeard's eyes suddenly widened. Go in peace. I will take your head and become the strongest of this era. Accompanied by Barrett's angry roar, the fist containing his last strength smashed heavily towards Blackbeard's head. But the next second, splat. Nanny. A thin line of blood pierced through Barrett's chest. This was because Barrett's observation hockey had predicted it at the last moment, and he used his last bit of strength to move his body slightly, otherwise this blood thread would have been aimed at his heart. Blackbeard's hoarse chuckle sounded at Barrett's feet. At the last moment, he used his last bit of strength to activate his devil fruit ability, turning blood into a thin thread that pierced through Barrett. The source of the blood was exactly the mouthful he had just spat. After being pierced through the chest by the blood thread, Barrett could no longer stand and fell with a thud next to Blackbeard. You old bastard. Barrett painfully reached out towards Blackbeard, but failed, having no strength left at all. Blackbeard regained a bit of strength to speak. Young people nowadays are really terrifying. When I was your age, I really didn't have such strength. Blackbeard coughed up another mouthful of blood, 2 heavy coughs. That Roger really had a terrifying crew member. Old bastard. Looking at Blackbeard's extremely aged face looking up at the sky, the smiling face of Captain Roger suddenly surfaced in Barrett's mind. Hey kid, when I was your age, I wasn't as strong as you, Roger said to him with a full smile at that time. It was precisely because of this Roger that Barrett had the idea of becoming his partner. He wanted to defeat this arrogant man. TCH, old bastard, you're not bad either. Among all the people I've fought, I'm willing to call you the strongest. Barrett closed his eyes, smiled, and said slowly. After hearing Barrett's words, Blackbeard was stunned, then turned his head to look at Barrett beside him. Strongest, huh? Ha ha ha. Blackbeard suddenly laughed. Barrett was stunned, then also laughed along. Ha ha ha. The two men who had just been fighting fiercely now lay side by side looking at each other and laughed loudly together, their faces upturned. Jaha! What a scene of heroes admiring each other. Suddenly a jarring lewd laugh sounded beside them. Huh? Who's there? Hearing a third person's voice, Barrett and Blackbeard both looked up in shock and anger at the newcomer. There was actually a third person hidden here. With their strength, they had never noticed it. Jaha! You seem to have forgotten on whose turf you are causing trouble. Accompanied by the rolling of black mist, a tall and burly man with black hair walked out slowly, wearing a neat red shirt and a black cloak fluttering in the wind, exuding elegance. Who are you? Seeing the newcomer, Barrett raised his head with difficulty and asked angrily. Who am I? You caused trouble in my home and ask who I am. Dichi looked at Barrett lying on the ground with a mocking expression, revealing an evil grin. It was not surprising that the two didn't recognize Dichi. They had been fighting all the way from Tujin prison to the New World without stopping, let alone wasting time looking at wanted posters and newspapers. You're from Whitebeard's crew. The sharp-eyed Blackbeard saw the Whitebeard emblem on the cloak behind Dichi. He not stupid. Daring to act wildly on the old man's turf, I thought you were all as dumb as pigs. What? You bastard. Barrett glared at Dichi angrily, but didn't move, secretly recovering his strength. What do you want? Blackbeard's aged eyes looked calmly at Dichi, while secretly some blood was continuously flowing back into his body. This was a town where civilians lived, and you destroyed it like this. Although they were evacuated by the kind Navy, this is still their hometown. You two bastards. Dichi's smile became more arrogant, his mouth full of anger and questioning. Ha ha ha. I thought it was something. Just this. Barrett sneered indifferently. Who cares about those ant-like people? They are just delicious food. Blackbeard licked his lips and laughed carelessly as well. You are truly beasts. Dichi looked at the two lying on the ground with an angry smile. What do you think you can beat us? Barrett smiled and slowly stood up. Although I've only recovered a bit, it's enough to deal with you. Blood wrapped around Blackbeard's body, lifting him into the air. Looking at the two legendary great pirates before him, the smile on Dichi's lips grew wider with no fear in his heart. He felt only endless fighting spirit and a fury far greater than that. Endless black mist seeped out from Dichi's body, instantly covering the blood mist and dust and blotting out the sky. Huh, what is this? Barrett and Blackbeard looked at the black mist in confusion. Taste this. Scum. With a loud roar from Dichi, a black wave that turned clouds and rain instantly swept over Barrett and Blackbeard. What is this? How can this be? Barrett and Blackbeard looked in shock and anger at the black mist clinging to them. A powerful gravitational force madly devoured Barrett. The blood in his body continuously flowed out through the holes, and the strength he had just gathered disappeared in an instant. And Blackbeard was even more miserable. He had relied on his devil fruit ability to regain youth, but in an instant he found the ability gone, and his entire body turned into that of a man hundreds of years old on the verge of death. No. Accompanied by their screams, the black wave gradually swallowed everything. Go to hell, scum. The union fruit and the vampire fruit, he would take them. Jaha! Accompanied by Dichi's evil laughter like a demon from hell, the black mist gradually gathered around him in the air, forming the shape of a demon. However, what Dichi did not notice at this moment was that hidden in the dust and smoke, a pair of white wings held a camera flashing several white lights. Bad news. Pops. On the deck of the Moby Dick, a burly man clad in a female kimono sprinted frantically, clutching a newspaper. Hey, slow down, Izong. You're about to flash everyone. Behind him, Bulamank of the 6th Division and Lakehue of the 7th Division flailed their arms, desperately giving chase. At that moment, the main members of the Whitebeard Pirates happened to be gathered in the meeting room delivering reports on the recent elimination and expulsion of pirates who had encroached upon Whitebeard's territory. Everyone heard Izong's distinctive shout from outside the cabin door. Have you noticed that Izong has been delivering newspapers quite frequently lately? Vista stroked his chin, inquiring of the other commanders seated around the round table. Jozu is clumsy and didn't notice. Jozu rubbed the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Just then Izong's footsteps drew nearer. Pops. Stepping into the meeting room, Izong propped his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Gurura, my dear son, what's the urgency? Whitebeard's massive towering form sat upon the throne facing the door, a broad grin spreading across his face. Yes, Izong, what's wrong? Beside Whitebeard, Marugeo voiced the same question. Huff, you all. Take a look at this. Izong placed the newspaper on the table and handed it to Whitebeard. Oh, what's this? Whitebeard took the newspaper and glanced at it. Yet the moment he saw the headline, even a legendary monster like him widened his eyes. What is it, Pops? Pops. Seeing Whitebeard's pupils gradually contract, Marugeo, Jozu, and the others hastily stood up, asking with a hint of panic. That boy Teach. He really? Whitebeard stared blankly at the newspaper in his hand, his eyes wide. What about Teach? Yes, Pops, don't keep us in suspense. What happened to Teach? The other commanders inquired anxiously, deep concern evident in their words. Don't worry, it's not bad news. It's just Teach he. Blackbeard Teach defeated Barrett and Redfield. What a joke. Bang. Marine Fort. Marine Headquarters. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, a furious thud echoed. The messenger didn't dare move a muscle, staring at the desk, now reduced to dust. Yo, who's got such a temper? A cheeky voice came from outside the office door. The next moment, a burly figure kicked open the office door. The newcomer had short gray-white hair, each strand sharp and bristling. He wore a doghead hat with a marine coat, symbolizing justice, casually draped over his shoulders, and a mischievous grin plastered on his face. Garp, you bastard. Finally decided to come back. The instant he saw Garp, Sengoku's anger surged. He strode over in one step and swung a punch. Ah, hey, wait, Sengoku. Seeing the fist closing in, Garp's eyes went wide. Bang. A dull thud sounded, and the next second Garp's massive frame was deeply embedded in the wall. Huff. After venting, Sengoku let out a deep breath and shook his numb fist. That old bastard's head sure is hard. Sengoku being so irritable isn't good. From outside the office, a composed gray-haired woman stepped in slowly. Though advanced in years, she showed no signs of frailty. A helpless smile on her face, she quietly watched Sengoku, whose cheeks were gradually reddening. You're here, ha. Sengoku scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. He didn't respond to Sengoku immediately. Instead, she turned to the trembling messenger beside her. You may go and rest now. Thank you for your hard work. Her gentle voice sounded like an angel's melody to the messenger's ears. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had just destroyed the desk and knocked Vice Admiral Garp flying. Was he next? He was just a lowly messenger, couldn't withstand the Fleet Admiral's punch. Why, yes, Vice Admiral. Hearing her words, the messenger nodded frantically like a chick pecking rice, his gratitude evident. After the messenger scurried out, he finally reached out and patted Sengoku's arm, speaking softly. You've let off steam, Punch Garp. You should feel better now. What exactly happened? Yes, Sengoku, why did you call us here? Garp had just pried himself out of the wall. Sigh. You'll understand when you see this. Sengoku sighed, then handed the newspaper on his desk to Garp, and Garp casually snatched the newspaper, then plopped himself onto the black leather sofa in the Fleet Admiral's office, grinning broadly. Sengoku, you're just too timid. Getting all worked up over a little thing. I bet I won't. Holy shit. When Garp clearly saw the content of the newspaper, his eyes went wide. Whitebeard Pirates member Blackbeard Teach defeated Barrett the Demon Heir and Redfield the Lone Red. And it was a near total slaughter. Both are now missing. Impossible. Garp cried out in disbelief, rubbing his eyes and looking at the newspaper again. This Teach. He squinted at the photos in the newspaper, a rare seriousness settling on her face. There were only 2 photos in the newspaper, but their content was shocking. The first photo showed Barrett and Redfield collapsed on the ground. The former had his left arm severed at the root, his left leg clearly fractured, and several bloody holes in his body. The latter was even more gruesome. His face was covered in wrinkles like a man in his 70s or 80s, lying on the ground with his mouth wide open, evidently suffering from rapid aging of bodily functions and extreme oxygen deprivation. Beside them stood Teach, shrouded in black mist. His entire body was spotless, not a single wrinkle on his bright red shirt, his black cape billowing in the wind, with a sinister smile on his face. The second photo showed an endless expanse of black mist blanketing the entire battlefield. At the center of the photo was Teach, arms outstretched with thick black mist clustering behind him like a king from the underworld. Beneath his feet, 2 struggling figures could barely be discerned, gradually being swallowed by the darkness. Barrett and Redfield. Looking at the 2 submerged figures in the photo, he narrowed her eyes, her expression filled with intense caution. This Teach was still struggling to escape from Kizaru not long ago. How can he now defeat two legendary pirates? Unless he has been hiding his strength all along, including during his fight with Kizaru, perfectly concealing his power even from a marine admiral. Then why the hell is he hiding his power? Garp scratched his head vigorously, shouting in confusion. At this point his simple mind was completely unable to keep up. Sengoku stared at Teach in the newspaper photo on his desk, more precisely at the Whitebeard Pirates emblem embossed on Teach's cloak, and fell into deep contemplation. Just as Garp and Roger were rivals, Sengoku and Whitebeard had always been fated adversaries. Over the past decades their familiarity and mutual understanding were no less than that of old friends. But now this decades-old rival was becoming increasingly unfathomable. Possessing the strength to instantly kill pirates worth over 100 million, the ability to perfectly hide his power before an admiral, and the capacity to slay two legendary pirates. Why did Whitebeard choose this moment to unsheath a blade of such power hidden for decades? What was his purpose? Sengoku raised his head and looked toward the direction of the new world, a sense of confusion and unease welling up in his heart. Newgate, what exactly are you trying to do? That Teach guy, he's actually this formidable. On the Moby Dick in the new world, Marco, Vista, Jozu, and Whitey Bay all stared wide-eyed at the contents of the newspaper, their jaws dropping in unison. Everyone stood frozen, as if turned to stone, the newspapers slipping from their hands unconsciously. This was precisely why Ace and Thatch, who had gone out to eliminate the pirates encroaching on their territory, hadn't seen the paper. Otherwise they would have been equally astonished as the other commanders. Perhaps even more exaggerated. Teach. Whitebeard gazed at the distant horizon, where the sea met the sky, a flicker of concern passing through his aged eyes. A tall tree catches the wind. Don't let anything happen, Teach. Holy shit. How can this guy be so powerful? In the distant east, Blue Buggy the clown, reading the newspaper in his hands, was so startled that his body split apart. The new world is terrifying. Buggy's flying hand clamped tightly over his mouth, afraid that even a single sound would draw the attention of the demon from hell on the paper. Let's just stick to finding treasure, Buggy whispered softly to Moji and Kabeji beside him. Okay. Moji and Kabeji, equally terrified, covered their mouths, tightly bent over, and replied in hushed tones. In a certain sea of the new world, aboard a massive two-masted pirate ship, Shanks held a newspaper in one hand, while slowly tracing the scar over his left eye with the other. Teach, you bastard, what exactly are you planning? Shanks gazed into the distance with profound eyes, murmuring to himself. The new world. Whole Cake Island. Mama, is this the one who effortlessly defeated Perispero and Cracker? Looking at the arrogant grin on the newspaper, a giant woman with flowing pink curls let out a chuckle. If I could bear his child, he wouldn't be too weak, would he? The new world. Wano country. A hulking man as massive as a building slowly rose to his feet, causing the very earth to tremble. He stared at the newspaper, at the man controlling the black waves that had devoured Bullet and Redfield, and slowly exhaled. Who? Blackbeard Teach, is it? Could he be the one to kill me? His dragon-like body twisted slightly, producing a deafening crack. Meanwhile, somewhere in the new world, the headquarters of the World Economic Newspaper. Big news. This is huge news. A bird-like creature resembling an albatross paced back and forth in the office, a flash of excitement crossing his face from time to time. Quick! Print another 5,000 copies. I want this newspaper spread across the Grand Line and the 4 seas. Yes, Director Morgans. In response to Morgan's fervent commands, all the staff shouted in unison. That's right. It was none other than the newsbird controlled by Morgans that had captured the photo of Teach defeating Bullet and Redfield. As luck would have it, a newsbird flying through the sky was suddenly knocked down by a massive shockwave, and upon landing on the ground it chanced upon Bullet and Redfield, who were nearly at death's door. Then Teach appeared, manipulating a strange black mist to devour Bullet and Redfield. Ha ha ha. I don't care what the truth is. I only know what the readers want to see. Morgan's bird-like face twisted into a morbid smile. An ordinary member of the Whitebeard Pirates kills 2 legendary pirates of the sea. Such news will sell like crazy. Everyone work overtime. Yes. The staff roared in unison, full of enthusiasm. Because of this article, the sea, which had been gradually calming in recent years, began to stir into waves. People talked incessantly, discussing the contents of the newspaper. However, the impact of this news had nothing to do with Teach at the moment. Wushu, did you find anyone on your side? Nothing here, Jiaji. How about you? Nothing on my end either. Where the hell did those 2 go? All the Marines were searching for Bullet and Redfield among the ruins of Haizawa Island. But they were destined to return empty-handed. Hundreds of meters beneath the ground, a pool of black mist-like vapor slowly flowed across the earth, and then a pitch-black figure gradually emerged from it. In his 2 hands, he held 2 strangely shaped fruits. Jahaha! Teach's distinctive lecherous laughter echoed from the black mist, sounding even more sinister and evil in the deeply dark underground. What a huge haul this time. Ever since Pops had them take turns going out to intercept the impelled-down pirates attacking their territory, Teach had secretly followed the system's instructions to Heizawa Island and laid an ambush. At that time, Bullet and Redfield had not yet arrived on the island. And when Teach saw Bullet and Redfield, he nearly shit his pants. Every single one of them was a great pirate on the level of Pops. Opening character panel. Douglas Bullet. Physique 89. Strength 91. Speed 82. Hockey 85. Devil Fruit ability combined fruit development level 81. Overall assessment known as the Devil's Offspring and the successor of the Demon. He was once a member of the Roger Pirates. His strength is immense. In his prime, only Roger could surpass him. If the host were to face Bullet at his peak, he might be flattened in one blow. Opening character panel. Heroic Redfield. Physique 82-92. Strength 81-96. Speed 92-87. Hockey 83-93. Devil Fruit ability Bat Fruit Mythical Zoan Vampire Form Development Level 88. Overall assessment known as the Lone Crimson and the Red Count. His strength is unparalleled. He stands on equal footing with the Roger and Whitebeard Pirates single-handedly and can even rival the former Fleet Admiral. If the host were to face him at his peak, one encounter might turn him into a dried strip. Teach could barely even handle a Marine Admiral, let alone confront a pirate of Yonko caliber. And there were two of them. Teach didn't dare make a sound underground, afraid that the indiscriminate area of effect attacks from the two great pirates above would catch him. Fortunately, both pirates' observation hockey was locked tightly onto each other, unwilling and unable to extend in any other direction. After all, in a battle of this level, even a moment's distraction could be the cause of defeat. This gave Teach an opening, and in the end he reaped the benefits of the conflict. And this time Teach made an absolute killing. Without any effort on his part, his strength had been greatly enhanced. First, pain absorption. Throughout their entire battle, Bullet and Redfield had accumulated immense pain from their severe injuries and physical exhaustion. And Teach, using the golden skill pain absorption, successfully absorbed all their pain, transforming it into nourishment for a new form. Grabbed it in one hand, refined it instantly. Pain absorption new form. Seems to require some time to incubate. Teach didn't know when the new form would appear, nor what it would be. But all his stats had received a significant boost from the nourishment of the pain energy, further strengthening his power. However, these were not the most important. What pleased Teach the most was the surprise brought by another golden skill. Golden skill fruit snatching. Then Teach lowered his head and slowly gazed at the two oddly shaped devil fruits in his hands, sinking into deep contemplation. Golden skill fruit plunder. Relying on this godlike freakish skill, Dicky now had two top-tier devil fruits in his hands. Paramecia Devil Fruit Combined Fruit. Zoan Devil Fruit Bat Fruit Mythical Beast Form Vampire. Two top-tier devil fruits. It's not that only Logia-type devil fruits are the strongest. After mastering hockey, the threat of Logia-type devil fruits has greatly diminished. On the contrary, some conceptual Paramecia and mythical Zoan devil fruits have become extremely threatening. For example, the Op-Op fruit, the fortune-telling fruit, the Gum-Gum fruit, and so on. And the combined fruit and vampire fruit are also two extremely powerful fruits. The reason Baylight became the strongest after Roger, aside from his outstanding physical fitness and formidable hockey, the ability of the combined fruit was also indispensable. The 100-meter-tall giant created by the combined fruit could easily destroy a huge mountain, reaching a level that ordinary people could never achieve through a lifetime of effort. And Lida Fayerda was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the entire Roger and Whitebeard Pirates alone, and even defeated the former Marine Fleet Admiral Kong, thanks in no small part to the vampire fruit. As a mythical Zoan devil fruit, the vampire fruit greatly enhances the user's physical attributes and also grants the user the abilities of a vampire. It was precisely through the vampire abilities that Lida Fayerda could still maintain his peak strength by using blood even now. Dicky looked down at the two devil fruits in his hands. One of them was silvery gray all over with a smooth surface engraved with silver reliefs resembling steel metal. On the reliefs, spiral patterns were carved, and the whole fruit was as hard as steel. The other one resembled an apple in appearance with purple-red spiral patterns on its surface. From time to time, red liquid seeped out from the fruit's surface, eerie and mysterious. In his previous life, Blackbeard stole Whitebeard's Tremor fruit during the Summit War, and with its power he ascended to the position of one of the four emperors. But in this life, Dicky would never resort to such despicable means to steal the fruit abilities of those around him. In terms of potential, the two devil fruits in his hands were absolutely no less than Old Man's Tremor fruit. If he ate both, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Ding. Warning: the host's current physical condition can only accommodate one more devil fruit. If a new devil fruit is consumed before the previous one is fully digested, the conflicting fruit energies will cause the host to explode and die. Forget it. Don't eat two at once. My life is more important. Being able to eat one more devil fruit is still a huge boost to strength. With that plus the dark fruit, it would be an unprecedented dual devil fruit user. Anyone who saw it would have to say seriously. As for the other devil fruit, he would leave it for later. Perhaps he would encounter an even more perfect devil fruit by then. Now it was time for a choice between the two. Dicky looked down at the steel-like devil fruit in his left hand, then at the blood-red fruit in his right hand, and fell into deep thought. Well, I'll choose this one. Then Dicky raised one hand and swallowed the devil fruit in his hand. How boring. In the new world Whitebeard's territory, a huge cry of lament suddenly echoed across the mirror-like calm sea. Why are all the pirates in this sea so weak? A fiery red figure was seen hanging listlessly on the deck of a small sailboat, arms dangling, looking dejected. Isn't that good, AC? It means the strong ones have already been driven away. The rest are just a bunch of rabble. As a deep voice sounded, a massive figure slowly approached, AC each step making the ship tremble. Kiatsi. AC weakly flashed a reluctant peace sign at Kiatsi, which lasted less than a second before he dropped his hand again carelessly. That's true, but I went to sea to train to challenge the strong to become stronger. These are all guys who get turned to ashes with one fire fist. When will I ever surpass Dicky? AC said, jumping onto the deck and scratching his head with both hands. That bastard has already defeated 2 legendary great pirates. At this moment, AC had learned of Dicky's astonishing achievements from the newspaper Kiatsi gave him. Seriously. Looking at the arrogant smile on Dicky's face in the newspaper, AC was full of question marks. Then he trained even harder, determined to surpass Dicky as soon as possible. Then you'd better work hard, AC. A seductive, lazy voice came from behind, followed by a beautiful, tall figure walking gracefully. AC and Kiatsi turned their heads at the same time to see Whitey Bay approaching with sexy catwalk steps. I've seen with my own eyes how formidable that guy Dicky is. If you want to surpass Dicky, you'll have to work hard, little AC. Whitey Bay said, gently tapping her head with her right index finger and giving AC a smile. What? Even you, Whitey Bay, look down on me. AC stomped his feet angrily and waved his fists. I don't look down on you, you know. As someone who had faced Dicky's techniques head-on, Whitey Bay had experienced his power up close. It wasn't that she looked down on AC, but if AC wanted to surpass Dicky, he might never make it in his lifetime. But, have you noticed that it's too quiet here? Even if the pirates attacking us are weak, they couldn't have scattered so completely. Whitey Bay leaned on the railing with both hands, squinting as she gazed at the distant sea. Huh, is that so? AC held his hat, blinked in confusion, and said slowly. Kiatsi stepped forward, a hint of unease flashing across his slightly angry face, and said, It seems indeed things have been going too smoothly. Kiatsi narrowed his eyes, then suddenly widened them, shouting in alarm and anger, This feels more like a trap to lure us in. What? Whitey Bay and AC both exclaimed in shock. At that moment, a huge warship suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the sea in front of the three. A massive wave rushed toward their small boat. Seeing the several-meter-high wave, AC swung his fist. Fire fist. With a flash of bright flames, the huge wave was instantly pierced by fire and vanished. The collision of the hundreds of degrees flame with the deep-sea wave produced a massive cloud of steam. In the thick mist, a tall, slender figure stood at the bow of the opposing ship. Big Mom's second son. Katakali. Recognizing the figure on the ship, Kiatsi instantly narrowed his eyes. Surrender obediently, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. Katakali's emotionless voice slowly echoed like a death knell. You must be joking. We're not afraid of you. AC turned into flames and floated into the air, glaring at Katakali. What's the purpose of setting this trap? Kiatsi stepped forward, his body instantly turning into brilliant blue diamonds. Katakali, although you are strong, but you alone can't take us down. A powerful aura erupted from Kiatsi, instantly dispersing the surrounding mist. Whitey Bay also drew her weapon, her beautiful eyes, serious hands gripping tightly as she aimed at Katakali. But the next second, a voice from the giant warship before them made Whitey Bay's face instantly pale with shock. Mama, what if I mama join in too? Ah, what is that? Whitey Bay, pointing ahead with a trembling voice, exclaimed. A figure even larger, no, that is obese, appeared behind Katakuli. After recognizing the figure, Whitey Bay's breath caught in her throat, her eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Zi's eyes also snapped open, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Why? Why are you here? The figure behind Katakuli slowly approached, then stepped past him to the very front of the ship. A mass of pink curly hair flew behind her. A pink spaghetti-strap dress was stretched taut over her round body. On her head was a pink pirate ship hat, and a dark cloud and a ball of fire hovered around her. Big Mom. Xiao Luot. Ling Ling. Xiao Zi and Whitey Bay's breath became rapid and erratic, as if the air itself had become thin. After all, that was one of the 4 emperors of the New World. A peer of their own father, the strongest in the New World. Far beyond what the few of them could handle now. Foolish. How dare you utter mother's name directly? Katakuli stepped forward and roared, a contemptuous smirk curling beneath his scarf. Big Mom. Xiao Zi stepped forward and shouted loudly, trying to dispel the uncontrollable fear deep within his soul. This is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Are you here to start a war with the Whitebeard Pirates? After hearing this, Xia Luo Ling Ling sneered and said, Mama, how ridiculous. Do you really think I'm afraid of that old man Nyo Gai Te who's half in the grave? What? Don't disrespect father. In midair, upon hearing Big Mom's disdain for their father, C shouted angrily. I'm in a good mood today, I don't want to fight. I want to borrow someone from Nyo Gai Te. Xia Luo Ling Ling stepped onto the thundercloud beneath her feet and floated into the air. Borrow who? Xiao Zi asked in confusion, but his arms began secretly gathering armament hockey, staying on guard. Xia Luo Ling Ling let out a sinister smile, then slowly uttered a name that surprised everyone. Ma Xia Er Di Qi. Upon hearing Di Qi's name, Huai Di Bei's pupils shrank sharply, and she looked in astonishment at the obese figure in midair. Di Qi, eh? But why, eh? Xia Luo Ling Ling seemed in a good mood, and patiently explained to Huai Di Bei and the others. That brat Di Qi seems to have some skill. He repelled Yellow Monkey and defeated Ba Lei Te and the Lonely Red. If I could bear a child with him, that child would surely become the strongest in the world. After hearing Xia Luo Ling Ling's words, Huai Di Bei's cheeks flushed bright red. Having a child? You old hag. Shameless. Huai Di Bei pointed at Big Mom in the sky and cursed. Mama, what's the big deal, eh? I warn you brats while I'm in a good mood. Hand over Di Qi obediently. Xia Luo Ling Ling said, her eyes suddenly turning cold and dark. Otherwise you'll all die. Impossible. Before Huai Di Bei could respond, AIC in midair suddenly shouted angrily. We have no idea where Di Qi is. And even if we did, we wouldn't hand him over to you, old hag. As AIC spoke, flames began to burst from his body. Abandoning a comrade to save your own skin. That's not the way of the Whitebeard Pirates. That's right. The moment AIC finished, Xiao Zi stepped forward, his fists wrapped in armament hockey colliding fiercely, sending out a powerful gale that swept across the surrounding sea. In the dictionary of the Whitebeard Pirates, there is no surrender, and we will never betray our comrades. Huai Di Bei also raised her weapon toward the sky, her resolute expression clearly revealing her stance. Looking down at the three resolute members of the Whitebeard Pirates, Xia Luo Ling Ling's obese face curled into a scornful smile. Mama, how ungrateful. Stupid fat woman, less talk. AIC roared, his orange cowboy hat firmly pulled down, and then a burst of scorching flames erupted from his body. AIC leaped up instantly, reaching the same height as Big Mom, and threw a punch. Fire fist. A ball of energy wrapped in intense heat slammed into Big Mom, and in an instant flames engulfed her. Mama. On Big Mom's ship, the crew members saw Xia Luo Ling Ling engulfed by the fierce flames, their faces filled with terror as they shouted anxiously. Standing on the deck, Ka Ta Ku Li silently watched the blazing flames, expressionless, as if completely unconcerned. Great. It hit. Seeing AIC's flames engulf Big Mom's body, Huai Di Bei shouted in surprise, pumping her fist excitedly. No, don't let your guard down. That's one of the 4 emperors on par with father. It can't be that simple. Xiao Zi stared intently at the blazing flames in the air, his expression grave. Boom. Sure enough. With a thunderous roar, the orange-red flames devouring Big Mom scattered in all directions, as if they had seen a prehistoric monster. Big Mom's figure slowly emerged from the dispersing flames. Impossible. Seeing Big Mom unharmed, AIC's eyes widened in shock and fury. Mama, the strength of Nyo Gai Te's brats is not impressive at all. Is your fire only this weak? Big Mom curled her lips and flicked away the stray flames on her shoulder. Damn it. AIC glared at Big Mom, fists clenched. His usually invincible flames were completely ineffective against Big Mom. Brat, taste my fire. Prometheus. With Big Mom's shout, the sun-like fireball beside her suddenly formed a human-like smile. Leave it to me, Mama. The thundercloud pirate hat and fireball around Big Mom were all born from her, using the power of the soul fruit to imbue souls into homies. These 3 special homies not only had self-awareness, but could also control weather and natural phenomena, fighting autonomously. Prometheus's human-like face grinned, and the next second it charged straight at AIC. Heavenly fire. Prometheus, wrapped in crimson-orange flames, blasted toward the stunned AIC in midair. Staring at the flames that were getting closer and far hotter than anything he could produce, AIC's eyes bulged. What the? How can you control fire too, and even stronger? Who is the real Mera Nomi user anyway? Those were AIC's last thoughts before the crimson-orange fireball slammed into him. Bang! With a dull thud, AIC was sent flying by Prometheus and crashed heavily into the deck of the Whitebeard Pirates ship. AIC. Seeing the deep crater in the deck beneath her, Huai Di Bei shouted anxiously. Damn it. How can everyone control fire? AIC, can you even do this? Mera Nomi. Not even a dog would eat it. Mama, you brats of Nyo Gai Te, this is your last warning. Big Mom, standing on the thundercloud Zeus, slowly floated above Xiao Zi and Huai Di Bei. If you don't give me Di Qi, I'll take you 3 to Nyo Gai Te and exchange you for Di Qi. Big Mom, we're not afraid of you. Xiao Zi roared, and in an instant his entire body was covered in blue gold diamond dazzling. If you can just try it. Fat hag. After saying that, Xiaozi charged at Big Mom in midair, his fist encased in hard diamond. At the same time, Huidi raised her weapon and leaped up, gracefully slashing at Big Mom. A huge mass of flames followed closely behind Xiaozi and Huidi, erupting from the ship's deck. Watching the three charging at her, Big Mom felt her authority, deeply offended veins bulging on her forehead. Just three brats from Whitebeard's crew. Big Mom's obese face twisted into an extremely angry expression. Come on, you reckless brats. A gentle sea breeze caressed sunlight, warm and drowsy. What should have been a tranquil sea was anything but peaceful at this moment. Huff, huff. Jozu knelt on the deck of the ship, glaring furiously at the towering female figure before him. Jozu panted heavily each breath, bringing a heart-wrenching suffocation. His body could no longer maintain full diamondization, with only a thin layer of diamond coating left on his right fist. Beside him lay the bodies of Ace and Whitey, both unconscious, their chests barely rising and falling to indicate they were still alive. Mama, the towering mountain-like woman let out a sinister chuckle. You really are a bunch of stubborn brats. I'll just kill you all. As for Teach, I'll find him slowly. With her fickle mood, Charlotte Linlin changed her mind. She stared at the kneeling Jozu, spread her hands, and licked her lips. Huff. Jozu fixed his gaze on Big Mom, breathing heavily. The fierce battle had inflicted too much damage on his body, who staying conscious was already his limit. He couldn't utter a single word. Mama, can't speak anymore, huh? Seeing Jozu's state, Charlotte Linlin understood that they were no longer capable of fighting. Newgate's brats were always just brats. Since you're only this strong, then die. Charlotte Linlin sneered darkly, then suddenly raised her right hand. A surging wave of energy slowly released from her palm. The energy wave then slowly ignited, instantly transforming into blazing flames. Even from a great distance, Jozu could feel the heat of the fire in Charlotte Linlin's hand. The scorching flames flickered in Jozu's eyes, appearing weak and fragile, yet they could snuff out all their lives in an instant. Damn it! Jozu stared at the flames growing ever brighter before him, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Heavenly fireball. With Charlotte Linlin's loud shout, a fireball as large as the ship beneath them hurtled toward Jozu and the other two. The flames that seemed to burn half the sky grew larger in Jozu's pupils, and the feeling of death intensified. For a moment, Jozu couldn't breathe, staring blankly at the approaching fireball. Is this the end? Pops, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect everyone. On Big Mom's ship, Katakuri watched the three on the Whitebeard Pirates ship, who were about to be annihilated by Charlotte Linlin, and he gave a soft snort. Humph, this is the consequence of defying Mama. Those who defy Mama will. Wait, what is this? Katakuri possessed top-tier observation haki. Ordinary observation haki could only sense enemies and predict their attacks, but top-tier observation haki could see into the future. Those who could foresee the future were extremely rare. Even the Pirate King Roger's right-hand Silver's Rayleigh had said things like, there are those who can see the future. Katakuri was one of them. But just a moment ago, the image in his mind had been Jozu and the others being wiped out by Mama. Yet the next second the scene shifted. A thick black mist suddenly flooded his entire mind. What is this? Before Katakuri could finish his thought on the small Whitebeard Pirates ship, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the path of the blazing fireball. Bang! A dull thud. The moment the red fireball touched the black tide, it was swept into the spinning darkness and vanished without a trace. Only a few wisps of smoke remained in the air, marking where the flames had once been. What's going on? Charlotte Linlin, who had thought the outcome was certain, frowned at the strange sight. Shah, weren't you looking for me? Isn't it a bit low to attack my comrades? Big Mom. A sinister, evil laugh echoed from the spinning black tide. Then the black current slowly dispersed, and a burly figure emerged from the center. Hey, Teach. Recognizing the newcomer, Jozu's eyes went wide. Yo, Jozu, haven't seen you in a few days. You look so pathetic. Teach turned around and flashed a perfect smile at the kneeling Jozu. But Jozu had no mood for Teach's antics. He raised his head in panic and hurriedly said, Teach, run. She's after you. Mama, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Seeing Teach shrouded in black mist, Charlotte Linlin revealed a hint of delighted surprise. I was just about to look for you, and you obediently came. Be my husband, Teach. Charlotte Linlin extended a hand toward Teach, waiting for his response, her expression brimming with confidence. You defeated Barrett, and the red-haired combined with my genes, our child will surely become the strongest in the world. However, her answer was a dense black orb that slammed straight into her face. Ugh. Big Mom, caught off guard, staggered back a few steps, then tore off the black mist. The face beneath the blackness was twisted with fury and disbelief. You want to kill my comrades, and still expect me to be your husband? Is your barren brain filled with nothing but cake and cream? Just because you're stupid, everyone has to give in to you. You hideously fat old hag. Teach looked at Big Mom as if she were an idiot, each word striking like a knife into her heart. Her complexion visibly paled, then gradually flushed redder and redder until finally, you brat. Big Mom roared, hurling the black mist ball she had clenched in her hand onto the deck beneath her feet. How utterly ungrateful. How dare he speak to Mama like that? He's dead meat. On another nearby ship, Katakuri narrowed his eyes as he watched Charlotte, Linlin, and Teach. You little brat, you've successfully angered me. If I don't kill you today, I'm not fit to be an emperor. Charlotte Linlin stared at Teach with burning rage, her right arm turning pitch black and hard as steel, then she punched toward him. Come on, Big Mom. If you can try it. Teach showed no fear at the incoming steel arm. In fact, there was a hint of excitement. He raised his own arm, and with a flex the trunk-like muscles burst through his sleeve. Flowing black mist along with the dark shining armament hockey instantly covered his entire fist. He threw a punch at the incoming iron arm. Boom. The wind howled like the roar of an ancient beast. Boom. The sound of two iron fists colliding with tremendous force echoed across the heavens and earth. In an instant the air was forcefully compressed, forming visible concentric shockwaves that swept outward frantically from Big Mom and Blackbeard as the center. The ship beneath them creaked, groaning under the unbearable strain. Terrifying shockwaves surged through the ocean, driving massive waves outward in all directions. Blackbeard and Big Mom's gazes locked, a spark seeming to flash in the air between them. Charlotte, lean, physical strength 90, power 92, speed 83, hockey 87. Devil Fruit ability Tori, Nomi development level 82. Comprehensive evaluation, the only female among the four emperors, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, naturally possessing immense strength and nearly impenetrable defense like a steel balloon. Her eccentric and volatile personality only added to the terror surrounding her peerless strength. This was one of the four emperors of the current era, recognized as one of the four strongest in the New World. Both of her attribute values exceeded 90, reaching the level of the Pirate King. It was worth noting that only one attribute of Baratheon and Redfield exceeded 90. Though Charlotte Linlin was not on par with the peak version of the Yonko, she was still genuinely one of the strongest. At the age of 5 she could kill a bear with her bare hands, and when helping the giant tribe swat mosquitoes, she shattered several ribs with a single slap. Born with the steel balloon physique, impervious to blades and bullets, with extremely powerful defense. Nevertheless, Blackbeard harbored no fear, for after his battle with Baratheon and Redfield, the system had once again rewarded him with substantial attribute points. At this moment, Blackbeard's abilities had reached a terrifying level compared to before. Martial D. Teach physical strength 83, power 86, speed 78, hockey 80. Devil Fruit abilities 23, Gura, Nomi development level 54. Fruit development level 20. Comprehensive evaluation, congratulations host, you have finally taken half a step into the ranks of the four emperors. Oh, of course, perhaps it was merely the front half of that half step, and perhaps you are destined to be the fifth emperor. As per convention, ignoring the system, Mrs. Usual sarcasm, and not comparing the gap with the four emperors, Blackbeard felt quite satisfied with his current abilities compared to his past self. If he ever encountered that irritating flashing yellow monkey again, Blackbeard would make sure to teach him a lesson, if not swat him away outright. System messages omitted. Admittedly, Blackbeard's current abilities paled in comparison to Big Mom's, yet he remained utterly unfazed. In addition to his Conqueror's Hockey Infusion, Pain Absorption, and Gear Second technique, he also possessed the second Devil Fruit he had just consumed. Blackbeard. He actually blocked Big Mom's punch. Jozu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Considering Jozu ranked among the top 3 warriors of the Whitebeard Pirates, he had struggled to withstand Big Mom's iron fists just moments before. Yet Blackbeard could actually match Big Mom. How is this possible? Nearby, Katakuri's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Blackbeard holding his own against Big Mom in a contest of strength. Unlike Jozu, Katakuri, as Big Mom's second son, understood intimately the devastating power of her armament hockey-infused strikes. Ordinary pirates, even those with bounties exceeding 100 million, would be unable to withstand a single punch from their mother. Yet this soot-covered stranger who appeared out of nowhere managed to evenly match their mother through sheer physique and armament hockey, without even showing a hint of strain. This person's strength. Could it already rival mother's? Katakuri's expression hidden beneath his scarf revealed an uncommon gravity. In truth, Blackbeard's raw power still fell slightly short when pitted against the monstrous Big Mom. His proficiency with armament hockey lagged significantly behind, not to mention Big Mom's nearly invulnerable steel balloon constitution. In that fleeting moment, when Blackbeard's fist collided with Big Mom's, an overwhelming force surged through his arm. Blackbeard nearly lost his footing from the impact. Fortunately, he possessed a divine ability. When Blackbeard clashed fists with Big Mom, the dark fruit's dual pain side effect unleashed a torrent of agony. Blackbeard swiftly activated his ability, absorbing the searing pain and channeling it into raw power to counter Big Mom's strength. Though he couldn't overpower her, he could exploit loopholes. Moi. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, studying Blackbeard, who held his own against her. Strange. She could clearly sense that this man's strength was far inferior to hers, and his hockey prowess fell short as well. Yet inexplicably he could still match her power. In that brief clash, Charlotte Linlin felt Blackbeard's force falter significantly, nowhere near enough to sustain such an exchange. But immediately after, an extraordinary energy surged from his knuckles, merging with his strike to momentarily resist her devastating blow, a phenomenon utterly bizarre. Boy, your ability is rather peculiar, but relying solely on such tricks won't save you. Die. In the new world, true strength never relies on cheap parlor tricks. Charlotte Linlin's lips curled into a faint smile as she roared, pouring additional force into her arm. Feeling the sudden surge of overwhelming power, Blackbeard staggered backward, nearly unable to contain the impact as their fists trembled violently. Blackbeard, Jozu called out urgently. Shah, worthy of being an emperor indeed. However, who said I'm limited to just this? A smirk crossed Blackbeard's face as he transformed his fist into an open palm, clamping down on Big Mom's hand from behind. My. Charlotte Linlin paused, momentarily caught off guard by the sensation of skin against skin. Mamame. Oh, wanting to hold my hand now. Isn't that a bit late? Big Mom grinned at her captured fist, then winked provocatively at Blackbeard standing before her. If that could even be called a flirtatious wink. Ugh, damn it. Could you imagine a 200-plus-pound androgynous giant grabbing your hand and batting their eyes at you like a spoiled child? Nausea washed over Blackbeard from head to toe, making his head swim with revulsion. Who the hell wants to hold your hand? You'd have more chance saying that if you were 40 years younger. Blackbeard's head boiled with rage as his right hand, still gripping Big Mom's fist, surged with sudden force. Devil Fruit ability activate. Charlotte Linlin suddenly felt a wave of heat ripple through her body as her blood flow accelerated dramatically. What's happening? For someone as powerful as Big Mom, controlling her muscles, bones, and blood was second nature, even closing wounds to stem bleeding when fatally injured. This sudden acceleration of her internal blood flow was decidedly abnormal. Suddenly, as Blackbeard's right hand exerted renewed force, Big Mom's blood erupted from within. Tiny droplets of blood seeped from her skin, like morning dew floating into the air, to form an eerie crimson mist. What on earth is this? Though the blood loss was negligible for Big Mom, even less than her monthly amount, the dense crimson mist enveloping her brow furrowed in confusion and unease. Shah, how about this, Big Mom? No sooner had Blackbeard spoken than the crimson mist swirling around Big Mom surged toward him in an instant. My. The thick crimson mist gradually spiraled around Blackbeard, condensing into vivid red threads that encircled him completely. Massive wings of blood erupted from Blackbeard's back, unleashing a tremendous storm. In that moment, he was engulfed entirely within the crimson embrace, appearing like a blood angel of the night, utterly uncanny. What on earth? Katakuri's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the figure on the nearby ship, shrouded in blood, like a fallen angel of crimson. Kya, Big Mom, what do you think of this, eh? A sinister smile played across Di-Chi's sharp-featured face, rendering him utterly uncanny against the backdrop of the blood-soaked mist. This was Di-Chi's second devil fruit, Zoan mythical model bat fruit vampire form. In truth, Di-Chi had wrestled with his choice between the fusion fruit and the vampire fruit for quite some time. Both were top-tier devil fruits, and both offered abilities he deemed essential. One would grant him immense destructive power and combat prowess, vastly raising his ceiling and enabling him to become an agent of global devastation. The other would bestow upon him the mythic beast form inherent to its lineage, enhancing his speed and strength, allowing him to manipulate blood, and even granting eternal youth and immortality through the very properties of blood. Ultimately, the deciding factor was the initial purple skill Di-Chi had once acquired. Mama, this isn't all that impressive. Big Mom assessed her remaining vitality and found it would have absolutely no impact on the coming battle. The mere sliver of blood you've siphoned could never harm me. She looked up at Di-Chi, who was immersed in the crimson fluid, and a sneer curled her lips. Though this ability does seem oddly familiar. Kya. But of course it doesn't stop there. For what comes next is the real show. Di-Chi let out a feral laugh, released Big Mom, clasped his hands together, and clapped them forcefully. Blood surge. With a thunderous roar from Di-Chi, the crimson threads encircling his body suddenly erupted, shattering like glass and slicing through the surrounding air. Third-degree blood surge consumes 50 milliliters of blood per second, granting a 15 boost to all attributes. Critical note, please estimate your total blood volume carefully to avoid death from excessive blood surge. Beyond the substantial physical enhancement typical of Zoan fruits, the vampire fruit also allowed Di-Chi to manipulate the blood of himself or any creature he touched. Meanwhile, the blood surge skill consumed blood to enhance every aspect of his physical capabilities. The synergy between the two abilities was nothing short of perfect. After all, the skill description only stated it required consuming blood to boost power and never specified whose blood it had to be. Surely it was permissible for me to surge upon your blood to enhance my own strength, right? Quite logical, isn't it? The shattered mist of blood instantly flowed into Di-Chi's body, and immediately afterward, an utterly terrifying pressure erupted from his frame. My. Feeling the sudden surge in Di-Chi's aura, Charlotte Lean's eyes widened in disbelief. And this isn't even over. Pain absorption. Dark fruit. With another thunderous shout from Di-Chi, pitch-black darkness, and a trembling power of anguish slowly manifested upon him. Blood, darkness, and anguish wove together in that moment, forging an eerie equilibrium. As the dark fruit, the vampire fruit, and the power of anguish simultaneously acted upon him, Di-Chi's body began to undergo subtle changes. His jet-black hair instantly lengthened, cascading down to his waist, while his pitch-black pupils suddenly shifted to a vivid crimson, resembling a deep pool of blood that glowed with an uncanny luminescence in the shadows. Beneath his high-bridged nose, his lips turned a bloody red. His skin gradually lost its healthy wheat tone, turning pale and acquiring a chilling marble-like quality. Whereas Di-Chi's post-weight loss physique had been broad and burly, his frame now seemed to elongate and lean out, giving him a tall, lithe, and upright silhouette. If the original Di-Chi was a paunchy homebody and the weight loss version was a gym enthusiast, then this new form resembled a refined, aristocratic young master. Behind him, a pair of crimson wings gradually solidified. Resembling the wings of an angel, their pristine white feathers were stained with mottled patches of blood, exuding a beautiful, yet sacred aura. Originally, the new form, nourished by the power of anguish, would have required a considerable amount of time to gestate. However, the inherent synergy between the dark fruit and the anguish power combined with the bestial form granted by the mythic Zoan allowed the process to bypass that waiting period entirely. The nascent form had already taken preliminary shape. Crimson blood threads, pitch-black, dense fog, and the purple-hued aura of anguish intertwined and commingled. Yet at this moment, as if imbued with life, they all quietly circled around Di-Chi. In this state, Di-Chi resembled a monarch of the underworld, with the seemingly contradictory concepts of the uncanny and the divine perfectly fused within him. This was Di-Chi's new form, embodying anguish, darkness, and blood as one. Phase 1 of anguish power, fallen angel form. Is this Di-Chi? Jozu murmured to himself. Reflected in Jozu's eyes was Di-Chi's crimson silhouette. Despite the stark difference in stature, the man still radiated a sense of security as profound and reassuring as that of their captain. What exactly is this? Can the dark fruit achieve something like this? Staring at the utterly uncanny blood angel-like figure before her, Charlotte Lean's pupils contracted sharply. Zeus, Napoleon, and Michelangelo floating beside Charlotte Lean appeared somewhat dimmed. She could clearly feel her three special homies trembling incessantly. What is happening? Charlotte Lean asked Napoleon in astonishment. I don't know, but I'm so scared, mother. Napoleon's voice trembled, and his anthropomorphic expression revealed deep dread, as though the figure before them were some monstrous behemoth. The clusters of energy within him make me feel a terror that stems from the very depths of my soul. Napoleon and Michelangelo nodded in unison to agree. Due to the fear rising from their core, their normally straight up and down nods instead traced arcs through the air. How dare these mere soul constructs face the hellish demon king, who commands the very power of the soul? Is this enough for now, Big Mom? Looking at Big Mom's utterly bewildered expression, Di-Chi revealed a chilling grin. Damn it, I am clearly a protagonist now. Why does my own laughter sound more villainous than a true antagonist's? It's all because of this body of mine. A naturally evil, righteous physique. However, Di-Chi also knew that the weakness of the blood surge skill was glaringly obvious. It could not be maintained for long, or else he would perish from excessive blood loss. Judging by the amount of Big Mom's blood he had currently consumed relative to his own total blood volume, he could probably sustain it for about 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the blood surge would drain him dry. So Di-Chi didn't hesitate. While grinning, he extended his right hand, grabbed Big Mom's arm, and yanked her forward with tremendous force. Feeling the terrifying force pulling at her arm, Charlotte Lean's eyes widened in shock and rage, her body instinctively stumbling forward. Di-Chi knew that as he currently was, he stood no chance against a veteran Yonko, especially since a prolonged period of weakness would inevitably follow the blood surge. Moreover, Big Mom surely had further tricks up her sleeve. Di-Chi did not wish to push things too far, for even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a Yonko. Thus, Di-Chi's objective was, now Big Mom, get off the old man's ship and get out of my sight. Simply to blast Big Mom off the ship. With a bellow from Di-Chi, an ironclad fist swung out viciously. To Charlotte Lean's utter disbelief, it crashed heavily into her balloon-like face. Ugh. Upon hearing a sound akin to a deflating rubber ball, Big Mom's entire face was hammered deep into a concave ruin by Di-Chi's blow. Immediately after, a deep purple lightning bolt interwoven with crimson threads and black fog surged violently from Di-Chi's knuckles. The terrifying shockwave of air collided squarely with Big Mom's massive frame. Yoa! Hearing a grotesque cry from Big Mom, her colossal body was launched straight into the air. Then, propelled by the impact wave, she was sent flying violently before plunging into the ocean with a tremendous splash, stirring up massive waves. The colossal waves rocked the Big Mom Pirates' ship violently. Katakuri quickly gripped the deck railing, staring at the center of the swell, where only bubbling bubbles remained. His eyes bulged in disbelief. Mother! Where's this? Ace's trembling eyelids slowly opened, his hazy vision clouded and indistinct. Suddenly a cannonball exploded near Ace, the deafening blast instantly snapping him to full awareness. Why is it so noisy? Right? Am I fighting Big Mom? But where is this? Ace's thoughts gradually returned. A moment ago he had been battling Big Mom, but upon opening his eyes again the surroundings had completely changed. Ace looked up, taking in his environment. War raged all around. Cannonballs and bullets detonated near Ace, while beneath his feet lay a thick layer of ice, its cold piercing through to the bone. All around him were dense crowds of combatants, some in Navy uniforms, others in pirate attire, and a few even wearing prison garb. Among the crowd Ace recognized several familiar faces. Marco lay collapsed on the ground, shackled with seastone cuffs, his body riddled with wounds as warm blood streamed from them. Jozu knelt upon the ice, encased in a layer of frigid frost, one arm already shattered. Not far away the Whitebeard stood unyielding, his body covered in gunshots and sword scars, with a terrifyingly large bloodied hole in his chest. Father! Witnessing the scene before him, Ace cried out in anguish, his eyes nearly splitting with emotion. What is going on? Ace scratched his head in frustration and anxiety. Lasers, frozen ice, and flowing lava clashed amid the chaos of war, wreaking havoc across the entire battlefield. Through the smokescreen, Ace could faintly make out a majestic and imposing structure towering in the distance. Etched upon it were two dark characters. Navy. Could this be Marineford? The Marines' headquarters. What is this? Hey, Ace. Before Ace could dwell on it further, a familiar and energetic voice called out before him. Ace followed the sound and saw a black-haired boy wearing a straw hat grinning at him with both rows of teeth on display. Luffy. Ace's eyes widened as he gazed at the figure before him, exclaiming in shock. How could Luffy be here? And he seemed slightly different from what he remembered, a bit more mature. What on earth was going on? Ace, don't zone out. The boy in the straw hat called out to Ace with concern, his expressive face feeling incredibly real to Ace. You lot aren't going anywhere. Suddenly from the thick fog behind Luffy, a towering and imposing figure slowly emerged, a deep and hoarse voice emanating from within with sinister menace. The massive shadow instantly engulfed Ace and Luffy. The navy cape, symbolizing justice, flapped behind the newcomer in the wind, while his crimson shirt stood as somber as blood. A rose pinned to his chest added an air of ominous eeriness. The moment Ace clearly made out the figure before him, his pupils contracted sharply. Having roamed the New World for years, recognized the Marine before him. The crimson shirt, the cape bearing the Navy's highest honor, the magma dripping like blood, all bore witness to the newcomer's identity. Admiral Sakazuki. Akainu. Bad. Luffy. Seeing Luffy frozen in shock beneath Akainu's feet, Ace roared in panic and fury. Pirates must all die. Sakazuki growled deeply, then swung his magma-encased fist directly toward Luffy's chest. No. In the pristine white cabin ward, the black-haired freckled boy jolted upright, with a scream, one hand clutching half his face, gasping violently, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. What happened? Was that a dream? Still shaken, Ace panted for breath as though a drowning man who had just been rescued. But it felt so real. Recalling everything he had seen in the dream, Ace slowly opened his eyes, gazing blankly at the pure white sheets before him in puzzlement. Both the scene and the surrounding sounds of battle remained vividly clear. The tragic states of Marco, Jozu, and father were all etched memorably in his mind. Even the searing heat of the magma fist that had last struck toward Luffy now made Ace's cheeks feel as though they were burning deeply. Moreover, whether it was Marco, Jozu, father, or Luffy, everyone seemed slightly different from what he remembered. They all appeared somewhat more mature. Was that really just a dream? Looking up at the ceiling, Ace murmured to himself in bewilderment. Bang! A harsh door-opening sound interrupted Ace's thoughts. Subconsciously, he turned toward the cabin door as a stunningly tall and elegant figure slowly stepped inside. What's wrong? Did our little Ace get scared witless by Big Mom? I seem to have heard your lovely cry just now. Vista carried a bowl of medicinal soup, smiling as she slowly walked to Ace's bedside. Phew. It's you, Vista. The moment he clearly saw the visitor, Ace let out a long breath, finally breaking free from the sorrowful trance he had been immersed in. Nothing, just a nightmare. Sorry to worry you. If I wasn't worried about you. Don't flatter yourself. Vindiv, so contrary in her words, suddenly became somewhat stuttering, her face flushing red as she shoved the spoon filled with medicinal soup into Ace's mouth. It's so bitter. The moment he swallowed the medicine, Ace's eyes instantly widened. Rather than eating this, I'd rather have faced that magma fist back then. Ha. Seeing Ace scratching at the wall from the bitterness, Vindiv laughed wickedly with her hands on her hips, as if she had pulled off a mischievous prank. Eat it, Ace. You'll feel better once it's done. I just finished mine, ha ha. Vindivu. Ace was so overwhelmed by the bitterness that he could hardly speak. Even if he elementalized his throat into fire, he couldn't eliminate the intense bitter sensation brought on by the medicine. But he had to admit after taking the medicine Ace indeed felt his body and spirit much stronger than when he first woke up. At this moment Ace was even able to playfully tease Vindive. Ha ha ha. I really do feel much lighter. Thanks. Saying this Ace flashed a toothy grin at Vindive beside him. By the way, Ace suddenly snapped to attention, grabbing Vindive's arm and asking urgently, "How is Big Mom?" My last consciousness was facing her flames. What happened after? What was the situation later? How about Jozu? Is he okay? Vindive was flustered by the rapid-fire questions. She quickly pushed Ace back onto the hospital bed and began to reassure him. Don't worry, Jozu is fine, he's currently steering the ship. After you lost consciousness, I was also knocked out shortly after. It was Blackbeard. Blackbeard came rushing over at the critical moment. Blackbeard. Ace looked at Vindive, his eyes wide with surprise. That's right. Blackbeard, he blasted Big Mom away with a single strike. Vindive nodded, speaking with a solemn expression. What a... Blackbeard blasted Big Mom away with one move? Ace's eyes bulged in disbelief. That's correct. Vindive was equally incredulous, but according to Jozu that was exactly what had happened. Then where is Blackbeard now? Blackbeard. He's resting in the next room. He seemed to have expended a great deal of energy, just now as well. And Blackbeard himself, as referred to by them, was currently in the next cabin, but not resting. Instead, with his arms crossed, he nervously stared at the table in front of him. On the table lay a terrifying longsword, a black scabbard with a white hilt and a golden circular tsuba, gleaming with eerie green light, radiating the sorrow and hatred of countless lost souls. Ding. Successfully repelled 3 legendary great pirates: Douglas Barrett, Patrick Redfield, Charlotte Lean. Reward issued 7-star sword modified. 7-star sword modified, a cursed holy sword, once a symbol of kingship, which after a tragic event absorbed vast amounts of blood and resentment, becoming a peerless demonic blade that controls and consumes the user's soul, bringing endless slaughter and destruction. Weapon ability 1, absorbs blood, resentment, and haki, capable of cutting through anything. Weapon ability 2, comes with a 50 by 50 meter storage space that can hold living creatures. Warning: those with weak willpower will have their souls devoured by the demonic blade and their bodies possessed. Looking at the demonic blade on the table before him, Teach narrowed his eyes in contemplation. The 7-star sword, huh? It seems to be the demonic blade that appeared in the movie version of the original story. Legend has it that 3 princes simultaneously fell in love with a witch. To win her affection, they took up the 7-star sword, which symbolized kingship, and plunged into a war that devastated the land. Later, the 7-star sword, having absorbed the resentment and blood of countless people, brought about slaughter and destruction, leading to the complete ruin of the kingdom. The cursed demonic blade incited conflict after conflict through blood sacrifices. It can absorb blood, haki, and resentment. That pairs quite well with the vampire fruit and the pain absorption ability. Moreover, it comes with a storage space. That's a must-have for any time traveler. 50 square meters, enough to fit a small ship, and it can hold living creatures. It's really uncomfortable not having a portable storage space. Teach finally found a safer place to store the fusion fruit hidden in his crotch. However, the system did issue a warning. In the original story, the 7-star sword indeed devoured Zoro's friend and controlled his body. As if sensing Teach's thoughts, the blade of the 7-star sword hidden in its black scabbard emitted a terrifying green glow. If it were a coward, they might have been intimidated, but, just a demonic blade. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Teach curled his lips in disdain, then all his abilities, the 3 types of haki, the power of blood, the power of pain, and the dark gravity, burst forth from him at once. Purple red lightning, vivid blood red threads, violet halos of agony, pitch black mist, multicolored radiance erupted around Teach like festive fireworks, dazzling and brilliant. The terrifying aura, crackling with multicolored lights, surged toward the green glowing 7-star sword, causing the previously eerie green light to hastily retreat into its scabbard, lying motionless. Jaha! Then 7-star sword, I'll take you without hesitation. Teach reached out, grasped the white hilt, and pulled with force. The 7-star sword slid out smoothly. The emerald green blade shimmered with a translucent, gentle radiance under the sunlight. The exquisite craftsmanship on the blade was breathtaking, pure and flawless. It was impossible to tell that this had once been a peerless demonic blade. And at that moment, Teach felt no soul-devouring sensation from the 7-star sword. The 7-star sword was now completely under Teach's control. Jahaha, not so difficult. Teach chuckled, then his right hand, gripping the hilt, tightened, pouring haki, pain, and blood into the sword in a single surge. Under the impact of the 3 powers, the blade of the 7-star sword trembled violently, emitting a dazzling green light. A buzzing sound seemed to emanate from the blade, and the sword appeared to blush slightly. Teach could even clearly sense a feeling of satisfaction radiating back from the 7-star sword. Damn, Is this sort of pervert? Can he still return it? Feeling the strange sensation from the blade, Teach quickly flung the 7-star sword far away, even feeling that his hand was no longer clean. As if sensing Teach's thoughts, the green glow of the 7-star sword gradually faded, its aura slowly receded, and it lay quietly on the floor like a delicate piece of art. Edge. The 7-star sword lying on the ground seemed to contain an extremely strong energy, and it was actually digesting that energy. Curious, Teach walked over, carefully pinched the sword with 2 fingers, and picked it up. The 7-star sword could store the energy it absorbed, digest it to strengthen itself, and also release it. The more energy absorbed, the more powerful the slash. This was quite similar to the pain absorption ability. This thrilled Teach. He had been worried about not having a lethal offensive ability. The vampire fruit's ability required manipulating the opponent's blood, which required a skill to break through their defenses. And Teach's current abilities were mainly focused on blunt attacks. His current method of attack was either using the Yami-Yami no Mi to condense a ball of dark mist and hurl it, or using his iron fists coated in armament hockey to pound enemies to death punch by punch. With Teach's current mastery of the vampire fruit, blood absorption was only useful against weaklings. When facing pirates of Big Mom's level, it was difficult to absorb a large amount of blood. Although Teach successfully repelled Big Mom, this time the damage he inflicted on her was probably less than the damage she took from falling into the water. It was all flash and little substance. So Teach urgently needed an ability to break through defenses and bleed the enemy. The cutting power of the 7-star sword perfectly filled this gap. Usually he would feed the 7-star sword plenty of hockey blood and resentment, part of which would be stored and part used to enhance the sword's quality. He believed that before long, with the stored sword energy, he would be able to cut through Big Mom's skin with a single strike. Teach quickly and carefully sheathed the emerald green 7-star sword into its black scabbard. He had despised it earlier, but now he cherished it. After some thought, Teach decided to wear the 7-star sword at his waist. After all, walking with one hand resting on the hilt was just too cool. However, a problem arose. Teach had no idea how to use a sword. The original body might have had some basic sword skills, but it was only using 3 short knives inserted between his fingers, slashing wildly like Wolverine. Teach couldn't exactly insert a sword half the length of his body between his fingers. He had to find a way to learn basic swordsmanship, not too advanced, just enough to aim when releasing sword energy. He didn't want to put on a fierce show only to do 0 damage. How should he learn swordsmanship? Before Teach could think further, the cabin door was flung open and a figure rushed in wrapped in sparks. Hey, Teach. Ace stepped up to Teach, pressed both hands on his shoulders, and stared at him with eyes blazing like fire. Did you really defeat Big Mom? Defeated the Yonko who's on par with Pops. Ace shook Teach's body vigorously, his eyes filled with disbelief. Behind Ace, Whitebeard stepped elegantly into the room, a gentle smile on her face. Ace rushed over from his bed as soon as he heard you defeated Big Mom, without even finishing his medicine. Looking at the energetic Ace and Whitebeard, Teach grinned. Ace, Whitebeard, you're awake. Are you both alright? Hearing the concern in Teach's tone, Whitebeard smiled and said, Don't worry, Teach. Thanks to you, we're both fine. What about Jozu? Teach asked. Jozu is at the helm. It seems we'll be nearing the Moby Dick soon, Whitebeard replied, blinking her beautiful eyes thoughtfully. In that case, let's go to the deck and find Jozu. As he spoke, Teach reached out, pinched Ace's cheek, and pushed him aside. Father! Father! Yuko, dressed in a red cheapao, called out in a booming voice while holding a newspaper. Bad news, OL. Before Yuko's father could appear, the newspaper in his hand suddenly vanished. Yuko looked up at the sky in astonishment, only to see Marco transformed into a blue phoenix hovering above him with the newspaper he had just taken clutched in his talons. We already know Yuko. It's Tiki, right? Tiki has done something unbelievable again, hasn't he, eh? Skip the newspaper delivery, I'll just hand it straight to father myself. A gleam of wisdom flashed beneath Marco's glasses, and then a piercing cry rang out as the blue flaming bird shot off into the distance. All that remained in the sky was a trail of blue fire. Yuko felt as though a mouthful of old blood was stuck in his throat. That was clearly my job, you idiot. Doesn't this make me look useless? Damn, Marco, give me back the newspaper. Oh. Tiki repelled Big Mom. Whitebeard read the contents in the newspaper, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yuko stood nearby with gritted teeth, casting resentful glances at the nonchalant, whistleblowing Marco. On the newspaper, a photograph spanned the entire section, clearly capturing Tiki in his blood-crimson demon king form as he forced Big Mom to retreat. His fist the size of a sandbag smashed fiercely into Big Mom's face. It looked painful just watching. Behind Tiki, Jozu could be seen half kneeling on the ground while Ace and Vadim lay sprawled unconscious. It seemed that without Tiki, his other sons would have fared badly. Gururara. That kid Tiki truly hasn't disappointed me. Whitebeard threw back his head and laughed loudly, then produced a wine gourd from somewhere and drained it in one go. Tiki had gone from barely holding out against Kizuru to defeating 2 legendary pirate commanders and now to protecting his companions right in the face of a Yonko. All of this pleased Whitebeard greatly. Whitebeard could feel that ever since Tiki stopped hiding his edge, his strength had been escalating at an increasingly rapid pace, and his mindset had grown correspondingly more mature. If Tiki grew even stronger, perhaps he could truly take over guarding Whitebeard's sons, and Whitebeard himself could find an opportunity to make his exit. Father, where did you steal that wine from again? Before Whitebeard could finish his thoughts, a deafening shout suddenly erupted beside his ear, nearly blowing his beard askew. I've told you so many times that your body can't continue being wasted like this. Marco's eyes bulged as he stared at the wine gourd in Whitebeard's hand and shouted loudly. Gururara. It's fine, Marco. Whitebeard smiled and waved the gourd dismissively. Since you and Tiki treated me, I feel somewhat better. I know my own body well, don't worry, Marco. Whitebeard extended his enormous palm and forcefully patted Marco's frail frame, nearly knocking him into the deck planks with a single blow. Honestly, even though Tiki absorbed the pain from your body, the internal injuries haven't been fully cured yet. You still can't indulge in excessive drinking. Marco rubbed his yellow pineapple head and spoke earnestly. Gwaha, I understand, Marco. Whitebeard responded with a smile, though how much he actually took to heart remained unclear. Whitebeard set the wine gourd on the ground, then slowly rose to his feet. His massive figure instantly cast a shadow that engulfed both Marco and Yuko. What's wrong, father? Yuko asked in confusion, gazing at the shadow enveloping him. They're back. Who? Tiki and the others. As Whitebeard spoke, he turned to gaze at the distant sea, his observation haki clearly reflecting the figures of Tiki, Ace, and the rest within its range. Father's observation haki is still as terrifying as ever. Marco shook his head and chuckled. His own observation haki could barely detect a black dot on the distant sea at this moment, while father had already identified the specific people over 10 seconds ago. Really? How come I didn't know? Yuko stared blankly in the direction Whitebeard was facing. Gurara, Yuko, Marco, let's go. Call everyone together and go welcome them. Whitebeard grinned broadly and slowly took heavy steps forward. After all, they've just endured a fierce battle. The Moby Dick lies ahead. Gazing at the massive warship not far away, Jozu spoke softly, a trace of relaxation revealing itself in his eyes like a child about to return home. Few were finally back. Vadi also exhaled in relief, leaning his body slightly forward against the railing ahead. Once we're back, I must tell Thatch and Vista all about my exploits this time. I fought against a Yonko this time. Ace pumped his fists in the air, his eyes shining with excitement. Tiki silently took a step to the side to avoid being struck by Ace's wild punches. He didn't want to catch whatever foolishness radiated from him either. Tiki and the others' boat slowly and smoothly docked alongside the Moby Dick's hull, and they safely stepped onto its deck. It's still safest here. The moment his foot touched the Moby Dick's deck, an overwhelming sense of security surged from deep within Jozu's heart. Indeed. Tiki walked over to Jozu's side and concurred, then glanced up at the densely packed crowd on deck and couldn't help but twitch his eyes. But isn't it a bit much that so many people came to welcome us? Father Marco Thatch Bistai, why are you all here? Seeing all the companions who had come to greet him, Ace's eyes widened in surprise. Gururara, as father, welcoming my sons who have returned from overseas battles is only natural. Whitebeard said with a smile. Let me tell you, I fought against a Yonko this time. Ace flexed his biceps and showed them off to Bistai and Thatch. Hearing this, Thatch raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean the incident where you were knocked unconscious by Big Mom in a single strike? What? Ace's proud expression froze, his mouth twitching repeatedly. How did you know? Bistai stepped forward and handed Ace a newspaper. You took too long returning. This newspaper has already spread across the seas. Ace accepted the paper half skeptically, but the moment he saw the contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. On the newspaper, in the corner of the photograph showing Tiki repelling Big Mom, lay sprawled in a starfish shape, unconscious. The sight of himself instantly flushed Ace's face crimson. It's all right, Ace. Yeah, you were just knocked out by one strike from Big Mom. Amid Thatch and Bistai's teasing from both sides, Ace's figure turned deathly pale. Taking the opportunity, Tiki took the newspaper from the dazed Ace and read the headline. Blackbeard defeated Big Mom. The King from Hell. The most prominent feature on the newspaper was indeed the photo of his transformed self delivering a punch to Big Mom's face. Tiki felt immensely grateful for his decision to lose weight back then. If he still had that chubby beer-bellied physique right now, what would the newspaper headline read? The Fat Pig from Hell. At this thought, Tiki couldn't help but shudder. But this Morgan's. The information is surprisingly swift. It hasn't been that long, and even the Moby Dick has received the newspaper. Could it be that he's been tailing them this whole time? This Morgan's. He uses Teach's name to sell newspapers and make a fortune, yet doesn't give him a single share. Isn't that blatant freeloading? Just wait, Morgan's, don't let me catch you. In Teach's eyes, Morgan's has already become his personal ATM. When he finally meets Morgan's, Teach will make sure to squeeze something out of him. However, the absence of Morgan's newsbirds also indirectly highlights one of Teach's shortcomings. Observation Hockey. Among the skills Teach had acquired before, two could assist him in perception during combat. One was Eagle Eye, the other was Malice Perception. Blue skill Eagle Eye, eyes as sharp as an eagle's, enhancing vision. Blue skill Malice Perception detects malice within a 20-meter radius. Eagle Eye enhanced Teach's dynamic vision and eyesight, allowing him to precisely analyze his opponent's every move in battle. Malice Perception, on the other hand, let Teach clearly sense those with malicious intent within range. The cultivation of Hockey required constant training. Armament Hockey tempered the body, requiring repeated strikes to enhance physical strength. Observation Hockey, meanwhile, demanded perception training, sensing the approach of danger and reacting instinctively. Eagle Eye and Malice Perception could essentially replace the function of Observation Hockey. Malice Perception predicted danger, Eagle Eye anticipated it, and then signaled the body to react. This resulted in Teach's Observation Hockey being virtually unused. Thus his progress in training Observation Hockey was extremely slow. With Observation Hockey, he could easily detect the location of news birds. But Malice Perception only sensed hostility, not everything in the surrounding environment. To Morgan's, Teach was a precious cash cow. Morgan's cherished him too much to harbor any ill will. It seemed he needed to find a way to train his Observation Hockey. Teach rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Teach. A deep and steady voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Dad. Teach looked up at the towering old man, half a head taller than himself, and replied respectfully. Well done. Whitebeard praised softly, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Hearing his father's praise, Teach scratched his messy black hair sheepishly. Marco, Vista, and the other commanders looked on with gratified smiles, watching Teach, who seemed like a shy, big child. Whitebeard stepped forward, patted Teach on the shoulder, then turned to face the assembled commanders. After all your efforts these past days, the rampaging pirates have been mostly wiped out. Come to think of it, it's been a while since we held a full ship banquet. Whitebeard gazed at his spirited sons, a surge of pride welling up within him. Now let's have a banquet, my sons. Relax and enjoy yourselves. Gurura. A toast to Teach for sending Big Mom flying. Cheers. Oob. Aboard the Moby Dick, the crisp clinking of glasses echoed through the night. The moon, fond of the commotion, peeked out from behind its translucent veil, casting gentle moonlight across the deck. Nearby sea beasts popped their heads above the surface, curiously eyeing the brightly lit, fragrant giant vessel. Damn it, Teach. That's my cherry pie. A black-haired, freckled youth strained to reach the burly man, half a head taller than him, his face, contorted, veins bulging from his arms with excessive effort. But Ace's arm span was far too short compared to Teach's. Teach extended a big hand, pressed it against Ace's face, and stretched his arm. Ace was completely helpless. Idiot Ace. Your beloved treasure. I'm taking it. Teach grinned like a sinister villain, then under Ace's furious glare devoured the last piece of cherry pie in one gulp. No. A heart-wrenching cry pierced the sky. Ha ha ha. Ace never changes. Ought to be young. Such vitality. Vista and Jozu watched the two clowns raising their cups and laughing heartily. Jozu laughed so hard he couldn't help but slap his thigh. Boom. A loud crack of wood splitting rang out, and suddenly a large hole appeared in the deck beside Jozu. Vista, who had been sitting there grinning just moments ago, vanished without a trace. Joe, how many times have I told you? Slap your own thigh. My frail body can't take a single slap from you. From deep within the hole, Vista's angry voice echoed, amplified by the hollow chamber, deafening. Sorry. Jozu is clumsy. Jozu hung his head, scratched his head, and smiled apologetically. What a lively bunch of kids. Gurura. Not far away, a deep, tender gaze quietly watched the noisy crowd at the center of the deck. Whitebeard tilted his head back and drained the sake in his bowl, then wiped his mouth and wore a satisfied smile. Ah, refreshing. Dad, even though it's a banquet, you're drinking way too much. Marco rushed over in anger, snatching the empty bowl from his father's hand. All right, Marco. It's a rare big banquet. Let Dad unwind a bit. Thatch strolled over, patted Marco's shoulder, and said with a smile. Thatch, you're enabling him to. Gurura. Thatch. You prepared all the feast dishes by yourself. Thank you for your hard work. Whitebeard looked at Thatch, whose hands were greasy with oil, and offered a gentle word of gratitude. No problem, Dad. It's been a while since I cooked for everyone. Thatch pulled a handkerchief from his chest pocket and wiped his hands. In the days when the Whitebeard Pirates had only a dozen members, Dad would often organize banquets, and every time as the cook, Thatch had to prepare all the food. Later, as Whitebeard's reputation grew and the crew expanded, each banquet meant Thatch had to cook for an ever-increasing number of people. Gradually, Whitebeard rarely held full ship banquets unless there was a major event to celebrate. Otherwise, the commanders would occasionally hold their own parties within their respective divisions. It's just that my arms are a bit sore from cooking so much food after so long. Thatch twisted his wrist, producing a series of clicks, then stepped forward to refill his father's sake bowl. Gurura. Thanks, Thatch. Whitebeard grinned like a child. Thatch. Marco's eyes twitched as he watched his father down the drink in one go. It's okay, Marco. For the next week, I'll join you in keeping an eye on Dad. No drop of alcohol for him. Seeing Marco's hesitance, Thatch smiled and said, "A wheel." Marco shook his head, helplessly watching his father laugh with delight. "Dad." As Whitebeard was enjoying his drink, a deep, resonant voice reached their ears. "Teach." Whitebeard looked at the strapping man before him. With his tuft of Blackbeard's sturdy build and healthy wheat-colored skin so reminiscent of himself, and felt a surge of satisfaction, grinning broadly. "Is something the matter, Teach? Is Thatch's cooking not to your liking?" Whitebeard teased. Of course not." Seeing Thatch's displeased glare, Teach quickly raised his hands. "Thatch's cooking is truly mouth-watering, fragrant for miles, and leaves a lingering aftertaste." "Oh, then what's wrong?" Whitebeard asked, puzzled. Now standing Blackbeard's eyes were level with the seated Whitebeard's. Thatch stepped forward and Teach gazed intently into Whitebeard's deep, weathered eyes, speaking with firm resolve. "Dad, I want to set sail. New mission issued. Solo voyage. As a man destined to become the strongest, he must not always remain under others' protection. Set sail alone on the sea. A man needs his own glorious adventure. Mission reward depends on completion." This was the prompt that suddenly appeared from System Lady while Teach was playfully roughhousing with Ace. Thus the scene above unfolded. Set sail. Whitebeard, Marco, and Thatch all voiced their confusion simultaneously. "I just want to see the sea." Seeing that Whitebeard and the others seemed to have misunderstood his intention, Teach quickly waved his hands to explain. "Ever since I became a pirate, I've been under Dad's protection. I want to go on an adventure alone on the sea. A greenhouse flower cannot withstand the wind and rain. It withers at the slightest touch. During this pirate hunting expedition, I encountered Douglas Bullet, Patrick Redfield, and Big Mom. I deeply feel that I still have many shortcomings in strength. I always feel that no matter what, Dad is backing me up. This mindset keeps me from facing life and death situations, and I can never adopt a do-or-die attitude. So, I want to journey across the sea on my own. Life or death, relying solely on myself." Teach stood tall and spoke earnestly, expressing his thoughts. In truth, even if System Lady hadn't issued this mission, Teach had already intended to go on an adventure alone. A greenhouse flower untouched by storms cannot thrive. Only a flower that grows independently can laugh in the face of wind and rain. This might be the key to breaking through his observation hockey. Moreover, having finally arrived in the world of One Piece and having honed his strength to the threshold of a Yonko, it would be a shame not to explore the magnificent, vast, and awe-inspiring sea. The starting point of Lobetown, the sky island above 10,000 meters, the Fishman Island deep beneath the sea. Countless vibrant and wondrous places awaited Teach's exploration. Teach also wanted to see if the mermaids of Fishman Island and the peerless beauty of the Empress were as splendid as depicted in the manga. A greenhouse flower withers at the slightest touch. Whitebeard stroked his chin, pondering Teach's words carefully. "Well said." Whitebeard, fueled by the alcohol, slapped the armrest of his chair forcefully, his face flushed with excitement as he praised. "Excellent, Teach. Thinking back when I was on Captain Rock's ship, my strength didn't grow that fast. On the contrary, after the crew disbanded and I formed the Whitebeard Pirates on my own, my power surged rapidly. Only by growing independently can one withstand the storms." Whitebeard, his face flushed, stood up abruptly, looking at Teach with excitement. "No problem, Teach, I agree. If Ace and the others weren't strong enough, yet I would have sent them off on their own adventures too. Go ahead, Teach. Who has the right to stop a son's dream?" Whitebeard walked forward with a smile, his large warm hand gently landing on Teach's shoulder. "Use my old ship, the Little Moby Dick. Though it's aged, it's built from the wood of the treasure tree atom. The same material as Rogers or O. Jackson. It will surely follow you and make history again." Though Whitebeard's face was flushed from drinking, his eyes were clear as he looked at Teach, filled with profound expectation and encouragement. Seeing the old man's earnest and resolute gaze, Teach's eyes narrowed, and he nodded firmly. "Thank you, Dad. I'll do my best. But before that, there's one more thing." "What is it?" Whitebeard asked, puzzled. "I challenge Captain Marco." Teach's eyes gleamed mischievously as he looked at Marco, who was spectating and eating melon seeds. "Huh." Marco, suddenly caught off guard, widened his eyes. "Long-term mission: defeat all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Become the strongest of the Whitebeard crew. Of 1517, this was the mission System Lady had given Teach earlier. Now only Whitebeard and Marco remained unchallenged among the captains. Currently, Teach had to bide his time to take down Barrett and Redfield, and he dared not engage Big Mom in a full-on battle, let alone the strongest man in the world, the monster among monsters, Edward Newgate Whitebeard. Since he might not be able to return to the New World for a while after his voyage, Teach wanted to challenge Marco before leaving and claim another reward. After all, defeating Jozu and Vista had yielded golden rewards, so Teach was eager to see what Marco would drop. Before setting off, any increase in strength was worthwhile. "Huh. Finally, it's your turn, Marco." Thatch slapped Marco on the back with malicious glee. "No helping it. I've actually been expecting this." Marco had known ever since Teach started challenging the captains one by one that his turn would come. He just hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. "Teach, please go easy on me. I don't think I can repel Big Mom like you did. But you're the one who only fights high-stakes battles, Marco. In truth, Teach was a bit nervous facing Marco, not daring to be overconfident given Marco's dazzling track record. During the Paramount War, Marco endured from start to finish, healing and tanking, even suppressing both Queen and King of the Beast's pirates simultaneously. Though brief, it demonstrated Marco's formidable strength. He just lacked some offensive power. How about today? Thatch clapped his hands together as if struck by a sudden idea. It'll add to the party's excitement. Huh? What? Marco's eyes turned instantly horrified. Damn Thatch. Being surpassed by an ordinary crew member who had been hiding among them all along in front of everyone. He didn't want to lose face in front of the entire ship. Hey everyone. Thatch stepped forward and shouted toward the lively banquet center. Marco lunged at Thatch in an attempt to stop him from saying what came next, but he was too slow. Teach is about to challenge Marco. Thatch shouted just before Marco tackled him to the ground. Come on everyone. The air fell silent for a few seconds, then the entire deck erupted. What? Finally it's Marco's turn. Great. At least we're not the only ones who'll be humiliated. Let's go. Amid the chattering of the various captains, a crowd soon gathered around Teach and Marco. The people formed a hollow circle with Teach and Marco at the center, leaving ample space for their impending battle. Thatch, you bastard. Marco glared viciously at Thatch beneath him, grinding his teeth. Ew. Thatch turned his head, rubbed his pompadour, and stuck out his tongue playfully. All right, Marco, let's get started. Yeah. You're the only captain who hasn't lost face yet. Come on, Marco, stop dilly-dallying. All the surrounding captains joined in the jeering, and even Whitebeard stroked his beard with a slight smile. No helping it then. Marco released Thatch, rubbed his orange pineapple-shaped head, slowly stood up, and looked at Teach not far away. Then Teach. Don't blame me for going all out. Let me see how much you've grown lately. As Marco's eyes grew serious, Teach showed no fear, his fighting spirit surging in tandem. Jahaha. Bring it on. I want to see the true strength of the 1st Division commander. With a high-pitched bird cry followed by a low rumbling roar, 2 figures, one blue and one red, wings flapping, hovered instantly above the deck of the Moby Dick. The azure blue Phoenix and the dark red Hell Angel faced each other across the sky. Everyone in the Whitebeard crew, including the old man himself, hadn't seen Marco go all out in a long time, nor had they witnessed Teach's true combat process. When the dark purple mist and the blue flames each claimed half the sky, everyone stood with their mouths agape in shock. Hey Thatch, who do you think will win? Ace looked up at the 2 figures in the sky, their auras evenly matched, and swallowed. I don't know. Thatch muttered blankly, staring into the air. The weather had darkened without notice. Thick clouds obscured the mischievous moonlight, creating a deep and silent atmosphere. Suddenly, a lightning bolt cut across the night, illuminating the faces of Teach and Marco in the sky. The next second, as if by mutual agreement, they both moved at once. Phoenix Seal, Dark Water. With their simultaneous shouts, the blazing blue flame and the endless black mist collided violently, and the resulting black-blue storm instantly engulfed the entire starry night sky. The golden sun hung high, its gentle rays cascading upon the shimmering sea like playful golden sprites dancing across the surface, serene and beautiful. Yet an untimely sound shattered the idyllic atmosphere. Ow! It hurts. A pained cry echoed over the Moby Dick, startling the seagulls that had been escorting the ship into flight. Gently, Jozu. Inside the cabin of the Moby Dick, Marco sat on the sickbed grimacing. Jozu fumbled beside him, clumsily wrapping bandages around Marco's wound. Sorry, Jozu is too clumsy. Let me do it, Jozu. Thatch pushed open the door and said to Jozu, who was squinting as he tried to distinguish between different medicine bottles. Great, Thatch. You're a lifesaver. Jozu wiped the sweat from his face, relieved, and quickly handed the 2 identical medicine boxes to Thatch as he approached. Lucky to have you, Thatch. Marco shed tears of gratitude, gripping Thatch's hand as he spoke emotionally. That Teach kid, he really hit hard. Wasn't it just a friendly spar? Why so serious? Marco rubbed the wound on his abdomen, speaking fiercely. That's your own fault. Thatch rolled his eyes at Marco and pressed the medicine onto his wound, causing Marco to wince in pain again. You got carried away first. Muttering something about bearing the title of 1st Division Commander, I can't lose, and so on. Then you unleashed your ultimate move, burning out the power of the Phoenix Fruit. The fruit's power was all absorbed by Teach's dark fruit, not causing a single scratch, to say nothing of leaving no fruit power for self-healing after the fight. And you still blame Teach. Thatch said as he finished bandaging Marco, then gave him a chop on the head. Ow, easy, Thatch. I'm still a patient. Marco covered his head with both hands, turning to protest at Thatch. But Teach's fruit ability is really eerie. It feels like his ability has changed a lot since he first ate the dark fruit. It's not entirely like the dark fruit's power. During the fight with Teach, besides the dark fruit's attraction and suppression, Marco sensed another force, one that seemed to control blood. Was that also a derivative ability of the dark fruit? No one thought of the possibility of a dual devil fruit user, as it was common knowledge that consuming 2 devil fruits would cause one's body to explode. They only speculated whether Teach's development of the dark fruit had reached an inconceivable level. Regardless, no one can deny that Teach's strength has surpassed us all. Marco leaned back on the bed, touching his injured abdomen, speaking with a sigh. Yeah. Thatch gazed out the window, watching two seabirds playfully pecking at each other on the sea. I wonder how Teach compares to the old man now. By the way, where is Teach? Marco suddenly thought, realizing he hadn't seen Teach since the battle yesterday. Teach went to see Vista, Jozu said from the side. Hearing this, Marco and Thatch both turned to look at him. For the past 2 nights, Vista has been working overnight to build Teach's seafaring ship. Jozu thought for a moment and continued. Teach went to Vista's place to check on his ship. Is that so? Marco nodded thoughtfully. Wow. This is too cool. Looking at the black medium-sized sailboat berthed alongside the Moby Dick, Teach clenched his fists in admiration, his eyes turning into stars. Teach, this is the little Moby Dick modified to your specifications. Vista patted the black sailboat, speaking with great pride. The little Moby Dick now looked completely different from its original form. Formerly, the little Moby Dick had an appearance almost identical to the current Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a white sperm whale carved at the bow, symbolizing the overlord of the seas. Now, under Vista's design, the little Moby Dick had undergone a radical transformation. The new little Moby Dick no longer featured white as its main color. Instead, it was coated in black with occasional white accents. The sperm whale at the bow had been replaced by an orca's head, the emblem Teach had chosen. It seemed that every notable figure on this sea had a unique design on their ship's bow, symbolizing their identity, such as Doflamingo's flamingo, Hancock's twin serpents, Garp's dog, head Luffy's sun lion on the Thousand Sunny, and Bartolomeo's Luffy. The orca, akin to a panda of the sea, had a black and white body and an oval white patch behind its eyes, looking like a pair of cool white glasses, adorable and silly. Yet beneath this charming and innocent exterior lurked deep ferocity and murderous intent. If one were to let their guard down because of its cute appearance, they would only be met with a mouthful of sharp, jagged teeth. An orca, though called a whale, is not a whale. It belongs to the dolphin family, being the largest of the dolphin species. This was what Teach wanted to convey his relationship with Whitebeard. He was a member of Whitebeard's crew, but not Whitebeard himself. If the old man, symbolized by the sperm whale, was the absolute ruler of the seas, then Teach, symbolized by the orca, was a ruthless sea killer. Since he was embarking on a solo adventure, Teach didn't want his ship to bear too many elements of the Whitebeard Pirates, as the little Moby Dick's overall appearance was too similar to the Moby Dick. Teach didn't want enemies to see the ship's appearance and immediately think of Whitebeard, then turn and flee, rendering his solo training meaningless. Teach thought about it and didn't take it upon himself to modify the ship. Instead, he specifically sought Whitebeard's permission, as the little Moby Dick was Whitebeard's first ship, holding great sentimental value. To Teach's surprise, Whitebeard readily agreed. Changing the ship's appearance doesn't change its essence. For me now, that ship is just a trifle. Do as you wish, Teach. In this world, you need to leave your own mark. Whitebeard said at the time. Thus, under Teach's design and Vista's modification, the new little Moby Dick was born. So Teach, my craftsmanship is impeccable, isn't it? Vista pointed to the streamlined, medium-sized sailboat behind him, proudly placing his hands on his hips. Of course, Vista, your skill is truly unmatched. I never knew you had this talent. To complete such a massive project in such a short time. You can't judge a book by its cover. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Teach clapped his hands together, offering exaggerated praise. Huh, good to know. Vista. Wait. Vista had just scratched his head and laughed a few times when he suddenly realized the last sentence didn't sound like a compliment at all. Hey, Teach, are you saying I'm ugly? Vista stared with wide eyes in utter disbelief, but Teach simply sidestepped past him and eagerly climbed the gangway onto the deck of the newly rebuilt Moby Dick. The hull was entirely black, like a shadow cast by the dark night, yet it shimmered with a cold metallic gleam under the sunlight. The bilge keels rose slightly on both sides, their smooth curves outlining a sturdy silhouette, as though the sea itself had carved muscular ridges into the vessel. At the bow, the black orca figurehead was striking. The creature's powerful form appeared to leap halfway out of the water, its razor-sharp dorsal fin slicing through the air like a black blade. Teach reached out and gently stroked the pitch-black mainmast at the ship's center. Its surface was impossibly smooth without a single splinter. From a distance, he had only glanced at the ship's exterior, but now standing on deck and examining it up close, Teach could truly see how completely transformed the vessel had become. After his battle with Kazurg, Teach had sailed on this same ship before and knew what it originally looked like. He could only say as expected of Vista. While Teach's lips formed words of praise about not judging by appearances, inwardly, he already held deep admiration for Vista. How is it? Satisfied with the ship? Watching the unmistakable joy shining in Teach's eyes, Vista broke into a wide grin. More than satisfied. Like a man who had just purchased a sleek new car, the mere thought of someday steering such an impressive vessel made Teach's mouth stretch into an irrepressible smile. Come on, Teach, let me show you inside. Vista pointed over his shoulder toward the cabin door and shook his head. The interior has been completely redesigned with great care. Oh, then I'll have to take a proper look. Titch raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with barely concealed anticipation as he quickly hurried to keep pace with Vista. The moment he stepped inside the cabin, a completely different atmosphere washed over him. If the deck outside exuded a grim, austere mood, the interior was undeniably warm and inviting. Warm-toned wooden corridors stretched ahead with soft lighting casting a gentle glow across the walls. For a moment, Titch found himself utterly captivated. After long campaigns far from home, returning to this cozy cabin would surely bring the most restful sleep. This is the conference room. The resting quarters are on the left, and further in are the kitchen and dining area. Vista led the dazed Titch along and pointed to each room in turn. The lower deck has a training room, and inside is a pair of seastone handcuffs. Seastone handcuffs? Titch asked, puzzled. Whitebeard mentioned you've awakened as a devil fruit user, so you'll need special training to build tolerance to seastone, to prepare for situations where seawater or seastone might be used against you. I've also placed the corresponding training methods in the training room, so make sure to check them out, Vista said seriously. Whitebeard really, he was deeply moved. Titch never would have imagined the old man could think of so much, specially arranging a pair of seastone cuffs for him. Seastone was rare across the entire Grand Line. For a pirate crew like the Whitebeard Pirates who did not engage in mindless burning and plundering, having even one pair of seastone cuffs was considered a precious treasure. I understand. Please convey to Whitebeard that I will never disappoint his trust or expectations. Titch looked into Vista's eyes and replied with equal sincerity. Finally, upstairs are the rest quarters, Vista said, pointing toward the staircase. Though there are only 4 sleeping cabins up there. Back in the day, Whitebeard and the other division commanders all shared cramped quarters together. Those noisy days. I truly miss them, Vista murmured wistfully. The two of them chatted as they descended from the deck and made their way back aboard the Moby Dick. That's why this ship can't accommodate too many people. If you plan to recruit your own crew, it might get rather cramped. Partners? Titch raised an eyebrow in confusion. As for partners, having you all is more than enough. Edge. Vista's eyes widened slightly, and now it was his turn to be puzzled. I thought you were looking to form your own pirate crew. Vista scratched his head and asked, bewildered. I won't be seeking new partners. I'd rather travel alone. Titch patted Vista on the shoulder and grinned. I believe there could be no better companions than you all. Haha. Hearing Titch's words, Vista shyly rubbed his nose. At most there might be 1 or 2 like-minded partners, but the sleeping quarters will be plenty. All right, Vista, help me say goodbye to Whitebeard and the rest. Titch gave Vista a quick pat on the shoulder and walked alone back toward the gangway. Huh. Vista made a puzzled sound before turning sharply, surprised to see Titch's retreating figure. You're setting off right now, eh? Aren't you going to see Whitebeard and the others first, or make any more preparations? Titch stepped onto the deck, drew up the gangway, and looked toward Vista aboard the Moby Dick, giving a nod. Yeah, that's how travel goes. Following your heart, embracing whatever comes. If I stayed to see Whitebeard and Ace and the rest, their noise and chatter would only delay my departure for too long. Besides, I've packed everything I need. Titch gestured to the long sword on his back. The storage space within it already contained all the essentials for his journey. Is that so? So you're truly resolved? Vista smiled to himself, clearly misunderstanding Titch's meaning to be that having just a sword was enough. Watching Vista's expression, Titch realized the misunderstanding but didn't bother to correct it. If anything, that suited him just fine. Then Vista, I'm setting off. With those words, Titch stretched out both hands, and a thick black mist infused with the dark fruit's gravitational power enveloped the furled sails at the top of the mast. Oh, Titch. Just as Titch was about to set sail, Vista cupped his hands around his mouth and called out loudly. As the new captain of that ship, you haven't even given it a name yet. A name? At Vista's call from behind, Titch gazed thoughtfully toward the horizon. How about we call her the Queen Anne's Revenge? Queen Anne's Revenge. Hearing Titch's reply, Vista stroked his chin. I don't know the meaning behind it, but it sounds quite fitting. Let her be the vengeful queen, and I hope she shines as brightly under your command as she did under Whitebeard. Or perhaps even surpasses him. Titch. As the ship drifted further into the distance, Vista watched with hopeful eyes and murmured to himself. And safe travels. Come home safely. The first light of dawn broke, and the pale white on the horizon was like the first stroke of an artist's brush spread across the sky, quietly unveiling the magnificent spectacle of the sea. Golden sunlight eagerly pierced through the clouds and poured down each beam, resembling a transparent thread of gold. From the clear shallows all the way to the hazy line, where the sea met the sky, blue and gold merged perfectly at this moment, blending into a dreamy and warm hue. At the junction of blue and gold, a dim black medium-sized sailing ship slowly emerged with a killer whale figurehead and a streamlined hull, like a wild beast of the sea resting peacefully on the morning surface. Every time the waves struck her sides, the splashing water instantly scattered like crystalline pearls. This was the Annie Nuong Fuzhou Hao. A black-haired man in a wine-red shirt and black trousers sat cross-legged atop the black killer whale figurehead, his narrow eyes tightly shut. The black-haired man gently rested his hands on his thighs. Before him, two small clusters of black and red energy floated in midair, sometimes merging, sometimes separating, sometimes forming the shape of a bat, and sometimes reshaping into a killer whale. Eerily strange. Above the Fuzhou, how flocks of seabirds were the lively notes of this peaceful sea. White seagulls spread their wings, the tips of their wings slicing through the air as they glided, and circled, their postures graceful and free, occasionally letting out crisp cries that seemed to echo the gentle murmurs of the waves. They dove down, skimming the sea surface, their sharp eyes fixed on the movements below. With a flick of a fishtail, they precisely pecked up a small fish, then flapped their wings and soared into the blue sky. Leaving behind a trail of joyful cries drifting in the sea breeze, they fully enjoyed the bounty between sea and sky. The man on the Fuzhou how hooked his finger, and the energy clusters before him instantly kneaded together, gradually taking shape, black wings and a red beak, then little by little transforming into the likeness of a seagull. The pitch-black seagull tentatively flapped its wings twice, then two bean-sized eyes squeezed out from the sides of its beak, blinking with a lively air. It suddenly soared high into the sky, drawing the curious gazes of the other seagulls, who looked at this new, differently colored little brother with wonder. Who? Dickie rubbed his shoulders and slowly exhaled. Watching that spot of black mingling with the white seagulls in the sky, frolicking and playing with them, a satisfied smile spread across Dickie's face. After all this training, I've finally made some progress. Dickie stood up slowly from the head of the Fuzhou how's killer whale, unable to contain his smile. But as soon as Dickie stood up from the bow, the black and red seagull, still playing in the air, burst into a puff of black smoke that dissipated with the wind, causing the surrounding seagulls to cry out in panic. Looks like I still need to train every day. Dickie shook his head with a wry smile, watching the black mist dissipate in the air. As Dickie fully stood up, it became apparent that seastone cuffs were locked around his ankles. Indeed, ever since setting sail from the Mobadike how on the Annie Nuong Fuzhou, how Dickie had been training according to the seastone resistance training manual left by his old man. At first, like everyone else, the moment he touched the seastone, his body went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Perhaps because of his transmigration, his psychological endurance, and will have been worn down by his past work in life, or maybe because he had consumed 2 devil fruits. Dickie felt the side effects of the seastone more intensely than others. So he immediately began targeted training according to the manual left by Whitebeard. According to the old man, being able to exert normal force while wearing seastone was already the limit for an ordinary person. But somehow when Dickie wore the seastone, he could not only exert force, but also manipulate a tiny amount of devil fruit power. Just now, while wearing the seastone, he had used the dark fruit and vampire fruit to transform into a black seagull, but his control over the details was still lacking. I was originally trying to turn into a bat, but I ended up with a little seagull. Moreover, Dickie could only manipulate a trace of his devil fruit power in a relatively static state. Once he moved, the fruit power could not be maintained, and would immediately dissolve, just like that moment when it turned into a puff of black mist drifting away. I'll just follow the old man's seastone resistance training manual step by step. Dickie took off the seastone cuffs from his ankles, flexed his feet, and a series of cracking sounds rang out. He faced the sea, spread his arms, and greedily breathed in the salty dampness of the wind. The sea breeze seemed to feel Dickie's embrace like a pair of gentle hands caressing his face, carrying a faint salty moisture, the unique scent of the ocean. The waves were tireless musicians, rolling in one after another from afar, rhythmically patting the hull of the Annie Nuong Fuzhou, how as if telling an ancient and peaceful story. Playing an eternal symphony for this serene sea where all things in heaven and earth were intoxicated, the tranquility of time captured in the unity of sea and sky, vibrant with life. It's really good here. Feeling the moist sea breeze gently brushing his cheeks, Dickie couldn't help but sigh. A small boat drifts away, leaving the rest of my life to the rivers and seas. No wonder so many ancestors longed to leave the mundane world and immerse themselves in the peaceful calm of the ocean. The clamor and troubles of his past life were quietly swept away by the sound of the waves. Here was a paradise for the soul. Here life need not always be in a hurry. Sometimes stopping to listen to the inner voice by this tranquil sea, feeling the pulse of nature, is the way to find true peace and balance, allowing the soul to rest and be nourished in the embrace of this blue. An endless blue silk spread out before him, the waves surging and retreating wave after wave, as if whispering infinite tenderness. In the distance, the sea and sky blurred together, becoming one. In this vast expanse, it seemed as if only he and the sea were engaged in a quiet dialogue. Although he had once lived a peaceful and civilized life, invisible pressures and hidden oppressions lurked in every corner of life. A man remains a boy until death. Everyone with a magnificent soaring dream should have the right and freedom to pursue it. Dickie did not regret coming to the world of One Piece, meeting a group of amiable family members willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Even if this world was full of danger, even if it was full of oppression. This time he finally had the power and the right to choose the life he wanted, and gradually understood the true mentality of those who sought to be the freest. Like the boundless sea and the vast sky, the longing for freedom surged through Dickie's heart for the first time with such intensity. He wanted to protect his comrades in this life, become the strongest, and be the freest man on the sea. A thunderclap exploded. At that moment, Dickie's conqueror's hockey erupted without restraint, as if a string in his mind suddenly snapped. Immediately a surge of even more powerful black-red lightning radiated from the Ani-Nuang Fuzhou, kicking up huge waves. Dickie knew that due to the change in his state of mind, his conqueror's hockey had just undergone a qualitative transformation. As for the extent of the change, I'll find out in battle. Dickie felt the power within him and clenched his fists. As for now, unfortunately, as a 21st century product of 9 years of compulsory education, a science student with zero knowledge of navigation, a naive city youth, Dickie, unsurprisingly, in this most mysterious and dangerous sea, known as the Grand Line, got lost. The Whitebeard Pirates, as one of the most formidable crews in terms of comprehensive strength, jointly occupy what is known as the most arduous and perilous waters, the New World, alongside the other 4 emperors and other extraordinarily dangerous pirate captains. The New World is the colloquial term for the latter half of the Grand Line. The Red Line divides the Grand Line into 2 segments. The first half departs from the inverted mountain, offering several navigational choices before ultimately converging at Sabaody Archipelago. Crossing the Red Line, where Mary Geos, the holy land of the world government, resides, one enters the latter half of the Grand Line, which is the New World. There exist only 2 methods for traveling between the New World and the first half of the Grand Line. One option is to submit a request to the world government and pass directly through Mary Geos, perched atop the Red Line. This requires abandoning one's vessel, entails considerable expense, and demands lengthy processing, but it is exceedingly safe. Numerous world nobles and marine personnel prefer this method when traveling between the New World and the first half of the Grand Line. The alternative method involves encasing one's ship in Umalo mangrove resin, diving 10,000 meters beneath the sea, and traversing a colossal cavern located beneath the Red Line. Via the underwater route known as the Sea Train, one reaches Fishman Island and finally the New World. Though this route circumvents the world government entirely, the 10,000-meter depths teem with terrifying and unknown sea kings, making it extraordinarily hazardous. As a pirate, Teach would never resort to the first method of crossing through Mary Geos, the very sanctuary of the world government. Doing so would be tantamount to courting certain death. Fishman Island, nestled 10,000 meters beneath the waves, has always existed under the protection of the Whitebeard Pirates. As a member of that crew, Teach's most logical choice appeared to be passing through Fishman Island to reach the first half of the Grand Line. Yet Teach was never one to gamble with his life. He would never entrust his survival to another's hands. Should the coding craftsmen fail to apply a durable diving film to the Queen Anne's Revenge, or should they encounter a massive sea king or other perils in the abyss, the dark, silent, deep sea could swallow a dual devil fruit user like Teach with ease. Therefore, Teach chose neither of these 2 methods. He had a better approach. The vampire fruit granted Teach the form of a vampire bat, allowing him to soar through the skies, much like the phoenix fruit enables flight. Moreover, the storage capacity of his 7-star sword was more than sufficient to contain the Queen Anne's Revenge within it. Thus, Teach identified a suitable point beneath the Red Line, mounted the Revenge within his 7-star sword, spread his wings, and from the New World crossed the entirety of the Red Line to reach the first half of the Grand Line, believed to be both a paradise and a graveyard, beginning his own adventure. However, one extremely crucial detail had escaped Teach. He possessed zero knowledge of navigation. Staring at the log pose in his hand, he was utterly bewildered. Damn it, I should have studied navigation before setting sail. I shouldn't have departed so hastily. Not that I cared about looking dashing in front of Vista. All that matters is this journey seems to have amounted to nothing. And so here stands Teach today, forced to raise the sails of the Queen Anne's Revenge and drift aimlessly with the wind and current. Sigh, when will this wretched existence ever come to an end? A voice of helpless lament drifted slowly from aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge. Bang! The sharp sound of a wooden chair crashing echoed suddenly. Aunt! On the deck of the Moby Dick, a terrified, gasping cry suddenly pierced the sky. What's wrong, Ace? Having nightmares again? Watching Ace suddenly sit bolt upright on his son lounger, his body convulsing violently, Vindai, beside him, extended a hand, patted his shoulder, and spoke with concern. Huh. Ace clutched his throbbing head, tightly gasping for breath as he struggled to steady his breathing. Just now, what was that? Marco, handcuffed in seastone manacles by a vice admiral, his body subsequently pierced by laser fire. Jozu frozen solid by Admiral Akiji, his arm shattering upon impact with the ground. The old man, his chest impaled by scorching magma. And finally, the boundless darkness that consumed the entire battlefield. What the hell was that? Ace had dreamed the same scene once again. An endless expanse of ice, the majestically solemn Marine Ford headquarters, and thousands upon thousands of Marines and pirates locked in brutal combat. Why does this dream feel so vivid? Ace pressed a hand to half his face, his gaze drifting as he stared blankly at the azure sky. Above, a few seabirds cried out as they traced graceful arcs across the heavens, leaving behind trails of beauty. Perhaps because this was his second iteration of the same dream, Ace entered the battlescape with full awareness from the moment he arrived, allowing him to perceive the details with far greater clarity than before. Ace could affirm that Marco, the old man, Jozu, Vista, and the others within the vision were not as he knew them now, neither in attire nor countenance. They appeared somewhat older, as though from a time further ahead. Moreover, among the combatants in that dream, Ace found no trace of Thatch or Teach. This discovery sent a chill through his heart. If this dream foretells the future, then the Whitebeard Pirates and the Marines will one day face a battle of unimaginable devastation. In the vision, not only had he played no meaningful role, but the old man Jozu and Marco had all suffered grievous wounds of varying severity. Seastone shackles, severed limbs, bodies pierced through. And moreover, the figures of Thatch and Teach had both vanished from the battlefield, their fates unknown. Could it be? Have Teach and Thatch already? Realizing this, Ace could no longer remain seated on his sun lounger. Ignoring the pounding in his skull, he sprang to his feet with a powerful leap. Hey, Ace! Before Vindi could fully extend her hand, she watched Ace clutch his head and stumble away, making a beeline for Whitebeard's location. Sigh. He's still so reckless, that one. Vindi withdrew her half-extended hand and shook her head in helpless resignation. How is Teach faring now? Beneath the main mast of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard reclined against his throne, one hand propping his head as he tilted it toward Marco beside him. Teach him. Marco pondered for a moment before replying. Regardless of which path he chose, he should have reached the first half of the Grand Line by now. The first half of the Grand Line. Whitebeard gazed upward with a hint of nostalgia. Very well. Let Teach find his own way. Such independence will serve him well in the future, preparing him to eventually succeed me. Father. Before Whitebeard could finish his reflections, a boy's voice, thick with urgency, broke into the ears of both him and Marco. Ace burst before Whitebeard's throne, his breath coming in ragged gasps, hands braced against his knees as he called out desperately. It's you, Ace. What's the matter? Why such haste? Gazing at the breathless youth before him, Whitebeard's voice softened as he asked gently. Father, teach me how to fight. Make me stronger. Ace looked up at Whitebeard, his eyes earnest as he pleaded loudly. Oh, what prompted this sudden desire to grow stronger? Hearing Ace's request, Whitebeard raised an eyebrow slightly and asked with quiet curiosity. Oh, why the sudden desire to grow stronger? Phew. Ace adjusted his breathing, straightened his posture, and gazed into Whitebeard's cloudy yet resolute eyes before speaking earnestly. Because I had a very terrible dream. A dream. Yes. In the dream, our pirate crew clashed with the Marines in a ferocious battle, brutal beyond imagination. Ace lowered his gaze and continued, and I seemed to have no role at all. I could only stand aside and watch, helplessly powerless to stop it. That feeling of powerlessness, I never want to experience it again. If such a battle were to truly unfold in reality, I want the strength to protect everything I hold dear. Ace's eyes snapped upward as he looked at Whitebeard, his voice steady and unwavering. Witnessing the fierce determination in Ace's gaze, Whitebeard seemed to see the Blackbeard of old. If Thatch's guarded heart walked as a shadow through darkness, ruthlessly eliminating every threat to the Whitebeard Pirates with merciless cruelty, then Ace's guarded heart burned like sunlight, warm and passionate, hoping to illuminate all with its gentle radiance. Gurra, gurra, gurra. Whitebeard threw back his head and erupted in laughter. He was delighted by Ace's request, overjoyed that the son of his dear friend and rival had finally taken another step forward in his spiritual journey. If he were no longer able, and Thatch truly inherited his position to lead the Whitebeard Pirates, they would need someone as warm as Ace to bring balance within the crew. Excellent, Ace. Whitebeard composed himself and fixed his gaze seriously upon Ace. Your request, old father, accepts. Really? Upon hearing Whitebeard's answer, Ace's eyes widened with delight before he jumped for joy, his excitement bubbling from deep within. Of course. But know this, old father's training is grueling. It differs greatly from the training we endured during our pirate hunts. Can you endure it, my dear son? Watching Ace, who was as happy as a child before him, Whitebeard spoke with feigned solemnity, preparing him for what lay ahead. Old father, bring it on. I fear no hardship. Ace grinned broadly, baring his teeth. At this moment he had no idea what he was about to face. When will this ever end? Meanwhile, Blackbeard continued to drift across the seas of the Grand Line. He really wished he could go back and slap himself for those noble-sounding words about not needing companions. He would gladly trade his invincible body and indestructible frame for even a navigator with 1/3 of his intelligence. Just as Blackbeard lay sprawled across the deck of the Revenge, a faint island began to emerge on the horizon where sea met sky. Huh. Sensing the distant island, Blackbeard froze for a moment before springing to his feet, his eyes widening in surprise at the hazy outline ahead. Wonderful. An island. I'm safe, Blackbeard shouted excitedly, then immediately wielded the gravitational pull of the dark fruit, hoisted the sails, and sped full throttle toward the island beginning to take shape nearby. Grand Line First Half. Wind Whisper Island. The island earned its name because gentle breezes perpetually swept through its waters. When the soft wind passed over the island, the residents could almost hear the wind's song, evoking a sense of freshness and natural serenity. The sound of wind alone conjured images of coastal breezes and rustling coconut groves, with tropical warmth permeating every corner. Since this island lay outside the 7 main routes of the Grand Line's first half, pirates rarely set foot here. The people lived simple, peaceful lives, a true utopia that lived up to its name, bringing warmth like a gentle spring breeze. Today, the tranquil Wind Whisper Island welcomed an extraordinary guest. This guy can really eat. He hasn't eaten in days. Sister, he's so imposing, and that Blackbeard is so handsome. At the center of Wind Whisper Island stood the Wind Whisper Restaurant, named after the island itself. The very fact that a restaurant could bear the island's name spoke to its extraordinary popularity. At noon each day, Wind Whisper Restaurant was always packed to the brim. But today, the locals wanting to dine could only press their faces against the windows, watching longingly from outside. Inside the vast restaurant, only one tall, broad-shouldered man with black hair and a black beard sat alone in the center. Before him were 2 stacks of empty plates reaching halfway up his height. Delicious. So delicious. Blackbeard lifted the plate, tilted his head back, and opened his mouth wide as black mist spread around his lips. In an instant, all the food from the plate was suctioned into his stomach. To devour his meal, Blackbeard didn't even hesitate to employ the gravitational pull of the dark fruit. Satisfying. So tasty. Blackbeard grinned and laughed loudly, then placed the empty plate onto the growing stack before him. Boss, one more bowl. Blackbeard bellowed toward the kitchen of Wind Whisper Restaurant. Meanwhile, the kitchen was in complete chaos. This explained why Blackbeard was the only customer in the restaurant, while everyone else stood outside the door watching helplessly. Because Blackbeard had arrived very early, essentially as soon as the restaurant opened that morning. When the chefs first saw him enter, they hadn't realized the severity of the situation. Devil fruits inherently consume physical stamina to activate abilities, and eating is the most direct way to replenish that strength. As a user of 2 devil fruits, Blackbeard's stamina expenditure was double that of an ordinary person. Compounding this, he had been drifting at sea, subsisting solely on his barely cooked fish dishes day after day. He was nearly driven mad. So upon landing on Wind Whisper Island, Blackbeard immediately activated all his senses. His keen vision, his malicious intuition, his observation haki, and the perceptual abilities of the bat fruit. At full power, all in pursuit of the island's most fragrant restaurant. Now, from the moment Blackbeard entered Wind Whisper Restaurant until this very instant, he hadn't stopped eating bowl after bowl under the stunned gazes of the chefs and staff. Even the head chef's spatula was smoking from constant use, yet still couldn't fill Blackbeard's stomach. All the chefs worked together. The kitchen assistants never stopped preparing ingredients and washing dishes. Every person in the entire restaurant was consumed by Blackbeard, this chef's nightmare. There was no manpower or resources left to serve any other customers. This created a rare sight on Wind Whisper Island that occurred only once every 10 years. The best restaurant, usually packed with patrons, now had a single occupant. Damn it. The customer is still pressing me. Glancing at the sole patron in the restaurant, the head chef of Wind Whisper scolded with a laugh, then turned and shouted to his crew behind him. Hey, brothers, let's push through. We absolutely cannot let our customers starve to death in our restaurant. Oh, the other chef's eyes also sparkled with fierce determination as they enthusiastically echoed back. Phew, feels great. Finally, I'm full. Chi patted his round belly and let out a satisfied sigh. Phew, I'm exhausted. Finally fed him up. The chefs of Fongyin Restaurant slumped together, watching Chi sitting slouchingly with his belly pressed against his stomach in the restaurant, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. No wonder it's the most delicious restaurant on Fongyin Island. Even in Chi's chaotic array of sensory abilities, it pointed out that the food here is the most fragrant. Given Chi's already large appetite coupled with such delicious food, he was now so stuffed he couldn't stand up. His black coat behind him was casually draped over the chair beside him. In all my years, I've never seen a guest who can eat like this. The elderly head chef with his white beard removed the tall white chef's hat from his head, revealing a bald scalp covered in sweat, which glistened under the restaurant lights. Young man, you're not from around here, are you? The head chef took a handkerchief from his chest pocket and wiped the sweat from his head. Oh, how do you know? Chi half opened his eyes and asked curiously. I am the head chef of this restaurant and also the owner. I've run this restaurant for over 50 years. If there had been such a big eater on Fongyin Island before, I would never have opened a restaurant. The head chef with his wrinkled eyes gave Ti an annoyed glance and said grumpily, "Swinging a spatula every day, I'd need 4 arms just for one person." Upon hearing this, Ti struggled to raise one hand and gave the head chef a thumbs up. Doesn't this also prove your excellent cooking skills?" Ti smiled and praised the head chef's cooking generously. "So young man, where are you from? Are you traveling?" The head chef rubbed his sore arms and asked. "Well, I'm from the New World. I got lost at sea." Ti took off the sword from behind him and leaned it against the corner of the table. "Later I drifted all the way here following the ocean currents and wind. As for whether I'm traveling, you could say that." The head chef took off his reading glasses with one hand and squinted to carefully examine the burly man sitting half upright before him. His black slicked-back hair was neat and clean, his wine-red shirt barely had any wrinkles, and the black suit pants enhanced his elegant and mysterious aura. The black coat with gold trim draped on the chair beside him exuded nobility, while the long sword with a black scabbard and white hilt leaning against the table corner occasionally revealed a faint green light, extremely eerie. Except for an appetite like a starving ghost who hasn't eaten in a month, everything else had nothing to do with words like drifting, lost, or traveling. The head chef shrugged, neither confirming nor denying Ti's answer, and chose not to respond. "All right, young man, I don't care who you are or what you're here for. I advise you not to act rashly." Upon hearing the head chef's words, Ti raised his eyebrows and grinned. "Don't worry, old man, I'm just here to eat some good food, and to look for some sailing books to study sailing knowledge. Or simply find a navigator. Then I'll leave this place, really." The head chef's aged eyes stared tightly into Ti's eyes, and slowly spoke, "I hope that's true. Foaming Island will not mistreat a traveler who is genuinely here for tourism, but it will also not let go of anyone with ill intentions." Seeing the seriousness flashing in the head chef's eyes, the corners of Ti's mouth slightly curled into a smile. "Old man, I'm starting to like you now. Do you want to be my—" "Oof. So painful. Who are you to not line up? Why are you kicking me?" Before Ti could finish, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of Foaming Restaurant. "What's going on?" The head chef looked puzzledly at the chaotic entrance. He saw the crowd outside the door gradually thinning as if pushed apart by someone, and then 2 tall figures were reflected on the glass of Foaming Restaurant's main door. Bang! With a loud noise, the restaurant door was roughly kicked open. Immediately after, 2 figures illuminated by the sunlight behind them slowly entered the room like fierce ghosts. "Who are you?" Looking at the 2 people half a head taller than him, the head chef showed no fear in his eyes and shouted angrily at them. The person on the left had a crimson-red spiky hair, wore black-blue sunglasses, and had a fierce gaze. He wore an open black jacket on his upper body, a dark red coat over it, a metal bracelet on his left wrist, a dagger, and a pistol at his waist, and black short boots on his feet. The other person had messy blonde hair, wore a t-shirt and black pants, and on his head was a blue and white striped mask with several small holes, looking extremely eerie. There are still people who don't recognize us, Kira. The red spiky-haired person on the left grinned ferociously and said to the masked man beside him, "It can't be helped, kid. This Foaming Island seems to haven't seen pirates for many years. After living in peaceful days for too long, people naturally won't remember the newspaper information about us pirates. If we hadn't encountered a storm at sea, we wouldn't have come here either." The masked man, known as Kira, responded with a deep voice, his arms crossed. "Pirates. What should we do? Pirates are invading Foaming Island." Those outside Foaming Restaurant who heard the conversation between Kid and Kira all showed terrified expressions. Some fell directly to the ground, their legs unable to exert any strength. I remember now." One man trembled as he extended his hand, pointing at Kid and Kira, and spoke in a trembling voice. "There was a bounty notice for these 2 men in the newspapers before. The one wearing the mask is Kira, bounty of 33 million berries. And the red-haired one seems to be the captain. Eustace, Kid, bounty, 50 million berries." After hearing the man's words, everyone's eyes widened, and they became even more panicked. "What? A pirate with such a high bounty? That's equal to what I've earned in my lifetime." Inside Foaming Restaurant, the assistant chefs, upon hearing the man's words from outside, were equally terrified, their legs beginning to tremble. Several even plopped down onto the ground. "Boss, what should we do?" The residents of Foaming Island, who hadn't encountered pirates for many years, were all in utter panic, without any direction. The assistant chefs clung tightly to the head chef's pant legs, and the elderly man, over 70 years old, became the pillar of support for everyone at this moment. The head chef looked at the 2 towering figures with an oppressive presence before him, gritted his teeth tightly, but did not take a single step back. "Damn it. Who are you 2 anyway? What exactly do you want to do on Foaming Island?" Upon hearing the questions from the frail old man before him, Kid crossed his arms, a hint of ferocity and anger flashing in his eyes, and spoke extremely displeased. How dare a mere weak civilian speak to me like that? I am Captain Kidd with a bounty of 50 million. Kid's expression was grim, and his angry voice made the chef's ears ring and their eyes swim. "Hey, Kid." Kira beside him quickly reached out to grab Kid. "Control your temper a bit." "Hey, Kid." Control your temper. Killer quickly said to Kid. Sometimes Kid was like that, with a temper that could not be controlled, especially toward commoners. He was moody and killed indiscriminately. It was precisely for this reason that even among the supernovas, Kid's bounty was higher than the others. Oomph. It's fine, Killer. They're just a bunch of lowly cooks. Kid impatiently shook off Killer's hand that was gripping his arm. Hearing Kid's belittling words, the head chef glared angrily, his eyes wide. What? You what? Just make me some food. Cook. Kid waved his hand, cutting off the head chef's words, and roared with a fierce expression. You bastard. I will never cook for a scumbag like you. Although Kid's terrifying demeanor made the head chef step back in fright, his resolute expression still showed that he was not intimidated by Kid's threats. Head chef, just make him a portion. The junior cooks around tugged at the head chef's clothes and whispered their pleas. Don't stop me. But the head chef paid no attention to the juniors around him. Instead, his aged body straightened, and his once cloudy eyes became clearer than ever. His eyes seemed to burn with a fierce light, staring unwaveringly at Kid, who towered nearly a head above him. Foaming Island has always been known for its gentle breeze. Those who commit violence are not welcome here. You have no right to eat at Foaming Restaurant, and even less right to stand on this island. Get out of Foaming Island. Pirate. Outside the restaurant, the residents who had fled earlier had now returned, holding kitchen knives, shovels, and other tools as weapons, surrounding Kid and the others. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Kid suddenly covered his face and laughed loudly. You such weak people can only cling to life in this narrow world. You have no idea how vast this world is. And you dare to speak to me like that. I am going to become the Pirate King. Kid suddenly spread his arms and roared toward the sky. All the metal objects in the room floated up, forming a massive ring of metal. This. What is this? A devil fruit user? Seeing the strange phenomenon around them, everyone showed expressions of fear and terror. Now you see the gap. Now all of you die. Kid raised his fist toward the head chef and the others. As his fist rose, all the metal objects around instantly gathered around Kid's fist, forming a giant metal fist. Hey, Kid. Killer tried to stop him, but Kid ignored his warning. His arm did not stop. The metal fist shot toward the head chef with a sudden swing. Magnetism string. With Kid's shout, the metal fist hurtled toward the head chef with lightning speed. The head chef's eyes widened, the reflection of the speeding fist in his pupils, completely unable to react in time. Boss. Watching their leader endanger the junior cooks, all widened their eyes in terror. Ahem. At the critical moment, an abrupt cough suddenly sounded. Instantly, the speeding metal arm stopped right in front of the head chef's eyes. The sudden halt caused a massive force that blew the head chef's jacket open. Huh. Kid frowned, suddenly realizing that his metal fist could not advance another inch. Several streaks of black mist tightly wrapped around the metal arm. No matter how hard Kid tried, he could not break free from the mist's entanglement. Damn it. What is this? Kid roared in frustration. Huff. Huff. The head chef gasped heavily, the feeling of a narrow escape causing him to fall to his knees. Are you all right, old man? A sturdy figure stood in front of the head chef. The head chef slowly looked up at the broad shoulders, and a sense of overwhelming security welled up inside him. Ahem. Don't worry, this old man is still tough as nails. The head chef coughed twice and replied with a smile. Who are you? Looking at the figure half a head taller than himself, half hidden in shadow, Kid shouted in shock and anger. A brat who is smug in a narrow world doesn't even recognize me. A deep, steady voice slowly emerged from the shadows. With two crisp footsteps, his figure gradually appeared from the darkness. You are. Killer instantly recognized the man in the wine-red shirt with a handsome face and a sturdy build, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Huh, what? You know him, Killer. Kid glanced sideways at Killer, whose legs were also trembling. I told you to read the newspaper more often. Killer yelled, trying to hide his inner terror. He once killed 6 pirates with bounties over 100 million in one blow. He repelled 3 top-tier fighters on par with the Yonko. Even the Marine admirals could do nothing against him. Killer swallowed nervously and continued. A member of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the successor to Whitebeard. Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach. Bounty 1. 5 billion berries. Oh, my bounty has gone up a bit during my travels. Is it because of Baylight Ladefeared and Big Mom? Hearing his own bounty of 1.5 billion, Teach squinted his eyes and stroked the beard on his chin. That increase seems a bit small. Hearing this news, the surrounding residents and cooks all widened their eyes in disbelief and let out astonished screams. One-shotting pirates with over 100 million bounties going head-to-head with the Yonko. The Marine admirals couldn't handle him. And that astronomical number they had never heard of in their lives. Every time Killer uttered another of Teach's feats, the onlookers felt as if a heavy blow had struck their hearts. Who would have thought that the ordinary-looking man who had just been wolfing down food here was actually a powerhouse capable of rivaling the strongest on the sea? This guy is that strong. Hearing Killer's description and seeing Teach standing before him, still imposing even among a pile of empty plates, Kid couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Ha ha ha. But still, it's exactly this kind of person that's worth challenging. A mad grin suddenly flashed across Kid's face. Hey, Kid, are you crazy? Killer looked at Kid, who was already gathering power again, in disbelief. Did I just say all that for nothing? His strength is on par with the Yonko in the New World, right? Kid stared at Teach, his expression shifting between uncertainty and calm as he asked in a low voice. So you understood after all? Killer rolled his eyes dramatically, completely at a loss for words regarding his captain. Then doesn't that mean if I beat him I can surpass the Yonko and become the Pirate King? The madness in Kid's eyes was almost tangible, his smile gradually twisting and his voice trembling with excitement. Knives, forks, and other metal objects converged into a giant metal arm aimed at Teach, ready to strike at any moment. Kid, don't be rash. Killer reached out to stop him, but the next second both of them froze in place, unable to move a muscle. The smirk on Kid's face instantly stiffened. The figure standing in the pile of empty plates had vanished, leaving only a faint breeze in its place. Huh. Kid's pupils contracted sharply. Then a sinister voice suddenly sounded in his ear. You, what king did you want to become? Brat, you, what kind of king do you want to be? As Kid was still gathering power with his devil fruit ability, his vision suddenly blurred, and then Teach's massive shadow half a head taller than him loomed over Kid. So fast. Kid's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been staring at Teach the entire time, yet in an instant Teach had teleported to his side. Teach raised his right elbow high and red-black lightning crackled and exploded around his arm. The terrifying pressure of Conqueror's Haki surged toward Kid like a tangible flood. The overwhelming pressure rendered Kid utterly immobile, barely able to move his eyes. Then, the elbow wreathed in red-black lightning and coated in dark armament Haki rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Ruthless iron elbow. Boy, jahahaha. Black flash. With a sinister grin, Teach delivered a mighty iron elbow that slammed heavily into Kid's face. Kid's vision went black. Before he could even register the pain, he lost consciousness with a buzzing sound. The black-blue sunglasses on his forehead shattered instantly under the terrifying force. Bang! A shockwave burst from Teach's right elbow, blasting Kid's entire body through the front door of the Windsong restaurant and crashing heavily into the open ground outside. Kid, seeing his captain bloodied and unconscious after being punched away, Killer frantically rushed after him. Phew. Sorry, old man. I'll compensate for the damage to the shop. Teach shrugged indifferently and elegantly adjusted the collar of his wine-red shirt. The red-black lightning dissipated into tiny currents, and the shirt hem that had been lifted by the aura slowly fell back, gently pressing against his trousers. So strong. Watching the imposing figure who had effortlessly defeated the terrifying pirate that had just intimidated everyone, the onlookers stood stunned, unable to utter a single word. The calm and composed silhouette was etched deeply into their hearts. You brat, you really came through. I didn't cook all those meals for nothing. The chef grinned and lit a cigarette as he gazed at the tall back before him. Elegance, confidence, power. Countless words of praise filled the minds of the bystanders. Everyone was deeply awed by Teach's overwhelming presence. But no one knew that at this moment inside Teach's heart. Damn. This is so damn satisfying. Seriously. When I said that line, what king do you want to be, I felt this rebirth was totally worth it. Kaido-sensei really knows how to pull off a badass move. When I said that line, I felt my whole being was elevated. Addicted. When I meet Monkey D. Luffy later, I'll have to use that line again. Can't you see the admiration in everyone's eyes? Teach strained desperately to control the corners of his mouth that were secretly turning up, his entire facial muscles contorted with effort. He must not reveal even a hint of a smug or excited smile, or else this elegant and powerful demeanor would collapse instantly. Of course, Teach had not just knocked Kid away. At the moment his iron elbow struck Kid's face, Kid had already lost consciousness. The system determined that Kid's injury level had reached the threshold for the golden skill, fruit theft, so Teach quickly activated the skill, stole Kid's magnet fruit, and only then released the shockwave to blast Kid away. A fruit delivered to the doorstep, why not take it? This ability to steal fruits is truly a terrifying existence that would make all ability users tremble in fear. If other ability users learned of this skill, it would likely cause them to band together and attack him. At present, Teach did not consider himself very strong. If he truly angered the ability users, he might well suffer an unexpected defeat. He needed to lie low when necessary. Therefore, when Teach activated the fruit theft skill, he did not let the stolen magnet fruit materialize in his hand, but instead placed it directly into the storage space of the 7-star sword. Inside the storage space, beside the gray-black combined fruit, there was now another gray-black magnet fruit. The difference was that the combined fruit appeared thick and solid, while the magnet fruit had lightning-like patterns around it, making it more ostentatious. Now he had 2 devil fruits in hand, but both were paramecia types. He thought about when he would go to steal some Zoan-type devil fruits to keep as reserves. Teach gradually withdrew his thoughts and walked out slowly step by step through the front door of the Windsong restaurant. The warm sunlight shone on him, blending perfectly with his dark aura, emitting a strange, beautiful glow. The residents watching at the door instinctively stepped back, clearing the path before Teach. Teach walked slowly toward the spot where Kid had been knocked away as black gravitational mist gathered in his right hand. Letting the tiger return to the mountain was never Teach's style. Since he had already made a move, he would go all the way. However, just as Teach took 2 steps, a voice suddenly came from the side. Marshal D. Teach. Found you. Hearing the extremely bold and gloomy male voice beside him, Teach raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction of the voice. Huh. Who are you? He didn't know until he looked. This look gave Teach a big shock. 2 figures were standing not far away, one tall and sturdy, the other slender. From the feedback of his perception, the 2 of them were not very powerful, but what startled Teach was their appearance. The tall, burly man on the left wore a wrestler's mask, had purple hair, and his minimalist outfit of a black vest and white pants made his muscle contours even more prominent. He wore a championship gold belt around his waist with a bird totem engraved in the center. A hearty smile hung on his face, and his whole being exuded a sense of power. On the right was a long-faced man with a strangely shaped hat and eye patch over his right eye, a slender build, and a black cloak looking very mysterious. On his back was a rifle with an extremely long barrel resembling a musket. His left hand was always casually close to his back, as if he could draw the gun from behind at any moment. What's going on? Who are these 2? Looking at their outfits, they don't seem like good people, probably pirates again. Damn, why pirates again? What's wrong with Windsong Island today? Seeing the 2 tall figures standing conspicuously among the residents, the people began to murmur and turn their weapons toward the pair, becoming alert. Others might not recognize them, but Teach immediately remembered who they were. Their features were too distinctive. These 2 were exactly the founding members of the former Blackbeard Pirates, belonging to the senior level, Jesus Burgess. Van Augur. Huh. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the infamous Blackbeard would recognize us? We owe it all to this sea storm. Hearing Teach call out their names, Burgess burst into loud laughter, his mouth wide open. It is all the choice of fate. Van Augur closed his eyes and murmured softly. Damn it. More evil pirates. We haven't seen a single pirate in 10 years, and now so many appear. The villagers gripped their weapons, pointing them at Burgess and Van Augur, staring at them with tension. What do you want? Teach asked with a frown. We're here to find you, Teach. Burgess grinned, then he and Van Augur slowly approached Teach. Burgess and Van Augur were about the same height as Teach, and the scene now resembled a tripod. Watching the 2 approaching him, Teach lightly rested his right hand on the 7-star sword at his back, but did not strike first. Teach stared at the 2 in confusion, feeling that their actions and words were utterly strange. It didn't seem like they were here to fight. His malice perception indicated they bore no hostility toward him. What exactly do these 2 brothers intend? Burgess and Van Augur stopped about a meter away from Teach. Teach. Van Augur lowered his brows and spoke softly. What's going on? Are they going to fight or not? If not for the malice perception constantly showing the goodwill of these 2, Teach would have been tempted to punch them both. Their hesitant manner was far too unsettling. What's the matter? What are you here for? Finally, Burgess and Van Augur moved. As Teach was mid-sentence, they suddenly vanished from their spots and appeared on either side of him, then dropped to their knees and grabbed Teach's legs. Wah? Teach, we finally found you. Van Augur, who had just been cool and composed, clung tightly to Teach's thigh, tears streaming down like a burst dam. Wah? Teach, the search for you was so hard. The tall and mighty Burgess, now like a giant baby, prostrated his massive body on the ground, hugging Teach's leg and sobbing with snot and tears. Teach was utterly bewildered, staring at the 2 at his feet. What the hell, guys? What's going on? Surrendering so soon. And Burgess, don't wipe your snot on my new pants. Seeing the snot bubble oozing from Burgess's nose, Teach widened his eyes in disgust and reached out his hand to push Burgess's head away, preventing the snot from smearing on his pants. Ever since we heard you came from the New World to the Grand Line, we've been searching for you. Yes, with your immense power hidden under Whitebeard for so many years, you must have great ambition. That's right, so we agreed at once and decided to follow you. But the Grand Line is just too vast. Yes, we tried to predict your route from the New World to the Grand Line, but there were too many possibilities. Impossible. So we followed fate's guidance and picked a random route. On the way, we encountered sea kings and storms. We haven't eaten for days. Whoa, Teach, we finally found you. It's all fate's arrangement. Burgess and Van Augur, tears streaming down their faces, took turns telling the whole story. They looked like 2 bullied children crying to their family about their grievances. But the problem was, these were 2 burly men 3 to 4 meters tall. I have no ambition. You've got the wrong person. Teach shook his legs vigorously, trying to shake off the 2 massive attachments. But the harder he tried, the tighter they clung. No, we're not letting go. Whoa, Teach, don't abandon us. Damn it, I give up. What do you want? Teach growled angrily. You must let us join your pirate crew today. Otherwise we won't let go. Teach's eyes widened. But I haven't formed my own crew yet. I don't care. You have to let us join today. That's right. Otherwise we won't let go. In the past I had no choice. Now I want to be a good man. Burgess and Van Augur tightened their grip on Teach's thighs, looking up and wailing. It was hard to imagine that men 3 or 4 meters tall could act like this. All right, I'm afraid of you. I agree. Now get the hell off. Teach's face flushed red with anger as he roared at the two groveling at his feet. Really? You agreed, Teach. Burgess and Van Augur looked up in surprise, their eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Ugh. Unable to stand two grown men giving him starry eyes, Teach retched violently. Hi. A faint feeble horse neigh came from behind the trio, interrupting their farce. Huh. Teach turned around with the others to look at the source of the sound and was startled again. A pale blue horse covered in white mane stuck out its tongue, hanging limply from its mouth, looking so weak it seemed ready to collapse. But Burgess and Van Augur quickly spotted the cause of the horse's weakness. On its back lay a person completely slumped over, looking even more feeble than the horse. He wore a round-top hat and a brown woolen coat that draped to his feet. Half-closed eyes, slightly parted lips, heavy breathing, and sweat pouring down his head. He looked terminally ill, on the verge of death, and in his hand, he carried a basket of apples that looked very appetizing. This combination of a sickly man and a sickly horse seemed like a harmless dying person. But Teach knew that this man and horse were Doc Q, the ship's doctor of the original Blackbeard Pirates. Cough, cough. Before Doc Q could finish the first word of his sentence, he broke into violent coughing, leaving Burgess and Van Augur speechless. So is this guy here to clown around? Burgess pointed at Doc Q in exasperation. After muffling a few coughs, Doc Q continued, cough. Excuse me, Marshal D. Teach, meeting here. It's all fate. Since you've let them join your crew, could you count me in as well? Teach. Unnoticed by them, the defeated kid and the pursuing killer had vanished, leaving only a pool of fresh red on the ground. On the Grand Line, in a sea beyond the 7 routes, there lay an island eternally blessed by gentle breezes, Foaming Island. When the soft wind gently brushed the ocean surface, like an invisible tender hand, ripples spread across the water, and the shimmering sea became a giant, enchanted mirror reflecting the clear blue sky and drifting white clouds in a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Blessed by the wind, Foaming Island was perfectly integrated with nature, lying outside any route in the first half of the Grand Line and unrecorded by any log pose. For 10 years, no pirate had disturbed this serene island. Its people lived a peaceful, self-sufficient life, harmonious and blissful. Until one day, a ruthless sea storm swept the waters near Foaming Island, wreaking havoc on passing ships and causing 5 pirates from different places to drift ashore, intent on plundering and burning this beautiful, tranquil island. At that moment, a man stepping on a cloud of black flames set foot on the island. He was handsome and extraordinary, holding a long sword with a black scabbard and a white hilt, draped in a black coat with golden patterns. His eyes were like cold stars, deep and dark, with faint sparks of light in his pupils. A sharp glance could penetrate everything around, making others dare not meet his gaze. When the 5 pirates began their evil deeds, the man acted. He defeated one, scared off another, and subdued 3 along with a horse, saving Foaming Island from crisis. To express their respect and gratitude, the residents of Foaming Island turned his deeds into a story. The wind god, in gratitude, sang his tale with the breeze, spreading it to every corner of the island. Later, the man set out from the west of Foaming Island with his 3 newly subdued pirates and a blue-white steed blessed by the wind god, to embark anew on a journey of conquest into the unknown sea. To commemorate him, people imagined various events on the westward expedition of the 4 and the horse, and compiled their story into a novel titled. However, the reality of their journey was far less grand than the islanders imagined. 3 weary sighs echoed simultaneously from the deck of the Queen Anne's Revenge, sailing west from Foaming Island. When will this ever end? Why are we drifting aimlessly again? Looking back from the orca carving at the bow of the Queen Anne's Revenge, the deck was similar, yet somewhat different from when they first arrived at Foaming Island. When they came, only Teach lay sprawled on the deck like a starfish, idly staring at the sky full of white clouds. Now 3 figures lay in a row on the deck, counting the number of seabirds flying across the sky. So none of you know how to navigate. Teach turned his neck stiffly like a robot to look at Burgess and Van Augur lying to his left, and asked in exasperation. Burgess turned his head to look at Teach, flashing a row of bright white teeth, and gave a thumbs up, grinning foolishly. I've always been a helmsman. My employers would just look at my muscles and tell me to take the wheel. As long as someone knows navigation, I can steer the ship. The navigator says go west, I never go east. Dazzled by the blinding teeth, Teach chose to ignore the simpleton and turned to look at Van Augur beside Burgess. Sniper. The aloof Van Augur stroked the long rifle named Thousand Lands in his arms and said succinctly. Teach sighed helplessly, no longer expecting anything from Van Augur, and then looked at Doc Q, who was leaning against the mast fiddling with apples in a basket. Feeling Teach's gaze on him, Doc Q gave a weak smile, put down the apple, and with difficulty raised a hand to make a peace sign. Captain Cough. Don't look at me. Doc Q panted heavily, adjusted his breath, and grinned. I'm a doctor, I don't know navigation. Teach's gaze followed Doc Q's body to the sick horse named Zhuang Zhuang, lying on the ground, tongue out. Huh, what? Ha ha ha. I'm just a horse. Zhuang Zhuang, who was panting on the deck, felt Teach's gaze and raised its head in alarm, shaking its mane-covered head so violently that it blurred. Alas! Looking at his useless crew, Teach sighed heavily and stared back at the sky in despair. In the sky, a seagull flew by, circling in Teach's line of sight, as if mocking him deeply. I went to Phongyin Island just to find someone who can sail. How did I end up back at square one again? When will I ever get a navigator? Hearing Teach's resigned lament, Doc Q put down the apple, stood up, and walked slowly to sit beside Teach. Don't worry, Captain. Teach, fate will arrange everything. Just like our meeting. When fate comes, we will meet our destined navigator. But I seriously doubt why you all came to me. Teach silently complained as he looked at the overly familiar Doc Q. In the original story, the Blackbeard Pirates came together for their own interests, but now they seemed to admire his strength. The power he had displayed in this life was far greater than what the original Blackbeard had shown in the early stages. But the real reason Teach still needed to observe carefully. Van Augur also sat up, holding his gun, and spoke calmly with his narrow eyes. Yes, this is fate. It was fate that led us to you. Maybe at the next stop we will meet our navigator. Fate, huh? Hearing the comforting words of the fate duo, the image of a theatrical gentleman in a top hat and cane emerged in Teach's mind. Burgess, with a smaller brain capacity, was already dizzy from all the metaphysical talk. He sat up abruptly and rubbed his empty stomach. Forget the navigator. I'm hungry. I need meat. You dare say that? Teach glared at the big idiot beside him. The provisions we bought from Phongyin Island are all gone, and you ate a third of them. The other 2/3 were mostly you two, Van Augur, and Doc Q silently added. There's no food left on the ship. Now we can only hope for a sudden Sea King attack or an island nearby. Teach shrugged helplessly. Who says so? Isn't there food right here? Burgess pointed to the basket of red apples on the deck and grabbed one. Wait, that's... Seeing Burgess take an apple from his basket, Doc Q widened his eyes and tried to stop him. There was a specially made apple-shaped bomb mixed in. But it was too late. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from the deck of the Queen Anne's Revenge, and thick smoke instantly engulfed the ship. Burgess, Teach's deafening roar followed. This should be close. In the sky above the Phongyin Sea, a huge shadow darted through the clouds, and an excited dragon roar could be faintly heard. I hope this is exciting. Marshal D. Teach. Ingluo Sweet Island, one of the large islands along the 7 routes of the Vita Honglu. Whereas Phongyin Island housed only a single town, Ingluo Sweet Island boasted a city 5 times its size, Ingluo City, which occupied a quarter of the island. The remaining 3/4 were blanketed in a sea of cherry blossom trees. Due to its proximity to Phongyin Island, whenever a gentle breeze swept across the neighboring shore, the cherry blossoms on Ingluo Sweet Island would fall like snowflakes, blending with the sweet scent of the sea breeze to create a scene of serene, enchanting beauty. Viewed from above, the entire island was bathed in a pink ocean, merging with the blue sea, hazy and illusory, like a mirage wavering between reality and fantasy. At that moment where pink met blue, a patch of black silently stained one corner. Yay, we finally made it to the island. Teach and his 3 companions, along with their horse, had barely set foot on Ingluo Sweet Island when their intentions became clear and their goal distinct. Like starving ghosts, they instinctively expanded their perception to the fullest, then like a whirlwind dashed straight for the restaurant with the most tantalizing aroma in Ingluo City. The group tumbled into the restaurant, crashing through the door and startling the waitstaff and diners alike. Bring me 5 portions of every dish you've got. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, Teach was the first to extricate himself from the pile, adjusted his posture, scrambled to his feet, and pressed a thick wad of berry onto the counter from his pocket. Right away, sir. Please take a seat and wait. Seeing the hefty stack of berry and the generous tip beside it, the waiter's face bloomed like a radiant flower. After all, who would turn down money? The waiter respectfully ushered Teach and his party to their seats, then hurried to the kitchen to arrange the dishes. The quantity Teach had ordered was enormous, and it seemed the kitchen staff would be working their arms to the bone. Why did it again come to mind? Seeing Teach's group settle quietly, the other patrons in the restaurant lost interest. Due to the island's location, the residents of Ingluo Sweet Island were quite accustomed to pirates. Among those dining in the restaurant were also several pirates. Phew, finally made it to a restaurant. All we've had is fish and sea beasts the whole way. My mouth is so bored it's gone dry. Burgess rubbed his hands together, apparently unable to resist the aroma wafting through the air. Quiet, you fool. How embarrassing. Van Augur sat elegantly in his chair, casting a contemptuous glance at the boisterous Burgess. What did you say? You bastard. Burgess shook his fist angrily at Van Augur. Van Augur did not respond. Instead, he gently leaned his long rifle against the right leg of the table, muzzle down, trigger within easy reach for quick shooting in an emergency. Hey, I'm arguing with you. Can't you even answer me? Seeing Van Augur lower his eyes without a word, Burgess's face flushed bright red. Van Augur picked up the handkerchief on the table and wiped his monocle, not even looking at Burgess. You bastard. Bang. Burgess slammed the table hard. Van Augur raised his eyes slightly to glance at Burgess, then uttered 2 words softly, childish. Burgess turned red. Come on, Burgess, try the apple one concocted yesterday. It'll leave you longing for more. Doc Q patted Burgess's shoulder in consolation and handed him an apple. Gazing at the bright red apple in Doc Q's hand, its vivid color, like fresh blood, Burgess recalled the explosive power of the apple from a few days ago. His anger instantly dissipated, and he shuddered from head to toe. Take it away. Take it away. Burgess quickly pushed aside Doc Q's hand holding the apple. Even if I had to jump off this place, I wouldn't touch another one of your apples. Burgess craned his neck and glared at Doc Q. Hey, you better not regret it. Doc Q laughed ominously, his weak, hoarse voice adding to the eeriness. Watching the noisy bunch before him, Teach rubbed his forehead in exasperation, feeling a headache coming on. He knew in his heart that these people, like the world he once knew, had each joined him with their own agendas. Although Teach hadn't wanted them to come aboard, as Van Augur and Doc Q had said, their meeting was a matter of fate. For Teach, this meeting, different from the original encounter, was also a predestined design of fate. Moreover, this turbulent sea hid countless powerful figures, and the world government's foundations were unfathomable. The strength of a Marine admiral was merely a ticket to the final arena. To protect the Whitebeard Pirates, Teach had to gather more power. He believed that a team bound by mutual interests might be even more steadfast. As long as he could identify each person's needs, controlling them would not be a problem. But the scene before him, everyone acting like children devoid of any scheming, left Teach with no way to analyze them. What an amazing smell. Just as Teach was frowning in distress, Burgess's delighted laugh reached his ears. Then a rich, tantalizing aroma wafted into Teach's nose, stirring the hunger deep within him. Gulp. Watching the waiters bring out dish after dish of delicious food, Teach and his companions couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Under the constant delivery of several waiters, the wooden table that had been empty just moments ago was soon covered with a dazzling array of dishes. Stomach, damn it. To hell with interests. I need to eat. Brain, wait. You, stomach, gulp. At that moment, after drifting at sea for days and eating seafood until they were sick, Teach and his crew finally had a decent meal. Without any exchange or signal, the 4 exchanged glances, then simultaneously plunged headfirst into the ocean of food. Hey, how did they get so hungry? No idea, it's terrifying. That whole table of food vanished in an instant, cleaner than a dog's lick. Watching the devouring whirlwind, nearby diners whispered among themselves. Their bills are all quite large, just like that guy. That guy, yeah, the one from the West Sea. He comes around this time every day. Counting the time, he should be here today. Before they finished whispering, the restaurant door creaked open gently. Then a tall, slender man with a sinister air, wearing a floral shirt and black formal suspenders, stepped into the restaurant with elegant clicking steps, bathed in the sunlight. As pink cherry blossoms drifted down his deep red, cane tapped the floor with a rhythmic beat. Beneath the black top had a pale, heavily made-up face, bore a faint, elusive smile. He looked at the terrified waiter, his dark red lips slowly parting. The usual. A cappuccino, please. Extra milk, extra sugar. Thank you. The moment the eerie man, resembling a mime, stepped into the restaurant, the chatter in the entire room ceased abruptly. Only the rustling of cherry blossoms carried by the breeze outside, and the hearty sounds of Teach and his companions, for people and a horse, devouring their meal, remained. Moi. Why had the air suddenly gone silent? Teach, with both cheeks stuffed full, sensed the stillness in the air. He lifted his face puffed up with food and looked toward the tall, lean figure at the door. Puffed. Startled by the sight, Teach abruptly spat out the food in his mouth, spraying it across Burgess's face. Lafitte. Teach's eyes widened in shock as he shot to his feet, the chair scraping loudly against the floor behind him. La what? Doc Q, looking sickly and confused, stared at the agitated Teach. He picked his ear with a chicken bone and looked up at Teach, his voice hoarse as he asked. Lafitte. What fit? Lafitte. La what? Teach's face darkened with irritation. He gave Doc Q a punch, then ignored the dying man in his 20s beside him. He turned his burning gaze back to Lafitte at the entrance. Standing among the silent crowd, Teach was too conspicuous. Lafitte quickly noticed the tall, burly figure. Their eyes met, Teach's filled with an indescribable desire. Lafitte looked at the man, who was of similar height, but far broader in shoulders. Even beneath his clothes, the contours of tight muscles were visible. Lafitte nervously rubbed his cane, swallowed, and asked weakly, do we know each other? Teach nodded and spoke hastily. Yes, we do know each other, but it's only me who knows you. Seeing Teach's undisguised predatory gaze, Van Augur, who was holding a chicken leg, tore off a piece of meat and asked in confusion, What's wrong, Teach? What's so special about him? Teach nodded heavily, his voice trembling with excitement. He's a navigator. What? A navigator? They no longer had to drift aimlessly across the boundless sea at the mercy of the wind. Great. A navigator. We're saved. Bang. With 3 chairs falling to the floor, 3 tall figures instantly stood up, appearing behind Teach. Van Augur quickly stuffed the chicken leg into his mouth and grabbed his long rifle, aiming at Lafitte. Burgess wiped the food debris from his face, stood up excitedly, causing the table to shake. The half-dead Doc Hugh suddenly straightened up, his face flushed redder than a normal person's. Even the sick horse, Strong, lying on the ground, performed a carp flip, its forelegs stiffening as it stood upright like a fine steed, its eyes burning as it stared at the nervous Lafitte at the door. All this. Could you please hurry up, Annie? Lafitte's trembling gaze shifted to the older woman making coffee in the back kitchen. But the woman was calmly pouring latte art. I know you're anxious, but don't be. Her calm voice came slowly, as leisurely as her coffee-making technique, like a sloth that had just woken up. Only coffee brewed with a calm heart is the best. If you don't hurry, I'll be done for. Seeing the 4 men and a horse standing up, nearly blocking half the restaurant, Lafitte was almost losing his mind. He had fair skin, often wore revealing clothes, and even had a seductive lipstick mark on his face. But that didn't mean he wanted to be violated. Even if it were men, that hairy, lewd horse was absolutely unacceptable. He wasn't a furry fan. No, Auntie. I don't want it anymore. Pour that cappuccino for yourself. Finally, unable to bear the escalating tension, Lafitte shouted in panic. Pour Auntie a cappuccino. I'll come back another time. With those words, Lafitte bolted for the door. Hey, young man, don't run. The Auntie's call came from behind. But Lafitte had no time to wait. He didn't even have time to explain why he had no time to explain. But he obviously wouldn't escape so easily. Brother, stop him. Teach pointed at Lafitte and shouted excitedly. I'll hold the middle. Burgess yelled, charging straight toward the center door. The navigator of fate won't escape. Van Augur said solemnly, firing a shot that blew off the rolling shutter at the door. The shutter crashed down, blocking every ray of light that Lafitte was about to bask in. Try this new apple. Doc Q weighed the apple in his hand and hurled it at Lafitte. Ouch! Lafitte cried out in pain as he ran. The red spherical apple hit him on the head, bounced high, and turned into a red flash. With a bang, it exploded into a red mist. Apple smoke bomb. Doc Q's sinister smile slowly disappeared into the smoke hidden in the red mist. The red mist spread rapidly in the small restaurant, making the diners cough and cover their mouths and noses. Damn, where's the door? Losing his sight, Lafitte desperately slapped the unknown wall before him, stamping his feet in frustration. Everything happened in a flash. The restaurant was small, and it didn't turn on the lights during the day, relying solely on the light from the entrance. Now, with the shutter blocking the door, there was no light, and combined with the thick red mist, the small restaurant was in chaos. Quick, open the windows. Open the windows. Open the window, kid. The waiters and customers groped in the dark to open the nearest windows. A breeze carrying cherry blossoms blew in, bringing the blessing of the blossoms and gradually dispersing the annoying red mist. When the smoke cleared, Lafitte had successfully found the handle of the shutter. A smile curled on his dark red lips. But just as he was about to lift the door with all his strength, a pair of huge, powerful hands slammed onto the door with a bang, the force nearly shattering it. Despite his utmost effort, the door didn't budge. Huff! My little navigator, where are you going? A whisper even more eerie and sinister than his own suddenly came from beside his ear. Hiss! Lafitte gasped, his neck turning stiffly like a gear, inch by inch, his gaze following. He saw 4 burly men and a pale blue horse blocking him completely like a thick wall. Gentlemen, let's talk this over. Lafitte reluctantly put down his cane and raised his hands. Lafitte, the demon sheriff of the Shihai, an outstanding navigator. Teach's eyes burned as he looked down at Lafitte and slowly spoke. I'll give you 2 choices. First, join us and become our navigator. Teach held up 1 finger. Second, he slowly raised a 2nd finger. The 4 men and the horse stepped forward in unison, staring at the crouching Lafitte, and let out a sinister, synchronized laugh. Trembling with anger, who would come to save him, poor and weak? Peach blossoms and cherry blossoms fall like crimson rain, while mulberry coins and elm coins paint the landscape in shades of green. A gentle breeze stirs and cherry blossoms drift down like snow, blanketing the entire island in a hazy veil. The ground is carpeted with a thick layer of petals, each one bearing the delicate tenderness of life, making it impossible to tread upon them. The flurry of petals in the sky resembles spirits dancing gracefully, swirling in the air as they gently guard the island below. The clusters of cherry blossoms form dazzling bouquets, exuding an indescribably sweet fragrance that attracts bees and butterflies, adding vitality and energy to the scene. Whether viewed from afar as a magnificent sea of clouds and rosy mist, or up close as delicate and charming single blossoms, the cherry blossoms embody romance and elegance to the fullest. Thus, under the blessing of a sky full of cherry blossoms, Lafayette was moved to tears and willingly boarded the Queen Anne's Revenge. On the main mast of the Queen Anne's Revenge, the once pitch-black sails were no longer displayed. Now upon that dark sail, a finely detailed and fearsome pirate emblem was painted. As the crew of the Revenge grew at the suggestion of Lafayette and others, Teach decided to establish his own pirate crew affiliated with the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, he was merely an ordinary member and had no authority to recruit new members on behalf of Pops. Though the Whitebeard Pirates numbered over 1,000, only about 20 were truly formidable and presentable. Every one of his subordinates at the very least could match the caliber of a warlord in the future. If Pops agreed, they would all join the Whitebeard Pirates, strengthening the crew's overall power. If Pops disagreed, he could still lead his own crew as an affiliate, differing only in name, but essentially the same in nature. All share a common bond, honor, and disgrace together. The crew's flag adopted the design of the Blackbeard Pirates flag from the original world. For Whitebone's cross and St. Andrew's cross formed the base, with 3 fierce skulls above, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Of course, Teach did not paint the flag himself. As a failed art student, his already poor drawing skills only worsened. Surprisingly, the seemingly simple-minded Burgess possessed exceptional artistic talent. This 3-headed skull flag was his creation. As for the crew's name, the Blackbeard Pirates, Teach declared loudly, standing beneath the main mast with arms outstretched, addressing Lafayette and the others gathered around him. The Blackbeard Pirates, huh? Van Augur stroked his chin, pondering. Isn't calling it Blackbeard Pirates a bit too hasty? Burgess, sitting cross-legged like an obedient child, raised both hands and questioned first. How about Big Eater Pirates or something? Bang. Before Burgess could finish, Lafayette suddenly stood up and punched him on the head. Shut up. Ow. What's your problem? Burgess clutched his head and looked up at Lafayette, who was towering over him. Lafayette's expression was terrifyingly grim, his pale face and dark red lipstick lending him an eerie, sinister aura. We only need to obey the captain's decisions. Unless the captain asks for our opinions as crew members, we should not question his choices. Lafayette's voice, devoid of emotion, drifted softly like a demonic judge, deep and cold. In a pirate crew, there can only be one voice, and that is the captain's. If multiple voices exist, the crew's downfall is inevitable. That was the kind of person Lafayette was, possessing an extremely calm mind despite his cruel and violent nature. Once he decided to commit to something, regardless of his inner feelings, he would execute it to perfection. Having chosen to join the Blackbeard Pirates, Lafayette would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to supporting Teach. Seeing Lafayette's intense seriousness, Burgess nervously swallowed and nodded vigorously. No wonder he was the strategist of the original Blackbeard Pirates. Teach did not intervene, but nodded inwardly. He was right. A pirate crew needed only one voice. As a well-educated youth of the 21st century, Teach had no experience managing a group of powerful yet deranged pirates and needed someone to assist him, especially since these individuals harbored their own agendas. Lafayette was perfectly suited for this role. In every strong pirate crew, there is a powerful, meticulous first mate who assists the foolish captain in running everything. Roger's first mate Silver's Rayleigh, Kaido's right-hand King E, Big Mom's right-hand Kakuri, Shanks' right-hand Ben Beckman, a Luffy's right-hand Zoro. While those two are both fools, these first mates or vice captains are invariably the intellectual backbone of the crew, capable of dominating all other members, both intellectually and physically. If the captain is the heart of the pirate crew, then these vice captains are the brain. In the original world, Lafayette, though not officially the first mate, still served as the crew's strategist, earning the trust of others, which further proved his exceptional wisdom. I understand. Apparently realizing the gravity of the matter, Burgess looked at Lafayette and responded seriously, then turned to face Teach beneath the mast. I'm sorry, Captain, for questioning your decision. It's fine, Burgess. Teach waved his hand, but then narrowed his long eyes, his sharp, eagle-like gaze sweeping over everyone near the mast with an intimidating aura. But don't let it happen again. This is the only time for everyone. If I need your input, I'll ask for it. His gaze inadvertently met Lafayette's, and they exchanged a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. Then, Captain Teach, I have a question. Burgess raised his hand again, but his demeanor was notably weaker. Speak. I want to ask, Captain, what is your true goal? At this question, Van Augur.Q and even Lafayette pricked up their ears. Each had learned fragments of Teach's story from their own sources, hiding his strength under Whitebeard, enduring humiliation for decades. Later, he could instantly defeat a pirate with a bounty over 100 million, match an admiral, and now possessed the power to repel a Yonko. They were drawn to his personal charisma of forbearance and flexibility. But his true purpose remained unknown to all. At this moment, everyone listened intently, awaiting Teach's answer, for whether it aligned with their own goals would determine if they would truly follow this handsome, imposing black-haired man. What is it that I seek? Teach murmured, gazing into the distance. The sea and sky merged into a seamless azure tapestry at the far horizon, sprawling from beneath his feet to the boundless expanse. The sea surface, like a vast and polished mirror, reflected the cerulean sky without reservation, shimmering so brilliantly that one could no longer discern where the sea ended and the sky began. A gentle sea breeze brushed against Teach's body, carrying a faint salty tang into his nostrils, yet it could not dispel the profound confusion and melancholy lurking in his heart. Gazing upon this boundless ocean, his thoughts drifted back to a world that had once suffocated him. "Do you know?" Teach began softly. "Once upon a time there was a life that pressed down on one's chest, making it hard to breathe. Freedom was a distant illusion and strength was nothing but a fool's dream. Every day was trapped in trivial routines, rigid hierarchies, and an indescribable oppression. Life seemed to lose its color." Teach's gaze fixed on the seabirds soaring freely in the distance, his voice steady. Burgess, Lafitte, and the others nodded in agreement, believing that Teach was referring to his days under Whitebeard. From their perspective, Teach had endured humiliation under Whitebeard for decades, bound by the unparalleled might of the man and the rules he had established. To show even a hint of ambition would risk being discovered and crushed by Whitebeard, let alone pursuing unbridled freedom. At that moment, the image of a man who had swallowed his pride and endured for decades in pursuit of his dreams stood tall in everyone's heart. All eyes turned to the solitary figure beneath the mast, their gazes gradually shifting to admiration. Teach paid no heed to the strange stares and continued, "This new world is my stage for rebirth. I am determined to pursue freedom. The exhilaration of controlling my own destiny, the joy of exploring the unknown without restraint. This time I will shatter every potential shackle with absolute power. With unparalleled strength, I will protect all that I hold dear. With unmatched might, I will chase the freedom that was once so out of reach." This new world was his stage for rebirth. He was determined to pursue freedom, the thrill of controlling his own fate, the joy of exploring the unknown without constraints. He yearned to become the strongest, to use power to break every potential barrier, ensuring that no voice dared defy his will. A flock of seabirds soared freely in the vast expanse, their white wings gleaming under the sunlight. They would dive into the sea, then rise high, their crisp cries echoing. Their lively forms and joyful calls seemed to be the most vivid embodiment of freedom, striking deep into Teach's heart. Sometimes he wondered when he could truly be as unrestrained as those seabirds, pursuing the ultimate strength and freedom in this new world. "Now though I find myself in this strange and unknown new world, having broken free from the old chains, the path ahead remains unclear. You ask me what my ultimate goal is. To be honest, I cannot yet give a definitive answer. But I know this: no matter the choice, becoming the strongest in this world and chasing the freedom of my dreams is my ultimate pursuit." Teach turned his head, his eyes bright and resolute as he looked at the 4 men and 1 horse before him. His gaze no longer wavered. The black coat with golden patterns fluttered gently in the sea breeze, gleaming. "So everyone, are you willing to come with me?" Teach grinned, extending a hand toward the group. I love fighting." Burgess stood up, cracking his knuckles, revealing a broad grin. "On your path to becoming the strongest, you'll definitely encounter many powerful foes. Let me take them on." Burgess stepped forward, placing his right hand on Teach's. "The strongest and freedom. I believe the future won't be boring." Van Auger slung his long gun over his back and extended his hand as well. "Ahem. Fate measures a person's worth, Teach. Conversely, a person's worth can also sway fate. I'm starting to look forward to our destiny now, ahem. CC. Go for it." Doc Q coughed, struggling to stand with his massive frame, pulling Stronger's hoof along as he placed it on top of Teach's hand. Era, it seems I have no reason to refuse either." Lafitte tipped his top, had a faint smile curling beneath the brim. "Captain Teach, leave the future navigation to me." With that, Lafitte extended his hand and firmly placed it on top of the pile. "Jaha. Excellent." Unlike Marco Ace and the others, the people gathered around Teach now were truly his own crew and power base. Looking at the group surrounding him, Teach smiled with satisfaction. These were the companions on his road ahead. "Then we have a Jolly Roger. We have a ship. The name of the crew is decided. I declare, the Blackbeard Pirates are officially formed." Hoo-hoo. As Teach's rousing words fell, everyone shouted and pressed their hands down together. Unlike the original world, a new Blackbeard Pirates, one that was not merely bound by interests but shared a unified goal affiliated with the Whitebeard Pirates, was officially established. From now on, this pirate crew would surely stir up a storm on the seas, turning the silent waters into a maelstrom of chaos. In the distance, a few wisps of thin, gauzy clouds drifted lazily at the edge of the sky, like dreamlike spirits born of the sea and sky, adding an ethereal and elusive quality to the vast world. The Queen Anne's Revenge glided slowly across the sea, leaving trails of white foam. The sails, filled by the wind, resembled a gigantic black spider lily blooming on the blue ocean. It sailed gracefully toward the horizon, where sea and sky met, gradually vanishing into the dreamlike, boundless tableau. "Hee. I'm so excited I can't wait to find someone to fight." Gazing at the new Jolly Roger on the sail, Burgess rubbed his fists, his voice tinged with excitement. Childish. Van Augur wiped his beloved gun and rolled his eyes at Burgess. Jaha. Don't rush, Burgess, there will be plenty. Teach had just begun to grin when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. What's wrong? Sensing something amiss, Lafitte frowned and asked. Hey, Burgess, you really do speak things into existence. Teach gripped the railing, lifted his head to the sky, and a wild excitement flickered in his defiant eyes. What? That it. Among the group, Van Augur, the sniper with the sharpest perception, seemed to sense something. He followed Teach's gaze upward, his eyes widening, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Isn't this guy too crazy for our pirate crew's first battle? Isn't this a bit too insane? Van Augur stared in terror at the cloud layer above the sea. Hey, what's happening, huh? Burgess's words were cut short as darkness abruptly veiled his vision. A colossal shadow completely swallowed the Queen Anne's Revenge, dyeing the surrounding sea an inky black. He jerked his head upward only to see that despite the blazing sun above, the clouds overhead were pitch black. Something seemed to seethe within them, and a rumbling roar echoed intermittently. Hey, this can't be. Lafitte's eyes widened as he stared at the figure about to break through the clouds, drawing ever closer, and shouted in disbelief. Roar! A deep, frenzied, colossal roar burst from the clouds. Then a gigantic, beastly claw thrust out from the mist, tearing a gaping rift in the cloud layer. That cyan claw, veins bulging, was nearly half the size of the Queen Anne's Revenge. Another claw swung out, and in an instant the very air screamed with a sonic boom. Then both cyan claws exerted force simultaneously. A thunderous crash split the clouds, ripping them apart to reveal the shadow lurking within. Oh, that's a dragon. Hovering in midair, a terrifying kilometer-long dragon coiled directly above the Queen Anne's Revenge. Cyan scales, a massive body as towering as a mountain, muscles bulging like forged iron, all contained a power capable of shattering heaven and earth. That impenetrable armor of scales shimmered with a cold, eerie light in the sun. It was as if the embodiment of brutality and destruction itself, casting the entire sea under its boundless oppressive shadow. The pair of thick horns on its head were sharp and savage, seeming able to pierce the sky. The violent aura and smoky clouds radiating from its body were like a tangible storm, making the surrounding air tremble and warp. The dragon's bloodshot, ferocious eyes were filled with madness and arrogance, as if they reigned supreme over all creation. Doc Q stared fixedly at that figure, several thousand meters long, within the clouds, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. His already frail body seemed on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Beside him, stronger, had already collapsed under the pressure of the king of beasts, lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. So this is the strongest creature in the world. The one with a bounty of 4,611,100,000 berry. The emperor of the New World beast, Kaido? Lafitte's voice trembled as he clenched his cane, his knuckles nearly white from the strain, his mind a blank. All he could hear was the violent pounding of his heart, frantically warning his brain. Run. Huff. Found you. Marshal D. Teach. The deafening voice rang in the ears of everyone on the deck of the Queen Anne's Revenge. Crazy, arrogant, frenzied. No words could fully describe the sensation that voice gave Burgess and the others at that moment. Then an extremely intense pressure instantly blew away the remnant clouds around Kaido. Purple-red lightning of Conqueror's Haki poured out, wantonly mixed with thunder flames and whirlwinds, suddenly crashing down upon the Queen Anne's Revenge below. Boom! A soundless yet deafening roar swept past. Then an unimaginable, never-before-experienced torrent of pressure slammed heavily onto Burgess and his comrades. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, Burgess and the others were pinned to the ground by the almost tangible pressure, unable to move. Damn it. At that moment their thoughts came to a complete halt, as if frozen by a bitter winter, incapable of any further thinking or action. The only reason they hadn't lost consciousness was their relatively high talent and decent strength. If it had been ordinary pirates, they would have long turned into idiots under this overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Shishishi. Beast Kaido. If you're after me, don't drag my beloved crew into this. Teach grinned, staring at the dragon in the sky, and took a big step forward. Then a torrent of black-red lightning, equally majestic in momentum, spread out like a barrier, tightly enveloping the entire Queen Anne's Revenge. The moment Teach's Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the ship, the pressure bearing down on Burgess and the others vanished instantly. Thud! With a dull sound the moment the pressure lifted, Burgess collapsed to the deck, his limbs limp as noodles, dangling helplessly. His eyes vacant, foaming at the mouth, exactly like Stronger, who had also collapsed beside him. Among them, Burgess had the largest build, so Teacher Kaido had specially paid him a little extra attention. Huff. Huff. Apart from Burgess, Lafitte had the best physique, so he was the first to recover his senses. Lafitte gasped heavily, gradually pushing himself up, kneeling on one knee. He raised his head and squinted hard to see ahead. Ahead, the solitary figure, not particularly tall but sturdy and well-proportioned, stood silently atop the orca at the bow of the Queen Anne's Revenge. This guy, can he withstand 60% of my conqueror's haki? Looking down at Teach standing straight on the bow, Kaido narrowed his fierce dragon eyes slightly. With the closing of his eyelids, the surrounding air trembled violently. This was the strongest creature in the world. Every move could stir up gales that raised towns. But that's fine. This is more interesting. Around Teach, the barrier of black-red lightning clashed fiercely with Kaido's purple-red lightning, causing violent winds to swirl. Though the black-red lightning of Conqueror's haki was much smaller compared to Kaido's, it was incredibly sturdy, its color more condensed, almost solid, tightly wrapping the entire ship and protecting all the crew. The air seemed on the verge of shattering at any moment. Thunderbolts burst on the sea surface, sending waves splashing like a tsunami's wail. Teach, is he really this strong? Van Oka knelt on the deck, supporting himself with one hand and shielding his eyes from the oncoming gale with the other. Buffeted by the wind, he squinted hard, fixing his gaze on the solitary figure ahead. Though the enormous creature kilometers above was vastly different in size, Teach still stood firmly on the bow, resisting it, protecting the safety of everyone aboard. The pressure that had nearly crushed everyone moments ago was now held at bay by Teach alone. Perhaps from the unseen front, Teach's face was now resolute, without a trace of fear, his expression solemn, as he barely maintained the Conqueror's barrier against Kaido's pressure. Judging from Teach's past exploits, he clearly had the strength to abandon them and escape alone, yet he chose to fight alone for a crew he had just met. In Van Oka's heart, Teach's image at this moment grew even more towering and solitary. Damn it! Van Oka roared in frustration. The gun he had just raised clattered to the deck before he could steady it, and he himself collapsed onto the deck. Why can't I do anything? He wanted to do something for the lonely man before him, even just a single bullet, but in this scene, he didn't even have the strength to lift his gun. However, Teach did not have the expression or look that Van Oka imagined. The only one who could see Teach's face now was Kaido, hovering in the air. In Kaido's sight, he saw something in the eyes of the insignificant man below. He was quite surprised, because it was the same as his own. Madness. Madness and ferocity filled Dickie's narrow eyes. Focused on maintaining the Conqueror's haki barrier, Dickie did not notice how sinister and insane his own smile was. His resolute and handsome face was now full of ferocity and mania, looking extremely eerie. This kid. Kaido squinted silently, adding another 2/10 of his power. Boom. A more overwhelming purple-red haki surged from Kaido toward the Queen Anne's revenge once again. With the wave of haki, the sea surface churned violently, and the fierce surging waves caused the revenge to sway. Dickie's black-red barrier flickered several times on the verge of shattering. Suddenly, a stronger haki forced Dickie to slide back 2 steps. He quickly extended his hands, black mist and blood-red light surging into his left and right hands respectively. Under the dual enhancement of the dark fruit and the vampire fruit, Dickie's black-red haki barely withstood the intensified pressure. Cough, cough. It seems we're done for. Q collapsed on the deck, coughing violently, feeling the deck shake, even shaking out a bit of blood. Ugh, cough. Fate brought us together only to bury us here. Q shook his head, lamenting in a sorrowful tone. I never expected our great journey to end before it even began, to be buried in the belly of the sea. Stop complaining, Q. From the bow, Dickie's imposing words came with the wind, and faintly a hint of madness could be heard in his tone. Rather than blame fate, bury it. Dickie shouted excitedly. When fate favors me, I believe in this fate. Gradually, black mist and red blood threads began to emanate from Dickie's body, and his aura suddenly surged step by step. But when fate seeks to destroy me, then to hell with fate. With a furious roar from Dickie, an immense aura burst forth from his body. Black gravity, red blood, demon, purple agony, and the green resentment from the 7-star sword behind him suddenly burst through the haki barrier Dickie was holding, pushing against Kaido's haki pressure, and hurtled straight toward Kaido. Moi. In Kaido's incredulous eyes, the multicolored beams were slowly pushing back his own haki pressure. Boom. When the energy wave released by Dickie rebounded to the midpoint between them, it collided with Kaido's 80% haki pressure and exploded on the sea between them. The sky was instantly torn apart like a giant wound, and the sea was completely sunken from the center, forming a straight abyss. Many swimming fish fell into it before they could react. Hiss! Dickie is so strong. Fan Aoka and Layfight both gasped, staring in disbelief at the huge abyss on the sea surface before them. He actually managed to push back my haki. In midair, Kaido muttered in surprise, watching the aftermath of the collision. Kaido's dragon eyes finally flashed with seriousness. Looking down at Dickie, he slowly spoke. Kid, I heard you killed Baylight and Laidfeared, and even repelled that woman Linlin. Powerful strength, I like that. Don't follow that guy Nogoite anymore. Join me. I'll give you the position of a lead performer. Hearing this, Dickie adjusted his breathing, looked up at Kaido, and showed no fear in his eyes. Jahaha. I'll join you 8 times around with a twist, old man. Rather, you are the next person I will defeat. Dickie grinned, stepped forward, his aura undiminished, his eyes fixed on Kaido with a flash of madness. Dickie, Fan Aoka lay fight and the others stared blankly at their captain, who was not inferior in aura to an emperor, and felt a wave of shock. Huh. Good. How long has it been? Arrogant brat, it seems you are ready to die. Then give it your all, and entertain me. Kaido roared, swung his massive body, stirred up a violent aura, turned into a cyan whirlwind, and dove straight toward the Queen Anne's revenge on the sea. Captain, Kaido is coming. Seeing the cyan whirlwind several hundred meters in diameter, visually spanning almost half the sky, Q tightly hugged Zhuang's head, his eyes bulging with terror. You haven't experienced a battle at the Emperor level, have you? Without paying attention to the approaching Kaido, Dicky turned his head and looked back at the 4 people and 1 horse in a miserable state, slowly speaking. This is a good chance for you to get used to this level of battle. After all, following me, such battles will not be few. Next time you encounter an opponent of this caliber, don't be so embarrassing. As he spoke, endless dark energy surged from his body, rapidly condensing into a huge black vortex in front of him, within which countless resentful spirits seemed to wail, as if dragging everything before it into an endless abyss. In an instant, a terrifying black mist ball as large as the entire revenge was held steadily in Dicky's right hand. The gravitational pull from it seemed to draw and tear Fan Aoka and the others apart. In the short time of Dicky's few words, Kaido's massive ferocious dragon head had already arrived less than 100 meters from the revenge. A dense flame slowly seeped from between Kaido's fangs. He opened his huge mouth, and a surging torrent of heat gathered within it. The scorching magma-like energy roiled, causing the surrounding air to crackle and pop, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. This battle will also let you see the strength of your captain. Your choice today will not be wrong. Dicky's face was ferocious, his handsome eyes filled with madness and excitement, his body burning with black smoke like a demon from hell. He suddenly turned his waist, driving his shoulders driving his arms, and with all his strength, he thrust the massive black mist emanating gravitational ball forward. At that moment, Kaido's apocalyptic flame attack also arrived. Heat breath. Dark star. Under the shocked gaze of everyone on the Queen Anne's revenge, the dark vortex and the blazing beam collided. In an instant, a blindingly intense light burst forth, thousands of times more dazzling than the sun. The light, like a sharp blade, instantly tore through the thick clouds, illuminating the sky as bright as day. Immediately after, a deafening roar came, like the chaotic howl at the beginning of creation. The sound wave spread outward in a visible form, and wherever it passed, the sea surface was forcibly depressed by dozens of meters. Then towering waves thousands of feet high surged in all directions, mercilessly crushing everything in their path. Space itself seemed to be twisted and torn, with black cracks spreading like a spiderweb. On the sea, an even larger abyss suddenly formed. At the center of the bottomless abyss, the seawater spun rapidly, emitting a spine-chilling roar, as if an ancient giant beast awakened from the depths of the ocean was venting its fury. "Alma! So delicious!" A satisfied sigh came from the massive figure of Burgess, who was slumped on the deck of the Queen Anne's revenge, a blissful smile spreading across his face. "Didn't you say you'd jump off rather than take a single bite of this apple?" Van Augur stood by with his arms crossed, casting a contemptuous glance at Burgess. He who knew this apple could heal. Burgess scratched his head sheepishly with one hand, while in the other, he held a bright red apple with a bite taken out of it. "Thank you, Doc Q. I was wrong earlier. I never thought your apples could do more than just explode," Burgess said gratefully, looking at Doc Q, who was tinkering with apples nearby. "Cough, cough. It's nothing." Doc Q slowly raised his head upon hearing this, a weak cough coming from him. "Kaido's pressure was exerted on you the most. This spiritual apple can relax your nerves, giving your oppressed nerves ample relief. Are you sure there's anything like nerves in his brain?" Van Augur covered his mouth and snorted with laughter. "Hey, you bastard. My patience has limits." Burgess's face flushed red as the apple in his hand, if not more so. "Sigh." Watching this group of clowns, Lafitte shook his head helplessly, let out a sigh, then looked up toward the side of the ship, his gaze serious. In the direction of Lafitte's gaze was an uninhabited island common in the Grand Line, but at this moment a fierce battle was raging on that island. "I never thought Teach could actually go this far." Watching the distant uninhabited island where flames, thunder, and black whirlwinds flashed intermittently, Lafitte said, leaning on his cane. "From the newspapers, I thought the gap between us and the Emperors wasn't that big. But when we actually faced an Emperor, we couldn't even withstand his glare." As a sniper, Van Augur had a much larger perception range than others, and could feel Kaido's power more acutely. His gaze behind his glasses was equally serious, and his fingers gripping the rifle unconsciously turned white. "Yeah. This is the true power of our future captain." Burgess and Doc Q also looked up, staring at the figure floating in the distant sky like a blood-red angel. Across from the blood-red angel, a cyan dragon 1,000 meters long gazed back. The sea wind roared like 10,000 furious lions carrying salty seawater, and the pungent smell of gunpowder sweeping across this ravaged sea with devastating force. The sky was already shrouded by thick, impenetrable dark clouds with lightning serpents dancing among them. Each blinding flash of lightning illuminated the hellish battlefield below. The once lush and verdant island was now unrecognizable. The earth seemed to have been wantonly kneaded and torn by a pair of brutal hands. Huge craters dotted the land, their walls jagged and grotesque, like the gaping, despairing mouths of the earth. The bottomless pits were filled with pungent smoke and lingering energy ripples. A well-deserved emperor of the sea. Cute Kaido, unsurprisingly, like Big Mom, has 2 stats at the Pirate King level, and the rest are also above the Emperor level. Although it falls short of the peak Whitebeard and Redfield, it is still solid top-tier Emperor strength. Finally, after Teach repelled Big Mom and defeated the last commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, his overall strength finally reached the level of an Emperor. Although he is the weakest among the Emperors, he is still an Emperor. And the Whitebeard Pirates, in terms of strength, can finally be called a dual Emperor pirate crew. With his dual devil fruits and the skill pain absorption, Teach was confident he could go a few rounds with Old Man Whitebeard. After all, fighting above one's level is a standard for every transmigrator. Kid, with such weak power you can't even give me a massage. Kaido grinned with his ferocious dragon mouth, sneering dismissively. Being knocked back by such feeble power, Lin must have been living like a dog. At this moment, Teach had activated the first stage of his fallen angel form, but he hadn't used the Blood Rage skill. Facing Kaido, an Emperor with high attack, defense, and endurance, Teach dared not activate Blood Rage lightly. After all, while Blood Rage is powerful, its duration is too short, and the side effects afterward are too severe. Teach wasn't going to gamble. If he failed to incapacitate Kaido during Blood Rage, he would probably end up like Luffy. At that point, a single thunderous bagua would finish him off. But then again, although he couldn't use Blood Rage, Teach had other ways. Jahaha. Kaido, I wonder if you can handle this. Transformed into a fallen angel, Teach grinned. Perhaps the vampire fruit had slightly altered his appearance, making his skin paler, his resolute face softer, and his figure more slender. His smile at this moment looked surprisingly sinister and charming. Teach reached his hand to the hilt of the black-sheathed long sword on his back, then slowly drew it out. As the 7-star sword slowly left its sheath, an intense, deep green radiance grew increasingly dazzling from the blade, and a surge of malevolent resentment burst forth from the sword. Ever since Teach obtained the 7-star sword, he had been feeding it day and night with hockey blood and the power of suffering. The originally light green blade of the 7-star sword, having absorbed immense energy, had turned an extreme green, so green that even Kaido felt uneasy. What is this? The destructive aura contained in this sword energy made heaven and earth pale, as if the apocalypse was about to descend, with all things trembling under its pressure, awaiting complete annihilation. Kaido's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the aura emanating from the green blade. A flicker of wariness passed through his gaze, and the cross-shaped scar on his chest suddenly throbbed with pain. Taste this, Kaido. Teach chuckled softly, raising his hand and casually swinging the sword seemingly very slowly. But the next second, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. A towering sword energy erupted from the ground, like a world-destroying light emerging from the deepest hell. The green radiance was both brilliant and ferocious, shooting straight toward the lead gray sky at incredible speed, tearing through the surrounding air. Under Kaido's incredulous gaze, the terrifying green sword energy rapidly expanded. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out as the colossal sword energy, capable of swallowing heaven and earth, instantly engulfed Kaido's figure. Then, with undiminished momentum, it slammed Kaido's 1,000-meter-long body heavily into the mountain peak of the uninhabited island below. Instantly, boulders tumbled down, crashing toward the foot of the mountain, raising clouds of dust. The vegetation on the mountain was uprooted, trees torn to shreds in the gale, with leaves and branches flying everywhere. The ground looked as if it had been plowed by an invisible giant plow, crisscrossed with bottomless ravines. Soil and rock were lifted high and then mercilessly hurled into the distance. So strong. Standing on the deck of the Queen Anne's Revenge, Burgess gazed at the lingering smoke over the nearby island, his mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. This is Teach's power. So it wasn't just talk that he could knock down an emperor. Compared to seeing the photo of Teach sending Big Mom flying in the newspaper, witnessing Teach himself strike down a dragon 1,000 meters long from the sky brought a far more intense shock. At that moment, Van Augur, Lafitte, and the others were frozen in place, staring blankly at the mountain range nearby that had been cleaved in two by a colossal green sword slash. Wait, no, that is. Amidst the smoke where Kaido had fallen, a green glow caught Van Augur's attention. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on that green light. What's wrong? Noticing Van Augur's odd behavior, Lafitte followed his gaze in confusion. The next second, his eyes too widened. With a violent tremor shaking the island, a figure hundreds of meters tall slowly emerged from the thick smoke. Fine stones fell and shattered at his feet with each step. The figure gave a powerful flick, and the surrounding smoke dissipated at once, revealing the towering, imposing silhouette behind it. Black hair cascaded over his shoulders with long horns resembling dragon antlers, a long beard like dragon whiskers, and a fearsome dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. On his bare upper body, a deep cross-shaped scar marked his right abdomen as if torn by some sharp blade. And directly above that cross-shaped scar, a fresh wound caught everyone's attention. A massive gash had torn through Kaido's impenetrable skin, fresh blood flowing endlessly from it, staining his chest red. Around the vivid red wound, a faint, eerie green glow flickered, exuding an uncanny aura. Huff. In his human form, Kaido let out a deep breath and slowly lowered his head to look at the green sword wound on his chest. You actually wounded me. No one has done that since. It's been a long time. Kaido incredulously dabbed some of the warm blood from his chest and brought it to his nose to sniff. A fresh coppery scent rushed into his nostrils like a swarm of bees, the pungent smell twisting his already ferocious features into an even more savage grimace. Roar! Kaido's howling roar suddenly echoed across the sky, shaking even Doc Q, who stood on the ship at sea, to the point of pain as he tightly covered his ears. Jai-ha! Teach's sinister face wore a grin as he folded his red angelic wings and descended slowly onto the island. What's this? As a noble emperor of the sea, you're getting riled up over a little scratch, Gazing at the raging Kaido, Teach weighed the 7-star sword in his hand, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with provocation. You damn brat. You've done well. Kaido angrily punched the remaining half-wall beside him, yanking down the massive spiked club and gripping it tightly. The half-wall crumbled to dust under Kaido's fury. After all these years, someone can finally wound me again. As a reward for getting me excited, I'll take your life. Kaido's furious voice rang across the entire island. He swung his gigantic spiked club, stirring up a massive storm that swept away the rubble and sand around him. With a fierce shout, Kaido took a step forward, each step crushing a deep crater into the ground, sending fragments flying as he charged toward Teach with his towering frame. You're not the only one who wants my life. Why don't you all fight it out first? Watching the massive figure rapidly closing in, Teach picked his ear with one hand in disdain, while the other hand gripped the 7-star sword, warily pointing it straight at the approaching Kaido. Sharp-tongued brat. Take this. Thunderbagwa. With Kaido's roar, massive lightning bolts suddenly descended from the sky, crackling and sizzling against the surrounding rocks. The enormous spiked club wrapped in thunder was swung with all the force of Kaido's battleship-like arms. Under the influence of the lightning, Kaido's speed surged dramatically, his mountain-like form appearing before Teach in an almost impossible instant. Seeing the thunderous spiked club inches away, Teach's pupils contracted sharply. Damn, no time. Too late to name the move. Just make something up first. Starburst Stream Slash. Teach blurted out a name, then simultaneously unleashed the 5 powers of darkness, blood, pain, hatred, and conqueror's haki. Dark mist, crimson bloodlines, purple pain, energy, green, hatred, energy, and black-red conqueror's haki burst forth from Teach's body all at once. Like 5 snakes of different colors, they slithered up Teach's arm and onto the 7-star sword in his hand. The multicolored sword, shimmering like a rainbow fairy wand, clashed with the plain black spiked club. The next second, boom. With a tremendous roar, a violent gale erupted from the two figures, howling outward in all directions. Space tore like fragile paper, emitting a chilling, crackling sound. Black spatial fissures spread like a spiderweb, exuding a strange and dangerous aura, as if connecting to an endless chaotic void. The sea too seemed stirred by an invisible giant hand, surging violently and crashing against the hull of the Queen Anne's Revenge with deafening thuds. Ugh, just the shockwaves of the battle have this much power. Burgess and the others shielded their faces tightly as the fierce wind carried sand and stones, blinding everyone. Was this their captain's true strength? He could match the Emperor Kaido blow for blow and even wound him. In the original story, the Blackbeard Pirates gathered due to a shared goal and common interests. But now Burgess, Van Augur, and the others, under the overwhelming power Teach displayed from the start, submitted to him from the bottom of their hearts. Oh, he really is strong to be able to wound Kaido. A hearty, surprised voice suddenly came from beside Burgess. Right, Captain Teach. Burgess stopped mid-sentence, his pupils shrinking abruptly, for no other reason than that the hearty voice was a woman's, one he had never heard before. What a... The 4 men and 1 horse on the Queen Anne's Revenge instantly leaped to different positions surrounding the newcomer. In the center of the group, a tall, striking young woman stood boldly on the deck of the Revenge. She had long, gradient white hair tied into a blue-green ponytail at the back, with a pair of sharp red demon horns on her head. She wore a white sleeveless fitted kimono, yet the wide garment could not conceal the grandeur of her chest, teasingly half exposed, as if surveying the scenery outside. Her straight legs were wrapped in a red long skirt, while her fair, delicate feet were clad in wooden sandals with red straps. On her pale wrists were a pair of black handcuffs, and in her hand she leaned on a spiked club identical to Kaido's. Overall, she looked as fierce and intimidating as Kaido, yet with a difference. Her large orange eyes were bright and spirited, yet seemed to radiate an innocent stupidity. Gazing at this mysterious woman who stood at a similar height to himself, Lafitte gripped his cane tightly, his expression grim. To appear silently among them, her strength far surpassed the current Blackbeard Pirates. She could easily crush them all. With that thought, everyone's hearts tightened. Ha ha ha. Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad guy. The woman with crimson horns in the center, eyeing the wary group, suddenly burst into hearty laughter. No villain ever admits to being one. Fan Oka couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Your companions are the one who slashed Kaido, aren't you? He was truly amazing. Just like Odin. What's his name? The red-horned woman's orange-red eyes sparkled with sun-like enthusiasm as she grinned at the Blackbeard crew. Odin. Lafitte blinked in bewilderment, staring at the innocent smile. Phew. So she's just a simpleton like Burgess. Lafitte exhaled slowly, his earlier tension easing. That's our Captain Blackbeard, Teach. Lafitte replied, gently resting his cane on the deck and leaning against it in a more relaxed posture. Then who might you be, yo? Lafitte's voice asked softly. The red-horned woman pointed at herself, startled, then answered with an even brighter smile. Me, I'm Yamato, Kaido's son. The Blackbeard Pirates froze for a moment, then collectively gasped. What a... Kaido's son. Lafitte and the others' hearts, which had just settled, shot up again like a roller coaster. 3 world fall, Ainanai. Conqueror's hockey tidal wave of blood. The black-spiked club wrapped in violet and black-red lightning clashed violently, with the great green sword unleashing a colossal shockwave. Ha ha ha. Kid, your sword arm's giving out. Watching Teach's trembling hands gripping the sword, Kaido grinned darkly, then tightened his grip on the club and struck again. Teach hastily raised the great sword to block Kaido's sudden assault. At the moment of impact, the green light on the 7-star sword's hilt dimmed, sharply, nearly extinguished. Though the 7-star sword was a gift from the system capable of severing all things, Teach had not charged it long enough. That single blow had nearly drained its energy. Beneath Kaido's immense strength, Teach slid back dozens of meters. His wings abruptly spread wide, halting his retreat, while his feet gouged 2 deep furrows into the ground. Huff! Huff! Teach took deep, ragged breaths, his hands trembling violently as he gripped the 7-star sword, his legs threatening to give way. Kaido of the Beasts, the strongest creature in the world. He truly lives up to the title. A wry smile tugged at Teach's lips as he stared fixedly at the towering mountain-like figure before him. Feel my power now, kid. But you're not bad yourself. And your ability seems to go beyond mere Logia darkness. Something's off. Kaido cast a deep glance at the blood-red wings behind Teach. I'll ask you once more, join my beast pirates. We are kindred spirits. I'll make you my right hand. Right now. Kaido spread his arms and spoke in a grave tone. Perhaps together we'll rule this world. Teach slowly straightened, sheathing the now dull 7-star sword into the scabbard on his back. Then a sinister smile spread across his handsome face. A grin like a demon from the abyss. Yee. Impossible, Kaido. Ruling the world was never my dream. And even if we did, the world needs only one king. Kaido paused, then smiled too, though his held a tinge of regret. You're even more arrogant than I thought. A pity, I did admire you. Since you've given the wrong answer, I'll send you to the afterlife myself. Before the words faded, Kaido's figure shot forward, spiked club raised high, sparks and lightning trailing as he barreled toward Teach. Watching Kaido's rapid approach, Teach stood still, unmoving. This was not surrender. In the face of extreme danger, his mind was razor sharp. He was gambling. All his focus locked onto the wound on Kaido's chest. A gash still glowing faintly green and oozing blood. With Kaido's superhuman physique and minute muscle control, he could stop bleeding instantly. Yet the 7-star sword's ability to sever all things was a conceptual power granted by the system. Unless the grudge energy was depleted, the cut on Kaido's skin would not heal and blood would keep flowing. That blood was Teach's bet. During his fight with Big Mom, Teach had fused the vampire fruit's blood absorption with the pain absorption skill, creating a new fallen angel form. The fallen angel form not only enhanced Teach's strength and speed, but also granted him soul-suppressing power, the essence of Big Mom's Soru no Mi. Thus Teach conceived a new idea. If he absorbed the blood of different individuals, could he gain powers matching their traits and evolve into new forms? He had experimented on sea kings and animals, but aside from increasing his blood volume, nothing changed. So Teach theorized that only blood from beings as powerful as Big Mom would yield results. However, after wounding Kaido, he had no chance to absorb his blood. The Zoan mythical beast fruit's enhancement of Kaido's physique was overwhelming. Teach couldn't manipulate the blood inside Kaido's body through skin contact. Thus, the only way to obtain his blood was through the chest wound. During their clash with the 7-star sword, the weapon's reach prevented Teach from touching the injury. The only option: take the club to the face. That way his arm could reach Kaido's chest. A desperate gamble. Do or die. All these thoughts flashed in an instant. As the black-spiked club loomed before him, 5 abilities burst from his body, forming a shield of light that wrapped around him. Raging Thunderbagwa. The black club wreathed in black-red conqueror's hockey slammed into Teach's face. A massive explosion of energy erupted. Lightning mixed with blood sprayed in all directions, kicking up a huge cloud of smoke that shrouded Teach. Why didn't he fight back? Feeling the solid impact, Kaido was puzzled. Was he already at his limit? Kaido closed his eyes and shook his head, his voice laced with regret for a fallen talent. Suddenly Kaido's brow furrowed. A scorching heat flared on his chest. His blood was draining wildly. Kaido looked down in shock only to see a hand pressed firmly against his chest, sucking his blood furiously. The next second, a hand larger than his head emerged from the smoke. Before Kaido could react, it clamped onto his face. Kaido's eyes widened, pupils contracting. He stared incredulously at the massive hand that had locked his head in an iron grip. Then a whisper like a demon's voice drifted from the smoke. Looks like my bet paid off. Enraged and alarmed, Kaido shifted his gaze, the only part of him free to move, toward the thick smoke ahead. A towering silhouette, even taller than him, slowly materialized in the haze. Suddenly a pair of crimson eyes snapped open, glowing with eerie light like a blood demon's. Now it's my turn. With a low murmur from the abyss, a dark iron fist rapidly expanded in Kaido's terrified sight. Kaido's vision went black. The new world, seething with undercurrents, was bathed in brilliant sunlight. It was a rare fine day. Warm rays gently sprinkled onto the deep blue sea, dancing with little steps bouncing and playing, stirring the dreamlike ocean. Seabirds soared across the sky, their cries echoing as they relaxed their wings. Then with sudden flare they skimmed the water's surface, leaving a straight white trail upon the calm sea. It was as if the ocean had received a fleeting kiss from these spirited creatures. Soon the gentle waves smoothed it away, leaving only the agile silhouette flying into the distance, gradually vanishing at the boundless horizon where sea and sky merged. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful until... Pops, I don't understand. This is too dangerous. A terrified teenage scream rang out across the deck of the Moby Dick, startling the seagulls perched on the railing. The seagulls flapped their white wings, squawking indignantly, and turned to look at the source of the scream. A black-haired boy was sprinting wildly across the deck. The view followed the black-haired boy. Behind him, there was a massive Naginata wrapped in a white halo. The white radiance on the blade constantly emitted a terrifying tremor. The surrounding air seemed to sense the danger, quivering as if on the verge of being torn apart at any moment. Following the Naginata, one looked back. The handle of the Naginata was tightly gripped by a pair of powerful hands as solid as tree roots. Whitebeard grinned with a malicious smile, his crescent-shaped mustache twitching upward. Ace, don't dodge. Run straight toward the blade, Whitebeard said, and with all his might he raised the Naginata toward the black-haired boy, who was not even as tall as his waist. With his movement, the air around them instantly compressed, emitting a crackling explosion. The space finally couldn't bear the strain, and fine cracks began to appear, spreading outward like shattered glass. Holy crap! Seeing the massive Naginata radiating an aura capable of destroying the world, Ace was so frightened that he blurted out an unfamiliar phrase he had learned from Teach. Ace immediately activated the power of the flame fruit. In the instant the Naginata fell, he turned into flames and narrowly dodged Pop's attack. The blade almost grazed Ace's scalp, cutting off a few strands of black hair. Boom! A loud crash. The air beside Ace shattered instantly. The sea around the Moby Dick surged into towering waves under the impact. The roaring waves seemed like the whales of the ocean. Watching the aftermath of the Naginata, Ace's eyes widened and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This. Pops definitely just tried to kill me, didn't he? What's that expression? What kind of look is that? And what was that dodging move? Whitebeard roared at Ace, who stood frozen in terror. With this, can you defeat your enemies? Can you protect this family? Whitebeard lowered the Naginata, pointing its blade at the sky, and slammed the handle onto the deck, sending up splintered wooden planks. The loud crash jolted Ace awake. Ace, you want to protect this family, you want to become stronger, but your current strength is far from enough. There are always skies above skies and people beyond people. The sea holds far more powerful warriors than you imagine. The older generation has solid foundations and accumulated strength. The new generation is gifted and grows rapidly. Never be complacent just because you've gained some power, and never rely too heavily on the flame fruit. On this sea there are far too many ways to deal with Logia devil fruits. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, earnestly instructing Ace. Ace, now snapping back to attention, listened intently. Remember your fight with Teach a few months ago? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Ace recalled that battle and nodded. It was the first time they had fought after Teach ate the dark fruit, and with Pop's intervention, it ended in a draw. Seeing Ace nod, Whitebeard gave a slight nod and continued, back then if I hadn't stepped in, you would have been the one to lose in the end. Ace recalled the event and said nothing, lowering his head in silent acknowledgement. And now Teach can defeat you in an instant. He could even give you both hands and both legs. Impossible. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately looked up, ready to retort. I know you're eager, but don't be hasty. Whitebeard raised a hand to stop Ace, then took a roll of newspaper from his waist, shook it with one hand, and handed it to Ace. Don't rush to argue. Read this first. Ace took the newspaper from Whitebeard with a puzzled expression, but the headline immediately made his pupil's contract. Fifth Emperor. Blackbeard Teach defeats Yonko Kaido. The second Yonko after Whitebeard from the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard's successor Blackbeard Teach. Will the Whitebeard Pirates become the next crew with two emperors? The newspaper was filled with one headline after another covering every corner. How is this possible? Defeated a Yonko. Ace exclaimed in disbelief. At the center of the newspaper was a picture of Kaido of the beast slumped against a mountain, eyes rolled back, clearly unconscious. Beside Kaido there was a huge blurry shadow as massive as a mountain. His face was indistinguishable, but one could make out his enormous body and the black flame clouds swirling around him. And in the midst of that pitch-black darkness a pair of eerie crimson eyes. Is this Teach? Ace gripped the newspaper tightly, uttering a doubtful tone, but deep down he knew the truth. Last time he only sent Big Mom flying. Now he's knocked Kaido unconscious. Teach strength. Poet. Ace muttered in disbelief. See, Ace, this is the real growth speed of a true powerhouse. Kaido, his strength is not to be underestimated. Even compared to me, he is not inferior. After all, I am old, and he is still at his peak. Whitebeard gazed into the distance, his expression distant, as if lost in thought. Ace, my son, time is running out for you. I need you to grow up quickly. Pops. Ace looked at the hopeful gaze in Whitebeard's eyes and suddenly froze. I understand, Pops. Ace suddenly shouted back, clenching his fists, a fierce flame blazing in his eyes. His whole body seemed to radiate a blazing light. I won't let you down. This time I won't run away. Seeing the determination in Ace's eyes, Whitebeard smiled gently and nodded in satisfaction. Then with one swing, he sent Ace flying across the deck. Old man, you have no martial ethics. You, a septuagenarian, ambushed me, a youngster. Ace's wails echoed from the far end of the deck. News travels fast on the sea. Before long, every corner received the newspapers dropped by the news agency. The news of Blackbeard Teach defeating Yonko Kaido stirred waves of varying intensity in everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, the protagonist of that newspaper was lying sprawled on the deck of the Queen Anne's Revenge, utterly exhausted. A young woman with orange eyes, white hair, and red horns sat astride him, kneading his cheeks. Why the hell are you on my ship? What's this? You're no different from ordinary people. How could someone like you have defeated that guy? The white-haired woman muttered, adjusting her wooden clogs beneath her bare smooth feet, then grimaced as she climbed off Teach. He's not even as big as Kaido. Hearing Yamato's words, Doc Hugh raised an eyebrow, rubbed his hands, and shuffled over to her with a lecherous grin. Oh, do tell in detail. Wah. Before Doc Hugh could finish, Teach, despite his weakness, mustered the last of his strength and slapped him away. With a crash, Doc Hugh landed headfirst into the deck, sending wood chips flying. She was talking about height. Get lost. No, I meant size. Yamato blinked her orange eyes, her beautiful face innocent, and nodded emphatically. See, one is this big, and the other is this big. Yamato pouted first, gesturing a small circle with her hands, then an even larger one. Hey, Doc Hugh, isn't the healing medicine ready yet? Ignoring Yamato's big, brainless remarks, Teach turned his head to look at Doc Hugh embedded in the deck. Nay. Stronger, holding a bright red apple, limped over to Teach and nudged his belly with a sickly hoof. Oh, it's Stronger. What's this? Teach asked in confusion. It's fine, Teach. This is a healing apple Doc Hugh just prepared. Burgess swallowed an apple whole and explained to Teach. Thank you, Stronger. Give it to me, Teach said, taking the apple from Stronger's mouth. Just as he was about to bite into it, he saw the strands of horse drool on the apple. Suddenly a hand appeared from beside him and shoved the slobber-covered healing apple into Teach's mouth. A bizarre taste exploded in Teach's mouth, and his eyes flew wide open. MMPH. MMPH. Teach rolled his eyes frantically. Stop dawdling, just eat it. Seeing Teach about to spit out the apple, Lafitte struggled with all his might to cover Teach's mouth. Swallow it. Once you're healed, get up. There's no time for you to lie around resting. Lafitte urged, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his dark red lips. Yeah, you've been lying here for half a day? The battle ended ages ago. Yamato shook her head, looking disdainful. Gulp. After swallowing the apple, Teach tilted his head, tears of pain streaming down. It was a bright red apple, yet it had none of the sweetness of an apple. The taste of withered grass and horse saliva mingled together. Teach felt as if he had eaten another devil fruit. The flavor was even worse. But true to Doc Hugh's skill as a physician, even a hastily prepared medicine had outstanding effects. Teach instantly felt revived, his weakness washed away, and his body brimming with strength. As soon as he got up, he met Yamato's curious gaze. Had enough of lying down. Finally ready to get up. Yamato flashed a bright smile at Teach, revealing 2 rows of clean white teeth. Teach stepped forward and gave Yamato a sharp rap on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Yamato covered her forehead, and under her smooth hand a big red bump swelled. Why did you hit me all of a sudden? It's because of that bastard father of yours. He chased me all the way from the New World just to fight me. Lucky for me, I'm strong enough now. If it were a few months ago, I wouldn't have lasted a single blow. But you still knocked him unconscious. Yamato instantly forgot the bump on her forehead and pressed herself tightly against Teach in a flash. Standing on tiptoes with her pale feet, Yamato was nearly as tall as Teach, their noses almost touching close enough to smell each other's unique scent. Yamato's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her long eyelashes fluttering as she stared into Teach's pitch-black, abyss-like eyes, as if trying to find something different. Ahem. Teach coughed into his fist and took 2 awkward steps back. Ahem. Actually, I didn't defeat him. We fought seriously for a long time, but at the end, for some reason, he seemed to completely give up resistance. Huh. Why is that? Yamato tilted her head in confusion, her blue-green ponytail bouncing playfully under gravity. Teach didn't know either. He wanted to know why. After he used Pain Absorption's second stage, Demon Warrior form, a flicker of relief, or perhaps resolve, flashed in Kaido's eyes. He abandoned all defense and attack. Fluttering big eyes. That was how Teach was able to land a critical blow and knock Kaido out. Don't forget, Kaido still had his hybrid form and many powerful moves in used. A pleasant scent. But if Kaido hadn't given up and had withstood all of Teach's attacks in Demon Warrior form, Teach still had a way to escape. For example, stuffing a devil fruit into Kaido's mouth. The warm touch of a nose tip. So annoying. I can't think straight. Teach closed his eyes and shook his head hard, trying to shake off the distracting thoughts. Teach is definitely blushing. He's embarrassed. Yes, exactly. I never thought Teach would be an old virgin. Doc Q, who had somehow freed himself from the deck, sidled up to Van Augur. He whispered cautiously to Van Augur. Yeah. He's over 30, almost 40, and still. Though they thought they were whispering, the whole ship heard their secret exchange. With every word they said, Teach's face darkened further until it was as black as the coat on his back. Scram. Get lost. Teach finally lost his temper, his face flushed with rage. He's triggered. He's triggered. Our guess was right. Doc Q excitedly made a victory sign, but the next second a black mist of gravity silently drifted to his feet. Get as far away as possible. Croak. Teach waved his hands and a thick black gravity mist swept Van Augur and Doc Q straight into the cabin beside them. Huh. What virgin? Yamato blinked, her clear, foolish eyes looking at Teach in confusion. Nothing, don't mind them. They're missing a screw. Oh, so it's them who have the problem. Yamato clapped her hands in sudden realization. People like Yamato who truly have a screw loose are always like that. If they couldn't figure something out, they simply gave up and went with their own understanding. That was the secret to how people like Yamato, Ace, and Luffy lived happily, without any worries. All right. Yamato suddenly spoke up. You said something wrong just now. Huh. What? Teach asked in confusion. Kaido is definitely a bastard, that's true. But he is absolutely not my father. I will never acknowledge him as my father. I am going to become Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden. Hearing the name Kazuki Oden, Teach raised an eyebrow, narrowed his eyes, and fell silent. A flicker of indescribable emotion passed through his pitch-black, ink-like eyes. Kazuki Oden. Hearing this name for the second time from Yamato, Lafitte, and the others were filled with confusion. Who was that? Kazuki Oden, the daimyo of Kuri in Wano country, former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, later reached the final island with the pirate King Roger and was shot by Kaido when executed by boiling pot. Teach's low voice slowly sounded. How do you know so clearly? Yamato looked at Teach in disbelief. I was on the Whitebeard Pirates, I even met Kazuki Oden. Teach feebly slapped his forehead, pointed at the pirate emblem on his black coat behind him toward Yamato. You admire him so much, don't you know the emblem of the pirate crew he once belonged to? Teach asked speechlessly. What? Yamato blinked, excitedly stepped forward. You were in the same crew as Oden. No wonder you're as strong as him, able to wound Kaido. You must have fought with Oden. How strong was he? Was he very powerful? Yamato's slender body pressed close to Teach again, asking curiously. I was just a kid then, I wasn't that strong. Teach disgustedly grabbed Yamato's fair face and pushed it away. My level then was at best on par with the 2 apprentices on Roger's ship. And Oden could already challenge Whitebeard and Roger. Though he couldn't win. Lord Oden is truly amazing, ha. Yamato heard, showing a happy smile, hands on her slender waist, giggling. Yamato, from the analysis, just now you are Kaido's child, and Oden was Kaido's enemy. Why do you admire the enemy? Lafitte, while stroking his cane with one hand and rubbing his chin with the other, asked puzzledly. Oden is not an enemy. Yamato's reaction suddenly became intense. Kaido is the enemy. He locked me in prison since childhood, didn't give me food, and killed the samurai and soldiers who helped me. He is cruel and tyrannical, oppressing the people. The people of Wano are suffering, living under his brutal rule every day. Yamato clenched her fists, eyes lowered, then suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. And Oden is the hope of the people, the light of Wano. He is a true man. I want to become a man supported by the people like Oden. I want to save the people of Wano. Isn't that right, Teach? You traveled with him, am I not right? Yamato grabbed Teach's sleeve tightly, looking at him eagerly, hoping to hear an affirmative answer. Seeing the hope in Yamato's eyes, Teach briefly paused, then spoke. The Odin of the past was a reckless hero who dared to act and didn't care about consequences. He was decisive and free from worldly ties. But when he returned to Wano after traveling with Whitebeard and Roger, he changed. The spirited man never came back. He learned tolerance and mercy from Whitebeard and learned dreams and history from Roger. So he became restrained and cautious. You see, Pops dared to be tolerant and merciful to most people based on his great strength and confidence, and the strong pirate crew behind him who were of one mind with him. Similarly, the grasp of history and control of the overall future situation only applied to Roger, who became the Pirate King. Odin was too influenced by those two. After returning to Wano, he endured everything compromised and turned from a madman into a fool. Hearing Teach's words, Yamato felt anxious and wanted to retort, but, "Don't rush, Yamato, let me finish." Teach raised his hand to stop Yamato. When Teach originally read the original story, he had a favorable impression of Yamato, a character with a bold personality, beauty, and strength. But the only thing that dissatisfied Teach was that she was too filial. Every day, she clamored to become someone like her father's enemy. No wonder her father locked her up. If that person were a great man, it would be fine, but it was Odin of all people. Teach was always patient with characters he liked. Since he had the rare chance, he hoped to correct Yamato's twisted thinking. You must learn to view everything and everyone from a dialectical perspective, both positive and negative sides. Since Odin had an admirable end, you can't only see his superficial willpower and spirit. You need to analyze why he ended that way, why he failed. Similarly, although your bastard father is brutal and seemingly rough, he is actually meticulous, decisive, and calculating. Edge. Yamato blinked in confusion, the light in her eyes growing more foolish. Sigh. Teach sighed softly, seeing Yamato's gradually clear eyes. There is no perfect person in this world. The seemingly perfect Odin actually had many shortcomings, while the seemingly wicked Kaido also has unexpected merits. There are no two identical people in the world. Odin was too influenced by Pops and Roger so much so that he lost his original heart in the end. Yamato. Teach suddenly raised his voice, looking seriously into Yamato's orange eyes. Yes. Yamato jolted in fright and quickly stood at attention. I don't want you to blindly imitate Odin and become Odin. No one can become another person. Whether it's your admiration for Odin or Kaido's expectations for you, I don't want you to be influenced, because that will only bind you. I hope you can become yourself. Teach said, pointing at Yamato's chest. Myself. Yamato pressed her own chest with one hand, feeling the intense heartbeat from her palm. It seemed to be complaining to her. It seemed that since she identified herself as Odin, the samurai of Wano wanted her to be Odin, while Kaido wanted her to inherit his position. No one had ever told her to be herself. Yes, Teach nodded and continued. If in the future you really liberate Wano from Kaido's hands, then I hope you do it in the name of Yamato. In the name of Yamato. Yamato was stunned for a second, then scratched her white hair in annoyance. It itched as if she was about to grow a brain. All right, Yamato, let's stop here for today. Seeing Yamato's reaction, Teach understood that Yamato's brain capacity, like Burgess's, was overloaded. The seed has been planted. Now wait for the moment it sprouts and breaks through the ground. By the way, do you want to join us? Come adventure with us. Maybe one day in the future you will understand what I said today. To be honest, Teach was reluctant to babysit for that bastard Kaido. But Yamato was undoubtedly a future emperor-level combatant. With his training, she might really be able to fight Kaido. After Odin's death, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates held some hatred for Kaido, but they didn't avenge Odin for fear of heavy losses. Later, he could send some people from the Whitebeard Pirates like Ace Marco, etc., to help Yamato deal with Kaido and Wano. He might even be able to subdue Wano without any effort. After all, the country under his command could roughly be considered the captain's country. Really? Hearing Teach's invitation, Yamato instantly gave up thinking about the previous topic and asked in surprise. For this man who was always mentioned by Kaido and was very strong, Yamato really wanted to go on an adventure with him. Of course, since you don't know where to go now, why not follow us and see the world? Teach smiled gently at Yamato's handsome and beautiful face and extended his hand. Great. Yamato excitedly pushed Teach's hand away, jumped onto him, and wrapped her long legs around his waist. Teach's eyes bulged. The soft, warm touch of jade made his body stiffen unnaturally. Fan Aoka and Doc Q quietly gathered together again, looking at Dicky, who was as stiff as wood. Indeed. It seems the captain is indeed. However, Day seemed unaware of Dicky's abnormality, still hugging him and twisting excitedly, her face beaming with an irrepressible smile. I finally have my own companions. I can finally go on an adventure. Finally, I'm no longer bound to the land of Wano. Wait. Bound. Dicky had no time to savor the soft sensation. He suddenly remembered that the reason Day could never leave the sea was the explosive handcuffs on her wrists. And those handcuffs weren't just for intimidation by Kaido. They were truly explosive. Day, how did you get out of Wano country? Dicky held Day's waist and pulled her down from his side, looking at her with terrified eyes. "Oh, I just followed Kaido, did this and that and got out." Day blinked her confused eyes and answered without understanding. Without time to waste on words, Dickie's hands instantly turned pitch black and a powerful wave radiated from them. Dickie fiercely grabbed the handcuffs on Day's wrists and then yanked hard. The explosive handcuffs that had troubled Day for over 20 years were easily torn off by Dickie, who then flung them far into the sea behind him. So easily. Bang. Before Day could even be surprised that her handcuffs were easily removed, a loud explosion suddenly resounded behind the Revenge. Immediately, a towering wave wrapped in heat surged skyward from the force of the explosion. What? That bastard Kaido really wanted to kill me. Staring at the burning sea not far behind, Day's pupils dilated sharply, and she let out a terrified wail. She had always thought the handcuffs on her wrists were just a decoration. But bound by her own inner constraints, she had never made the choice to truly set sail and adventure. Until recently, she kept hearing Dickie's name from Kaido, and she thought Dickie might be a man like Yutian. Thus Day finally resolved to go to sea, and she didn't take the handcuffs seriously at all. She secretly tested them at the border of Onigashima and found no problem, so she happily set off on her journey to find Dickie. She completely forgot about the possibility of the handcuffs exploding, however. After being removed, they exploded. "I want to cut ties with him. He is not worthy of being my father." As Day spoke, she shed bitter tears, soaking the front of her clothes. Indeed, they exploded, but why only now? Dickie stroked his chin, puzzled, looking at the distant explosion. In the original story, when Luffy removed Day's handcuffs and threw them far away, they exploded immediately. But why did they explode only now? What exactly was the condition for the explosion? Dickie narrowed his eyes in confusion, his mind full of questions. High above the clouds, 10,000 meters up, a cyan figure over 1,000 meters long quietly opened its ferocious eyes after the handcuffs exploded. It was originally a very majestic and ferocious dragon, but on its proud dragon head there was a bright red handprint that seemed freshly carved. Its eyelids flickered slightly, looking at the ship below that resembled a killer whale, and spoke softly. "Day, I hope that by following this man you can learn something. This man is crazier than your father. The most ferocious Logia, the dark fruit, and a second one that seems capable of absorbing blood. An unprecedented second fruit, truly unfathomable. If the world knew, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Looking forward to our next meeting, Marshal D. Dickie." As the dragon's roar gradually faded, the cyan dragon body slowly disappeared into the clouds. On the Moby Dick in the 2nd Division's restroom, a black-haired boy suddenly sat up, startling the others in the room. "What's wrong, AC? Are you okay? You're sweating a lot." The boy's black hair was covered in cold sweat. He clutched his chest tightly, his face pale and his brows furrowed. Huff, huff. AC gasped heavily as he caught his breath, his mind filled with the fist covered in magma from the dream just now. Another dream like this. The pain is too real. In the dream just now, it was again the battlefield covered in ice, a chaotic battlefield of Marines and pirates. This time he was no longer a spectator, but involuntarily joined Luffy in fighting against the Marines. Everything went so smoothly, until a deep red figure covered in magma, standing a full 3 meters tall, appeared before him and Luffy. The pain of the magma piercing through his body was so profound that even now his body trembled slightly. However, that was not all of the dream. What troubled AC the most was the fist wreathed in black mist that appeared at the end of the dream. AC knew that was the power of the dark fruit, Dickie's fist. But that attack was not aimed at the Marines. It was aimed straight at Pop's head. Dickie, could he have betrayed them in the future? Marco on the ground, Jozu with a severed arm himself, pierced through Pop's in danger. If this was really what would happen in the future, then the Whitebeard Pirates would be. At this thought, AC couldn't sit still anymore. He pushed aside the 2nd Division members who were caring for him and jumped straight out of bed. "Sorry everyone. Thank you for your concern. But I have something more important to do." Before AC could finish his words, his figure had already disappeared outside the restroom door, leaving only a few burning embers in the air. "Oh, you've decided to go out to sea and have an adventure." Whitebeard looked at AC with determined eyes and asked, raising his eyebrows slightly. "Yes, Pops. I feel that my strength has reached a bottleneck and I need to train on the sea again." A flicker of urgency flashed in AC's sun-like eyes, which Whitebeard keenly caught. "Is that so? Well, your strength has indeed improved much more than before. At least your basic application of armament and observation hockey is already masterful. Next, you need to improve yourself through continuous combat." Whitebeard raised his hand to stroke his crescent-shaped mustache and nodded thoughtfully. "So, Pops, you agree?" Hearing Whitebeard's words, AC widened his eyes in surprise. "Gurura, as a father, what reason do I have to stop my child's adventure? Go, AC, go out to sea and make a name for yourself. But remember, don't be reckless or impatient in anything. Think carefully before acting, and don't let inner haste drag down your progress." Whitebeard gently placed his warm hand on AC's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Hearing the seriousness in Pop's tone, AC realized that he had been too hasty because of the dream. AC let out a long breath, suppressing his inner anxiety, looked up at Whitebeard's eyes that were weathered, yet full of hidden power, and nodded firmly. I understand, Pops. I will remember your words. Hearing this, Whitebeard smiled and patted AC on the back firmly. Then a kingly aura burst forth from Whitebeard, turning into a tangible wave of air that lifted the hat on AC's back. Go, AC, and also inform the other commanders for me. Anyone who wants to go out to sea and train should go ahead. Remember, as long as I haven't fallen, I will always be your support. If anyone dares to bully my beloved sons, then they'd better be prepared to fight me, Whitebeard, to the death. Water 7, a dreamlike city built upon the waters. Canals crisscrossed its landscape like veins running through a living body, their crystal-clear ripples mirroring the diverse architecture that lined both shores. Those houses boasted vibrantly colored facades, their pointed roofs staggered in delightful disarray, as though fairy tale castles had been scattered across the water. In the distance, massive railway tracks spanned the ocean surface, and a steam train thundered past, leaving behind a roaring echo and a trailing plume of white steam. In the shipyards along the streets, vessels of every shape and size were moored. Some stood tall and imposing, their sails painted with vibrant patterns, while others were exquisitely crafted, their hulls gleaming with brand-new luster. Amidst the scattered ships, the rhythmic clang of hammers rang out, intermittently mingled with the boisterous shouts of shipwrights brimming with fiery passion. This was Water 7, the homeland of ships. A sea breeze carried the faint saltiness of the ocean, stirring the laundry hung along the streets and tugging at the heartstrings of every visitor who came here. One could not help but immerse themselves in this water city, brimming with vitality and fantasy, feeling its unique charm and allure. The distinctive aroma of sea and ships from Water 7 would always drift into a traveler's senses. It was as if one had stepped into a wondrous world constructed entirely of water and ships. Legend had it that 800 years ago, an ancient weapon known as Pluton was forged by the island's master shipwrights. Even the legendary pirate king's vessel had been built by the finest shipwrights on this island. And now the hometown of ships was about to welcome an uninvited guest striding in with audacious confidence. Hey, that guy's so tall. Why does that person look so familiar? I feel like I just saw them a few days ago. On the main street, passers-by whispered amongst themselves as they spotted the man in the road's center. A figure cloaked in black with a heavy greatsword strapped to his back. Travelers pressed themselves against the walls on either side to clear his path. A tall, striking man with dark hair moved with elegant grace along the waterfront promenade. Hiss. Huh. He parted his lips and blew gently on his right hand. The source of the steam was a peculiar cut of meat hanging from his right hand, resembling a water-filled balloon. As the heat dissipated, Teach couldn't resist any longer and took a fierce bite. Teach's eyes widened in instant astonishment. The savory aroma of the meat and the delicate watery texture exploded across his palate, an indescribably soft and yielding sensation that sent waves of delight through his taste buds. It's incredibly delicious, as expected of Water 7's signature delicacy. How can this water meat be so amazingly tasty? The overwhelming, inexplicable burst of flavor made Teach's legs tremble and weaken. He nearly sank to his knees right there on the street. This legendary specialty, praised even by Luffy himself, lived up to its fame, its gelatinous texture dancing delicately against the palate with every bite. Having Raphael and the others contact the shipyard to refit the Queen Elizabeth while he slipped out alone to savor this meal, it had been the perfect strategy. When Teach first set sail, he had never contemplated building his own faction. His original plan had been to emulate Yako Mihawk, sailing solo across the seas, completing the system's tasks, then returning to the Whitebeard Pirates to lie low and grow stronger. What none of them had anticipated was Bonnie Buggy's crew, Poison, Hugh, Raphael, Odin, and a spare livestock animal, all joining the voyage in rapid succession. This meant the Revenge, originally equipped with only 4 cabins, could no longer accommodate everyone. As Captain Teach would naturally claim a cabin for himself, Odin, being a woman, would require a separate room for her convenience. The remaining 2 cabins were clearly insufficient for the rest of the men, each standing well over 3 meters tall. No worries. I'm a real man. We're all men, what's there to fear? I can share a cabin with Teach. He'll sleep above me, and I'll sleep below. Odin had stated this confidently and carelessly, hands on her slender willow-like waist displaying her prominent teeth. Amidst Bonnie's scrutinizing gaze and Poison Q's enigmatic smile, Teach's face darkened as he delivered a kick to Odin's rounded backside, halting whatever horrifying words she might have uttered next. A bright red footprint marked the fair skin beneath her crimson dress, leaving Odin in pain for days. From that moment on, to reach the finest shipbuilding city in the world, the Water 7 upon the Grand Line, Teach commanded the entire Blackbeard Pirates crew to sail day and night without rest, all for the sole purpose of adding more cabins aboard the Revenge. By this time, Raphael and the others should have already finalized the modification plans with the shipyard. Next, we just wait for the little mink to finish its modifications, then set sail once more. Teach counted the days on his fingers, swallowing the last bite of water meat. Yet, Water 7 was a rare opportunity, and beyond the water meat on his tongue, there was another prize Teach was determined to obtain. The system's command for him was to become the world's strongest, a path that would inevitably bring him into conflict with the world government. Even without this ultimate mission, Teach would never allow a bunch of pigs to defile him. So no matter what, Teach would inevitably come into conflict with the world government. Then the blueprints for Pluton. Teach would never surrender them. That was the ancient weapon known as Pluton, capable of destroying an entire island with a single shot. Even if Teach couldn't build it himself at present, he would absolutely not let the blueprints fall into the hands of the world government. If Teach recalled correctly, at this very moment the blueprints for Pluton should be. Unbeknownst to him, the moon had taken the place of the sun, hovering high in the sky and shyly concealing itself behind dark clouds. Silent night enveloped the entire Water 7 unnoticed. The nighttime sea breeze carried a hint of chill, and the bustling blacksmith sounds from daytime had now fallen completely still. Health was the foundation of all endeavors, and even the finest shipwrights needed rest. After a full day's labor, the shipwrights of Water 7 had all returned home and drifted into slumber. Yet upon this tranquil island, already lost in sleep, there were always a few individuals who defied the natural rhythm of rest, moving stealthily through the pitch-black night. Another pirate sent packing who didn't know better. I'm absolutely super amazing this week. On the deserted street, a man with a blue jet haircut was whistling as he walked with an unusual gait. The muscular arms adorned with blue five-pointed stars stood in severe disproportion to his elongated frame. His two long, thin legs were planted firmly on the ground like bamboo poles. Tisk skip leg day, and you'll regret it sooner or later. What's going on? Usually Frankie took this route home. It only took a few minutes. Yet today the path felt exceptionally long. The farther he walked, the quieter and darker it became, until Frankie gradually slowed to a stop, his cheerful whistling fading away. He realized something was wrong. He had unknowingly led himself into a dead end. At the alley's end lay an ink-black abyss where blood-red bats hung motionlessly from the eaves. They stared at him without moving, their eyes flickering with an eerie crimson light. What on earth is going on? What kind of monsters are daring to mess with me, the great Frankie? Looking at the pitch-black alley all around him, Frankie let out a mighty shout, clapping his palms together to produce a tremendous sound. The bats hanging beneath the eaves were startled, crying out as they scattered into the sky and disappeared into the endless night. Then from the dark alley, like an abyss, a thick fog as black as ink rolled forth, and a dark figure slowly stepped out from within it. Anyway, black layered upon black layered upon black, leaving Frankie completely unable to see anything. Is this guy trying to nest dolls on me? Have a taste of this. As Frankie spoke, he yanked off his shirt, revealing two shapely, Super Frankie nipple lamps. The next moment, two brilliant beams of light shot forth from Frankie's chest. The dazzling nipple lamps illuminated the terrifying figure, half a head taller than Frankie himself. They also revealed the handsome face beneath the slicked-back black hair atop that enormous frame. Frankie's eyes instantly widened. Could it be that you're... Thud. A heavy impact rang out in the pitch-black alley, the kind that meant a solid blow to the head. Titch strode out of the alley with an elegant gait, leaving behind the blue-haired man sprawled on the ground, utterly incapacitated. A flash of green light and a stack of documents in his hand quietly vanished into thin air. Phew. I really can't stand perverts. Titch took a deep breath, and after stepping out of the alley, his measured pace suddenly stopped. By the way, you lot have been trailing me for quite some time now. Why not come out and say hello? Titch stopped in his tracks, shoved his hands into his pockets, leaned casually against the nearby wall, and a wicked smile curled the corners of his mouth. However, after a few seconds of waiting, nothing happened at all. Only a single lonely leaf drifted across the ground, caressed by the sea breeze. Kh. So you won't come out, huh? Then I won't hold back, you sneaky bastards. With Titch's words, black mist coiled around his right fist like a heat wave, rippling like waves rising from the abyss. Then Titch clenched his jet-black fist and swung it fiercely at the empty space beside him. Boom. A muffled report echoed, and where there had been nothing but empty ground, a glass-like barrier of air materialized out of nowhere, its edges wreathed in black flames. 5 disheveled figures tumbled out, stumbling to land on the ground one after another. Damn it, we've been discovered. A long-nosed man wearing a black baseball cap waved his fist in fury. Stay calm, Kaku. The bald, well-mannered, black-haired man at their forefront soothed the pigeon on his shoulder with one hand and gently patted Kaku's shoulder with the other. Lucci. Kaku turned to look at Lucci beside him. This was always going to happen. After all, the man before us has single-handedly defeated numerous powerhouses at the Yonko level. A member of the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division. Known as the 5th Emperor of the New World. Marshal D. Teach. Truly the most ferocious paramecia-type devil fruit. The dark fruit. Breaking through Bruno's spatial gate, so effortlessly lived up to its fearsome reputation. Rumor had it that its ability could suppress all devil fruits, and it seemed true enough. Lucci narrowed his leopard-like eyes, studying the dark figure before him, slender, yet powerfully built. How powerful was he really? Was he truly the lightweight everyone claimed him to be? The world government had once believed he was merely a puppet thrust forward by Whitebeard to conceal that Yonko's unspeakable ambitions. After all, no one could possibly survive barely escaping a marine admiral's grasp, and then within a few months dismantle a Yonko. He Teach chuckled lowly. Who do I have the honor of facing? Oh, it's the world government's lapdogs. No wonder I can smell your rat from the sewer's stench, even through a spatial barrier. Hearing this, someone took offense. What did you just say, you bastard? From the side of Lucci, a man resembling a wild wolf stepped forward angrily. Hey Jabra, hold on. I have some questions to ask. Lucci raised his hand to restrain Jabra, leaned in close to whisper in his ear, and then turned to face Teach, opening his mouth to ask. Do you know who we are? Of course. Teach grinned widely in reply. CP9A, the world government's secret intelligence organization. Hiding in the shadows, shrinking and cowering. What a bunch of cowards unfit to show their faces. What? The pupils of Lucci and the others contracted sharply. Impossible. We've been hiding so thoroughly. How could you possibly have discovered our identities? Unable to control his temper, Jabra asked in utter disbelief. Teach shrugged and ticked off numbers on his fingers with a smirk. That sort of thing, I guess, is known by billions of people by now. Impossible. The total number of member states is only. Kakut. Lucci quickly covered Kaku's mouth. If he kept talking, classified information would slip out. Then Lucci's sharp gaze carefully re-examined the man before him, who stood nearly a full head taller. Besides all that, what else do you know? Lucci continued to question Teach with a stern expression. Me? I know quite a bit, Teach replied lazily, his hands clasped behind his head. For instance, your target appears to be the blueprint for Pluton. Although spoken casually, these slowly spoken words caused Lucci and the others' faces to pale dramatically. That's top secret. How could you possibly? Wait. Lucci suddenly realized something and asked in a flustered tone. What exactly did you just take from that pervert? Kaha, take a guess. Teach chuckled playfully, giving no answer to Lucci's foolish question. Huff. Choosing to oppose the world government. What a foolish decision. Lucci narrowed his leopard eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Let me ask you one more time. Are you really not going to talk? Teach did not answer, but instead slowly rose from his lean position against the wall. Jet black lines as deep as an abyss began to emerge from his body, winding around his arms like black flame clouds. Seeing the even more imposing demon-like figure standing before him, a hint of gravity crossed Lucci's expression, and his feet instinctively retreated an inch. He momentarily forgot that this man before him might truly possess strength nearing that of a Yonko. But he was representing the world government's face right now, and even if it meant dying in battle, he could not retreat a single step. Moreover, if he actually fled, the punishment from the world government would be beyond imagination. Ungrateful wretch. You will learn the consequences of opposing the world government. Lucci stood straight, casting off the cape on his back, and assumed a combat stance like a poised leopard. No matter what you know or what you've obtained, you're staying here today. Oh, with just the 5 of you, you think you can defeat me? Teach licked his lips. We've had enough. The last member of CP9, a towering bullman, spoke tersely. Lucci is known as the strongest in CP9's 800-year history. The strongest in 800 years. Teach scoffed. Well, I'm the most beautiful woman in 4,000 years. What about the other 2? Where did they go? Teach suddenly turned his head and asked Tamapoma, who stood at the far left with an enormous mouth. Edge. Tamapoma pointed to his own massive mouth and blinked his bean-sized eyes in confusion. He had been caught off guard and was momentarily dumbfounded, but soon snapped out of it. I'm the most tight-lipped person in the world. I'm definitely not going to tell you that Fukaru and Khalifa went to seize your pirate ship. Kaku and Jabra exchanged utterly speechless looks at the owl who had just blurted secrets straight to the enemy, covering their foreheads as they helplessly shook their heads. Did I just say something I shouldn't have? The realization hitting him late, the owl hastily clamped his massive mouth shut, blinking panic-stricken eyes. Not at all. Teach flashed the owl a brilliant smile. Thank you. Thanks to you, I now know the positions of all your members. You're welcome. The owl scratched his head shyly at the praise. Idiot. That's the enemy. Don't thank the enemy, you damn fool. Bang. Wah. Jabra and Kaku roared in unison, both swinging their fists down onto the owl's face, which was as large as a wash basin, producing a tremendous muffled impact. So it's the 5 of you then. Teach raised his hand and counted the number of people before him, his tone laced with amusement. 5 of us are enough. Blueno affirmed expressionlessly. Hey, Owl whispered, covering his mouth as he leaned close to Kaku. Can we really beat him? He's the man called the 5th Emperor. Kaku rose on his tiptoes, patted Owl on the shoulder, and gave him a reassuring look. Relax, the so-called 5th Emperor is probably just hype from the news. We're the strongest squad of CP9. We've got this in the bag. Kaku thumped his chest, then turned to Jabra, who was cracking his knuckles. Little boo, show us a trick. Let this clueless fool see what CP9 is made of. No problem. Jabra puffed out his chest, stepped forward, and bellowed with full force. Damn. Whooshed. Take this. Jabra executed a fierce wolf somersault, flipping through the air in a meaningless acrobatic loop that left Owl bewildered, yet deeply impressed. Then like a savage wolf he traced a blurry arc through the air, his sharp claws aimed straight for Teach's head. Oh, so it was a feint. Owl nodded in confusion, pretending to understand. Go for a jab. Before Owl could finish his cheer, Jabra's charging figure streaked past his ear at an even greater speed and slammed deep into the wall behind him. Huh, Jabra. The terrifying shockwave stung Owl's face, and he stood frozen in bewilderment. Who's there? Lucci turned in shock and anger toward another massive silhouette that crashed heavily from midair, raising dust and gravel. The figure slowly straightened up from the ground and slammed his thick fists together, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept across the area. Damn it, what's going on? Kaku shielded his eyes from the incoming dust, squinting in irritation. Lucci's face darkened as he stared at the equally large figure beside Teach, his expression shifting unpredictably. The others might be too weak to see clearly, but as the strongest here, he had witnessed the entire sequence of events. That terrifying fighter had precisely located Jabra during his rapid charge and intercepted him, then landed a punch on his face, sending him flying. Lucci could clearly see the flesh on Jabra's face trembling from the impact. How could I let you disturb our king right from the start? Burgess grinned, revealing 2 rows of stupidly large teeth, and pumped his fists. Nice work, Burgess. Teach praised from behind. How does it feel? These are CP9. In the world government, they're somewhat notable. He doesn't feel like much. Burgess grinned. Even before you trained us, I could have taken him. Let alone after all the training you gave us. From the aura these guys give off, they haven't even mastered hockey properly. From the encounter with Kaido and Yamato until they set foot on Water 7, Teach hadn't been idle. Following the training methods of his cheap old man, he had been giving his cheap crew targeted exercises. Burgess, skilled in close combat, focused on armament hockey, Ben Augur, the long-range sniper, specialized in observation hockey. Lafitte, with his agile fighting style, mainly trained in evasion, while Doc Q, as the ship's doctor, needed self-preservation and the ability to support at any time, so he focused on mobility training. As for Yamato, after all, she was the child of Teacher Kaido, already pretty much sculpted. All she needed was to charge headfirst. All that was left was to temper herself in battle and break through her limits. If they're only this strong, I can handle them all by myself. No need for anyone else. Burgess chuckled darkly, patting his solid chest with confidence. Kaku, who was relatively stronger, caught the word others from Burgess, and his eyes, above his puppet-like elongated nose, widened. What? There are more. Before Kaku could think further, a sudden palpitation struck from the depths of his soul. It was the feeling of death. Kaku frantically drew his 2 swords, but he was still a step too slow. Bang! In the silent night, a sudden gunshot exploded, shaking the sky, so abrupt, so swift. Kaku had just drawn his blades diagonally, barely adjusting his position, when in the corner of his vision, he saw a black bullet cutting through the stillness. Damn, too late. He could track the bullet with his eyes, but his body couldn't react in time. Kaku could only watch helplessly as the deadly bullet aimed at his heart shot toward him at breakneck speed. Watch out. In the critical moment, Lucci, the strongest of them, reacted and kicked the frozen Kaku aside. Though he only moved Kaku an inch, it saved his life. The bullet grazed Kaku's heart and lodged deep into his chest. Ugh. Everything happened in the blink of an eye before the others could even process what was going on. A muffled groan was heard, and they saw Kaku kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest. What's happening? Kaku, are you alright? What's going on? There are more allies. I didn't even see the bullet's trajectory. If it were aimed at me, I'd be down for the count. Owl covered his head and screamed in panic. TCH lucky. On a nearby tower, Van Augur clicked his tongue expressionlessly. Then he slowly stood up, re-aimed his gun at the people below, and the gaze behind his glasses turned cold as a blade. Damn. Such marksmanship. Lucci sensed that Kaku's vital signs were still stable and relaxed slightly, but then his entire body tensed up again. For no other reason. 2 figures had appeared behind Lucci, and the others at some point without a sound. Tisk Van Augur actually missed. Lucci turned toward the voice and saw a half-dead figure slumped over a sickly, skinny horse holding a basket of bright red apples. Yet incredibly, they emanated a formidable aura. Just freaking absurd. No matter, they can't escape anyway. Lucci turned around and saw a theatrical man with pale makeup and 2 white bird wings spread behind him, hovering in midair. Oh, by the way, Teach. Lafitte turned to Teach, his dark red lips parting slightly. I had Yamato guard our ship. I don't think she's suited for this scene. Lafitte twirled his black cane gracefully. Well done, Lafitte. You truly are the brain of the crew. Teach praised without hesitation. Damn. Lucci clenched his fists tightly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking his black clothes. It seemed I had overestimated myself. How am I supposed to fight this? Forget whether Komodori and Khalifa can defeat that Yamato guy. Just on my side, a martial artist with a presence almost equal to mine, a sniper whose bullets I can't even see, a bizarre centaur-like duo, a pale man who clearly excels in aerial combat, and Teach, the leader whose strength is certainly no less. He, looking at the pitiful creatures surrounded by his crew, an arrogant smile curled at the corner of Teach's mouth. All right, lads, let's entertain our guests. Let the officials of the world government see the might of the Blackbeard Pirates. I'll watch your backs. Have fun. He spread his arms wide, his ink-black cape fluttering in the night wind, elegant and mysterious. Oh! Burgess and the others let out excited shouts, then under the terrified gazes of the trembling CP agents they swarmed in. At the summit of the Red Line, Holy Land, Mary Geos. In the spacious and solemn meeting room, a cold and heavy atmosphere pervaded. The walls of the meeting room were built of black marble, their surfaces smooth as mirrors reflecting the dim light within. At the center stood a long black table upon which lay an exquisite world map model surrounded by various ancient artifacts and mysterious ornaments symbolizing power and status. Giant paintings hung on the walls depicting the glorious history and grand vision of the world government. 5 aged yet somber elders sat around the black table, their expressions stern, their gazes deep and sharp. Take a look at this. From the far left of the table, the more robust J. Garcia Saturn Saint produced a stack of intelligence reports and distributed them to the others. These are the noteworthy events recently compiled by CP. Currently, the pirates who escaped from Impel Down due to Shiki the Golden Lion's attack have mostly been purged by the Navy. Have all the pirates from level 6 been captured? Asked the bald 5 Elders member Ethan Baron V. Nostro Saint as he adjusted his round, thin-rimmed glasses. Some pirates have gone into hiding, but they pose a lesser threat. We can leave them to the Navy to track down at their leisure. It will give them something to do. Saturn Saint calmly flipped through the intelligence booklet, his gaze devoid of any ripple. Can we confirm the deaths of Douglas Bullitt and Patrick Redfield mentioned in the newspapers? Nostro Saint narrowed his eyes and asked, one rivals Roger in strength, the other surpasses calm. Both are major thorns in our side. Douglas Bullitt and Patrick Redfield can be considered deceased, Saturn Saint replied, organizing the documents in his hand and nodding solemnly. Although the Navy found no bodies at the battlefield, CP verified the authenticity of the photographs at the newspaper. The Science Department also conducted on-site investigations using special means. It can be confirmed that both were killed by members of Whitebeard's crew. Whitebeard's men. Marshal D. Teach, is it? Another D. The tall, elderly Marcus Mars Saint raised an eyebrow as he looked at the sinister, evil smile in the photograph. He seems like a truly heinous pirate capable of defeating both of them. Shouldn't we intervene? Not for now. The analysis department suspects that Whitebeard secretly aided him, pushing Teach into the spotlight, while he himself orchestrates something in the shadows, Saturn Saint said, waving his hand. Although a Yami-Yami Nomi user could potentially kill both of them simultaneously. It's impossible for someone with no accomplishments in over 20 years to suddenly leap from a Rear Admiral level to a Yonko level. Even the subsequent newspaper reports of repelling Big Mom and knocking out Kaido are likely Whitebeard's doing. Unless Whitebeard had been planning this for over 20 years, having Teach conceal his strength until now. But given our understanding of Whitebeard, he clearly doesn't have that kind of intellect. Saturn Saint rested his chin on his hands, his tone brimming with confidence. Should we investigate the Whitebeard Pirates? Could his schemes pose a threat to us? Mars Saint turned to Saturn Saint and asked. This is not a high priority. For some reason, many of the Whitebeard Pirates commanders have set out on their own to train, Saturn Saint said. The analysis department concluded that Whitebeard is nearing the end of his life and is grooming successors to inherit his crew. Once Whitebeard dies, the Whitebeard Pirates will no longer be a threat. So currently there's no need to target them. That's a reasonable analysis, Nostro Saint nodded in agreement. But we can't completely ignore them. Akainu is already hunting down escaped pirates in the New World. Tell Sengoku to have Akainu hunt down the Whitebeard Pirates commanders. Saturn Saint thought for a moment, then nodded, his white hair bobbing slightly. Very well then, let it be done. You said Whitebeard is low priority, so what's your next plan? Nostro Saint pushed his glasses up and looked at Saturn Saint. CP has found traces of Burndy World, Saturn Saint replied softly, a barely perceptible smile hidden beneath his beard. Burndy World. The World Destroyer. Topman Warcury Saint, whose beard curled into 2 crescent shapes larger than Whitebeard's, widened his eyes. That terrifying devil fruit's power over strength and speed had caused the world government and Navy no small amount of trouble in the past. He was a figure as troublesome as Roger and Whitebeard to the 5 elders. Later, the world government planted a spy in his crew and turned his subordinates against him, finally capturing him. To prevent that fearsome devil fruit from roaming the seas again, the world government chose to freeze him and imprison him in Impel Down. Indeed, it's him, Saturn Saint nodded. Next, we order the Navy to capture Burndy World. Yes, recapturing him is necessary. His fruit ability is too dangerous. Warcury Saint stroked his beard thoughtfully. No. Saturn Saint shook his head. Moi. Warcury Saint looked at him in confusion. I want to accelerate the development of the pacifista. Once Burndy World is captured, send him directly to the science combat unit. What? Do you mean to turn Burndy World into a weapon like Kuma? Warcury Saint asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Exactly. Saturn Saint nodded impassively, but beneath his calm tone lay boundless madness. Huff. Warcury Saint exhaled deeply, then gave Saturn Saint a long, meaningful look. You'd better not mess this up. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Brawling. Before Saturn Saint could finish, the ring of a din mushy suddenly reached the ears of the five elders. This is an emergency call from CP9. Saturn Saint looked puzzled, pulling the incessantly ringing din mushy from his pocket. CP9. Nostero Saint pondered for a moment, then continued. The group on a covert mission in Water 7. That's them. This line is only for special emergencies. What could be so urgent that they dialed directly? Could it be a clue about the Pluton blueprints? The tall, burly shepherd Saint mused. Very likely. Saturn Saint nodded, then under the gaze of the others he answered the din mushy. Roaring. The snail perked up its ears, and the call connected. Greetings, esteemed five elders Sama. This is Rob Lucci. A weak, breathy, low male voice came from the other end, but the tone was still respectful, as much as possible. I have an important matter to report to you. What did you say? Saturn Saint's eyes flew wide open, and the trembling hand clutching the din mushy betrayed the turmoil within him. Just now Blackbeard Teach landed on Water 7, defeated you, and seems to have obtained clues regarding the ancient weapon Pluton. You CP9 are a bunch of good-for-nothing wastes. Forgive us, elders. We did our utmost to stop him, but the intelligence division's information was flawed. The voice from the other end of the din mushy sounded even more feeble, each breath tinged with a raspy hoarseness. Blackbeard Teach's strength far exceeds our expectations. If the newspaper reports are true, a single glance from him was enough to plunge us all into an abyss of ice. Moreover, he has formed his own pirate crew, 6 members in total. By conservative estimate, each one possesses strength above Rear Admiral level. Among them is a woman nearly 3 meters tall, formidable in combat, who claims to be Kaido's child. Kaido's child? What is the meaning of this? Nostero Saint rubbed the bridge of his nose beneath his glasses, frowning deeply. How did a member of Whitebeard's crew end up mixed up with Kaido's child? And what about the Pluton lead? Saturn Saint pressed, his expression shifting with uncertainty. Report. During the clash, Blackbeard accurately called out our names and identities, and even knew of our covert mission. Lucci said. Before the fight he attacked a local thug and apparently obtained something. We don't know what it was, but based on his words we suspect it's a clue related to Pluton. What a turbulent time. Saturn Saint tugged irritably at his suit collar. If what Lucci said was true and Blackbeard Teach's strength, not a fabrication by Whitebeard, had suddenly surged from mid-tier to emperor level, then his threat level would skyrocket several grades. If an ordinary pirate formed a crew and roamed the seas freely, the five elders would hardly be concerned. After all, pirates have far too many enemies. Other pirates, the Marines, the warlords, the allied kingdoms, and the world government. If by some fluke they escaped these forces, they would still have to learn their place from the 4 emperors in the New World. But now this pirate was part of an emperor's forces, had gathered many powerful pirates, and even seemed to have allied with Kaido. The 5 elders hoped for a balance of power among pirates. Mutual struggle, mutual restraint, and an entanglement with the Marines. Only then could the world government extort exorbitant tributes under the guise of protecting allied kingdoms, while pursuing other covert agendas. But now a faction seemed poised to break the balance and dominate, severely threatening their interests. Investigate. Find out what is really going on. Why has Blackbeard's strength grown so rapidly, and how did he end up with Kaido's child? Nostero Saint slammed his hand on the black table, scattering the intelligence reports across the floor. But from the other end of the din mushy came a weak, hesitant voice. Well, forgive us, elders, we cannot do it. What? Are you defying orders? Staring at the leopard-like eyes on the din mushy, Nostero Saint narrowed his gaze in displeasure. No. CP9 has never disobeyed any order. Lucci's answer was resolute, his tone firm and respectful. It's just that. The voice on the other end suddenly dropped, as if seeping through clenched teeth, suppressing boundless fury. In the battle against the Blackbeard Pirates, Jabra and Bruno fell in action. The rest are all severely wounded. Fukuro and Kaku remain unconscious. CP9 is no longer capable of carrying out the next search mission. After speaking, Lucci seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto the blood-stained rubble behind him. Beside him lay 2 cold, lifeless bodies. The remaining CP9 members knelt around them, weeping uncontrollably. Is that so? I see. Nostero Saint paused, then continued. In that case, CP9 will stand down for full recovery. Continue your covert mission. Investigate the thug who had contact with Blackbeard and find the Pluton blueprints. Yes. What do we do now? CP9's account confirms Blackbeard Teach strength is genuine. Should we divert forces to hunt him down? Watching Saturn Saint hang up the din mushy Warcury, Saint turned to the others. No, capturing the World Destroyer is the top priority. We absolutely cannot let him slip away again. His priority far exceeds that of Blackbeard. Saturn Saint denied decisively. But we cannot allow Blackbeard to grow stronger either. He's already near Emperor level now in contact with Kaido, and has obtained the Pluton blueprints. This cannot continue. Warcury Saint retorted. We can set Blackbeard aside for now. Once the World Destroyer's modification plan is complete, the 4 Emperors will no longer be a threat, Saturn Saint said calmly. But enough. Just as Warcury Saint was about to speak further, Nujiro Saint pushed up his glasses, interrupting the two. The World Destroyer is important, but we cannot let Blackbeard continue to grow unchecked. Here's what we'll do: maintain the operation to capture the World Destroyer, and for Blackbeard issue a bounty. Let bounty hunters and other pirates slow his growth. When we have free hands, we'll deal with Blackbeard ourselves. That works. Agreed. Warcury Saint and Saturn Saint nodded simultaneously. Good. Now let's discuss another matter. Since his sons had set sail one after another for training, the Moby Dick had lost its former liveliness. Now the deck was so silent that the rustling of the sails was clearly audible. At the center of the deck lay a massive mountain-like aging figure. Though his body was robust and his muscles resembled tree roots from a distance, he looked like a lonely old man, isolated and helpless. Pops. Suddenly a hurried call broke the silence. Pop. With a crisp sound, the sleeping bubble at Whitebeard's nose burst. He opened his bleary eyes and looked toward the source of the voice. It's Teach. There's news about Teach again. Izo stood panting, clutching a stack of newspapers. Oh. My outstanding son has news again. Let me see. Hearing of his son, Whitebeard's drowsiness vanished instantly. He quickly sat up and reached for the newspaper Izo handed him. Oh. Seeing the contents, Whitebeard stroked his crescent moon mustache and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, Pops? Seeing his father's reaction, Vista asked curiously. Look at this and you'll understand. Whitebeard handed the paper to Vista. Since Teach set sail, Ace Jozu and several other commanders had also departed to train and break through their limits. Marco, who wanted to care for Pops, and Vista, who wished to stay by his side, chose to remain. Blackbeard Teach has appeared at Water 7, causing severe damage and heavy losses to the city. A wanted notice is hereby issued for Blackbeard Teach and his accomplices, dead or alive. Vista read the newspaper aloud, then curled his lips in disdain and snorted. Everyone knows Water 7 works closely with the world government. Severe damage to the city is probably just their cover-up. Gurur. Whitebeard grinned and added, of course it is. Those bastards always shift the blame onto others. But that's not important. Look at the rest. That's what matters. There's more. Vista blinked in surprise and flipped through the pages, finding several additional sheets. This is... The moment he saw those sheets, Vista's eyes widened in shock. Wanted posters for the Blackbeard Pirates. Teach had formed his own crew. The Blackbeard Pirates. Helmsman Jesus Burgess, bounty 800 berries. Sniper Van Auger, bounty 700 berries. Navigator Lafitte, bounty 6500 berries. Dr. Doc Q, bounty 610 berries. Doctor's Mount Sick Horse, Zhuang, bounty 100 berries. Kaido's son Yamato, bounty 55000 berries. And Captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Bounty 1800 berries. The number 1. 8 billion was crumpled by Vista's fingers. He widened his eyes, inhaling a sharp breath of disbelief. That Teach kid has such a high bounty now. And he's gathered such strong companions. What's with Kaido's son? Pops, don't we have a grudge against Kaido? I remember Odin was. Vista looked up at Whitebeard, blinking his clear, foolish little eyes beneath his mustache. Whitebeard fell silent, not answering immediately. Veins bulged on his arm as he gripped the armrest of his chair. But then he let out a breath, as if coming to a realization. His grip on the armrest suddenly loosened, and he grinned with a few chuckles. Gurur. No matter. Teach must have his reasons. Let the children handle their own affairs. Is that so? That's fine too. Vista smiled as well. If Kaido ever sees his own child standing with us, he might go mad with rage. Just imagining that scene, Vista's lips curled uncontrollably. It seems Teach has found a reliable crew. Experience being a captain, Teach. That way later you can inherit my... Whitebeard gazed into the distance with profound eyes. In his line of sight, a young seabird had left its mother's embrace and was soaring alone. But the reliable crew Whitebeard spoke of were now kneeling on the deck, their heads inward and posteriors outward, forming a circle, even Zhuang included. They formed a circle, heads close together, staring intently at the objects placed in the center. Their eyes were wide mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg. Because in the center lay 4 distinct devil fruits. So, Captain, can you really steal other people's devil fruits? Even the usually composed Van Auger couldn't help but take off his glasses, rubbing his eyes vigorously, unable to believe the 4 fruits before him. Before them were the devil fruits Teach had stolen so far. From left to right, the merging fruit, the magnet fruit, the door fruit, and the wolf fruit wolf form. During the fight with CP9, they had witnessed Teach extracting devil fruits from that little dog and the bull-headed creature. Although none except Lafitte had ever touched a devil fruit, they all knew that a devil fruit could never be removed in such a manner. Everyone felt their worldview shatter, wishing they could pluck out their own eyes. Unfortunately, the CP agents had already fainted, otherwise witnessing the fruit theft would have dealt them an even more devastating psychological blow. But now 4 vivid, colorful devil fruits lay before them, forcing them to accept the reality. Their cheap captain really could steal devil fruits from others. Hey Teach. Lafitte slowly stood up from the deck, leaning on his cane. This is unprecedented. If this leaks out, it will bring immense danger. We might become the enemies of all devil fruit users. Lafitte's pale face grew even whiter. He frowned in confusion, looking at Teach, who was chewing on a piece of water meat. Are you sure it's okay to tell us this secret? If we leak it, it could cost you your life. The ability to plunder another's devil fruit was too horrifying. For centuries, no one had ever managed to steal a fruit from another. And this ability now belonged to one of the most powerful pirates on the seas. This meant that if you were weak but possessed a strong fruit, this man named Teach could effortlessly take it from you and even thank you for finding it for him across the vast ocean. An innocent man may be guilty of possessing a treasure. Suddenly, every devil fruit user became a potential target for this man's ruthless seizure. If this ability were to leak out, all devil fruit users would be in constant fear and panic. No one would want to walk along and suddenly have a dark mist appear before them, a hand reaching out, and then they'd be down, their fruit gone. Wouldn't everyone just become a fruit delivery guy? All the schemes and money spent to obtain a fruit would end up benefiting Teach. Under such prolonged psychological pressure, the final outcome would be all the strong uniting against Teach. And the current strong of the sea, the 4 emperors, the Navy admirals, were mostly devil fruit users. Teach alone couldn't withstand a simultaneous assault from all of them. Thus, leaking the fruit-stealing ability would have dire consequences. Lafitte knew that Teach must be aware that his crew members each had their own goals and hidden agendas. Teach revealing his secret in front of the entire crew was a terrible decision. Lafitte didn't understand, not at all. The others felt the same. They fell silent, staring at the 4 devil fruits, their minds drifting lost in thought. Zihi. Suddenly, a wild laugh broke the silence. You guys are thinking too much. Looking at his crew members, each with their own thoughts, Teach shook his head and laughed heartily. If you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use them, don't suspect. Since I chose you as my crew, I will give you my full trust. By telling you my secret, I'm showing that I'm willing to put my back in your hands, and I believe you'll keep it for me. We rise and fall together. Teach spread his arms, as if embracing the sun, his expression serene. At that moment, a gentle ray of sunlight fell upon him, the golden glow casting a divine aura over his face. If you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use them, don't suspect. Van Augur and the others pondered the meaning of these words. The deeper they understood, the more they felt they were unworthy. Teach trusted them so much, yet they. At that thought, they wanted to slap themselves. Seeing the gradually repentant and ashamed expressions of his cheap crew, Teach's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. Excellent. The hearts and minds operation is a success. In truth, the risk of the fruit-stealing ability leaking did exist, but as the saying goes, a wise man does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Teach dared to tell them because he wasn't afraid they would leak it. And all this confidence came from the reward the system gave him after knocking out Kaido. Golden Skill Demon's Contract. Golden Skill Demon's Pact. Skill description: a pact from the demon. Whoever consumes the devil fruit you offer will automatically sign a demon contract and never betray you. This was a reward granted by the system after knocking out Kaido, a golden skill, and it couldn't have come at a more perfect time for Teach. Perhaps influenced by his past in Blackbeard Pirates, even though Teach had demonstrated absolute strength, he still feared that his crew would one day betray him for their own gain. After all, he did not believe he possessed the same charismatic allure as Whitebeard or Luffy that made everyone willingly follow. Nor did he think these scoundrels of his would ever be truly loyal. If they ever fell into a real crisis, Teach believed there was a high chance they would scatter like birds and beasts in an instant. What Teach truly wanted was a group of trusted comrades who could watch each other's backs. Not a bunch of plastic crewmates bound only by profit. So when Teach saw the effect of the demon contract skill, he nearly burst out laughing. It was a skill tailor-made for his current predicament. He could only consume 3 devil fruits himself, and he already had the dark fruit and the vampire fruit. One for control, one for healing. But he still lacked a powerful damage dealer. And none of the devil fruits in his stash were suitable. He was also unsure how to deal with all those extra devil fruits anyway. With the demon contract skill combined with fruit snatching, Teach was confident he could build a Blackbeard Pirate stronger and more united than the original. Pick any of these devil fruits and eat them. They're yours. Watching the group gathered around the devil fruits, a sly smile played on Teach's lips. Huh. Beiji pointed at himself in shock, blinking his eyes. See, can we really have these? Haha, of course. Teach nodded affirmatively. But these devil fruits are worth at least 100 million belly each. Can we really? Beiji hesitated. Beiji. Teach interrupted, then spread his arms wide, his face radiating confidence and pride. You are all my wings. When your strength grows, so does mine. Don't forget, we are a team. But, aren't you afraid we'll eat the devil fruits and run away? Fanaoka adjusted his glasses, a puzzled look crossing his face. He hadn't yet recovered from this sudden wave of trust. Of course not. I trust you. Teach looked at Fanaoka, his gaze filled with warmth. Trust you. Trust your foot. Eat up quickly and you'll all belong to me. Run away whenever you want. Just wait until then. Woo. Captain. Meanwhile, Du Q and Zhuang Zhuang knelt on the ground, tears of emotion streaming down their faces. You're too good to us. We will never let you down. Hee hee. Watching the grateful crowd, Teach struggled to keep his facial muscles under control so he wouldn't laugh too wildly. Then, Captain, we won't be polite. Trust you. Trust your foot. Eat up quickly and you'll all belong to me. Run away whenever you want. Just wait until then. Let's see how you dare to betray me. In the end, after discussion, Lafitte and Yamato already had devil fruits, so they did not choose. Du Q expressed that he still hoped to find a medical-type devil fruit, so he withdrew from selection. Zhuang Zhuang had always wished to be a flying Pegasus, so he also declined. As for Beiji, who excelled at close combat, he chose the Gacha fruit, which offered strong frontal combat capability. Fanaoka, as a sniper, hoped for a fruit with high mobility and concealment, so he chose the Port fruit, which fit his needs well. Honestly speaking, Teach did feel that these two fruits had a much higher ceiling than what the two had consumed in the original story. Bajie, who nearly became the strongest in the world with the Gacha fruit, need not be mentioned. The Port fruit's applications and stealth were far more sophisticated than the teleport fruit. Du Q and Zhuang Zhuang's fruits could be sought later according to the original story. As for Lafitte, who already had a devil fruit, Teach wasn't without other methods. Since the two of you have chosen these fruits, eat them quickly. Watching the fruits in Beiji and Fanaoka's hands, Teach narrowed his eyes and slowed his tone, trying not to sound so eager. But this caution was entirely unnecessary. Eat it. Eat it quickly. Yamato leaned in like an excited husky, his orange-red eyes fixed on the two differently colored devil fruits. Yeah, Beiji, Fanaoka, eat them. Taste is amazing. Lafitte covered his mouth and smiled. Neither Beiji nor Fanaoka noticed the slightly sinister tone in his voice. Really? But I heard devil fruits taste worse than shit. Beiji blinked, his simple little eyes full of doubt. Oh. Lafitte elegantly flicked his cane and smiled. That's just a rumor spread by people on the seas. They do it to scare people away with the terrible taste, so that if even one person falls for it, the chances of others finding and eating devil fruits go up just a little. Oh. Beiji clapped his hands, suddenly a look of sudden realization on his face. So that's how it is. Thank goodness you're here, Lafitte. I almost fell for it. Hearing their conversation, Yamato, who knew the true taste of devil fruits, blinked in confusion. But, shoo. Lafitte gently placed his cane to his lips and gave Yamato a significant glance. At that moment, Yamato's clear little mind was suddenly seized by cunning. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands, puffed out her cheeks, and fought hard not to laugh, her gaze toward Beiji, full of anticipation and mirth. However, Beiji had completely thrown intelligence out the window. Watching the devil fruit in his hand, drool was about to pour from his mouth. I'm not holding back. Beiji shouted to the heavens and stuffed the entire devil fruit into his mouth in one go. He took a huge bite. Eat it. Swallow it, and you become mine. Teach watched Beiji from afar, a slight smile on his lips. The next moment, LEF fight. Beiji's voice, trembling with rage and pain, echoed through the air, making Yamato cover her ears. It tastes disgusting. Because Beiji had mistaken the devil fruit for something delicious, he bit into it, as one would savor fine cuisine. The entire fruit's taste made full contact with Beiji's taste buds, and that indescribable flavor completely paralyzed his sensory system. How boring. Watching Lafitte and Yamato laughing their hearts out, and an utterly furious Beiji, Fanaoka closed his eyes and shook his head. Truly unbearable to watch. Then he gently lifted the fruit in his hand, produced a spoon from somewhere, scooped up a small portion, and elegantly placed it in his mouth. The moment the devil fruits entered their bodies, a flash of black light swept through both their eyes. No one noticed. They did not feel any difference. Only Teach clearly sensed that something had changed. It was as if he could distinctly feel two threads connecting him to Beiji and Fanaoka. Excellent. They all belong to me. Now there's no escaping, no matter how many wings they grow. So, Captain, what is our next destination? Lafitte spread his wings gracefully, sidestepping the iron fist swung by Burgess, and stole a glance at Teach at the bow before asking. After all, as a navigator, one must always keep track of the Queen Anne's Revenge's movements. Next, Teach withdrew his smile, his gaze deep and profound, fixed on the white clouds 10,000 meters above, which glowed with a rosy hue under the sunlight. Next stop, we'll go to Skypiea. Is Skypiea really real? Yamato, swinging his kanabo, clashed with Burgess, who had somehow combined pots and pans, sending a massive shockwave rippling outward. Hearing the name Skypiea, he quickly turned his sparkling eyes toward Teach. Of course Skypiea is real. Huh? How do you know so much? Yamato asked in confusion. I know much more, Teach replied with a mysterious smile. Up there are not only beautiful islands, but also warm-hearted residents, unimaginable wealth, and a devil fruit. Skypiea? A devil fruit, huh? Lafitte murmured, stroking his chin in thought. So our next main goal is to hunt devil fruits. But Captain, I know roughly where Skypiea is, but I'm not sure about the specific way to get there. Don't worry, Teach chuckled reassuringly. We'll just find someone who knows the location of Skypiea, or even has been there. Teach was determined to reach Skypiea, where his third candidate devil fruit awaited. The strongest Logia devil fruit, the rumble fruit. Before Teach could finish his thoughts, a massive explosion echoed from the stern. The mast at the stern, under the clash between Yamato and Burgess, snapped like a fragile chopstick, groaning in agony. Yamato, Burgess, Teach clenched his fists in fury. Van Augur, throw them both into the sea to cool off. As you wish. Van Augur's cool voice rang out. In a pale green air, doors suddenly opened beneath Yamato and Burgess. The Grand Line Sabaody Archipelago. Sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, scattering golden fragments onto the island covered in lush vegetation dotted with exotic trees. Their twisted, winding branches coiled like ancient serpents. The ground was strewn with colorful shells and smooth pebbles glistening under the sunlight. Ships sailed through the shimmering waters beside the island, their flags fluttering in the wind. The air was filled with the salty sea breeze mingled with the scent of various spices, the unique aroma of Sabaody Archipelago. The island's buildings were scattered in a patchwork, some tall tree houses, others brightly colored houses. The bustling streets were filled with all kinds of people, giving the magical island a sense of vitality and energy. At the center of the island stood a massive bubble factory from which countless bubbles floated out, drifting in the air, reflecting a myriad of colors like a dreamlike wonderland. Huge bubbles floated in the sky, refracting fantastic colors under the sunlight, like suspended crystal balls. Some of these bubbles were as large as houses, others as small as pearls, gently swaying in the breeze, adding a mysterious and romantic atmosphere to the entire island. The entire island consisted of 79 numbered trees, each bearing towns and facilities clearly divided into different areas. People called the archipelago formed by these 79 islands, Sabaody Archipelago. Beneath the tree marked with the number 13, there was a special green domed building. Standing before the wooden door was a black-haired man draped in a black coat, towering a full head taller than the door. Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. A light, languid voice drifted over like the cool summer sea breeze, irresistible to the listener. This is the place, Teach said, gently pushing open the wooden door of the bar, which creaked. As Teach entered, his imposing massive figure instantly blocked out all the sunlight. Inside the bar, the lively chatter ceased, abruptly falling into dead silence. All eyes involuntarily turned to the figure shrouded in shadow at the doorway. Hey, is that? No way. Why is he here? The nearest customer clearly saw the handsome, resolute face with a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his wheat-colored, healthy skin. The customer slowly, like a cog, lowered his gaze to the table, to the photo on the wanted poster he had just been browsing. Exactly the same. Gulp. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. The sound of swallowing was crystal clear in the silent environment. The fifth emperor of the New World. Whitebeard's heir. Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach. His say. Gasps of shock echoed through the entire bar. Everyone in the establishment dared not even move to hold their cups, not make a sound, and even swallow their saliva with caution. Yet Teach didn't even glance at these people. He walked slowly straight toward the woman behind the counter, who was elegantly wiping a glass with her eyes closed. Hello, Miss Shaki. I'd like to inquire about someone. What price must I pay? Teach's calm, refined voice drifted into Shaki's ears. Shaki paused her movements, set down the glass, and slowly opened her eyes to look at the man who almost touched the ceiling. Blackbeard Teach. A slightly husky, magnetic female voice began, like a venomous snake with its fangs concealed. I know you, Shaki said, her grape-like, beautiful eyes fixed on Teach's pitch-black pupils. Time had left no trace on this beauty. You've been appearing in the newspapers more frequently than anyone lately. I was wondering when we would meet. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Shaki held one arm across her chest, lightly supporting her pointed chin, with the other her eyes filled with curiosity. What do you wish to inquire about? Teach nodded slightly, then took out a wanted poster so yellow that the writing was barely legible, gently placing it on the counter before Shaki. Miss Shaki, I'd like to ask about this person. Following Teach's finger, Shaki's eyes widened as she saw the photo on the wanted poster. Though a veteran powerhouse, she quickly suppressed her body's reaction, but the momentary tension in her frame betrayed her unease. This Teach, he's actually looking for him. But, why? Shaki's mind was filled with confusion. Her highly foresight and analytical brain raced, yet she could not fathom Teach's purpose. Ordinarily, Shaki could deduce and predict the movements of most people with her exceptional intelligence analysis, but this man Teach was the one she could never see through. Every step he took was unexpected, baffling, and completely at odds with her predictions. There must be something or some things that Shaki didn't know preventing her from connecting all the dots. For instance, the white-haired old man with a scar on his right eye on the wanted poster. Shaki had no idea why Teach wanted to find him. Silver's Rayleigh, the Pirate King's right hand. The legendary Dark King. Miss Shaki, if anyone knows where he is, it's you. After all, your relationship seems quite special. Teach's words, like the whisper of a demon, suddenly rang in the ears of the pensive Shaki. Startling, the composed intelligence broker, her heart skipped a beat. Xiachi adjusted her breathing, exhaled slowly, then raised her head to look at the refined gentleman before her. She knew it well. Beneath that refined, jade-like exterior, her gaze met the deep madness lurking in Teach's eyes. To be honest, little Teach, I don't quite take to you. I never intended to do business with you in the first place. Teach gave a slight nod, remaining silent as he waited for Xiachi to continue. However, I have fondness for polite young people, so I will share the intelligence you seek. But as for the compensation, I doubt you could afford it. Xiachi gazed into Teach's eyes and spoke slowly. Oh, can't afford it. Teach's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed. After all, you're seeking a legendary pirate. But I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me a secret about your body, little Teach. Xiachi took a deep drag from her cigarette and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke toward his face. A woman like Xiachi, who walked on the edge of a blade, grew more curious the greater the danger. Just one is enough. I'm quite curious about you, you know. Unfazed by the wave of tobacco smoke, Teach watched Xiachi's probing expression and slowly curled his lips into a grin. Gee, greedy lady, don't forget, I'm a pirate. What if I say I want to get everything for free? Teach's aura suddenly surged, layer upon layer of invisible pressure crashing toward the frail woman before him like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Ugh! The sudden suffocating pressure forced the world-class powerhouse to grunt and stumble backward a step. How what a mischievous child! While speaking playfully, her heart churned with shock at the power Teach had revealed, waves crashing within. This brat is actually this strong. The power mentioned in the newspapers is no joke. As the saying goes, when gods clash, mortals suffer. Everyone in the room felt the breathtaking shockwaves radiating from Teach. All of them held their breath, fearing that even a single wrong breath might anger the great Buddha and get them scattered to the winds. Ah, this is just as reckless as ever, Teach. With the creak of wooden doors, a slender figure not particularly tall pushed through and entered. Moi. Teach raised an eyebrow, his aura pausing completely, then turned his head toward the source of the voice. The newcomer wore long, fine white hair and had a tattered gray hooded coat draped casually over his shoulders. Despite his aged appearance, there was no trace of decay on his face, and the terrifying vertical scar across his right eye only added a sharp edge to his features. You're looking for me, aren't you? The white-haired elder approached slowly, a faint smile on his face. Since I've arrived, don't trouble the others anymore. The tavern is closed for today. Everyone please leave. Though the white-haired elder seemed to address the patrons around him, his eagle-like gaze remained fixed on Teach. Whoosh! As if someone had given the signal, the others suddenly remembered they were capable of breathing. Immediately after, everyone poured out through the door behind the white-haired elder, like drowning victims breaking the surface, scrambling to escape in a rush. Within seconds, the entire bar was empty except for Teach, Xiachi, the white-haired elder at the doorway, and a beer mug rolling across the floor. Teach turned his body to face the thin, tall, aged figure at the entrance, a faint smile curling his lips. Gee, Mr. Rayleigh, I can't believe you still remember me. It's been a long time. Hearing this, Rayleigh smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling. Of course, Teach. The boy who once fought Shanks and Buggy to a standstill has grown up so quickly. As I suspected back then, you were never destined for mediocrity. I didn't expect you to have accomplished so many shocking feats recently. Phew, what a relief. So you two know each other. Behind the counter, Xiachi let out a long breath of relief upon hearing Rayleigh's words, her tense body suddenly relaxing. On the surface, her body showed no sign of distress, but past the blind spot of the bar counter, one could clearly see her jade-like hands gripping the table edge tightly, trembling uncontrollably. After enduring Teach's oppressive pressure, her body naturally wanted to collapse, but she held herself up, refusing to show any sign of exhaustion until the threat had completely passed. This was the instinct born from years of piracy and intelligence work. I'm sorry, Xiachi. I should have told you earlier and caused you distress, Rayleigh said apologetically to Xiachi. However, being vigilant is not a bad thing. Rayleigh paused, then refocused his gaze on Teach, continuing. After all, our relationship might not be exactly friendly. Rayleigh's words made Xiachi's recently relaxed body tense up instantly again. Oh, what's that? So many bubbles. The defining feature of the Sabeti archipelago is the special natural resin secreted by the roots of the Yarrisman red trees through respiration, which expands with air to form bubbles that then float into the sky. An island, no. 40, as the sightseeing district has been meticulously developed by merchants into a fantastical tourist city filled with colorful bubbles. Round, plump bubbles surrounded Yamato one after another, reflecting her curious orange eyes, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Yamato curiously extended a slender finger and gently poked at the bubble before her. Instead of popping with a snap as expected, the colorful bubble wrapped around her finger like mochi. Eehee, how magical. It's such a different landscape from Wano country. I never imagined islands like this exist in the world. Yamato blinked her large eyes curiously at the bubble film on her finger, her fair jade-like face filled with joy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Suddenly, a much larger bubble appeared not far away, instantly capturing her attention. Oh, there's an even bigger one over there. Yamato, joyful as a child, bounced and skipped toward the giant bubble. However, an air portal suddenly materialized beneath her feet, and unaware, she stepped right into it. In the next moment, the figure that had already rushed dozens of meters away was suddenly back where she started. Thatch, looking at the surroundings identical to before, Yamato blinked in confusion. Sorry, Yamato, I can't let you out of my sight. Venoika's aloof voice came from beside Yamato's ear. Then another air portal opened near Yamato, and a massive figure tumbled out, landing heavily on the ground and kicking up choking dust. Ouch, that hurts. Buggy groaned in pain while clutching his backside, yet it didn't stop him from chewing the meat in his mouth. And you, Buggy, stop running around aimlessly. Don't forget the task Teach gave us. What's the matter? Day pouted in dissatisfaction, but didn't say anything more. A perfectly good door fruit had been reduced to a babysitter's fruit by Fan Aoka, used to tether the two sled dogs that kept running wild on their ship. When the Blackbeard Pirates first landed on Sabati Archipelago, Teach assigned each person their tasks. Day, Burgess, and Fan Aoka were responsible for purchasing all the food, clothing, and daily necessities needed on the ship. Teach believed that with Day and Burgess's keenness and greed for food coupled with Fan Aoka's oversight, they would perfectly complete the mission. Meanwhile, Duke Zhuang and Lafitte were tasked with purchasing medicine and nautical supplies together. After all, everyone has their expertise and professionals should handle what they do best. If Burgess were to pick out medicine, well, he would simply move the entire pharmacy. Teach himself when to find the location of Sky Island and the means to reach it. Shopping for supplies is so boring. Day frowned, leaning lazily on his wolf-tooth club behind Fan Aoka. At that moment, Fan Aoka was engaged in a fierce verbal battle with a merchant in front of a shop. He rolled up his sleeves, planted his hands on his hips, and gestured wildly at the merchant, almost pointing at his nose and shouting, "Back off, back off." So Fan Aoka can really talk. Burgess's eyes widened in shock as he watched Fan Aoka, whose saliva was flying everywhere. In his impression, Fan Aoka had always been a cool and silent type. It was hard to imagine that this same person had maxed out his talent points in bargaining. The sight of Fan Aoka gesticulating and speaking so eloquently made Day frown deeply and take a big step back. Then his orange-red eyes rolled once, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth as an idea struck him. "Hey Burgess, why don't we sneak off to find Teach? That mission sounds like a lot of fun." Day tiptoed and quietly whispered into Burgess's ear. "From the looks of it, Fan Aoka can handle this alone. Besides, we're not needed here. Let's slip away quietly before he catches us with his weird circling door again." "Huh? You want us to sneak away?" Burgess blinked his not-so-bright eyes and hesitated. Yeah. Let's go find Teach and have some fun." Day nodded eagerly. "No, Teach chose not to bring us for a reason. We can't disobey the captain's orders." Burgess, who had been hesitant just a moment ago, suddenly pushed away Day's dragon horn, which was almost poking his eye, and spoke with righteous indignation. "Huh?" Day's eyes widened in disbelief. "You with your honest face, Burgess. You actually betrayed the alliance of fools. We once agreed to be the two dumbest members of the crew, and now you've grown a brain." Unbeknownst to them at that very moment, Teach's skill, the devil's contract, was at work. A faint black light flickered silently in Burgess's eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Looking closely, one could see a shallow black glow in Fan Aoka's eyes, as well as he continued his debate with the merchant. After eating the devil fruit given by Teach, one would never act against Teach's will and would execute his orders 100%. Burgess didn't know why, but a voice inside him told him not to defy Teach. "Hey, Burgess, listen to me." Bang. Just as Day was about to further persuade Burgess, a sharp gunshot rang out from a nearby island, startling the birds resting on the branches into fluttering away in panic. "What's going on?" Day looked in the direction of the gunshot in surprise. It seemed there was some other commotion over there. My. As a top-tier sniper, even while passionately arguing, Fan Aoka keenly caught the sound of the gunshot from the neighboring island. He glanced over briefly before returning his attention to the next item. Clearly, Teach's orders took precedence over anything else for him. He wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs to begin with, and with the devil's contract binding him, he paid even less attention to matters that didn't concern him. But unlike Fan Aoka, Day noticed the number on that island, 41. "Hey Burgess." Day leaned close to Burgess's ear. "That looks like the island where Duke and Lafitte went. What if something happened to them? Should we go check it out? Duque, Lafitte. Hearing the names of his comrades, Burgess's ears perked up. Teach had said they were all comrades who could rely on each other. If a comrade was in danger, shouldn't he? Burgess nodded firmly, then lowered his voice cautiously. We're all comrades. If a comrade is in danger, of course we must go. All right, then let's sneak over quietly. Day nodded lightly, a sly grin spreading across his face. Fanaoka is so focused, we won't disturb him. He can handle this mission alone. Let's just slip away. Fanaoka, engrossed in comparing prices, didn't notice that the two sled dogs behind him had already wagged their tails and scampered off secretly. And before long, the sky over Sabati Archipelago was covered with dark clouds, thick layers seeming to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand. From time to time, muffled thunder rolled within them, emitting deafening roars, as if heralding the prelude to a world-shaking battle. Tisk tisk, these young folks nowadays are something else. That kid from Whitebeard's crew back then now possesses such strength. Rayleigh stood tall and upright, his posture as vigorous as a pine. Though time had left its marks on his face, his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's, gleaming with calm and resolute light. The slightly worn yet clean hooded cloak draped over his shoulders fluttered gently in the wind. The ordinary but sharp sword in his hand hung slightly downward, its cold blade glinting as if humming a battle hymn eager for blood. Zihaha. As expected of the Pirate King's right hand, Dark King Rayleigh, your skills are still as sharp as ever. Teach's tall and sturdy frame stood like a black hill. His black cloak with golden edges flapped in the fierce wind, resembling demonic wings. On his face was the signature arrogant grin, revealing a set of clean neat teeth brimming with a frenzy for power and battle. Black smoke rose slowly from his palms, and the surrounding air seemed distorted by the dark power, exuding an unsettling aura. It's been years, and your tongue has become a bit more restrained, Teach. Rayleigh smiled. So what do you want from me? It can't be just to pick a fight with an old man like me. Old man like me with one foot in the grave, surely there's nothing you need from me. Rayleigh shrugged, gazing at Teach, whose body was wreathed in black mist. Don't say that. After all, you've lived over 70 years and witnessed Roger become the Pirate King. The knowledge in your head is priceless to everyone. Teach spread his arms, a wild grin spreading across his face, his eyes fixed on the upright old man before him. Oh, so you're after the knowledge in my head. Rayleigh pondered, then a helpless smile tugged at the corners of his wrinkled mouth. This man before him, like a demon from the abyss, was unlike anyone Rayleigh had ever met. He lacked the passionate recklessness of his Captain Roger and the benevolent magnanimity of Whitebeard. Beneath that refined and handsome exterior lurked a raging, violent demon. From Teach's eyes, deep as the nine abysses, Rayleigh could clearly see a madness that defied heaven and earth. Utterly different from Roger and Whitebeard, he resembled that terrifying sovereign who once shook the world. Another with the initial D in his name. Roxdy. Zebek. What questions do you have? Considering my relationship with your captain, I might just tell you, Rayleigh said. Teach was stunned for a moment, then a smile curved his lips. As expected of Mr. Rayleigh, you've guessed my purpose instantly. I do have a question for you. Let's hear it. Rayleigh lowered the tip of his sword and nodded slightly. I want to know the exact location of Skypiea and how to get there. The calm, concise words made Rayleigh's pupils contract sharply. Due to Skypiea's unique geographical location, the Roger Pirates had never told anyone about their visit there. Logically, Teach couldn't have known they'd been to Skypiea. How did you know we went to Skypiea? Rayleigh's eyes flickered with surprise. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own sources of information. Teach's eyes, like the night sky, glinted with a cold star. Don't worry, I have no interest in Skypiea. I just want the legendary devil fruit that lies there. The legendary devil fruit. Rayleigh paused, his expression shifting, then a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Haha, the young ones these days are impressive. Alright, since I've decided to step down, this knowledge will only be buried with me. I can tell you everything about Skypiea. As if relieved, Rayleigh smiled, his fingers tapping lightly on the hilt of his simple sword in a rhythmic manner. Oh, so easily. Teach raised an eyebrow. I thought I'd have to put in some effort. Ha, do I seem that rigid to you? Rayleigh chuckled, then his eyes, which seemed to see through everything, looked at Teach with a hint of expectation. I want to see what kind of change you, different from Roger and Whitebeard, can bring to this sea. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Teach was taken aback, then a grin spread across his tough, resolute face, growing more arrogant, like a demon king. Don't worry, Mr. Rayleigh, I won't disappoint you. Also, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Oh, what is it? Rayleigh asked, puzzled. I want you to teach me observation hockey. Teach scratched his cheek, looking a bit flustered. Huh. With your level of strength, you haven't mastered observation hockey. Didn't Newgate teach you? Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief at Teach's request. 4 top-tier fighters conquerors hockey could be absent armament hockey, could be rough, but observation hockey was absolutely indispensable. Predicting an opponent's movements, dodging and countering in time, was crucial in battle. Otherwise, a brute with sheer strength would only be kiked by a master of observation hockey until their spirit broke. Sometimes too many skills weigh you down. When the old man taught me, I always subconsciously thought he wouldn't go all out. And you know Marco's medical skills are superb. With him on the ship, as long as you're still breathing, he can pull you back. Teach scratched his head, awkwardly messing up his once neatly slicked black hair, turning it into a tangled mess like a dirty cat's nest. So you think I can go all out on you? Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. No, mister. Rayleigh, I think you're an excellent teacher. Even if you don't go all out, you can still teach me observation hockey. Teach quickly shook his head in denial. There are few teachers better than you in this world. Kaido was one. But for some reason during the last fight with Kaido, he seemed to be holding back, showing no desire to fight, giving Teach no pressure at all. His progress in observation hockey was almost non-existent. Thus Teach could only place his hopes on Rayleigh, who had taught Luffy observation hockey. After all, Rayleigh had never gone all out when teaching Luffy. So Teach believed Rayleigh had other ways to teach him observation hockey. Haha, you're wrong there. Rayleigh suddenly burst into laughter, his two white sideburns trembling. Huh. Teach tilted his head in confusion. Don't you think you're a good teacher? Haha, not that. Rayleigh shook his head. Then what? Teach scratched his messy hair again, puzzled. Rayleigh said nothing but closed his eyes, tightened his grip on his simple sword, and suddenly squeezed. The next second, a hockey as wild as a beast erupted from Rayleigh, sending a tangible pressure crashing into the surroundings, shattering countless broken planks and debris. Huh, what's going on? Feeling the sudden surge of Rayleigh's aura, Teach's eyes flew wide open. The immense hockey made Teach's heart tremble. This was definitely the strongest hockey user he had ever encountered. The shockwave from the hockey lightning made it nearly impossible for Teach to open his eyes. Teach, what gave you the illusion that I wouldn't go all out? Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, swung his sword in one hand, and pointed the tip at Teach's beastly hockey, charging madly at him. What? Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Teach's pupils shrank. Observation hockey is honed in the face of life and death. And if you can't survive under my blade, then you don't deserve to stir up this sea. Let me see if the man who bears the same magnitude as rocks has the strength to match it. Before Rayleigh's sharp knife-like words had even faded, his agile figure, like a sturdy pine, had already turned into a blur. His white cloak cut a cold line through the air, and the blade, capable of cleaving the deep sky, aimed straight for Teach's head. Danger imminent. But Teach felt no fear. Feeling the blade about to touch his brow, all that remained in Teach's eyes was boundless madness. Teach threw his head back and laughed, his voice like a nightjar's cry piercing the sky. Perfect. I want to see how far I am from the world's top tier. In an instant, the surrounding darkness element surged together, forming a massive black vortex before him, from which faint wails and howls echoed. Dark hole. With Teach shout, the sword shadow, and the dark vortex collided violently. For a moment, light and darkness intertwined, producing a deafening explosion. The immense shockwave even lifted the seawater around the island hundreds of meters high, forming a sky-covering curtain of water. Bang! Wah! A pained childlike cry suddenly rang out. A moment later, a young girl was violently kicked away by a fat foot. My daughter! A middle-aged man, his face drained of color, rushed over in a panic. He tightly embraced the girl, covering her scrapes and bruises, and pulled her close to his chest. The girl's face was pale with pain, her arms marred with scratches and wounds. Her entire body trembled violently from the agony, her teeth clenched tight against the suffering. The man, a father to the child, should have been crimson with rage, fist raised high, ready to smash it into the abuser's face. Yet this man, who had always been a shelter for his daughter, could not summon even a flicker of anger toward the figure slowly approaching. The middle-aged man's face was twisted with terror, his eyes wide with dread. He knelt on both knees, still cradling the girl, and repeatedly pressed his forehead against the ground in prayerful supplication. I'm sorry, my lord. Please spare my daughter. She didn't mean to. She didn't see you coming. That's all. She would never intentionally offend you. The man smashed his head violently against the ground, blood seeping from his eyes, yet the approaching footsteps showed no sign of stopping. If anything, there seemed to be a hint of delight in the rhythm of those steps. I can't believe there's another sturdy slave here. I was just complaining that the last slave I executed was too weak to withstand even a single gunshot. This one will do perfectly as my new mount. A lazy, greedy laugh, like that of a wallowing pig, sputtered from beside the man. Instinctively, he lifted his head. There stood a grotesque figure, a massive man in an ill-fitting white jumpsuit. Behind him trailed several agents and Navy officers in uniform. His pudgy little face was dripping with mucus, and atop that pig-like head rested a peculiar resin bubble helmet. Despite such an absurd, foolish appearance, the onlookers recoiled, as though facing a primordial beast, clearing dozens of meters in an instant. How could this be? A celestial dragon. Why are they here of all places? Eyes widened in horror. Cold sweat poured down every face. Some couldn't even stop their bodies from trembling visibly. An invisible barrier of terror formed around the celestial dragon and the father and daughter, a vacuum of empty space, leaving only the agents and marines behind the strange man. Your Excellency Charlos, how shall we deal with the girl who offended you? A member of CP0, masked in white and clad in a pristine white uniform, stepped forward and bowed deeply. Girlie. Charlos narrowed his eyes and looked downward. When his gaze fell upon the face of the girl clutched tightly in the man's arms, his eyes bulged wide open. Oh ho 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 ho. A genuine beauty, no less. Charlos's rotund face split into an even wider grin, his squinted brows drawing so close together that his features seemed to merge into one creased mess. He looked like a crumpled chrysanthemum in full bloom. Take this one. Keep her. She'll be my next wife. Oh ho ho ho. As you command, Your Excellency Charlos. Upon hearing the order, the CP0 agent offered a respectful bow and reached out to seize the kneeling father. His expression remained utterly calm, betraying no surprise whatsoever. The two Navy vice admirals behind him, however, exchanged glances filled with reluctance and guilt. No, don't. Please, Your Celestial Dragon. Spare us. We didn't mean to offend you in the slightest. I'll serve you faithfully. Do with me whatever you wish. Just please spare my daughter. I beg of you. The man knew the truth, that in the eyes of the Celestial Dragon's commoners were little more than pets and toys. The words, next wife, were sweet poison wrapping cruelty in silk. Yet too often daughters taken as slaves to become wives met fates far worse than death itself. The man dug his heels and pulling against his arms with all his strength. But the CP0 agent's hands were like iron vices, locking his wrists in an unbreakable grip. Another CP0 agent stepped forward and snatched the girl from beneath the man's grasp. Daddy, Daddy. Tears streamed down her face like rain, her small body struggling desperately, but she could not budge the armored figure behind her even an inch. It was then, as though Charlos's dull mind had stumbled upon a rare spark of clarity, that he noticed something unusual about this middle-aged man. Those arms straining against their bonds showed the faintest hint of resistance, as if they might actually break free. How could this be? The CP0 agent behind the man felt the tremendous force surging through his grip, and his brows knitted together in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. You will not take my daughter? With a roar, the man wrenched free and lunged toward his child. His outstretched muscular arm was but a finger's length away from reaching her. But the very next moment, bang! A gunshot shattered the sky like rolling thunder. Like a bolt of lightning, the bullet tore straight through the man's chest. I despised disobedient slaves. A spray of crimson blood painted the girl's stunned face. Her father, warm and bleeding, began to fall slowly before her eyes. No, Daddy! The girl's scream tore from her throat like a wounded animal. Seconds ago, her father had been moments away from saving her, and now he lay crumpled at her feet, his blood still radiating warmth. Run! Run away! The man gripped his daughter's hand tightly, his vision blurring, yet his gaze shining with fierce determination. He had to give her one chance at survival. Daddy! Daddy! Are you okay? Feeling her father's warm, powerful hand, the girl cried out in stunned relief. Oh, not quite dead yet. Charlos was momentarily surprised. But then his greasy lips curled into a twisted smile. He raised the golden pistol, once more smoke still curling from its barrel, and aimed the black muzzle directly at the middle-aged man's head, like the Grim Reaper claiming another soul. He. One more shot, and she'll be good as dead. Charlos cackled, pressed his finger against the golden trigger, and pulled. No. Amid the girl's heart-wrenching shrieks, the bullet flew like a shadow of nightmare itself, laden with despairing smoke, straight toward the dying man. The dark projectile grew larger in the man's eyes. He stared at it unblinkingly, as though time itself had slowed to a crawl. Charlos's monstrous face was crystal clear, etched deep into his memory. His daughter's cries of helplessness and despair echoed endlessly. Damn it! I can't accept this. Clang! Just as the bullet was about to pierce the man's forehead, a massive black spiked club slammed down between them, deflecting the round completely. A precise interception. Huh, what is this? Staring at the enormous spiked club that had suddenly appeared before him, Charlos staggered backward in sheer fright. Before Charlos could recover, a towering silhouette, taller than him by a head, loomed over him. Red horns, white hair, orange eyes, and a massive spiked club. Ale, who are you? Facing the extraordinarily tall and slender woman before him, Charlos stamped his foot in enraged shock. Protect His Sacred Excellency. The CP0 agent vanished in a blur and reappeared in front of Charlos, his gaze locked onto the stranger. His voice was low and dangerous. Kadu of the Beasts Pirates, son of Kadu, Odin's heir, Orochi's adopted daughter, Orochimaru's student, and the commander of the Mink tribe, Big Mom's daughter, Yamato. What are you doing? Do you realize what it means to assault a celestial dragon? Can you bear the consequences of such an offense? Huh. Yamato spat quietly to the side. Celestial dragon. She smirked disdainfully, then swung her spiked club over her shoulder with such force that a tremendous gust of wind erupted, threatening to shatter the fragile bubble helmet of the celestial dragon. I don't see any celestial dragon. I only see a pig oppressing common folk. The chilling finality of Yamato's words plunged the entire square into stunned silence, and the very next second, Gasps of utter shock rang across the skies of Sabeti archipelago, as though the very air quivered. Everyone's jaws dropped in absolute astonishment at Yamato's defiance. Marine headquarters. Marine fort. On the solemn and majestic fortress, the two dark and profound characters, Marine, symbolized the inviolable justice. At this moment inside the topmost fleet admiral's office, a tall and imposing man with a resolute face wearing round-rimmed glasses wore a grave expression and a stern countenance. From his tightly clenched hand one could perceive the anger he could barely suppress. Those celestial dragons. They bypass me. Directly mobilizing two Marine vice-admirals. Are the five elders so indulgent? Don't they understand that every Marine deployment has been meticulously considered? Sengoku slammed the table in fury. The table, already burdened too much, now swayed precariously. How isn't this the norm? A voice lewd and subtly tinged with an air of irritability came from the front side of the desk. On the sofa in the office, a similarly tall figure in a yellow-striped suit was sprawled. I thought you'd have gotten used to it by now, old man. Borsellino clicked his tongue, casually trimming his nails without even looking up. Seeing Borsellino's nonchalant attitude, a surge of even fiercer anger rose in Sengoku's heart. He nearly choked on a mouthful of old blood. Borsellino. Sengoku roared in rage. I didn't summon you here for your amusement. Charlos Saint went to the Sabeti archipelago without notifying us. Regarding matters of the celestial dragons, none of you Marine admirals can stand aloof. Sengoku pinched his brow, forcing himself to calm down. Then Sengoku, why exactly did you call us here? A man in a red suit, equally tall, but more robust than Borsellino, spoke in a deep voice from the black sofa on the other side. His expression was imposing without being angry, and his eyes, akin to molten lava, occasionally flickered with a trace of rage. With arms crossed and legs crossed, his seemingly casual posture outlined his solid chest muscles and sturdy arms, making him radiate a terrifying sense of explosive power and strength. Good. Sakazuki is the one. Looking at the composed Sakazuki on his right, Sengoku nodded with satisfaction. In critical moments, it was still this man known as the cold-blooded Akainu who could be trusted with any mission. But, get to the point. I have things to do. Don't waste my time on catching pirates. Old man. Sakazuki squinted and stomped impatiently, and a scorching, boiling temperature suddenly filled the entire office. The heat made Borsellino, sitting opposite him, instinctively tug at his collar and take a deep breath. Sengoku felt like slapping himself right then. Truly, he had expected too much from each of them. They were all a bunch of unreliable problem children. Sigh. Sengoku slammed his head onto the desk, letting out a resigned sigh. All right, no more nonsense. Sengoku pushed up his glasses and then looked at Kazuru on his left. Borsellino. Moi. Suddenly called upon. Borsellino raised an eyebrow. Charlos Saint went to the Sabeti archipelago, but informants report that pirates have landed there. They spotted a pirate ship, but a blinding green light flashed, and before they could make out the ship's details, it vanished without a trace. Most peculiar. At this, a doubt also flickered in Sengoku's mind. For a pirate ship to disappear instantly, the crew's strength was definitely formidable. To prevent any mishaps, go there and protect Charlos Saint, Sengoku commanded. Hearing this, Borsellino sighed and reluctantly stood up. I knew it. Calling me here wasn't just for a laugh. Never thought I'd have to work overtime again. It's still quite a distance to Sabeti. Though Borsellino had reached the door, he hesitated to step out. Instead, he stood at the doorway, muttering softly, occasionally glancing at Sengoku, which made Sengoku's face darken. The key point was that Borsellino's seemingly low voice was crystal clear to the few peerless powerhouses present. Enough. Stop dawdling. I'll give you a raise. Now get lost. Get as far away as possible. Sengoku's furious roar echoed through the entire Marine headquarters building, startling a certain dog-headed vice-admiral on the training ground to look up, holding a half-eaten sunbae of unknown origin. Who pissed off the old madman this time? Ha ha. A cynical laugh faded away. Got it, I'm off. Before the lewd words finished, a blinding yellow beam of light flashed out from the office window, disappearing into the distant sky. Only the shattered glass fragments remained on the floor. Borsellino. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's tightly gritted teeth seemed capable of crushing a warship. Sakazuki, sitting nearby, feared that Sengoku would break his own teeth, inwardly marveling at Sengoku's iron jaw. Truly worthy of Sengoku. Without a good set of teeth, one could never be a strategist. Never mind, I'll have someone fix it later. Sakazuki, there's something more urgent that only you can handle. Sakazuki raised an eyebrow and asked, oh, what is it? Where's Kazan? Since Charlos Saint transferred Doberman and Enigmo, I sent Akiji to temporarily fill their positions. Sengoku picked up a document from the desk and handed it over, saying, take a look at this. Sakazuki took the document, his gaze shifting to it, where a prominent name was written at the top. This? A mission request from CP. Sakazuki looked at Sengoku in confusion. Correct. Keep reading. Sengoku nodded. Sakazuki lowered his gaze to the document again. Blackbeard teach strength is suspected to be near that of an emperor. Send assistance to CP0 for investigation. Send personnel to assist in capturing the world destroyer Burndy World. Must be taken alive. Several commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates have set sail for unknown purposes. Intercept them, no quarter given. Reading the intelligence from CP line by line, Sakazuki's expression darkened. These government lapdogs truly treat the Marines as their errand boys. Sakazuki clenched his right fist in anger, and a burst of scorching magma erupted, burning the document to ashes. Sigh, if you ever sit in this seat one day you'll understand it's not so easy. Sengoku propped his forehead and sighed, then continued. I've already sent Garp to assist in capturing Burndy. I wonder where he is now. He might have arrived by now. Little did Sengoku know the very man he mentioned had just stolen his treasured senbei and was leisurely boarding a warship leaving Marine headquarters. Don't rush on Blackbeard, Teach. We can't locate him now. When there's a lead, I'll send Akiji. As for the last one, the Whitebeard Pirates captain, I'll leave it to you, Sakazuki. At this, Sengoku paused, pondered for a moment, and a hint of gravity flickered in his wise eyes. Neogate's recent behavior has been extremely abnormal. First, his subordinates, who had been hidden for decades, suddenly experienced a surge in power, and then he abruptly dispatched several commanders. Zhangguo slowly stood up, walked over to Sakazuki, and patted his shoulder. Although I am known as a tactician, I find myself increasingly unable to understand this old rival of mine recently. Zhangguo said, handing a stack of wanted posters to Sakazuki. According to CP, these are the wanted posters of all the commanders who have left the Moby Dick. This time we must find the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and discover the reason for their departure. Looking at the familiar names on the wanted posters, Sakazuki let out a cold laugh. Such a trivial matter. Wait for my news. The pirates who commit evil on the sea, if not for that bastard Whitebeard's protection, they would have died long ago. Truly there is a road to heaven, but you refuse to walk it. The gates of hell are open, yet you rush in. A burst of molten flames suddenly erupted from Sakazuki's hand, instantly igniting the stack of wanted posters in his grasp. In the burning fireball, one could faintly make out the boy on the topmost wanted poster, radiant like a flame. Bote Ka Cdaic. Xiongwa Islands. Island 41. As one of the islands famous for tourism and sightseeing, Island 41 should have been packed with people and bustling with activity. However, at this moment, Island 41 was utterly silent, so quiet that even the sound of bubbles popping could be clearly heard. The culprit behind all this was none other than the white-haired woman in the center of the island, carrying a huge spiked club on her shoulder, her face full of indignation. Hey, did I hear that right? A passerby nearby raised his hand, dumbly pointed at Dahi in the middle, and muttered to himself in a daze. She actually dared to say that the celestial dragons are pigs. Before he could finish, a woman behind him hurriedly stepped forward and clamped her hand over the man's mouth. Shut up. Do you want to die? The woman said in terror. Get out of here quickly. That white-haired woman dares to speak like that. She absolutely cannot survive. The people who had been watching from around immediately scattered, afraid of being caught in the fallout. Watching the crowd scatter in all directions, he tilted her head in confusion. What's going on? Why did everyone suddenly run away? Hey, benefactor. A weak voice suddenly came from near Dahi's bare feet. Dahi looked down at the source of the voice and saw the man she had rescued covered in blood. She quickly crouched down and asked, are you alright? The man who had just been saved by he was holding his frightened and unconscious daughter in one arm, while using the other hand to prop himself up, struggling to sit up. Benefactor. Run, the man said with difficulty. The celestial dragons will not let you go. Please leave here quickly. I have a request. Please take my daughter. I will buy you time. The man knelt on both knees, bowing, deeply pleading for the white-haired woman before him to take his daughter. As for himself, even if he had to risk his life, even if he were to be shattered to pieces, he would fight to gain more escape time for his benefactor and daughter. Looking at the man kneeling at her feet, Dahi paid him no heed, but instead gripped her spiked club tightly and slowly stood up. Dahi lowered her head, her handsome face hidden in shadow, making it impossible to discern her true expression. I will not run, Dahi suddenly declared. Hearing this, the man looked up in panic. But. There is no but. Dahi interrupted loudly. No matter what you say, I will not run away. He is the one oppressing the common people. Why should we let him bully us and flee? I have had enough of being oppressed and constantly fleeing. Today I will just knock them all flying. Edge. The man stared blankly at Dahi, who was exuding an imposing aura, unable to speak a word. At that moment, Dahi's body was flowing with an inexplicable momentum, and for a moment, he vaguely saw the shadow of the 100 beasts in her. Damn it. A bunch of ants. A bunch of scum. You are all despicable slaves. How dare you call me a pig? Charos Saint was angrily flailing about, his pig-like face twisted into a mess of ugly features due to rage. You despicable woman. I'll capture you and make you my slave. All of you attack. Seize her. Charos Saint, his fingers as fat as tree roots and almost indistinguishable, pointed at Dahi and ordered the surrounding CP0. Yes. The two CP0 agents in white masks flickered and vanished from their positions. Shave. Moi. He gripped her club and focused intently on any movement around her. With a whoosh, one CP0 appeared before Dahi, his fist wrapped in black armament hockey, and punched out. Dahi, already prepared, swung her club and clashed violently with the CP0's incoming fist, producing a loud explosion. Although these two CP0 agents possessed the strength of a vice admiral in terms of raw power, Dahi, as Kaido's child and a mythical Zoan user, had the upper hand. After a brief stalemate, Dahi swung hard and repelled that CP0. But just as Dahi was swinging her iron club, leaving her body momentarily rigid, the other CP0 suddenly appeared at her waist. His fingers formed into a gun shape aimed at her slender waist. She had ultimately underestimated the level of coordination between the CP0 agents. While each of the two CP0 members might be inferior to Dahi in strength, when they worked together, they would definitely achieve a greater combined effect. Finger gun. The fingers aimed at Dahi stabbed out like a poisonous wasp. Damn. Feeling the sharp wind at her waist, Dahi's pupils contracted sharply. Who've got you? Seeing Dahi seemingly unresponsive, the CP0 agent smirked beneath his mask and let out a cold snort. But the next second, Nanny. Just as the CP0 was about to succeed, a pair of massive hands suddenly grabbed his legs. The huge hands directly gripped his entire leg. What is this? Before the CP0 could react, he suddenly felt his perspective spin. His entire body was lifted up. Then a massive figure blocked the sunlight, casting a shadow over everyone. Dahi, you're so fast you didn't even wait for me. Burgess, holding the CP0 like a little chick, stood beside Dahi with his massive body like a great mountain. Burgess, you're too slow. Dahi pouted reproachfully. Sorry, I came as fast as I could. Burgess scratched his head sheepishly. But while it seems the timing is just right. As he spoke, his expression turned fierce, and he slammed the CP0 in his hand heavily onto the ground, sending up huge chunks of rubble. This extraordinary force nearly shattered the CP0's internal organs. So this is what it feels like to beat the lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons. It feels great. Burgess grinned as he watched the CP0 agent deeply embedded in the earth, staring blankly at the sky. D-damn. Useless trash. Charles Saint stomped his foot in fury, seeing both his subordinates defeated. He turned his bulky body and glared at the two Marine Vice Admirals behind him. Hey, you two. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Are you Marines rebelling? Charles Saint jumped up in rage, pointing at Yamato and shouting, catch that woman. Doberman and Enigmo, cloaked in marine justice, exchanged a glance, both seeing a flicker of helplessness in the other's eyes. The Celestial Dragon's commanding tone was infuriating. Yet since they had just been attacking civilians, the two Marines felt uneasy and were reluctant to act. Now facing pirates, capturing them was their duty. So it was time to strike. With that thought, Doberman and Enigmo simultaneously drew their swords. But just as Doberman was about to charge, a gunshot like thunder exploded through the sky. A black bullet tore through the air, hurtling toward him. Doberman quickly raised his sword, and with a clang, he barely blocked the sudden bullet. The immense force sent him sliding back several meters. His feet carved two deep furrows in the ground. Phew. Everything happened in a flash. Staring at the smoking dent on his marine issue blade, right where his heart would have been, Doberman exhaled deeply in relief. That dent was directly over his heart. A narrow escape. Reckless, as always, daring to provoke a Celestial Dragon. Oh well, we're teammates after all. This Marine is quite skilled. Better than that long-nosed CP9 agent. Perched on a high branch hundreds of meters away, Van Augur held his beloved rifle, coolly observing Doberman's flustered movements through the scope. His blue cloak fluttered in the wind like a ghostly apparition. Hey, Doberman, you alright? Enigmo turned to see his colleague had just brushed death. Watch out. Doberman gasped, raising a hand to warn Enigmo. What? Enigmo froze, then his pupils contracted sharply. Years of combat instinct made him tense up instantly, even without seeing any danger. Every hair on his body stood on end. It was the threat of death. He instinctively tightened his arm muscles and swung his sword forward with all his might. Sure enough, as Enigmo's blade cut through the air, another sharp, slender sword materialized like a ghost. It clashed violently with his, sending a massive shockwave. Damn, what's going on? Colliding with him was a dark cane sword. Feeling the immense pressure from the weapon, Enigmo shouted in shock and anger. I blocked it. What a shame. Enigmo looked up to see a pale-faced, dark-lipped circus performer standing before him. He was nearly as tall as Enigmo, his lean frame somehow unleashing overwhelming force. Lafitte grinned eerily, then thrust his cane sword with sudden power. Enigmo stumbled back several steps, rejoining Doberman. Using the clash's recoil, Lafitte backflipped and landed lightly to Yamato's left. On Yamato's right, a white air door suddenly opened, and Van Augur's cool figure emerged from within. Nay! A horse's cry rang out as the sickly Stronger trotted forward, carrying the equally sickly Doc Q. He approached the blood-soaked father and daughter, holding up an apple. As usual, the wounded are mine, the enemies are yours, Doc Q said to Yamato. Yamato blinked her orange eyes in disbelief, looking at Burgess, Lafitte, Van Auger, and Doc Q beside her. "Everyone," she exclaimed excitedly. "You're all here." Burgess grinned. "Of course, couldn't let you face this alone. Promised Teach we'd look after you too. Can't let you slip away so easily." Van Auger wiped his smoking gun barrel expressionless. Doc Q and I were nearby, wondering who was causing such a ruckus. But if it's Yamato, it's no surprise. Lafitte twirled his cane, smiling. Ahem. Doc Q coughed weakly, looking as if he might drop dead any moment. While treating the wounded, he said, "Healing the wounded is my duty." Ahem. But I suppose that's not really my character or line. Everyone. Seeing the people around her, a warm current flowed through Yamato's heart. So, this is what it means to have comrades. A faint smile appeared on Yamato's pale face. She kicked the spiked club planted on the ground, using the momentum to swing it onto her shoulder. "Everyone," Yamato shouted with all her might. "Thank you for coming to help me. This is the first time I've felt what it's like to have companions. Fighting together feels so much better than fighting alone. This is amazing." Yamato couldn't help but pump her left fist in joy. "Now let's send all these bullies flying together." Burgess flashed a grin, revealing 2 rows of teeth. He clenched his fists and slammed them together, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Of course, Lafitte and Van Auger raised their sword and rifle respectively, entering combat stances. In an instant, the tension was palpable. "Damn, you useless fools." Charles St. cursed, kicking the CP0 agent before him. The CP0 agent staggered, a flicker of resentment in his eyes behind the mask. He dared not speak. "Hurry up and capture all of them. I'll make these offenders suffer a fate worse than death." Charles St. stomped furiously, his greasy, flabby body jiggling. "If you fail, I'll skin you." Enigmo Doberman and the 2 CP0 agents exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of venom in their eyes. Yet they knew that even without that fool's orders, they had no choice but to fight. These pirates wouldn't let them leave easily. And they would not back down. Different positions meant they could never retreat from pirates. So the Celestial Dragon's 4 guards advanced. Then the Celestial Dragon's 4 guards fell. In just an instant, the 2 CP0 agents lay scattered across the ground, while Dog German and Enigmo also knelt heavily upon it, gasping for breath. This was almost too easy. I never expected my strength to grow this rapidly after being trained by Teach. Bages kicked the collapsed CP0 agent away and brushed the dust from his hands with a grin. "Don't get cocky, Bages." Fanoka jabbed his shoulder with his gun barrel. "There are countless people in this world who are stronger than us. As Teach would say, we need to play it safe and develop our strength steadily." Yamato raised his spiked club and carefully stepped over the 4 guards lying on the ground, closing in on Charlos. He next up is this so-called Celestial Dragon. Looked at the dazed Celestial Dragon standing before him and smiled with ill intent. At that moment, Charlos finally realized that all 4 of his guards had been rendered combat ineffective. Now he was the only one left on the field, a man utterly devoid of strength. What are you going to do?" Charles, showing no backbone whatsoever, plopped down onto the ground and pointed trembling fingers at the rapidly approaching Yamato in terror. "You're nothing but a despicable lowlife. How dare you be so audacious?" Yamato halted directly before Charlos and spoke slowly. "I want you to experience what it feels like to be bullied. I'm here to beat up Celestial Dragons." Yamato let out a furious shout, raising his fearsome spiked club and bringing it down squarely toward Charles's face. "Lord Charlos," one of the CP0 agents cried out in anguish. They actually dared to strike a Celestial Dragon. Not far away, a few bolder onlookers hadn't fled yet. Instead, they had moved slightly further back. When they saw Yamato swing that iron club without any hesitation, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Gugugugu. Don't do this." Watching the club grow larger and larger, Charlos closed his eyes in terror. Thud. A dull impact sounded. "My, what's going on?" Yamato paused in confusion. The expected impact never came. Instead, he felt something blocking his advance. He couldn't move forward even an inch. "Oh dear, sorry about this, miss, but if I let you swing that down, I'd have quite the headache on my hands." A lecherous voice came from behind Yamato's spiked club. No matter how hard Yamato tried, he couldn't prevent the other person from splitting his weapon in half with just one hand. Damn it. Yamato couldn't believe it. As Kaido's son, he was losing in sheer strength so thoroughly. When the spiked club was completely split apart, the intruder's appearance was fully revealed. It's him. The onlookers stared in shock upon seeing who had arrived. A scummy face, tall frame, pitch black sunglasses, listless demeanor, and a yellow shirt. And behind him a naval cape that rustled and fluttered in the wind. Every detail screamed the newcomer's identity. The Navy Admiral, Kizaru. The onlookers were stunned by who had arrived, and some guilty, weaker pirates slipped away silently the moment they caught sight of Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dog German and Enigmo called out joyfully. "Navy Admiral, this is great." A malicious smile spread across Charles's fleshy face. "I order you to arrest them all. I want them to suffer worse than death." Upon hearing this, Kizaru glanced back, a hint of coldness flashing through his lazy gaze. "Understood, sir. I will complete the mission." You're. The moment Yamato clearly saw Kizaru's disgusting face, his pupils sharply contracted. Though confined to Onigashima in Wano country, he had occasionally heard about events on the seas. And the man in the yellow suit before him, unfortunately for Yamato, was precisely the standout among the Navy that he knew of. The Navy Admiral, Kizaru. My apologies, miss. Wait, no, mister. I seem to recall you claiming to be Kaido's son. Yamato continued pulling desperately at his weapon, but Kizaru's grip, firm as an iron clamp, held it fast. Even when his attention wasn't focused on it. Damn it, is this the gap in power? A bead of cold sweat trickled from Yamato's forehead down his fair cheek. Kizaru seemed lost in thought, holding the front of the spiked club with one hand, while scratching his chin. Never mind, that doesn't matter. Since you've come here as a pirate, it means you've already accepted the possibility of failure. Now come quietly with me back to Impel Down. Don't waste my leisure time. Kizaru pursed his lips and casually picked at his ear. You're pushing it too far. Yamato kept trying to wrench his weapon free, but it wouldn't budge an inch. Oh ho ho, don't waste your strength. Compared to mine, yours is nothing. Kizaru smiled. You'd be better off coming with me peacefully. Take this. Before Kizaru could finish, a fist wrapped in black armament haki flew toward him. Oh, armament haki. How frightening, Kizaru exaggeratedly praised, scratching his chin. Then he kicked Bages away with a single strike, sending him crashing through a cluster of trees. He hadn't even moved an inch. Bages! Yamato cried out anxiously. Swish! A flash of cold light. A thin sword wrapped in armament haki came straight for Kizaru's head from the side. Oh ho ho! Incredible! You've mastered armament haki coding. This time Kizaru didn't underestimate it, leaping gracefully backward to dodge the incoming blade. Then, taking advantage of Lafayette being airborne, he elegantly kicked him away. Laffy, instead of worrying about others, why not worry about yourself first? Before Yamato could finish, Kizaru's finger-gathering scorching light was already aimed at his head. In Yamato's shocked eyes, a dazzling beam shot out, instantly filling his entire field of vision. At the critical moment, a portal appeared right in the beam's path. Then another portal materialized beside Kizaru. In an instant, the golden energy beam blasted from Kizaru's fingertip, passed through the first portal, emerged from the second, and pierced his own body. Moi! Kizaru, impaled by the beam, seemed completely unaffected, blinking in surprise. This devil fruit ability seems to be... Boom! Before Kizaru could finish thinking, 2 red apples suddenly exploded beside him, releasing thick smoke. Apple smoke bomb. Poison Q rode atop, zhuang zhuang, looking down from above. Immediately after, Bage's figure suddenly appeared, followed by a massive fist entwined with numerous colossal trees, as if fused with them, hammering violently into the smoke, and creating enormous shockwaves that forced the onlookers to cover their ears. They actually fought the Marine Admiral to a standstill. Who are they? Watching the 5 people and 1 horse standing side by side, everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, frozen in place. Phew. We made it. Burgess raised a fist in celebration. Be careful. It's not that simple. Lafitte twirled his sword. After all, he's a Marine Admiral. We can't be careless. True to Lafitte's words, when the smoke cleared, there was no one inside. Where did he go? Yamato exclaimed in surprise, quickly looking around. Moi! Van Augur, with the keenest senses, frowned and glanced upward. Dazzling particles of light slowly gathered atop a nearby tall building, eventually coalescing into the tall yellow figure. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, looked down at the 5 people and 1 horse, and scratched his head in annoyance. The Blackbeard Pirates. That guy really found himself a good crew. From the abilities we just saw, the Door fruit and the Merge fruit, those are people he's fought before. Thinking this, Kizaru's eyes widened. Whoa, seems like I've stumbled onto something huge. Seriously, I thought this would be an easy job to slack off and earn some money. Looks like I'll have to take this seriously now. Kizaru's eyes narrowed slightly, and then with a gentle breeze, the yellow figure vanished silently. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Burgess, Van Augur, Lafitte, Doc Q. What goes around comes around. The tables turned in an instant. In a flash, the 4 members of the Blackbeard Pirates lay sprawled on the ground, just like the 4 Celestial Dragon Guards from earlier. Huh. Yamato glared at Kizaru in fury, letting out a roar as she swung her weapon. But before the weapon could complete its arc, Kizaru's right foot, clad in a shiny leather shoe, stomped down on the spiked club. He drove the club deep into the earth. Yamato's hands and body were forced forward, arching. Ugh. Yamato grunted, but even using all her strength, she could not pull the club out from under Kizaru's foot. All right now, young man, don't move. Kizaru's sleazy voice suddenly rang out, his right index finger pointed at Yamato's head. Countless light particles slowly gathered at his fingertip, emitting a terrifying buzzing sound. Yamato did not dare move a muscle, staring intently at the ever-growing ball of light in Kizaru's hand. Now I ask you, answer. Kizaru's lazy voice echoed slowly. The Door fruit and the Merge fruit. How did you get them? Yamato's brow furrowed, her eyes blazing with fury. I'll tell you nothing. If you want information from me, wait for your next life. Kizaru rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Tisk, you're quite stubborn. No matter. There are plenty of you. If you won't talk someone else will. The Blackbeard Pirates, Kaido's son. It seems you're important to both the Beast's pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, aren't you? If I kill you, it's a real bargain, Kizaru chuckled. He extended his fingers slightly, the light beam between his fingers blazing brighter like an arrow about to be released. Looks like your comrades have fallen. No one can save you this time. Well then, young man, see you never. Kizaru spoke the most terrifying words with the most indifferent tone. Without any wasted words, everything happened in a flash. With a slight movement of his finger, the energy beam containing extreme heat shot straight toward Yamato's forehead. At such close range, such incredible speed, there was no way to dodge. Feeling the terrifying pressure at her brow, Yamato's mind went blank. Was this it? The light that once symbolized hope and illuminated the path forward had now become a death sentence. In Yamato's dazed eyes, the light, as bright as the sun, now held only searing heat and piercing speed. To kill or to spare, that was the ambiguous justice. Everything was done at whim. One moment, he might be joking with you, the next a blazing ray would pierce through your chest. Tisk, don't blame me though, Kizaru said with a shrug. You're a pirate, I'm a marine. We're natural enemies. And on top of that, you're a crewmate of that guy. Before Kizaru could finish his thought, he was astonished to see his own light beam bend at an impossible angle. And then it vanished into the embrace of a patch of black mist. Wait, darkness. One of Kizaru's eyes flew wide open. That was because he only had one eye left. An iron hand wrapped in thick black smoke clamped down on Kizaru's face, the broad palm completely covering it, leaving only one eye peeking out from the sleazy features. Ugh! Kizaru's exposed eye trembled violently as he recognized the hand's owner. A black coat draped over his shoulders like wings of the night, a wine-red shirt open to reveal taut muscles. His handsome, resolute face was expressionless, his narrow eyes cold and stern. BL? Blackbeard teach. Kizaru said in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the man who had struggled desperately under his hands just a few months ago could now completely suppress his movements. All the light particles within his body seemed to cower before some abyssal beast, trembling and shrinking inside him, unable to transform into light. Phew. Borsellino, a deep magnetic voice filled with rage, spoke each word deliberately. Then Kizaru suddenly felt his body lift off the ground. The pressure on his face intensified. He was being lifted entirely off the ground. Admiral Kizaru. Doberman shouted, his eyes wide in disbelief at the sight. How is your strength? Kizaru gasped in shock and anger. Kizaru. Teach raised him higher and higher. Look at what you've done to my crew. Teach slammed Kizaru's face down into the ground with all his might. With a look of terror, Kizaru was hurled toward the earth. Bang! The ground cracked open. Admiral Kizaru. Doberman and Enigmo cried out in horror as they watched the figure embedded in the ground. He actually defeated a Marine Admiral. Who is he? Yamato's orange-red eyes glistened as she looked at the imposing black figure before her. The darkness that symbolized evil, sin, and malice had become the hope that saved her. Teach. Dicky. Are you all right, Day? Dicky turned to look at Day, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That smile, combined with Dicky's inherently sinister face, looked exceptionally eerie. But in Day's eyes at this moment, it was so reassuring and tranquil. Day stood frozen in place, completely forgetting the danger that had just occurred. Hey, Dicky, you're too slow. Just moments ago, Q, who had woken up first, used the healing apple to revive all the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. At this moment, they all gathered around Day, standing behind Dicky. I just want to learn a few tricks from a certain teacher who dedicated himself wholeheartedly. Dicky chuckled and added, as compensation, I'll teach them all to you. Really? That's great. Simple-minded and easily satisfied, Bajiasi grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Admiral Yellow Monkey, are you all right? Deo Bowman and Gizizu helped up the half-kneeling Yellow Monkey, while 2 CP0 agents wearing white masks came to stand behind him. Admiral Yellow Monkey. The CP0 nodded to Yellow Monkey. I'm fine. Yellow Monkey waved his hand, stood up on his own, and wiped away the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Alas. Looking at the elite warriors behind Dicky on the opposite side, and then at the ragtag soldiers behind himself, Yellow Monkey let out a heavy sigh. This overtime pay is not easy to earn. Not to mention that there's a celestial dragon shouting on the sidelines. Like a cat in heat, meowing. Jahaha, long time no see, Bolasolinho. Dicky looked at the gloomy Yellow Monkey opposite and grinned. Is this reunion gift to your liking? You've really given me a big surprise. Yellow Monkey said with emotion. Why is it that every time I try to slack off for overtime pay, I run into you? Are you deliberately coming to pick a fight just to make me uncomfortable? Dicky heard this, smiled, and said, Jahaha, among the 3 Marine Admirals, I always run into you. As my men would say, this is fate. Yellow Monkey shook his head, curled his lips, and continued, you should know what your subordinates have done. Attempting to attack a celestial dragon is a capital crime. If you try to shield your men, you won't escape death either. Dicky. Hearing this, Day reached out and tugged at Dicky's sleeve, murmuring softly, If Dicky truly abandoned them, it would be understandable. After all, they were facing a marine admiral. In the past, they had been confined to the Hajigua and didn't understand the true status of the celestial dragons. And now, before she had even done anything to the celestial dragons, she had already attracted a marine admiral she couldn't handle. If she had actually struck down, wouldn't she have directly summoned the marine fleet admiral? If it came to the worst, she could atone for the mistake with her own life. After all, the others were only protecting her and were completely dragged into this. But had she really done wrong? Thinking this, Day lowered her head deeply, her fingers clenched tightly. No, Day, you are not wrong. A warm and powerful hand suddenly pressed down on Day's head, gently stroking it. Edge. Day looked up in surprise, meeting Dicky's deep dark eyes. Day looked up in surprise, meeting Dicky's deep eyes. But because of me, we attracted a marine admiral. Dicky interrupted. Day turned to look at Fanaoka beside him and asked, Fanaoka, do you think we were wrong? Wrong. Sorry, Captain, I don't care. What about you, Bajiasi? Dicky then turned to look at Bajiasi and asked, just follow through. Who cares about right or wrong? Dicky ignored Q, who looked like he was on his last legs, and turned to Layfight beside him, asking, what do you think, Layfight? Oh, my opinion. Layfight lightly placed his cane in front of him, thought for a moment, then smiled mysteriously. What wrong is there? You see. Dicky gave Day's white hair a firm rub. No one thinks you are wrong. Day looked at her companions in surprise, but inside she still felt a little uneasy. But there is no but. You have been bound by your former self for too long. Dicky said. The aura of Yutian has oppressed you too deeply. Sometimes it's better to be yourself. Right and wrong are not defined by others. Right and wrong are defined by myself. Day seemed to have a realization, as if suddenly enlightened. No. Dicky shook his head. Huh. Then who defines them? Day shook her dizzy head. Dicky's lips curled into a mysterious smile, then he reached out a hand and gently tapped his own chest. Me? Huh. Dicky, you. Day's already not so smart head buzzed. Ja ha ha, that's right, it's me. Don't forget. I am your captain. Your right and wrong, of course, are defined by me. Dicky put his hands on his hips and laughed uproariously. So typical of Dicky. Day felt speechless inside, but from the depths of her heart a voice seemed to whisper in her ear, this man before her could be trusted. Then Dicky, am I wrong? Day blinked and asked. At this moment, she had already accepted Dicky's words in her heart. You are not wrong, and you are very right. Dicky smiled. Celestial dragons like pigs should have ceased to exist in this world long ago, parasitic beasts. As a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, you can't be confused because of these beasts. You must know our goal is to be the strongest. Hearing Dicky's words, Day stood frozen again. This confidence and arrogance she had never heard before were constantly impacting her long-bound soul. Hey, Dicky, do you know what you're saying? Yellow Monkey's eyes widened, his mouth pursed in astonishment as he questioned. Shocked that Dicky dared to speak of the celestial dragons like that, and sighing because Dicky had voiced Yellow Monkey's own inner thoughts. By doing this, you are no different from completely opposing the world government. You will face endless pursuit by the world government. Hearing this, Dicky's face showed no fear. Even so, from his fierce eyes, the almost overflowing brutality was clearly visible. Jaha, Yellow Monkey, haven't seen you in months, and you're still just spouting nonsense. The moment I decided to become a pirate, I completely severed ties with the world government. Don't forget, on my 1.8 billion bounty poster, it clearly says 4 words. Dead or alive. As he spoke, Dicky drew the massive emerald green 7-star sword from behind his back, stirring up a fierce wave of power. The blade, as wide as a tree trunk, pointed directly at Yellow Monkey. My dear subordinates, go wild. That Yellow Monkey is mine, the rest of you can handle the others. With that, Dicky stepped forward, generating a huge sonic boom. The 7-star sword in his hand, wreathed in black-red, terrifying hockey, instantly reached Yellow Monkey. So fast that even Yellow Monkey, famed for his speed, barely reacted. A 0-frame start. Yellow Monkey's pupils contracted sharply, then he quickly condensed a similarly huge light sword in his hands and clashed it heavily against Dicky's weapon. Taian Kanjian's sword. In an instant, the air fell into a dead silence. Then the next second, a terrifying wave of air carrying green resentment and golden sword aura instantly swept across the entire 41st island, triggering a massive tsunami that roared in. Such power. Some onlooking pirates of insufficient strength immediately foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground like mud. Dicky took a step back to dodge Yellow Monkey's light sword, then swung fiercely at Yellow Monkey's side. We are all living people. Why should we be bullied by others? Why should these hereditary good-for-nothings who only know how to eat and play be in charge? The rules of the world might need to be changed. Don't fear authority, don't fear the storm. We will change the world, we will become the strongest pirate crew in the world. Now, my little ones, go catch that celestial dragon. Dicky squinted his eyes, speaking slowly. Dead or alive. In this world composed entirely of oceans, the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World, a myriad of mysterious and diverse sea regions, form an enchanting vista that beckons exploration and wonder. Now upon this beautiful and mysterious sea, the sky was filled with white news pigeons. Countless newspapers like goose feathers in a blizzard danced in the wind, raining down from the heavens without cost. Did something major happen? On an island in the New World, a one-armed man holding a sake bowl looked at the overwhelming sea of newspapers, letting out a curious exclamation. His eyes, half hidden beneath his red hair, betrayed a flicker of confusion. On ordinary days, the news birds merely delivered the newspapers they carried to subscribers. But a phenomenon like today, newspapers strewn everywhere, only occurred when something momentous had happened. Why so many newspapers? What happened? Let's go out and see. The residents of the small town on the island poked their heads out of their houses, curious, and walked into the streets, bending down to pick up the newspapers. What? This is... How can it be? One of the first to pick up the newspaper widened his eyes upon seeing the content. Come and look at this, he hurriedly called to those behind him. What's wrong? Seeing the first person's reaction, the other residents also approached, curiously picking up newspapers. What? The townspeople erupted like boiling water, causing an uproar. Watching the bustling town, Shanks shrugged off his black cloak, revealing his missing arm, and with two slender fingers, he caught a newspaper drifting through the air. This? Even the usually calm Shanks couldn't help but narrow his eyes after reading the newspaper's content. Teach, what exactly are you trying to do? Grand Line, East Blue. On a desolate island, a man with a red nose and a clown hat was climbing while cursing under his breath. Though he had an adult face, his current height was that of a child. Looking closer, his body was missing. He was entirely composed of hands and feet. Damn straw hat. Throwing me away like that. And that woman. Stealing my body. Buggy muttered angrily as he trudged forward. Just wait until I find my body. I'll make you all pay. What? Before Buggy could finish his threat, a newspaper as large as his height smacked into his face. Buggy's vision went dark. Who's so rude? Littering like that? The news bird in the sky frowned. I flew all the way to this godforsaken place just to deliver a newspaper to you. And you, instead of being grateful and offering a small fish or fries, you just keep blabbering. Do you think I have no temper? Eat shit. Then the little news bird shook itself, and an indescribable object shot straight into Buggy's wide-open mouth. A perfect hit. It flew off triumphantly. Gulp. Buggy's eyes widened and his stomach churned. Ugh. Damn it, even you little thing bullies me. I'll make you all pay later. Buggy raised his hands and roared in fury. Suddenly, the familiar sinister smile on the newspaper in his hand caught Buggy's attention. This is... Buggy frowned curiously, brought the newspaper closer, and read it carefully. And when Buggy saw the headline, his usually small eyes widened as round as his red nose. What? How can this be? Is he insane? The world is too scary. Mom, I want to go home. Grand Line, Alabasta. This ancient kingdom nestled in the desert was filled with mystery and ruins. Gazing into the distance, the undulating sand dunes resembled sleeping dragons, silent under the scorching sun. The dry air was thick with the scent of sand, making every breath feel coarse with grit. Amid this hazy sea of yellow, a figure, not particularly tall, slowly emerged. Beneath his iconic orange cowboy hat, a few strands of black hair fluttered in the wind, plastered to his cheeks by sweat. His orange-red short-sleeve shirt stood out vividly against the swirling sand. The Blackbeard Pirates have landed on the Sabaody archipelago. Blackbeard Teach has severely wounded Navy Admiral Kizuru. The Blackbeard Pirates have kidnapped a celestial dragon, plundering countless treasures of the celestial dragons. Hey Teach, what you've done is terrifying. Ace put down the newspaper and smiled helplessly. You even managed to beat a Navy Admiral like this. Ace looked at the newspaper, showing Kizuru half buried in the ground, and sighed in admiration. And defeating a Navy Admiral is one thing, but daring to kidnap a celestial dragon. This is going to give the old man a headache, haha. But what can I do this time to surpass you? Become the Pirate King. Ace thought for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to be like that bastard. An irresponsible man. Ace stopped at the entrance of a tavern and knocked hard on his own head. I won't think about that anymore. I'll deal with the future when it comes. Let's finish what's in front of me first. After all, it's been so long since we last met. Ace said, pushing open the tavern door. Inside, a black-haired youth wearing a straw hat and a red vest was devouring the contents of a bowl in front of him. If a bowl as large as his torso could be called a bowl. Found you, Luffy. Ace's face lit up with a smile as radiant as the sun. New World, Wano Country. Crash. The sound of a sake cup shattering was clearly audible in the antique hall. Following it came the wild laughter of joy mixed with tears. Ha ha ha. Not bad at all. As expected of my daughter. You actually captured a celestial dragon. Something even her old man couldn't do. Then came the wailing of sobs. Boo-hoo. Damn it, that bastard Teach. To be so outstanding. I'm in awe of such boldness. Wait. If I take him as my son-in-law, then I'll be Teach's father, ha. I'm so damn smart. New World, Totoland. Blackbeard. Teach. Not bad at all. A woman of enormous, almost obese proportions looked at the sinister smile in the newspaper with gleaming eyes. I really like you. I must make you my next husband. Our child will surely be the strongest in the world. Wait. If that's the case, wouldn't I be a generation beneath that guy Whitebeard? Bang. In Mary Geos, the highest authority meeting room of the world government. The furious sound of a hand slamming the table echoed through the entire building. Take a look at this. This is your brilliant plan. Nezushiro Saint, his round-rimmed glasses trembling with rage, slammed the newspaper onto the conference table. You let Blackbeard run wild, and instead went after the world destroyer. Now look, Blackbeard has captured that fool Charlos. How are we supposed to explain this to Roswald and his old cronies? How will the world view our celestial dragon's supreme and inviolable authority? Calm down, Nezushiro. Saturn Saint spoke impassively, his hands resting steadily on the table as he propped his chin. The original decision was made collectively by all of us. You cannot shirk the responsibility, or we will bear the consequences together. With Garp's assistance, the world destroyer has been successfully captured and is now imprisoned in the laboratory of the Science Defense Division. In a few days, the experiments can officially begin. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Moreover, Charlos failed to report his outing, did not bring sufficient guards, and left without authorization. He bears the primary responsibility. That old group of Roswalds will have to swallow their pride and say nothing. Warcury Saint pondered for a moment, then asked, has this matter been reported to that person? Nezushiro Saint adjusted his glasses and shook his head. Not yet. After all, Blackbeard only captured him. There shouldn't be any immediate danger to his life. We still have a chance to rescue him. It's all that useless Borsellino's fault. He couldn't even complete such a simple task as protecting a celestial dragon. Warcury Saint slammed his fist on the table in fury. Long ago, Zephyr said that Borsellino relied too heavily on his devil fruit abilities and neglected the training of martial arts and hockey. And now, when faced with the Yami-Yami no Mi, which severely counters devil fruits, and Blackbeard, who excels in martial arts and hockey, that fellow nearly had his head knocked off. Saturn Saint tapped the table and said in a low voice, that's not entirely fair. Borsellino and Blackbeard were evenly matched, but then Kaido's son Yamato seized that worthless Charles, which made Borsellino hesitate. You all know what kind of scum he is. Once taken hostage for his own safety, he would absolutely say something like, Borsellino, don't fight back, just take the beating. The tall and imposing Peter Saint mused quietly. Blackbeard, Kaido's son, Whitebeard, Kaido, if the two emperors' crews truly unite. So what should we do next? Warcury Saint looked around and asked, Blackbeard's rise cannot be ignored. Should we dispatch another Navy admiral? Moreover, if we take no action, the other families will become restless. That won't do. Saturn Saint shook his head in denial. Borsellino is severely wounded and cannot act in the short term. Sakazuki has Port Gasti. Ace. Warcury Saint's eyes widened. Could it be? Exactly, Saturn Saint nodded and continued, as we recently confirmed, he is Roger's son, the most evil bloodline. If we can capture Roger's son, it will deal a devastating blow to the pirate forces. The morale of the rising pirate forces will plummet, and the balance among the 4 emperors, the navy, and the 7 warlords will be restored. I see. This is indeed the top priority. Sakazuki must continue the mission to capture Roger's son. Warcury Saint nodded thoughtfully. Then what about Blackbeard? We can't send Kazan, can we? Blackbeard holds Charlos. Kazan alone would fare no better than Borsellino. Yes, Kazan going alone won't work. Saturn Saint nodded. So brute force is not the answer. We must outsmart him. Outsmart him? Nezushiro Saint asked in confusion. Yes. When Vegapunk modified Kuma and the pacifistas, he developed a blood virus that can control the infected through blood implantation. In the future, this method will be used to control the modified world destroyer. Currently, the Science Arm Division has 3 types of weapons. The first is the pacifistas, which are about to be deployed in combat. The second is the Seraphim, modeled after the 7 warlords scheduled for deployment in a year. The third type uses the blood virus to control the modified subject, preserving their original strength and hockey level while performing biological weapon modifications. At that time, we will obtain the most powerful war machines in the world. The World Destroyer Bundy will be the first subject of this plan. And this plan is named the Sentinel Project. After hearing Saturn Saint's plan, the other 4 elders were all stunned. You were planning all this? Warcury Saint's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly. So you intend to use the blood virus to control Blackbeard? But will it work? Upon hearing this, Saturn Saint shook his head. Of course not. Huh. Then. Warcury Saint blinked in confusion. This is still in the early stages of development. The technology is not yet mature. However, for now, we don't need to control him. We only need to plant a blood seed inside his body. When the technology matures in the future, activating the blood seed will give us a sentinel whose strength rivals that of an emperor. I see. The tall and slender Mars Saint nodded thoughtfully. Then how do we plant the blood seed in Blackbeard? Currently, there is only one way to spread the blood seed, Saturn Saint said. Through that woman's devil fruit ability. That woman. So we must set a trap. A trap so enticing that Blackbeard will leap into it without hesitation. A glint of amusement flickered in Saturn Saint's eyes. I see. But what about Charlos? That old Roswald will never stop nagging. I'll silence Roswald. A cold gleam appeared in Saturn Saint's eyes. It was Charlos who broke the rules by going out without permission. He was only captured, not killed. We'll just say we're still searching for him. In recent years they've grown too arrogant. It's time to use Charlos as an example to warn the others. Moreover, if the Sentinel project succeeds, Charlos will become a hero in the opening of our new world. I believe Roswald can tell which is more important, this honor or a worthless descendant who can be replaced anytime. Also send Garp to pursue Blackbeard, but order him not to engage in battle. Our future strongest Sentinel still needs to grow. We can't have Garp kill him off. I believe the Navy hero hunting down the criminal who kidnapped a celestial dragon will be enough to instill fear in the world. At least on the surface, the authority of the celestial dragons must never be violated. Now let's vote on the plan regarding Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard. Nazashiro Saint adjusted his glasses and tapped the table to conclude. All in favor of Saturn's plan, please raise your hands. As his words fell, the 5 elderly men at the pinnacle of power all raised their hands. All opposed, please raise your hands. All abstentions, please raise your hands. No one raised a hand. Very well then. Implementation of the plan regarding Blackbeard begins now. Nazashiro Saint announced in a solemn voice. You lowly inferior species. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed. Let me go. I'm a celestial dragon. I'll make you pay. Slap. Wah? I was wrong. Slap. If I've admitted fault, why still hit me? Slap. Aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge, the crisp sound of slaps rang incessantly. The once lofty celestial dragon now hung high like a piece of dried beef jerky. His face, already as plump as a pig's, was now so swollen that the features were indistinguishable. So this is a celestial dragon. Weaker than an ordinary person, yet so arrogant. Dave stood on the deck, curiously eyeing Charlos, who was suspended at a height equal to her own. By now Charlos had been beaten beyond recognition by Bajieasi. That's why they're all a bunch of brainless, foolish pigs, Teach said, grinning. A bunch of ultimate Nepo babies relying on the privileges left by their ancestors to do whatever they please. Their strength is laughably pathetic, yet they always act arrogant and self-righteous. They don't understand that aside from their privilege, they have nothing. Even a small-time pirate with a 2 million berry bounty in the 4 seas could kill a celestial dragon as easily as crushing an ant. Their days of ruling the world are numbered. Dave pondered and asked, does that mean you, Teach, intend to rule the world? Teach waved his hand, chuckling, Jahaha, of course not. Someone else will end the celestial dragon's reign. Everything is destined. My goal is to become the strongest. Ruling the world, dealing with its problems and troubles, that was far too difficult for Teach. If one day he ever wanted a toy with ruling the world, possessing the strongest power, he could take it effortlessly. That's enough, Bajieasi. Seeing Charlos completely unconscious, Teach raised his hand to stop the beating. Yes, Captain. Bajieasi nodded, withdrawing his hand. Hey, he's guilty of heinous crimes. Why not kill him? Day asked in confusion. A living celestial dragon is more useful than a dead one. He might become a bargaining chip for negotiations with the Marines or the world government. He can die, but not simply here. Teach waved his hand casually, and a streak of darkness materialized, swallowing the unconscious Charlos. Before I decide how to dispose of this swine, let him repent in endless darkness. In the dark space of the dark fruit, boundlessness and utter darkness surround him. He will experience a world where open eyes see black, closed eyes see black, no ground beneath his feet, no touch upon his skin. All 5 senses will be lost. He will endure the most terrifying punishment. He will regret being born a celestial dragon. A faint smile curled at the corner of Teach's mouth. Today this smile, which Teach thought was amiable, was utterly terrifying. She couldn't help but shudder. A demon. He was absolutely a demon. Dave could hardly imagine how maddening it would be to be imprisoned in a completely dark, sensationless space. And this black-haired, black-bearded man spoke the most cruel words with the gentlest, most magnetic tone. What else could he be but a demon? The newspaper calling him the Demon Lord of Hell was not an exaggeration. It was even too restrained. This wasn't some demon lord of hell. It was a demonic beast from hell. Inhuman, a beast. Too terrifying. Was it too late to get off the ship? Father, I want to go home. Teach, I've found what you asked for. Layfight, leaning on his cane, walked slowly, holding a document. Here are all the major events in the 4 seas and beyond that you requested. Layfight handed the document to Teach. Teach took the file and smiled. Good work, Layfight. I knew I could count on you for this. It's my honor to ease the captain's burden. Layfight bowed gracefully. Enough, no need for that here. Teach waved his hand. As you wish. Layfight bowed again. Teach gave a helpless smile, then looked at the document Layfight had compiled. On the paper was Layfight's elegant handwriting. Oh, a batch of fairly promising rookies have emerged across the 4 seas recently. Yes, Layfight nodded. Perhaps because the Marines are growing weaker, some capable rookie pirates have entered the Grand Line from the four seas. Even from the weakest sea, the East Blue, a crew has successfully entered the Grand Line. Oh, pirates from the East Blue. Teach stroked his chin and asked who we. The Straw Hat Pirates led by Monkey D. Luffy. Layfight replied. Straw Hat Luffy, the protagonist of this world, already entered the Grand Line. So the plot has reached the Arabasta arc. The next should be Skypiea. Time to speed up. Though I obtained the method to reach Skypiea from Rayleigh, they relied mostly on luck back then. The safest way is to tag along with the Straw Hat crew and sneak into Skypiea. Oh, Captain, there's one more thing. Layfight's words interrupted Teach's thoughts. Moi. What is it? Teach asked. I think you should know this. Layfight continued. Recently, there have been many reports that the royal auction on Korwa Island will be auctioning a rare medical devil fruit. A medical devil fruit. Teach frowned and instinctively looked toward Du Q, who was tinkering with some herbs. I've looked into it. The royal auction is controlled by a member nation and is essentially property of the world government. Normally, they wouldn't reveal such details about their auction items. This time, they're heavily publicizing the medical aspect of the devil fruit, as if trying to attract someone specific. Layfight rested his chin on his cane, puzzled. Moreover, Korwa Island's location is strange. Even from the farthest point of Sabaody, it only takes 3 days to reach the island. Considering all this auction seems tailor-made for me, doesn't it? Teach finished grinning. Yes. Layfight nodded, a flicker of gravity in his eyes. Knowing our ship's doctor isn't a devil fruit user and choosing the closest island to Sabaody. And it's a world government auction. Teach flashed a bold smile. Jaha. This is a blatant open trap. Layfight pondered, then looked up. What do we do, Captain? It's a trap. Should we go? Go? Of course we'll go. The celestial dragons have been so kind as to find the very devil fruit I've been missing. We'll definitely go and see. Let's see what gift they've prepared for us. Teach spread his arms and laughed uproariously, the aura of a king pouring out like a torrential storm. So this is the captain's resolve. He knows it's a trap, yet still plunges into the tiger's den. Is it reckless ignorance or extreme confidence? Layfight stood in stunned silence for a moment, then soon shook his head, a faint smile curving his dark red lips. Well, Captain, let me see just how far you can go. Kuluoyai Island, like a resplendent pearl, radiated a dazzling brilliance across the vast and boundless ocean. Compared to its neighboring islands, its splendor stood out with unparalleled distinction. From a distance, the island was dotted with all kinds of luxurious architecture. Spired castles and neatly arranged villas glittered with golden hues under the moonlight, as if narrating the wealth of this land. Along the winding coastline lay a stretch of pristine white sand, its fine grains shimmering with delicate specks of light beneath the moon, complementing the sapphire-like sea in a dreamlike beauty. Tall palm trees stood in neat rows along the beach, gently swaying in the breeze, as if welcoming every distinguished guest from afar. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Such an imposing building. Is this the royal auction? Gazing at the majestic golden edifice before him, Day gaped like a country bumpkin, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was not Day's fault for looking so awestruck. Even Dicky found himself momentarily speechless before the sight. The building stood like a golden palace, towering and magnificent. Its exterior walls were built of precious marble carved with exquisite patterns, each detail showcasing the masterful craftsmanship of the artisans. The vast dome soared high, gleaming brilliantly under the moonlight, as if it were the most radiant star in the sky. The entire structure resembled a dreamlike castle, exuding enchanting splendor. Around the venue, flowers bloomed in profusion, their rich fragrance mingling with the sea breeze, intoxicating all who breathed it. Following the attendant's instructions, Dicky and his group stepped into the lavishly expensive VIP box. The attendants here were also impeccably dressed. All of them were stunning beauties with flawless figures and faces. Their alluring, curvaceous bodies were wrapped in form-fitting pencil skirts, and their long, shapely legs in black stockings moved with elegant steps. The faint smiles on their faces seemed to steal away one's soul. Truly an auction for the world's nobility. As the attendant smiled and withdrew from the room, her swaying figure made Fan Oka and Doc Q's eyes nearly pop out. They wished they could float out of the box with her. Even the usually feeble Zhuang let out 2 heavy breaths, a stallion's vigorous, nay striking the most trusting pose of his life. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy punches resounded in the box. Dicky knocked down the 2 men, and the horse crowded at the doorway with a single blow each. A bunch of disgraceful fools, Dicky muttered, yet he subtly shifted half his body while pretending to punch the 2 and the horse. He glanced sideways at the elegant figure swaying down the corridor. His handsome black eyes now brimmed with lechery, taking on the true look of a pirate. Slurp. Finally a real woman. Having arrived in this world of one piece, a place filled with beautiful women at every turn. What had he been seeing all this time? Who could understand? Every day looking up there were nothing but crudely drawn burly men or bizarrely shaped oddballs. He had only encountered 2 women, Huai Dibe and Day. And one of them still believed she was a man. Oh right, there was one more woman. Never mind, it's not important. Sigh, birds of a feather. Lafayette covered his face, helplessly watching Dickie's eyes practically pop out. Dickie's gaze followed the graceful attendant until she disappeared at the end of the corridor. Bang! Ugh! A dull thud of a club striking his head. A spiked iron club slammed into Dickie's face, shaking the room. Stop staring! Dave bellowed, grabbing Dickie by the ear and dragging him back. Strangely, seeing Dickie's eyes glued to another woman made Dave's heart feel uneasy. Wait, I'm a manly man, so why do I care about Dickie looking at women? Could it be? I like men. Dave rubbed his head in frustration, messing up his long white hair. Snap! A flash of light, and the dazzling lights in the box went out all at once. Then one by one, all the lights in the auction hall dimmed. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this luxurious auction, a gathering of rare treasures and extraordinary value. With a clear, melodious voice like an oriole's song, countless spotlights illuminated the center of the stage, revealing a dazzling, swaying figure. Oh, that's... Many regulars at the auction immediately recognized the figure, their eyes widening. The woman on the stage was like a goddess stepping out of a painting. A form-fitting black evening gown perfectly accentuated her elegant silhouette. Her skin was as delicate and warm as suet jade, glowing softly under the lights. Her long jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, with a few playful strands resting on her fair cheeks, adding a touch of liveliness. It's Shailene. It's really her. The Royal Auction's most outstanding auctioneer. It's been so long since we last saw her. Is there some big shot today? Why is she hosting the auction? At the center of the auction stage, the dazzling figure stirred murmurs among the audience. Everyone, whether they knew her or not, was amazed by her radiant appearance. Tisk tisk, truly the best. In the VIP box, Dickie smacked his lips, looking down at the voluptuous figure below. I wonder if this kind of charm is proper. Perhaps it was a privilege of the VIP box, but from this angle Dickie could even see the snowy cleavage at the low-cut neckline of Shailene's evening gown. Bang! Stop looking! Day roared furiously, smashing the spiked club into Dickie's face. On this starry night, we gather here to witness the passionate collision of art and wealth, embarking on an unparalleled bidding journey. Trust us, we will share a wonderful evening. Shailene on stage flashed a playful smile, her red lips curling into a charming grin, bringing the opening of today's auction to a climax. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Amid the clamor of countless nobles and pirates, the auction, like a star-studded night, officially began. Shailene truly lived up to her reputation as the most outstanding auctioneer, not only blessed with breathtaking beauty, but also possessing profound expertise and rich experience in the auction field. Her voice was clear and melodious like a spring, each note full of charisma. Under Shailene's professional skill and excellent crowd control, countless treasures were auctioned in an orderly manner. The most common items like precious gems and diamonds needed no mention. Most were bought by nobles to charm the women by their side. A large number of rare weapons and famous swords were fiercely contested by everyone. Except for Dickie. Aren't we going to buy anything? Day asked curiously. Just as Day was wondering, Shailene's assistant brought out a red tray, covered with a red cloth, hiding the item beneath. With the Yami-Yami know me and a keen sensitivity to devil fruits, Dickie immediately sensed the allure of the fruit on the tray. That should be the target of this trip. A smile curled at the corner of Dickie's mouth. Don't rush, we'll buy now. Next up is one of the highlights of today's auction, a devil fruit. Without any amplification equipment, Shailene's crisp voice still carried through the entire venue, clear and captivating. Through our methods, we have determined that this devil fruit's ability is related to medicine. However, whether it is benign or malignant, whether it can heal or unleash a more potent virus, must be discovered by the user themselves. As she spoke, the staff carefully lifted the red cloth from the tray. There on the tray lay a fruit of bizarre shape that made everyone widen their eyes. The fruit's surface was covered in dense, irregular patterns resembling twisted blood vessels on a patient's skin, presenting a dark bluish-purple hue that seemed to speak of the torment of illness. Upon closer inspection, a strange aura seemed to flow faintly within the patterns. In VIP box No. 2, a burly man with well-developed muscles and orange hair like fan blades smirked disdainfully. How with that eerie appearance, it hardly looks like it could heal, does it? Brother Owen, should we still bid on this devil fruit? Of course, Owen said, propping his chin and nodding. If it's a healing-type devil fruit, it would be best if it could help Mother with her craving disorder. If it's a destructive-type devil fruit, it would also be great for strengthening the pirate crew. Either way, we must secure this fruit. Now, due to the uncertainty and special nature of this devil fruit, the starting bid is 200 million berries. Shailene announced loudly. What? 200 million? So expensive. Aren't they usually only 100 million berries? That's 10 times my bounty. Why is it so expensive? As soon as the starting price was announced, the bidders below were in an uproar, complaining bitterly about the high starting bid. For some, 200 million berries was already their limit. And that was just the starting price. But after all, it was a devil fruit related to medicine. Who wouldn't want to be free from illness and live a long life? If they actually obtained this devil fruit, the money would be well spent. So soon people began to bid. 210 million, 235 million, 250 million. Bidding rose one after another, everyone scrambling for the devil fruit. Impoverished people. A mere few hundred million is just a few days' income for the big mom pirates. In box no. 2. Owen smirked coldly, then raised his paddle. 300 million. Shi-Lin, highly professional, spotted the paddle raised in box no. 2 and announced loudly. The VIP guest in box no. 2 bids, 300 million. Is there any higher? Everyone was shocked by the guest in box no. 2, raising the price so high in one go. Many glanced at their chips and reluctantly lowered their paddles, giving up the chance to follow. 310 million, 320 million. Some powerful pirates and nobles still had the strength to keep bidding, unwilling to give up the chance to obtain this rare devil fruit. Foolish people, they have no idea of the big mom pirate's strength. Owen smirked disdainfully, then casually raised his paddle. 400 million berries. 400 million berries. The guest in box no. 2 bids, 400 million berries. Anyone else? The astronomical price of 400 million berries silenced everyone, forcing them to give up on the devil fruit. It seems this devil fruit is mine. Owen crossed his legs, a confident smile spreading across his face. 3, 2, 1. Sold. Just as Shi-Lin was about to bring down the gavel, a voice slowly sounded, freezing Owen's smile. 500 million. From box no. 1, a deep magnetic voice came slowly. 500 million. Shi-Lin announced loudly, her voice slightly trembling. The guest in box no. 1 bids, 500 million. Is there any higher? 500 million. Raised by 100 million in one go. Colette's eyes widened, then she looked at Owen beside her. Should we keep bidding up? Of course, why not? Owen slammed the table angrily. I want to see who dares to oppose mother. Owen glared at box no. 1, which looked even more luxurious than his own box no. 2, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Damn. Box no. 1. That was the seat he always took every time. And now someone else had taken it. He wanted to see who was so bold. 600 million. Owen raised his paddle. This time you'll have to hesitate for a while. Owen cast a contemptuous glance at box no. 1. This time he had raised by 100 million directly. He didn't believe. 1 billion. The deep voice from box no. 1 came again. What? Damn it. Owen glared fiercely at the luxurious box. If looks could kill, the person inside would have died 100 times over. What should we do, brother Owen? Colette asked anxiously. Keep going. Owen gritted his teeth, then abruptly raised his paddle. 1 billion. Box no. 2 offers 1 billion berries, a high price. Is there any? 2 billion. Before Shi-Lin could finish, the same unchanging voice from box no. 1 interrupted her. 2 billion. The VIP guest in box no. 1 offers 2 billion. Anyone else? Shi-Lin's tone was ostensibly asking everyone, but in reality, she was only addressing the guest in box no. 2. After all, with 2 billion, Shi-Lin had no hope left for the scattered bidders below. To be honest, she also doubted that the guest in box no. 2 could offer any higher. Meanwhile, in box no. 2, Owen was completely numb. Damn, are you messing with me? I hesitated and raised to 1 billion, and you immediately double it. Compared to that, I look like a clown. Owen's face flushed red with rage, his whole body seemingly radiating intense heat. Brother Owen. Colette bit her red lips, speaking worriedly. Enough. Owen snapped, then steeled himself and raised his paddle. 2 billion 500 million. The VIP guest in box no. 2 offers 2 billion 500 million. Is there any higher? Shi-Lin looked toward box no. 1 and asked loudly. However, box no. 1 remained silent. Holy shit. Don't do this, buddy. If mother finds out I spent 2 billion berries on a useless devil fruit, she'll definitely kill me. 2 billion berries could buy so many cakes. Watching box no. 1 stop bidding. Owen sprang to his feet. Please. Please. Please keep bidding. Don't let me spend 2 billion on a crappy fruit. I don't want to die. Owen trembled, his eyes nearly popping out, but as Shi-Lin was about to announce the sale, the paddle in box no. 1 remained still. If there are no higher bids, then I'll even cover 10 billion for you. 3, 2. It's over. My life is finished. Owen closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and prayed devoutly. 1 sold. Just as Shi-Lin was about to announce the result, box no. 1 finally raised its paddle. 3 billion. Like a heavenly voice, it sounded in Owen's ears. Owen's tense body suddenly relaxed, and he collapsed backward like a pile of mud. A roller coaster. Brother Owen. Ha ha ha. Dickie, you are truly wicked. I bet the poor guy in box 2 has already lost his mind. Deha was clutching her stomach, laughing heartily, pounding the table beside her. Captain, you really have a twisted sense of humor. Lafitte chuckled, twirling his cane. First slowly raise the price, then suddenly jump it up. When the opponent struggles to raise it further, you suddenly stop following, letting them plunge into hell. Then just as they despair, watching themselves forced to buy at an unattainable price, you suddenly bid again, bringing them back from hell to heaven. The ups and downs in this are truly unbearable for ordinary people. Jahaha. Just basic moves, don't be impressed. Dickie waved his hand, grinning. In fact, Dicky could have simply called out 3 billion, but who told that idiot in box 2 to overestimate himself and always go against him? Since that's the case, let's up the intensity. At that moment, Bajiasi suddenly raised his hand and said, "But Captain, isn't 3 billion too much? Do we have that much money?" The usually dim-witted Bajiasi had a rare moment of clarity. 3 billion. Of course we don't have that much. Dicky replied with a smile. What a... Bajiasi's eyes widened in shock. Then why did we bid that much? What if we can't pay? Dicky gently shook his head and smiled. Don't forget, what do we have in our hands? What? Bajiasi tilted his head. Celestial dragons. Dicky raised his hand and black flames erupted from it. In the black fire one could see Charlos's despairing expression and almost insane madness. Living in a pitch-black hell with no senses is a fate worse than death for ordinary people, let alone a young master who has been pampered since childhood and gotten everything he wanted. Celestial dragons. Bajiasi's eyes widened, apparently not understanding what was going on. That's right. Dicky nodded. Don't forget, this is the royal auction, a territory controlled by the affiliated kingdoms and the world government behind them. And the leaders of the world government are the celestial dragons. Is there any problem with a celestial dragon picking a fruit from their own backyard? And now that the celestial dragon is in my hands, it means I am equal to a celestial dragon, so the celestial dragon's backyard is my backyard. Hearing Dicky's words, Bajiasi's eyes widened in disbelief. So that's it. Bajiasi slapped his hand in sudden realization. Even with his clumsy intelligence, he understood Dicky's equation. So this is equivalent to us picking a fruit from our own backyard. It doesn't matter whether we pay Barry or not. This is getting something for nothing. This is holding the heaven. MMPH. Fan Aoka immediately blocked Bajiasi's mouth with his gun. All right, Bajiasi, some things are better left unsaid. Hawk. Bajiasi spat out Fan Aoka's rifle and said angrily, "You actually shoved your lousy gun into my mouth." Fan Aoka gave Bajiasi a dirty look and carefully wiped the saliva off the muzzle. Idiot, I'm the one who finds your saliva disgusting. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Dicky and the others were joking, a crisp knocking sound suddenly came. Hello, esteemed guest, the auction has ended. Please follow me to the transaction room. The attendant's respectful voice came from outside the door. As the honored guest who secured the finale item of this auction, the transaction will be personally presided over by Miss Shalene. Oh, a meaningful smile curled at the corner of Dicky's mouth. Brother Owen, you're awake. As Owen groggily opened his eyes, he saw Galette's tear-streaked face. It's okay, Galette, don't worry. Just got too angry and passed out. Owen rubbed his chest. The rage still throbbed with pain. How did the auction go? Who got the devil fruit? Owen suddenly thought of something and asked anxiously. Galette was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, The auction is over. Now it's time for the transaction. As for that devil fruit. Galette paused, cautiously glanced at Owen, then continued. It still fell into the hands of box 1. Owen felt a mouthful of old blood surge into his throat. Thinking back on the entire emotional roller coaster, his blood boiled, and he almost lost control of his fruit's power. Damn it. If I don't avenge this, my name isn't Charlotte. Galette, come with me to the outside of the transaction venue to ambush them. The venue has rules. We can't fight freely inside, but outside it's every man for himself. That fruit is mine. And besides daring to mess with me, I will make them pay, Owen said with a fierce, vicious expression. The latter part is the real point, isn't it? Galette looked at the burning Owen with a face full of black lines. But what if we meet someone we can't beat? Can't beat? Humph. Owen snorted disdainfully. Except for the 4 emperors, and that guy, no one can stop me. Here it is, Miss Shalene is waiting for you inside. The attendant bowed respectfully and opened the ornate door in front of Dicky, revealing a pair of legs clad in black stockings standing straight. Thank you. Dicky replied casually, completely indifferent to the attendant's flustered reaction upon hearing thanks. The reason was simple. Dicky's gaze was completely captivated by Shalene before him. Indeed, observing the woman from the elevated box and up close were entirely different experiences. Dicky slowly walked toward the woman, standing with her back to him inside the room. The attendant discreetly closed the door. As expected of the most outstanding auctioneer, truly living up to the reputation. Looking at the seductive slender back before him, Dicky grinned and spoke first. He as expected of the world-renowned 5th Emperor, your aura is truly beyond ordinary. Shalene slowly turned around, her slender fingers lightly covering her trembling smile, her sexy voice, like a little wildcat, captivating the soul. Oh, you know me? Dicky asked. Of course. Shalene bit her red lips, lightly tapped her red high-heeled feet, and hopped step by step closer to Dicky. The floral fragrance wafting from her body permeated the entire room like a deadly poison. As the best auctioneer, I know everyone's information but you alone, the 5th Emperor of the New World, Whitebeard's heir, I am most interested in. As Shalene spoke, her sexy body had unknowingly pressed against Dicky's chest. The softness even squeezed out of shape. Shileen's fair hand with bright red nail polish gently traced upward along Dickie's burgundy shirt. How is it that in just a few months you went from an obscure ordinary member to matching the 4 emperors and even severely wounding a marine admiral? You are truly full of mystery from head to toe. It makes one irresistible to explore. Shileen gently stood on tiptoe, her lips softly brushing against Dickie's ear, her seductive voice slowly speaking. The world says you are a dangerous and mysterious demon, but I think perhaps you will fall at my feet. Because I am the most dangerous and mysterious fairy. For I am the most perilous and enigmatic of elves. Shileen's enchanting voice fell silent, replaced by a piercing shriek. Unbeknownst, a luxurious lipstick appeared in Shileen's right hand, which was gently stroking Dickie's neck. The lipstick's core pressed firmly against Dickie's throat. Dickie's body instantly stiffened. Everything happened in a flash without any warning. His towering figure stood motionless as if frozen in place. The highest concentration of sea stone developed by the science department. Even a Navy admiral can't break free, yo. Seems you're not as formidable as the legends say, you small fry. As Shileen spoke, the black waterfall of hair behind her slowly disappeared, revealing dazzling golden short hair. Her low-cut evening gown gradually transformed into a white female standard suit. The upper body was a tightly fitted shirt, the lower body a tight pencil skirt, and long legs clad in white stockings. If before she was a dazzling elf, now she was like a lethal succubus. A pair of deep purple demon wings suddenly spread behind her, adding a touch of allure. Her red lips parted slightly, and 2 pink canine teeth in her mouth rapidly elongated like a blood-sucking bat. At this moment, Shileen had completely changed in both appearance and attire. Even the name Shileen might be fake. Her sharp fangs slowly approached Dickie's neck, and just a light touch caused blood to seep from his skin, which was comparable to an emperor's. I thought it would take some effort, but it's surprisingly easy. She gently wrapped her arms around Dickie's broad chest, and back, her seductive voice soft and low. The 5 elders send their regards, Blackbeard, Dickie. With a whisper, Shileen aimed at Dickie's neck and bit down. Strange, why is it taking so long to get the devil fruit? In the auction house's box, no. One Day rubbed his head impatiently, needing the sofa armrest. Probably something delayed him. Lafitte stroked his chin, pondering. Upon hearing this, Duke Hugh raised an eyebrow, sensing that something was not right. After all, the one welcoming Dickie is the royal auction's most lecherous auctioneer. It's the most outstanding, not the most lecherous. Fan Aoka corrected. Then he exchanged a subtle glance with Duke Hugh, and they both laughed in unison. They could swear that smile was even more lecherous than Kazura's. I've just implanted the latest achievement of the science research department, the blood seed, into your body. Shileen wiped the bright red liquid from the corner of her mouth, slowly separating from Dickie. In the future, this blood seed will take root and sprout inside you, gradually corroding your consciousness until you become the world government's most loyal weapon. How about that? Scared, Mr. Blackbeard? All your efforts have become the world government's spoils. Shileen's crimson lips carried a hint of allure as she mockingly looked at Dickie, waiting for this always calm and indifferent man to show a fearful expression. This was also a little malicious pleasure of hers. However, as time passed, Shileen gradually felt something was wrong. The man's expression never changed. His deep black eyes looking at her were completely calm. He stared at Shileen expressionlessly, making her hairs stand on end. What's going on? Wasn't he afraid? Seeing Dickie's still icy gaze, a flicker of anxiety crossed Shileen's mind. Hey, aren't you scared? You'll become. Before Shileen finished, she suddenly felt her heart skip a beat, and then a wave of heat surged through her body. What's happening? Shileen crossed her arms, crouched down in pain, curling up. Her fair skin was now burning red. Zoan bat fruit. Am I right? Dickie's imposing figure slowly approached the crouching Shileen. Shileen looked up in panic. What did you do? Dickie shook his head. What did I do? I did nothing. It was all you. The bat fruit's blood-sucking ability not only weakens the victim to the point of shock, but also absorbs their blood to make the user stronger. You just now, besides injecting the seed, also took a sip of my blood, didn't you? Hearing Dickie's words, Shileen's beautiful eyes widened. How do you know so clearly? Dickie mimicked her tone and laughed. Who told you to run into your ancestor? As he spoke, a streak of bright red blood slowly seeped from his palm. The blood's concentration was so high that just looking at it made Shileen tremble all over. In comparison, it felt like a mountain of 10,000 tons capable of crushing her without mercy. This is Shileen's pupils constricted, intense fear engulfed her. On this seed, devil fruits capable of controlling blood were few and far between. As a bat fruit user, she naturally kept an eye on the other fruit that could control blood. That one was far more domineering than hers, completely suppressing her bat fruit. She never expected to see this devil fruit here. Zoan, mythical Zoan bat fruit vampire form. How can that be? Isn't this fruit? Shileen pointed at the red blood on Dickie's right hand, shouting in terror. Aren't you the dark fruit user? Why do you have 2 devil fruits? Dickie grinned at this, raised his left hand, and a black smoke surged up, echoing the red blood mist in his right hand. Jiahaha. Who says a person can only eat one devil fruit? As Dickie spoke, the red blood in his right hand instantly turned pitch black like the river Styx of hell. Thank you for teaching me how to use the power of the blood seed. If I inject it all into your body, you'll become my plaything completely. No, don't. Shilling desperately curled up, trying to sink into the ground to avoid the black liquid on Dickie's palm. But it was completely useless. Queen of Pleasure Street. CP0 Senior Agent. Vegapunks. Farewell. Dickie's tone was devoid of fear, yet each word made Shilleen's body twitch. When she heard the name Vegapunk, her eyes were filled with utter despair. He knew everything. Mr. Vegapunk. I'm sorry. I'm afraid. Before Shilleen could finish her thought, Dickie's palm came down on her head. Satoshi's world went dark. Blackbeard sends his regards. Satusher.